The title card displays the chapter's name and credits the team. Against a backdrop of distant fires, a thought surfaces. After turning 34, he sometimes thinks. Master sighs, his breath misting in the air, declaring that he is none other. Under the moonlight, a cloaked figure wonders if things went wrong. If only he had learned the sword a little earlier. Then, a vision of a falling woman, bound by chains, appears. He laments that he could have stopped his older sister from being sent to the Empire. He is exhausted. Then, would the monster that he is now have existed? If that really did happen, then would... He wonders if he has met his master, the master who changed him, who... The woman recalls that he taught her many things. The moments that she was with Master were the best moments of her life, and Master was her savior, and much more. He kneels, sword in hand, regretting how he treated his master. Under the full moon, he realizes what he truly desired wasn't this at all. The battlefield is littered with bodies as he stands victorious. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The young monster stands amidst the carnage, facing the vampire. The vampire finds it pitiful that the boy can even swing his sword. I don't want to fight children, the vampire says, accusingly. The boy retorts, you killed my father. The vampire's expression is blank, almost detached from the scene. The boy points his sword, rage contorting his face. Monster, you're a monster. The vampire reflects that he's been called a monster countless times. Acute pain courses through his body, his brain feeling like it's melting. The young protagonist steels himself, knowing he must endure a little more. A sinister smile spreads across Jack Stewart's face, stained with fresh blood. Accusations echo in his mind. He is the monster who destroyed the Tulkun Empire. The vampire recalls ending the imperial family's bloodline with his own hands. He asks, rhetorically, if the boy knows how many he's killed. The vampire scoffs, having slaughtered tens of thousands, yet they call him a monster? Jack Stewart looks down at the trembling boy, finding his fear obvious. He directs the boy to look at the expensive sword he holds, trembling. The vampire sees in him a reflection of a young monster. With a sneer, Jack Stewart identifies himself by name. The vampire finds it an unusual fate, as he is also called. Honestly, Jack Stewart admits that he killed the boy's father. The boy's eyes widen in horror, the weight of the revelation crushing him. I don't even remember someone by the name Stewart, Jack Stewart says, his expression unreadable, although he wasn't a good father. Tears well in the eyes of the younger Jack. He thinks, he was a father that I needed. He sighs, admitting to himself, I am a little envious. The master looks down at the figure before him. He declares, I will not apologize for killing him. Instead, I will give you a chance, yes? Jack Stewart's hand gestures, as if beckoning someone closer, his expression intense. The younger Jack holds his sword out in front of him, his expression conflicted. Pierce me with the sword you are holding. The younger Jack's eye is visible, his expression unreadable. He is breathing heavily. Jack Stewart's face is visible, his expression intense. He thinks, isn't this the perfect opportunity? A close-up of Jack Stewart's legs, his feet bare. He is standing in a puddle of blood. Jack Stewart's face is visible, blood dripping from his mouth. He says, be worshipped as the hero that killed the monster. The younger Jack thinks, to be honest, if I put my mind to it, I could come out of this alive. My broken leg? It can recover. The younger Jack thinks, but I don't want to. He holds his sword out in front of him. With a yell, the younger Jack swings his sword down, his expression determined. The blade descends, gripped in a monstrous hand, ready to strike. The sword falls with deadly speed, aimed at its helpless target. The sound of tearing flesh echoes as the blade finds its mark. The young monster gasps, kneeling before Jack Stewart, defeated. Tears stream down his face, the young monster realizing the simple truth, he couldn't kill him. Jack Stewart looks down, a complicated emotion flickering across his face, but a hand reaches out, seemingly in approval. The gesture laced with dark intent. Well done. Jack Stewart's words hang heavy in the air. Would he be able to live peacefully after killing him? Being a hero, it's obvious that the rest of his life. Jack Stewart looms over the fallen hero, telling him that his life would be filled with exhausting days and many names bestowed upon him. Bloodied and intense, Jack Stewart urges him not to live and regret like him. A comforting hand rests on the young monster's head, asking if he isn't still young, unlike him. The young monster's resolve weakens, the bloodied ground a testament to his failure. He watches as the woman in the red cape speaks to him. She tells him to go and tell the others. The demon is dead, and the war has finished. The young monster clutches at his head, his expression pained. He cries out to the woman, asking why she would use her power. A vision flashes before him. The woman with the red cape standing before a monstrous figure. She asks why he lived like this, but the figure only replies that he doesn't know. The woman's eyes are glazed over, her expression one of sorrow. She wonders aloud if she truly lived. A man with light brown hair embraces the woman with the red cape, his face obscured. The scene is bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The young monster and the woman lie on the ground, unmoving. A sword rests nearby, its purpose fulfilled. This is the end. The woman can feel it. The sensation is fading from her fingers, like a balloon slowly losing air. Her sight is becoming blurry, even though she strains to focus on the world around her. Slowly, the moment she forgot to breathe, all the sound around her stopped. The world fades away. In that moment, the young monster suddenly had a realization, his eyes wide with a mix of grief and understanding. The snowy ground stretches out before them, a silent testament to the battle that has just concluded. The woman with the red cape lies still, her body surrounded by the snow and the aftermath of war. Those were the words echoing in his mind, a constant refrain. Elsewhere, a grand structure, reflected in shimmering water, stood as a silent testament. He was falling, sinking into the depths, surrounded by bubbles. The darkness closed in as he continued to fall through the water. He remembered being a child, looking up with wide, innocent eyes. The memories flashed. His mother, whom he only knew from portraits, had died when he was born. He recalled his older sister, whose beauty was known across the continent, and the second-born who constantly bullied him. After giving up the name Jack Valentier, he became a swordsman, crossing the continent. It had reached the point where he was confused whether this was reality or a dream. Was this perhaps the end of his life flashing before his eyes? He sighed, a single tear escaping as the memories flooded his mind. The grand building stands as a silent witness to history. A voice echoes, declaring victory and ruthless rule. The figure, driven by revenge, destroyed the Tulkun Empire. Victory was declared. All who carried the name of Tulkun were killed. A sense of fulfillment washes over him as death approaches. With no reason left to live, the end arrives. And that's how his heart stopped. But what is this situation? It doesn't seem like magic. He clutches at his chest, gasping for air. Jack Valentier's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? The gates stand before a familiar building. The Marquis House of Valentier, a renowned family, supported the king. He was the third child of the family, the youngest member. If Jack wasn't greedy for the title of heir, his position would have been enough. The Marquis House of Valentier was an exception, he thought, remembering the rose garden. A hand gently caresses the velvety petals of the roses. The rose garden, a place of beauty and hidden truths. It could be called an annex, found in the corner of the estate. Although it looked beautiful on the outside, it was just an illusion, known as exile. A family to support him, or so it seemed from afar. That was his place, the rose garden, a sanctuary in a prison. A servant approaches, offering a drink. Young master, I prepared something for you to drink. The only one in this estate that cared for him, or so he believed. A butler and servant stayed by his side, always attentive. Ron. He remembers that the Ron he knew was a little sly. Ron holds a bottle, as another person asks if he put poison in it. Ron's eyes widen, and he denies the accusation with shock. Ron smiles, holding a white orb, and says he is joking and thankful. Ron's expression changes to surprise as he asks what that is for. From above, Ron walks away, as Jack remembers there are 11 people in the rose garden, excluding him. One of those people is Ron, the one who gave him the tomato juice. The soldiers are keeping an eye on him. Besides Ron, he doesn't think he needs to pay attention to the others. But what should he do now? He stands in a gazebo, contemplating his next move in the rose garden. But it's not like he knew he would regress, and it's only been an hour since he realized that he regressed. Of course, it's not like he has a plan in mind, Ron thinks with a sly smile. Currently, he reflects he is 14. Even though he is 14, he thinks about his hands, noting that he doesn't have any calluses. He continues, thinking he doesn't even have the likes of a man of heart. If he compares himself to the other children from noble families, he feels inadequate. But of course, the reason for that is, a shadowy figure grabs Jack Valentier from behind. At this time, he had no mana. He is confused by the sudden attack. The attack lands, and Jack Valentier cries out in pain. Tears well in his eyes as he wonders what the situation is. The shadowy figure looms over him, menacing and silent. Jack Valentier clutches his head, yelling that he was careless. He says that it has been so many years since he's been hit in the head. His eye glows with anger, a burning intensity. Phelan Valentier looks down at Jack, calling him a reckless, simple-minded bastard. Jack looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Phelan Valentier's face is filled with anger as he thinks of himself as the Valentier's second child. Jack grits his teeth, remembering the reason why he couldn't do mana training. Phelan Valentier stands over Jack, his arms crossed, looking down at him. The reason Jack couldn't do mana training was all because of Phelan's threats and abuse. Elsewhere, two figures stand in a gazebo, the scene bathed in sunlight. Even after decades have passed, the intensity in those amber eyes remains. The memory still wavers in his mind, a constant reminder of something unresolved. The stairs lead down to a fiery abyss, a visual representation of being a lowlife. A voice declares that he could have been killed at any time. A hand tilts a cup, the last drops of liquid spilling out. Tears stream down the young man's face as he is told he has no usefulness. One figure stands over another who kneels, a threat hanging in the air. Learn anything, and I'll kill you. The eyes narrow, the speaker declaring that as long as he possesses the blood of a marquis, he will be controlled. The unseen speaker demands that he live like a dead rat. Phelan Valantier sits across from a younger boy at the table. He says that if he does that, then who knows? The Marquis states that he might think of the boy as his younger brother. A hand holds a cup. The boy recalls being very weak-kneed when he was young. Two maids whisper. Due to his weak-kneed personality, he's been called the shame of the household, but this was only something talked about within the household. The boy stands alone in a room, a sorry excuse for the third child of a Marquis family. The sound of laughter that even the commoners in his family gave as they giggled among themselves echoes in his memory. The Marquis household looms large, a symbol of the power and expectations placed upon its members. That was how people treated him, and the people who led that were the second child of the family in Count Mantis. The man looks down, stating that it is truly that. It is ridiculous to see how he acts, since the firstborn of their family is a woman and not a man. The only family member that he can rely on, and the only person who's ever cared about him, stands in front of a window. His sister, who's 1 year older than Phelan, is in front of him. She stands, adorned in a white and pink dress, framed by the window. The decree echoes. She cannot inherit, simply for being a woman. She was the firstborn, beautiful and bright. Yet as the daughter of the Marquis family, succession was an impossibility. Her fate, a tapestry woven with thorns and blue roses, was decided long before she had a say. A gilded cage awaits. She will be married off to a family deemed suitable by her father, trapped in a life of convenience. These are the circumstances that bind her. And now, Phelan Valantier stands before us, a silent observer. He is the one who seeks to exploit her position the most. His gaze is intense, calculating, and cold. Or perhaps, he is seen being too close to their older sister when the royals are present. That man deserves to die, right here, right now. His eyes burn with an intensity that cannot be ignored. How dare you look at me with those eyes? Phelan's anger flares, raw and unrestrained. A hand reaches out, seizing another with desperate force. The gesture is aggressive, possessive. Confusion clouds Phelan's face. He is taken aback by the sudden turn of events, utterly bewildered. You. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning and simmering rage. He roars, demanding to know if his opponent thinks he can block him. A sudden impact, and the sound of a strike, leaves Phelan utterly bewildered. The world flips as Phelan is sent hurtling downwards, a figure looming above him. He crashes to the ground, the force of the blow sending pain through his body. Stunned, the muscular man looks up to see Jack Valantier standing over him, a look of amusement on his face. Jack's smile widens, his eyes gleaming with a hint of manic glee as he gazes down at his fallen opponent. He extends a hand, mockingly offering assistance to the man he just defeated with ease. Phelan glares up at Jack, rage burning in his eyes as he curses him under his breath. Mana gathers around Phelan as his eyes glow with power, but the guards seem unconcerned. From a balcony above, Jack smirks, confirming his suspicions that no one would intervene. The fallen man remains on the ground, looking up at Jack with a mix of anger and disbelief. He thinks the situation is a joke. Butler Ron's face is a mask of horror as he cries out in alarm. He is on his knees, beads of sweat rolling down his face. A brutal impact echoes as a fist slams into flesh. The figure remains unfazed, declaring that he isn't worried in the slightest. Ron's expression shifts into a sly smirk, hinting at hidden depths. Phelan Valantier, enraged, points a finger, calling someone an arrogant bastard. Reeling from the blow, Phelan spits out a threat, promising to kill Jack and Ron. Jack, a playful glint in his eyes, mocks his opponent, asking if he fights with his mouth. Phelan, his face contorted with rage, draws his sword, but Jack simply smirks. The sound of footsteps echoes on the wooden floor. Phelan admits to himself that he hasn't trained and has no mana. Despite his lack of preparation, Phelan lunges, sword aimed at Jack, who easily dodges. Jack's face is shown up close, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Phelan, eyes narrowed, declares that he is not confident of losing. A golden ring glints, reflecting the light as it moves swiftly. Phelan notes that his opponent's power is only at the 3/3 circle. He thinks that's all Jack has. Jack looks down on Phelan, scoffing at the clumsy sword technique. He thinks it's a joke. Phelan wonders if he should just throw him. He decides against it, saying no. Phelan, face contorted with rage, declares that Jack needs a lesson to strengthen his mental power. Phelan, enraged, calls Jack a low-life bastard. He is a 3/3 circle. Jack's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks they should obviously include their head as well. In that case, okay. With a resounding crash, Phelan is sent flying backwards through the air. A hand grips Phelan's arm tightly, the force of the impact evident. Phelan coughs violently, his face contorted in pain and shock. Jack's eyes gleam with a sinister intent. He thinks it'll only be fair if he returns at least 1/100 of the humiliation. A desperate struggle unfolds, hands tightening around a throat. His face contorted in agony, the man manages a strangled utterance. A figure in a blue uniform leans heavily against a stone pillar. Now then, the figure sits on the ground, legs outstretched. The man with short, dark hair speaks, his expression unreadable. Imposing figures clad in full armor stand ready, spears at the ready. Steel glints as an armored hand grips the hilt of a sword. A pale hand rises, a single, star command cutting through the air. A hand clenches, the air thick with unspoken tension. The young man warns, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Good. Jack manages to choke out as the grip tightens. Then, the young man with glowing eyes continues to strangle Jack, who is pinned to the ground. Standing over him, the young man with glowing eyes remarks on Jack's weight. Jack's struggles become more desperate as he gurgles, unable to breathe. The young man with glowing eyes gazes down at Jack, commenting on the sweltering weather and the perfection of the moment. A sadistic smile spreads across his face as he asks if Jack would like to cool his head. The world turns blue as Jack is forced underwater. Bubbles escape his lips as he desperately tries to get air. His tormentor taunts him, questioning why he doesn't use his mana. The young man with glowing eyes continues to hold Jack under, reflecting on the events caused by this son of a bitch. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces, not long after his sister was married off to the Empire. He assassinated their father, the Marquis, with poison, and then claimed the title for himself. The Valentier family committed atrocities, acting as if they owned the Empire. The Valentier Marquis house, unable to fulfill its purpose, disappeared without a trace. He claims to have no desire to avenge his father or the house. What angers him most is that someone wasted the chance his sister created. His sister was a smart woman, possessing even a refined nature. How did she feel as she headed to the Empire? He can't even begin to understand that feeling. His sister went to the Empire solely for the glory of her house, a sacrifice he can't comprehend. Someone asks Elizabeth what's wrong, implying she must have been aware of her circumstances. The fourth Imperial Prince, rumored to commit disgusting acts, asks if she is anxious. He thinks that there won't even be anyone who'd come see her, as she's not even the legal wife. She's told to keep her head down quietly and just nod. She is then told to smile, despite her obvious discomfort. She endured all sorts of mistreatment because she thought the world for her family. If this bastard and my father found out how my sister ended up, he thinks to himself to forget it, as he might die from anger if he keeps thinking about it. Phelan Valentier begs someone to spare him, his face contorted in anguish. Tears stream down Phelan's face as he continues to beg for mercy. Phelan's face is grabbed, his eyes wide with fear as he is forced to look up. The cloaked figure stands over a fallen body, a sword in hand, as Phelan begs for his life. It's the expression that those engulfed in the fear of death make. Phelan is told to think very carefully about the things he's done until now. Phelan is asked if he even remembers, and then what should be done to make him remember. Phelan is told that he'd be able to understand the value of family, right? Jack realizes he was wrong and begs for them to stop. A voice booms, demanding an immediate halt to the violence. The second young lord looks up, his expression unreadable. Master Unknown stands above him, pleading with the young master to stop. The second young lord looks down, scoffing at the request. A fist connects with the second young lord's face. Two figures hold him up, the second young lord dazed from the blow. The second young lord looks up at a figure in armor, barely able to speak. A brown shoe presses down on someone's back with a sickening crunch. The figure standing on him demands that he be gotten rid of. Despite the beating, the second young lord defiantly declares that he is not dead yet. Near a fountain, the second young lord is asked if he is all right. Two figures stand together, both battered and bruised from the ordeal. He dabs at the blood trickling from his lip, a grimace twisting his features. Word of his actions spread across the house in an instant, reaching even the most distant ears. The very structure of the house seemed to reflect the chaos he had unleashed. Chapter 5. The legendary youngest son of the Marquis house. Phelan is held up by two men, blood dripping from his head. Valentier's half-brother is the future heir, and someone yells for Madam. Seeing Phelan, the one who'd naturally become the next Marquis if there were no issues, Phelan lies in bed with his head split open and may develop a fear of water. It was natural that the entire house would be flipped on its head. Two figures stand in a room, one with their back turned. A hand reaches for a slice of strawberry cake. A man brings a strawberry to his lips, his eyes closed. There are also tons of rumors. Phelan was a genius who shouldered the house's expectations. The youngest learned neither magic nor martial arts, so could he have been hiding his true strength? Why did he decide to reveal his strength now, especially since Phelan turns 18 next year? But could the youngest have coveted the position? One of the women whispers, pleading with someone. A woman with long brown hair looks shocked, demanding to know what the commotion is about. The rumors were starting to swell a little within the Marquis house, causing confusion. Meanwhile, a man in a red robe stands with his back to the viewer, flanked by two other men in a library. The man in the red robe orders someone to bring him the third child. How will the Lord react to this sudden turn of events? Elsewhere, sunlight streams through a large, ornate window, illuminating the room. A man in a suit presents a fork with food to another man, remarking that it is delicious today as well. The young master is thanked by someone off-panel, his eyes closed in contentment. Whispers fill the air as the two overhear something alarming. The young master pauses, scalpel in hand, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The message is clear. The Lord has summoned someone to the main building. The summons is immediate, prompting a sharp, questioning response. Right now. Recovering, the young master sits alone, the sounds of healing magic filling the room. A figure pleads with him to wait, offering to accompany him, but he refuses. He insists that he is fine, asserting his independence with a raised hand. The young master's expression is one of determination mixed with concern. A subordinate understands, offering a parting wish for his well-being. The staircase descends, leading to an unknown destination within the main building. The young master walks forward, his red cape billowing behind him as he is followed. A sense of unease settles as unseen eyes watch the young master's every move. He exhales, the weight of the summons settling heavily on him. It has been a while since he has been back here. Two maids whisper amongst themselves. He thinks to himself that being ignored like this is nothing new. He sighs, thinking he couldn't care less about how people see him. His hand reaches for the door, hoping this ends as soon as possible. The door is large and imposing, adorned with crossed axes, a symbol of authority. He thinks that they are treating him as if he's invisible. The knight stands silently. Jack's eyes glow as he finds the situation preposterous. Knights! The knights stand motionless, as silent as the stone around them. One of the knights takes a step forward. He wonders if they can't see or talk. He thinks if it was the him from the past, he would have left after seeing that expression. Jack smiles, telling them to stop making that face before he folds their body in two. Pardon. He brings his foot down hard, the armored gauntlet offering little protection. The knight kneels unmoving. He states that the Lord has summoned him, and that Jack is not worthy to be there. The knight says he won't ask twice. Annoyance flickers across Jack's face. He demands to know why they aren't letting him inside. A gauntlet hand grips Jack's shoulder. The knight refuses to tell him. Jack sighs, his expression a mix of resignation and irritation. He realizes they are just telling him to wait there. The knight stands impassively as Jack wonders aloud where he is supposed to repent until they let him inside. He sighs, noting the knight hasn't changed a bit. Jack glances to the side, wondering where else he would go. A knight stands guard, spear in hand, blocking the doorway. He tells the knights to tell the master to come to him if he has something to say. Jack wonders why he is being summoned for stupid things like this. Two knights stand silently, blocking the doorway. Meanwhile, a note sits on a desk, stating simply that he left. Someone wonders if he has finally gone mad. A hand writes with a quill, questioning if he left. The figures stand in the library, their back to the viewer. They offer an apology, stating that what they say is true. Master's lips curve into a knowing smile, a blue feather nearby. He acknowledges the statement, his gloved hand poised with the quill. The master reflects, noting how much the youngest has changed. Jack Valantier sits outside a grand building, surrounded by roses. He anticipates someone's arrival. He takes a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. The bridge stretches into the distance, adorned with roses. As he drinks, Jack thinks to himself, speak of the devil. A group of people walk towards him, their footsteps echoing. His face betrays a hint of stubbornness, a trait he acknowledges. Jack can't help but laugh, noting that his father hasn't changed for what he remembers. Jack sits with others outside the building, still holding his cup. He reflects on his father, thinking of him as non-existent, remembering that he tried to kill him. He recalls running away from home in his past life, a consequence of his father's actions. He was greedy for power beyond his grasp and lacked the ability to realize his ambitions. That is who Marquis Valantier is. He offers a simple, welcome. A man looks down at Jack, thinking he could never call someone like that his father. Jack looks up, a question on his lips. Why did you do it? A woman, enraged, demands, how dare you show disrespect to the Lord? A dog barks somewhere nearby. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing. A voice says, you've come a long way, so why don't we head inside? Jack stands, facing the group. He asks, are you planning on talking here? A glint of steel catches the light, revealing a drawn sword. The woman and two others behind her look shocked, their faces etched with disbelief. The sound of a blade being drawn fills the air. Phelan Valentier's eyes glow with an ominous light, his expression unreadable. A hand grips a cane tightly, energy swirling around it. He sits, a drink in hand, seemingly unbothered by the tension. Phelan states that he doesn't have something like a man of heart right now. Phelan continues, remarking that Jack seems to have a talent for martial arts. Jack drinks from his glass, stating it's just because. The woman in the red cape erupts, calling Jack an impertinent brat and a mere commoner's child. Phelan says he thought Jack was useless, but now sees he has some use to him. Phelan asks Jack if he wants to be acknowledged as his child. Jack replies that he's not the least bit interested in acknowledgement after all this time. Two onlookers watch as Jack turns to leave. Jack, seated, states that he has heard Phelan. Phelan stands over him. The onlookers wonder why he's leaving without getting angry, and why he came in the first place. The woman in the red cape calls Phelan second mother. The man with maroon hair wonders if it's because of Jack. He tells the woman her wrinkles have gotten worse. Though he claims he's not a pervert, seeing her make that face makes him happy. The woman excuses herself, looking distressed as she clutches her necklace. The man with light brown hair winks, wishing her a good evening. He asks that she send his regards to her second child. Oh, what a harmonious family, the text box reads above the building. Jack Valantier, the third young lord, is sentenced to 20 days of solitary confinement. That's what the letter says, as the man holding it is distracted by another man. He wonders if he gets solitary confinement, even though the second child pummeled him. He wonders if he isn't already exiled to this rose garden, and if solitary confinement is on top of that. Is he just forcing him to stay inside? He thinks, with barely a month left of his academy vacation. A hand holds a pen, poised to write something. He exclaims in surprise, sitting before his easel. The academy. He'd almost forgotten it. He reflects that he is 14, attending the kingdom's academy. All noble children of the Teslan kingdom must attend the academy, as long as they are physically able. No one can avoid compulsory education. The official duration for the academy is 4 years. Enrollment is allowed at 14 years of age, so he is in his first year now. It's currently summer vacation after the end of the first semester. Jack thinks to himself, surprised, that he is a student. His master is very closely related to the academy. Even if he skips over everything else, master is the one thing he can't skip over. He can't afford to waste his time arguing with him. He supposes he should go to the academy. There are 27 days left for the vacation, and 20 days of solitary confinement. It takes about 6 days to get to the academy from here. Jack wonders how he endured stuff like this, as he's being told to screw off to the academy once he comes out of solitary confinement. An older man with blonde hair asks Jack if he is finished. Jack asks where the solitary confinement room is. He is questioned about the location of something he has lost. The voice continues, stating that there is only one place in the house that could be called a solitary confinement room. The speaker elaborates, referring to the accommodations for criminals who have committed a crime within the territory. The young master is shocked by the accusation, muttering that it can't be. The other party confirms the accusation with a simple, yet firm, yes. The young master is confronted, his accuser pointing directly at him. From outside, someone shouts in anger, promising retribution. The academy vacation is not a break, but an extension of something else, as Jack Valantier lies in bed, groaning in discomfort. During the vacation, Jack attended social parties almost every day before his head was split open, meeting the vassals while acquainting himself with other nobles. The cold, unyielding bars of a prison cell stand as a stark reminder of his current predicament. Though it's not like he had any interest in the marquis position in the first place, the reality of his situation begins to sink in. It's just what people in the marquisate tell him, a constant echo in his mind. Meanwhile, Jack sits on the edge of the cot, the weight of his isolation pressing down. He has no place anywhere in this marquisate. His expression darkens as he thinks, fucking geezer. He voluntarily headed to the prison before the knights came for him, accepting his fate. His hands clench into fists, a silent display of suppressed anger and frustration. He recalls Ron's face, a mask of sorrow as he witnessed Jack's downfall and imprisonment. The butler's grief, so raw and unexpected, was inexplicably pitiful to behold. A young man, flanked by guards, expresses his embarrassment and bids farewell to someone unseen. Confined to his cell, Jack lies on the bed, lost in thought, trying to make sense of his situation. He wonders if any consideration was given to his comfort, noting the presence of a bed and wash basin, and the fact that he receives 3 meals a day. But what's the point, he thinks, his gaze falling upon a blanket that likely hasn't been washed in centuries. Even the food served is of such poor quality that even the lowliest peasants would refuse to eat it. He has spent the entire day in solitary confinement, lost in thought, but this is simply too much to bear. Nobles who own a territory possess the power to punish the people within that territory as they see fit. The prison looms, a testament to the territorial laws created by the nobles, laws that supersede even those of the kingdom. In other words, a vassal wields the same power as a king within their own domain, their authority absolute. Though he's confined to the prison, the implications of his confinement weigh heavily on his mind. He stands in the shadow of a figure cloaked in red, thinking he should still be his son. Jack Valantier scoffs, thinking it's not like he instigated a rebellion. but his father chose to imprison his own son. The young man sits alone in his cell, wondering if his father will announce that he used poison or a forbidden artifact. He decides that's a bit trivial. The only light in the cell comes from a barred window, as Jack imagines his father would probably cook up a scenario like this. Jack Valantier, the disgrace of the house, is depicted as a chibi figure laughing maniacally, having learned black magic. Due to his own greed, Phelan Valantier is shocked by Jack's actions, pointing and exclaiming in disbelief. The second child, Phelan, who discovered Jack's misdeeds, tried to rectify his little brother, but Jack Valantier refused to listen. Though he suffered a wound to his head, Jack continued his dark practices, ignoring his older brother's warnings. Despite everything, Phelan still forgave his little brother, embracing him with a gentle expression. Jack imagines his father, Master Unknown, is probably in the marquee and his wife's heads, making him sick just thinking about them. Lying chained in his cell, Jack thinks he should just leave after a day or two, unable to waste his precious vacation in a disgusting prison like this. Jack has no love for this estate. Though he wants to leave as soon as possible, there are 3 things on his mind. He lies in bed, thoughts drifting to Ron and his master. And besides all that, he thinks he is currently an extreme weakling. He considers his physical form, 168 centimeters tall and weighing only 55 kilograms. He has no muscles. To him, this world is dictated by only one thing. Only the strong survive, and the weak don't even amount to fertilizer. He survived because he was strong. He obtained everything he ever wanted, though he has no plans to commit a massacre like he did in his past life. He has things he needs to do, and there are more people to take revenge on than he expected. Right now, he needs 2 things, time and power. The Academy will solve both of those things. Time, as he discovers talents to increase his power, and he'll naturally regain the power he had in his past life. If only he could regain his power, then he could protect his master, sister, and Ron. He clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. Then, Jack sits up in his prison bed, a resolve hardening within him. Though he doesn't like it, Jack begins to gather mana. He thinks to himself that he should take what he needs, as a hand gathers a glowing orb of mana. The text describes the levels of mana users, from beginners in the 1/1 to 3/3 circle, to experts in the 4/4 to 6/4 circle, and high circle mana users in the 7/4 to 9/4 circle. The text continues, explaining that those of the 10/4 circle are called masters, as a figure is shown wielding a staff and surrounded by mana. The text explains that they're also called superhumans, as mana crackles across a rocky landscape. Hands gather mana, as a voice thinks that this place away from prying eyes is perfect because he was just in need. Jack gathers mana, as a voice thinks that youth sure is nice to make 1 mana circle. He wonders if it's because he started mana training at 17 years old in the past, as he continues to gather mana. Jack continues to gather mana, his expression focused. A close-up shows hands gathering mana, the energy swirling around them. A child is panicking, thinking that he can't let this be revealed yet. Meanwhile, someone wonders what that sound is, and if the Martianess is here to tell him off, as he hears footsteps. He glances back, a frown creasing his brow as he thinks the sound is too light for what he expects. A long corridor stretches into the distance, lined with cells secured by heavy iron gates. A woman's foot, clad in a dark shoe with a small heel, steps forward, the sound echoing slightly. Jack startles awake, his eyes widening as he sits up in bed, listening intently. His eyes widen further, a look of disbelief washing over his face as he recognizes the voice. The words hang in the air, describing a figure only seen in dreams and past memories. Behind bars, Elizabeth Valantier stares out with wide, fearful eyes, tears welling up. Elizabeth kneels, reaching through the bars to touch Jack's face, asking if he is hurt. Tears stream down Jack's face as he whispers, barely audible, the word sis. The words float on a background of pink petals, describing a kind and beautiful sister. Sunlight streams through the tall, arched window, illuminating the room beyond. A voice calls out, concerned for Jack Valantier's well-being, asking if he's hurt. The speaker reflects on a nickname, one they haven't heard in decades. The young man, face flushed, assures his sister that he is completely fine, despite her worries. The woman, standing near a bookshelf, questions why someone would resort to black magic, reminding them of her offer to teach magic anytime. A hand reaches out, as the person apologizes, suggesting the other should have waited at the academy longer. Jack Valantier's eyes widen as he hears his name, a confused expression on his face. The woman behind bars asks if he is listening, wondering if he is hurt somewhere. A sinister smile spreads across a face as the person denies being hurt, claiming to be just glad. The woman questions the statement, as the young man looks down, seemingly troubled. Tears well in his eyes, but Jack Valantier forces a smile. Behind the bars, Elizabeth Valantier asks if he is all right. Jack confirms he is. Elizabeth suggests they run away, proposing they go somewhere in the forest where nomads live. She imagines starting a farm together, her expression softening as she calls out to Jack. Jack acknowledges how his brother and the second mother treat her, suggesting they abandon it all and live somewhere peacefully. He agrees to find someone good and start a farm, repeating the question as if to convince himself. Instead of enduring everything under the marquee, Elizabeth shouts Jack's name, her expression filled with desperation. Jack flinches, his eyes widening in shock at her outburst. Elizabeth insists that he is their father, no matter what happens. No matter what the world says, he loved their mother and gave birth to them, so she tells him not to say something like that ever again. Elizabeth knows their father despises him, but she will try to change his opinion of him, no matter what. She urges him to endure it for a little longer. The woman smiles softly, a nostalgic expression gracing her features. She muses that she feels as though she's heard this in a past life as well. Two pairs of hands meet, fingers interlacing gently. A voice declares that he's really returned to the past, a statement that elicits a questioning huh. The man smiles, his expression one of genuine happiness. He says he's glad he got to see her again after so long. The woman smiles back, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She playfully calls him a baby, her tone affectionate. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A voice trails off, simply saying then, the man stands before a barred window, looking apologetic. He asks if she could step back for a second, his expression filled with concern. He leans in, peering through the bars with a questioning look. He seems unsure of what he's about to do, but determined nonetheless. The woman looks up at him, a nervous expression on her face. She asks if it's like this, her voice filled with apprehension. He smiles, a determined glint in his eyes, as he holds a glowing object in his hand. He declares that it's perfect. His hand reaches out, touching the barrier with a surge of energy. The air crackles with power as he focuses his intent. He presses against the barrier, the energy intensifying. The barrier glows brighter as he pours his power into breaking it. With a final surge, the barrier shatters, fragments of light scattering into the air. He is broken through. The barrier shatters, and Elizabeth Valentier cries out, surrounded by the remnants of the magical prison. She lies on the cold stone floor of the prison, wondering when she made a circle that would allow her to be freed. A hand reaches down, a silent question hanging in the air. How did he open the prison door? Strong hands lift her, pulling her up from the ground, away from the broken barrier. He embraces her tightly, his face etched with remorse as he whispers, I'm sorry, sis. Jack holds her, concern etched on his face as he asks if she's okay, if she ate anything weird. Elizabeth's eyes widen, a flicker of fear in their depths as she asks if she's really okay. He nods, his expression a mix of relief and lingering worry, offering a simple, yeah. He pulls her close, embracing her tightly, a silent promise of protection in the gesture. Inside the prison, Jack Valentier vows that things will be different this time, that a lot of things will change. He cradles her face, his voice thick with emotion as he insists she doesn't have to sacrifice herself. Jack promises to make it so that she can do anything she wants, his amber eyes filled with determination. The woman embraces the man, holding him close as he stands still. Tears stream down his face, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and terror. From this point on, a new path begins, marked by a singular, terrible truth. A heavy, barred door stands as a grim gateway to the past. From interrogating the fourth Imperial Prince, a revelation surfaces. His sister was taken away in his past life. His fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed rage as the memory resurfaces. That truth was more wretched than he could have ever expected, a burden of knowledge. A figure in a dark hood stands over a man tied to a table, a prisoner of fate. He was made into a monster. The hooded man's eyes widen, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. What, he asks? The worst future shatters before him, reflected in the broken shards of a mirror, of his sister, unbeknownst to the world, that only he knows. Bound and helpless, the man spits out a curse, then a desperate greeting. You fucking bastards. Hi. The hooded man's face contorts with rage, his eyes burning with vengeance. How dare you do that to my sister? Unforgivable. He vows, consumed by fury, that he will never forgive the Tolkien imperial family. His rage echoes with the force of scream. 10 years had passed since he left home at the age of 17, and the world had changed in countless ways. The Valentier house had been destroyed, and Tolkien had become the greatest empire, engulfing the entire western continent. Of course, the Valentier house survived for only a short time in this new world order. Inside a lavish room, servants attend to a woman seated on a red sofa, the scene a stark contrast to the empire's rise and the Valentier's fall. The woman's eyes widen in shock, her voice trembling as she demands to know if her family is imprisoned. The teacup shatters against the floor, mirroring the shattering of her world. Her sister, who was the wife of Tolkien's fourth Imperial Prince at the time, begged him. The woman, kneeling and desperate, begs a man with white hair to spare her family. The man gazes at a portrait, thinking of his sister, who wasn't even a legal wife. The woman screams, warning someone not to annoy her with such things. She lay prone, the fourth imperial prince unmoved by her desperate entreaty. Elizabeth Valentier refused to yield, her voice cracking as she begged for mercy in the downpour. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the rain as she continued her vigil. The emperor, witnessing her unwavering resolve, finally granted her request, alongside the fourth imperial prince. Her small hands were clasped within larger ones, a gesture of acceptance. That tale of her unwavering devotion became a legend whispered across the continent. Yet, from that moment forward, the future held a darkness known only to a select few. Meanwhile, a grand estate stood, a testament to power and influence. Inside, a chandelier sparkled, its light reflecting off polished surfaces. Elizabeth Valentier, as the representative of her house, received thanks from the white-haired man, who admitted he didn't know how to repay her. A sharp intake of breath, a gasp of realization. A man's voice, laced with warning, declared that she seemed to be misunderstanding something. She is seized roughly by Phelan Valentier, his grip tight on her arm as he warns her not to cross him. Others watch the exchange, murmuring. Phelan's face contorts with a menacing smile as he demands Elizabeth listen to him. His words carry a weight of threat and possessiveness. The narrative shifts to a doll, a representation of his sister, who became the fourth imperial prince's toy. She was treated like a servant by the crown prince. In that situation, the women of the court stand by, their faces obscured, their expressions unreadable as they witness the sister's plight. The scene shows the sister lying prone, defeated. There was no way the legal wives, envious of her, would stand idly by as she suffered. The prince abandoned his sister after growing bored, as she was imprisoned in an outhouse by the legal wives, a testament to their cruelty. A close-up reveals the sister's face contorted in anguish, her mouth agape in a silent scream of despair and torment. Meanwhile, after hearing that story, he turned into a monster. The scene shows a destroyed building, a testament to the rage that consumed him. Everything that had the name Tolkien was targeted. The sky is filled with birds, perhaps carrion birds, circling the destruction. As long as they had even the slightest connection to them, he annihilated them. Silhouettes of the empress, the imperial princess, and others are shown. He even destroyed the families that were connected to them, annihilating anyone that shared even the slightest bloodline with them, consumed by rage. To eliminate even the slightest trace that they existed in this world, a teddy bear lies discarded on the ground, a symbol of innocence lost. He clasps Elizabeth's hands, a somber expression on his face. However, he thinks the future is too wretched. Elizabeth asks Jack to take care of himself, promising to put in a good word with their father. The person listening to Elizabeth's request seems to be in disbelief, questioning if it's okay. The individual responds with reassurance, telling the other not to worry about it. Meanwhile, the city sleeps under a blanket of stars, the grand buildings standing silent watch. The sound of footsteps echoes as the child's transformation becomes apparent. The figure lies prone, a stark contrast to who they used to be, someone who hid and avoided others. Standing by the window, the woman wonders if this change is for the better. The woman looks up, contemplating Jack's use of black magic and its implications. She reflects on the impossibility of concealing black magic from her father, a 7-4 circle user. Even a 6-4 circle user like herself couldn't sense it. The woman believes the Marquise's influence is behind recent events as she stands before a closed door. A plea echoes from a room filled with books to release Jack from prison. She stands in a library, listening to Phelan, who sits with a dog-like creature at his feet. He questions why Jack didn't learn black magic. Elizabeth reflects on the nature of black magic, considering it a mere legend. She doubts a young child could master something so obscure. Elsewhere, the white-haired man sips his tea, contemplating the need to reveal the true reason to the public. He believes it's become a problem. The white-haired man continues to drink his tea, while in the background, Elizabeth and Phelan remain in the library, deep in conversation. The white-haired man states that Jack has no interest in the Marquis position, addressing someone he calls father. Elizabeth looks down, her expression unreadable as she considers the implications of the conversation around her. A silent realization dawns on someone, the unspoken words echoing. This must be a warning for me. The white-haired man sets down his teacup, a subtle gesture that hints at a deeper, unspoken meaning behind his words. A smirk plays on the white-haired man's lips as he acknowledges someone's intelligence, deeming them not bad. Elizabeth stands alone, chains encircling her feet as she reflects on her role as a tool to elevate the Marquis house. She understands her fate. A disembodied voice declares that this is a warning toward her, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Phelan reminds Elizabeth that the youngest is not fit for their house, implying she either accepts or rejects her own fate. Phelan Valentier explains that when the person in question comes of age, they will officially be considered dead. He plans to let them live normally while hiding their identity. Elizabeth Valentier is taken aback by Phelan's words. Her eyes widen, and she asks if what she heard is true, clearly shocked by the revelation. A large dog is present, listening intently. Someone in the background confirms something, reminding the dog not to forget its duty in the future. Elizabeth Valentier looks at the dog with concern, asking it not to worry. She seems to be trying to reassure the creature, despite her own distress. Elizabeth Valentier stands with Phelan Valentier, contemplating the strangeness of recent events. She reflects on the Circle-less youngest defeating the second child, who is a 3/3 circle. A flashback effect appears, as Elizabeth Valentier questions what she saw earlier. The memory seems to be troubling her, causing her distress. The white-haired man sips from a cup, stating that the past doesn't matter. He adds that, as requested, he will let him out, implying he is releasing someone from confinement. Elizabeth Valentier bows her head, thanking Phelan Valentier. She then asks to be excused, and he grants her permission to go and rest. Meanwhile, a door closes with a soft thud, the sound echoing in the quiet space. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. The white-haired man watches as Elizabeth Valentier walks through a doorway. His expression is unreadable as he observes her departure. Elizabeth Valentier stands alone, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Her face is etched with worry and fear, her eyes downcast. Two figures are shown with expressions of worry and concern. They question whether they should run away, suggesting a desperate situation. She covers her face, overwhelmed by the weight of Phelan's words. It's impossible, she thinks, to escape the fate that has already been decided for her, that there's no way to run from it. High above, birds circle the castle's ancient stone walls. Jack stretches languidly, a yawn escaping his lips as he awakens. He wonders if the strange events of last night are the cause, but it feels more like a dream from a past life. Jack sits up in bed, musing that he must be sleeping somewhere else, as he had such a bad dream. A knight stands outside the cell, informing the third young lord that he is being released, and asks if Jack can hear him. Jack's expression hardens, noting the knight's informal speech. Jack remarks that the place was quite cozy, and, as someone who's dominated the world, he can't be narrow-minded. The knight presents Jack with his shoes and clothes, and Jack thanks him for getting them for him. Suddenly, a hand roughly grabs Jack's arm. Jack's eyes widen, demanding to be let go, and stating that he knows he's quite disrespected, but this is... The soldier's expression is one of thinly veiled contempt. He finds it surprising that a mere soldier would dare show disdain. The soldier's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he stares down at Jack. The soldier questions if Jack thinks they are equals, but Jack denies it, trailing off with uncertainty. The soldier's words are not what he means to say, as his fist clenches, ready to strike. Jack, visibly angered by the soldier's disrespect, asks if he thinks they are friends. A burst of energy erupts, the soldier screaming in pain. Meanwhile, a grand building stands tall against a clear sky, surrounded by lush greenery. He approaches the entrance, his red coat billowing behind him as he ascends the steps. Jack turns his head slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as he hears someone call out, "Master." Butler Ron greets Jack with a warm smile, relieved to see him back. Ron fusses over Jack, asking if he's hurt, but Jack insists he's completely fine. The ornate brooch gleams against the dark fabric of the suit. The young master is comforted, though blood stains his shirt. The man in the suit assures him it is not his blood, urging him to calm down. The young master speaks, his expression troubled. He wonders aloud if there are more people present now. Indeed, 10-foot soldiers and one page from the Iron Blood Knight Order have been assigned to them. The young master wonders if the knight is the page from the Iron Blood Knight Order. The knight's armored hand rests on his sword. He confirms that the young master is correct. The young master looks at the knight, pity in his eyes. He thinks of the dreams and plans the knight had when he became a knight. The knight speaks, assuming he had no dreams of taking care of him. He admits he can't help but feel bad for him. The knight's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He realizes the young master must have found out what he did in the prison. The knight stands before the young master, awaiting his judgment. The young master addresses him as Third Young Lord. The knight's expression is pained. He asks the young master to tell him what happened in the prison, if it's not too much. The young master is surprised by the knight's politeness. He thinks to himself that the knight is a lot more polite than he expected. He looks down, a troubled expression etched on his face as he speaks of a report he was given. The words hang heavy in the air, referencing the gruesome loss of a guard's fingers and his right eye. Ron, his brow furrowed with concern, questions the knight, pressing him to explain his actions. He can't believe the young master would do such a thing. Sir, taken aback by the accusation, looks up, his expression hardening. He mutters under his breath, calling someone a son of a bitch. Ron comforts the master, his hand gently placed on his shoulder. He questions the knight's choice of words, finding them inappropriate for the situation. Ron's gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with an inner light. He analyzes the knight, sensing his sensitivity to mana and scrutinizing his body movements. The focus shifts to the knight's armored feet, Ron noting his stance and deducing that he is about a 4/4 circle mage. The knight's eyes dart to the side, a flicker of thought crossing his face. He considers something, comparing it to a dog of mantis. Ron and the master react to the knight's words, finding them harsh. Ron defends the master, questioning what's so bad about calling a dog a dog. The master looks up at the knight, his expression firm. He reminds him that his only duty is to stay by his side and protect him. A close-up of a mouth reveals a harsh tone, suggesting that the knight can clean up the mess afterwards. The knight responds, his voice laced with sarcasm, telling someone not to talk about rights to him. He is reminded that he wanted to become an official knight. The unseen figure berates him for making a mess despite being given a mission to observe. The new knight, looking down, offers a simple apology for his perceived failure. The master, with Ron standing beside him, remarks that at least the dog knows how to think, though the meaning behind the statement remains unclear. The master states he is too lazy to keep talking. He instructs Ron to report back after the new knight settles the matter on his own. Ron, on the phone, is told to complain to the Marquis if he has complaints. He is also told to come running whenever he is called. The master tells Ron to leave. Ron looks back at the master with a concerned expression. The master and Ron walk away, their figures receding into the distance. Meanwhile, the new knight is surrounded by chicks, their chirping filling the air as he stands silently in his armor. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Ron's attire, focusing on the chain and fabric of his vest. The master tells Ron that he is craving some meat today. Ron listens attentively, his expression unreadable. Ron responds to the master, stating that he will prepare it for him immediately as they stand before a grand building. The scene shifts to an interior view, showcasing ornate windows and elegant curtains, hinting at the opulence within. He holds a piece of meat on a fork, a heart floating in his thought bubble as he gazes at the spread before him. A chibi version of someone happily devours a meal, knives and forks at the ready. The master sits, listening to Ron, who stand behind him. Ron beams, declaring that he is flattered by the master's praise of his cooking skills. The master, looking slightly annoyed, tells Ron to say what he wants to say instead of staring at him like a carp. Ron eats the meat from his fork. The master crosses his arms, stating that it is nothing. Ron's hand is visible, holding a fork. A fork pierces a piece of meat, ready to be eaten. The master offers the meat to Ron. Ron smiles, holding a piece of meat on a fork. He asks the master if he isn't hungry and suggests they eat together, as there's plenty. Butler Ron holds out a small, ornate object, inquiring if the young lord is hungry. He assures him there is plenty of food to share. Ron's expression is unreadable, his eyes downcast as he awaits the young lord's response to his offer. The butler's face is etched with a deep conflict, as he wonders how he could dare to share a meal with the young lord. The young lord gestures emphatically, commanding Ron to sit down, stating that he has something important to discuss. Ron bows his head slightly, acknowledging the young lord's command. He agrees to sit if that is what he wishes. The young lord, seated at the table, inquires about the well-being of Lady Elizabeth, asking Ron how his sister has been lately. Ron replies that she is as usual. The young lord's expression is unreadable as he looks to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips. A close-up reveals a fork twirling a generous portion of pasta, as the young lord chides Ron, stating that he is not an idiot. Ron, his face etched with concern, responds with a questioning pardon, as he is told that he, of all people, should know how much his sister is suffering. He savors the taste, knowing what he is consuming. The new knight sits across from Ron, the two of them in quiet discussion. The young lord's expression is thoughtful, his eyes downcast. A voice from the past echoes, praising his cooking skills. A kitchen is shown. For what he can remember, in his younger days, a pot of soup simmers. The reason why he could enjoy his meals without a care in the world is revealed. The young lord, in his youth, stands in the kitchen, always checking whether any of the ingredients were poisoned or not. The young lord knew that much, but that's not the only thing he knew. He wants to see. The young lord is asked if he's a 9/4 circle mage right now. The young lord's eyes shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. The young lord states that as someone who stood by his mother's side, he may know. The young lord admits he doesn't know what kind of person his biological mother was, since she passed away when he was born, but seeing his sister, who people say resembles his mother, she must have been a good person. He sits across from Ron, listening intently to what the butler has to say. Ron states that this is what he truly feels. The young lord sits at the table, a spread of food between them. He asks if Ron protected his mother from the sidelines. A hand lifts a teacup, the liquid inside swirling gently as it's brought closer. The young lord recalls that her escort was a 9/4 circle mage, a detail that seems to weigh heavily on his mind. Holding the cup, he muses that if this were a novel, he would have thrown the book away, complaining about the lack of realism. The young lord, holding the cup, states that it actually happened, a somber realization washing over him. Meanwhile, rain lashes down upon a forest, blurring the landscape into a wash of gray and green. Hooves pound the earth as a horse gallops through the downpour. A memory surfaces, When he ran away from the Marquis house in his past life, he wasn't alone. Two figures on horseback ride away, while being chased by the pursuers sent by his father. Tears stream down the young lord's face as he rides, the rain mixing with his sorrow. The Marquis sent pursuers to kill his own son. The pursuers were probably members of the Iron Blood Knight Order, just like the chick he saw earlier. The captain of the Knight Order at the time was a 9/4 circle swordsman, a formidable foe in the Marquis' service. A memory surfaces, a cloaked figure, tears streaming down his face, cries out. Another image flashes. Someone sacrificed himself, a desperate act of protection. The vision shifts, showing a knight on horseback, charging into a scene of chaos. The knight, his face contorted in anguish, bellows Ron's name into the storm. At a time, the memory fades, leaving only the echo of past events. Seated at a table, the young master admits his fear upon learning Ron was once his mother's guardian, a ninth circle mage. He wonders aloud if his mother was truly a commoner, a secret the Marquis never knew. The young master suspects his mother probably didn't even tell Ron of protecting herself. The young master resolves to continue living without knowing, focusing on the present. The young master is asked what he wants. He declares he trusts no one but Ron and his sister. He commands Ron to protect Lady Elizabeth, who reached the 6th circle at 18, though she is more than capable of protecting herself. Ron shakes his head, thinking that she's excessively kind and sacrificing herself is nothing to her. Sacrificing herself for her family and the house. That's not how she should live. It's how the Marquis should live. He plans on heading to the academy as soon as tomorrow, and he won't come back unless it's something serious. Just 4 years, he thinks, asking that someone stay with his sister during that time. And after that, he can live his life. The young master wonders aloud about his life. Not the life of always hiding behind him, but finding what he himself wants to do. But why 4 years, he wonders. He vows that he can protect his sister in 4 years. But from who? The third young lord asks to be excused. Ron thinks to himself, well, of course. Ron exclaims, damn it. He thinks to himself that this was an important moment and tells someone to come in. The door slides open. The third young lord reports that he will make his report. He explains that the guard was given first aid and sent for treatment. The third young lord asks if that is it. The third young lord exclaims, ah, yes. He explains that the guard accidentally cut off his own fingers while he was training and dropped his dagger. That dropped dagger unfortunately stabbed his eye. Ron tells the third young lord, new night, good work. Since he's the Marquis' dog, should he give him the leftover bones? The third young lord replies that he's okay. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he declares his name, James Canta. Ron rolls his eyes, unimpressed by the knight's outburst. Whatever, he mutters. The butler requests swords for training. He wants one real sword and one wooden sword. James Canta scowls, his armored shoulders rising with indignation. He declares that running errands is not his job. Ron holds up a fork, his expression challenging. He questions the knight's pride. The butler offers the knight a chance to vent his anger. He looks up at James Canta, addressing him as young master. Ron asks if James Canta is serious, showing his hand. He suggests that the knight can beat the hell out of him in a duel. James Canta is taken aback by the butler's proposition. He asks if Ron is telling him to become his swordsmanship teacher. Ron smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he covers his mouth with his hand. Ron stands before a grand building, declaring that the knight's words are the third most hilarious thing he's ever heard. He repeats his demand, just go bring him a sword. A voice echoes, tinged with concern, inquiring about someone's well-being, wondering what they will be all right with. At the table, Butler Ron watches Jack Valentier eat and asks if he is sure he can do this, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Ron proposes a bet, suggesting it only if Jack were to get hurt, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as he awaits Jack's response. Elsewhere, the new knight, James Canta, stands in his armor, contemplating whether he can beat that chick or not, his brow furrowed in concentration. The character from the beginning looks on with a worried expression, his hand raised to his mouth as if stifling a gasp. Ron suggests a different wager, proposing they bet on how many hits Jack receives, his gloved hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. Jack, a wide grin spreading across his face, finds the idea fun and asks what Ron wants to bet, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ron, with a concerned expression, notes that the knight is on an entirely different level and wonders if Jack is seriously going to do this. Jack, a sly grin on his face, declares that they should do this, stating that if he gets hit even once during the duel, Ron wins. Ron, leaning back, proposes that the loser grants the winner's wish, his expression suggesting he has something specific in mind. He listens intently, his expression shifting from concern to resolve. He's being asked for something. Ron holds a fork, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. I'm this manor's servant. After all, he thinks. He recalls his own words. There are only 2 people in this Marquis house he trusts. His sister's one of them. Jack sits across from him, watching with amusement. Ron thinks to himself that it's bad manners to point at someone with a fork. The vampire smiles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He calls Ron young master. Ron's face betrays his enjoyment, despite his complaints. He knows Jack is teasing him, and he seems to revel in it. The chandelier hangs silently as Ron considers the request. He believes Jack is misunderstanding something. Ron smiles slyly, his hands clasped together. He doesn't order around the people he trusts. He asks them for a favor. Jack's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears the request. Ron rests his chin on his hands, a picture of innocent charm. He says that it's hard for him to refuse. Meanwhile, a gauntlet-clad fist pounds urgently on a door, the sound echoing through the halls. The armored legs stand firm, braced for whatever lies behind the door. The pounding continues. He kneels, the third young lord begging Ron's forgiveness for his earlier rudeness. He offers himself as a sparring partner. Ron considers James Canta's offer, thinking that there are countless people who disrespect him to his face. He asks James Canta to reconsider what he said earlier. The knight looks down, his expression troubled. He thinks that indirect humiliation and laying a hand on him directly are completely different. Ron observes that James Canta is kneeling and saying this nonsense. He then asks if he wants to go somewhere no one can see them. James Canta's brow furrows, his eyes widening slightly. He wonders if Ron's offer could be genuine. Ron smiles slyly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He asks James Canta if he's afraid of losing to him. James Canta stands, his expression hardening. He declares that he is not afraid, and Ron asks if that is so. Ron smirks, stating that he guesses James Canta is confident he'll beat the shit out of him. He observes that James Canta's face says it all. Ron asks if James Canta knows of a place where they can train and remain unseen. James Canta responds with a simple HM. Meanwhile, the scene fades to black. A rack of swords stands ready. Someone exclaims, "Whoa." Ron remarks that he never knew they had a place like this in their basement. He stands with James Canta in what appears to be a training room. He stands in the training room as Ron limbers up, preparing for their sparring session. Ron is asked if this is where he trains, but he denies it. It was a place Lady Noah made for her children. Looking up at James Canta, Ron reflects on the space. He seems to be lost in thought. The training room is immaculate, despite its age. Someone must be cleaning it regularly. James Canta thanks Ron for keeping the space so clean. Ron smiles, seemingly pleased by the compliment. Ron's smile widens, a subtle hint of pride in his work evident on his face. A gloved hand extends, ready to receive the requested weapon. James Canta orders Ron to hand over the wooden sword. Ron acknowledges the request, addressing him as Third Young Lord. Ron is told to start with the wooden swords. He presents one to James Canta, a slight tremor in his hand. The grip tightens around the wooden sword, anticipation building for the upcoming spar. Ron holds the sword, thinking about his past life and the countless lives he has taken. Ron is complimented on his swordsmanship. He smiles, acknowledging the praise with a hint of sarcasm. He swings the wooden sword, declaring that even practice should be taken seriously. Ron prepares to meet the blow. The force of the swing pushes against Ron's block, but the butler stands firm. The wooden swords collide with a resounding crack, the impact reverberating through the training room. James continues to press his attack, putting his full weight behind each strike. Ron easily deflects the strikes, thinking to himself that his opponent is still a novice. He decides to simply scare the young lord a bit. The wooden sword connects, and James' eyes widen in surprise as the blow lands. The force of the impact sends James flying backwards, his body twisting in the air. A look of shock washes over James' face as he realizes the force of the blow. Ron watches as James is sent flying, wondering if he hit him too hard. Someone else cries out in alarm, calling out to the young master. James lies sprawled on the ground as Ron stands over him, pointing the wooden sword down at him. James thinks that he would be dead if it was a real sword. James, still on the ground, wonders where Ron learned to move like that, remembering that he is the third young lord. The question lingers, was it truly not his first time holding a sword? The young master covers his mouth with a gloved hand, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he has just witnessed. Even if he had only smacked it lightly, there's no way it would have felt light, according to his expectations, as he swings the sword. The sword connects with a resounding crash, the impact echoing through the training yard. The knight, clad in shining armor, lies prone on the ground, defeated. It should have ended like this. With a fierce cry, Jack Valandier brings his sword down in a sweeping arc. His amber eyes blazing with determination, Jack's expression hardens as he prepares to strike the final blow. The movements are perfect as Jack brings his sword down on the fallen knight. The knight's perfect attacks and evasions have failed him, and he looks on in shock, sure that if he was holding a real sword, the page may have died. Jack stands over the defeated knight, his sword raised high, the victor in this unexpected duel. Just what in the world has happened to the young master? Butler Ron wonders, his gloved hand raised to his chin. The butler's expression darkens as he considers James Canta's swordsmanship, or rather, the lack thereof. Is this what one calls a genius? Butler Ron closes his eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he silently refutes his own thoughts. No. James Kanta, the new knight, smirks, his eyes gleaming with a confidence that borders on arrogance. Not even a genius would be this skilled. The knight asks if James Kanta is in his mid-20s, to which he confirms he is exactly 23 years old. The knight then asks when he started training with Manhwa. Meanwhile, James Kanta recalls starting at 18, a memory that elicits a surprised reaction from an unseen observer. He then reached the 4/4 circle in 5 years. The 4/4 circle at 23 years of age is a feat to behold. Considering he started late, he has some useful talent. The new knight's eyes narrow, a spark of curiosity igniting within them. Let's see. The unseen observer muses that James Kanta could even reach the 8/4 circle. No, 7/4 circle. He could even aim for the Knight Order captain position in a noble family's Knight Order, the observer thinks. The third young lord is addressed as a sword is thrown to the ground. The new knight looks down at James Kanta. A hand reaches down to pick up the sword, a voice declaring, "Isn't this hilarious?" A discarded sword lies on the ground, a silent testament to wasted potential. The new knight, James Kanta, grips his own blade, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He finds himself growing fond of this situation. Butler Ron, clad in shining armor, warns James Kanta against recklessness. The new knight seems taken aback by the butler's concern. The warning only amuses James Kanta, who throws his head back and laughs. The new knight's laughter intensifies, a manic edge creeping into his voice. His eyes gleaming with dark amusement, James Kanta dismisses Ron with a single, contemptuous word. Towering over the armored butler, James Kanta offers a chilling warning. Ron, lying on the ground, analyzes the situation, considering the fine line between confidence and arrogance. Butler Ron, his expression grim, grips his sword tightly, preparing to act. Ron's eyes narrow, a silent promise of retaliation forming on his face. James Kanta, with a sneer, belittles the butler, provoking him further with a dismissive gesture. Steel clashes against steel as the new knight and Butler Ron finally engage in combat. With a predatory leap, James Kanta mocks Ron's perceived weakness, declaring him nothing more than a page. The sound of steel on steel echoes as the swords meet. James Kanta is sent sprawling, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet. His sword clatters to the ground, skidding away from his grasp. Jack Stewart watches with a smile, remarking that James has died twice today. The armored knight looks up from the ground, utterly shocked by the display. Jack explains that he simply changed the direction of the sword the moment they clashed. The protagonist elaborates, calling it an advanced technique and asking if James wants to see it. Sweat beads on James Kanta's brow as he struggles to comprehend the skill on display. The knight rises, declaring he'll use a real sword this time, to which Jack replies with a nonchalant, "Ah, sure." Jack calls for Ron, and the butler responds, addressing him as young master. Jack smiles triumphantly, announcing that he won the bet. Meanwhile, a girl in a flower-adorned dress stands in a garden, hoping her wish will be granted. Ron's expression hardens, his usual sly smile replaced by a grim line. The butler's eyes narrow, a steely resolve settling over his features. He vows to put his life on the line. Meanwhile, James Kanta, the third young lord, faces Jack, declaring this time will be different. Jack wonders what he means. Jack's eyes glow with power as he prepares to use mana. He smirks, knowing he has an advantage. The vampire's smirk widens, his confidence growing as he channels his energy. With a burst of speed, Jack closes the distance, his sword crackling with blue energy as he strikes. The force of the blow sends James Kanta reeling, the impact echoing through the air. Swords clash, the air shimmering with magical energy as the two blades meet in a shower of sparks. James Kanta cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony as the energy surges through him. The knight can only watch in disbelief as his sword shatters under the force of Jack's attack. With a final, desperate gasp, James Kanta collapses to the ground, defeated and broken. Jack stands over his fallen opponent, the battle concluded with a decisive victory. He stands over James Kanta, his sword still glowing with power. The knight lies defeated at Jack's feet. James Kanta, struggling to comprehend his defeat, can only mutter about the impossible power of a first circle mage. The young man watches, his expression a mix of disbelief and awe at the display of power before him. The narrator observes that James Kanta's confusion is understandable, given the circumstances of his defeat. It's actually quite simple, the narrator explains, describing how mana can be focused to increase physical capabilities. The narrator continues, explaining that Jack focused his mana onto one region. James Kanta is asked if he really has to become an official knight. James Kanta, still on the ground, wonders what else he could possibly be if not an official knight. Meanwhile, Jack stands in a room, a loyal hound at his side, as someone asks him what he wants. The hound receives affection, a hand gently stroking its head, confirming its status as a very loyal companion. James Canta, still prone, can only utter a disbelieving pardon as he struggles to process the situation. The young man is told that he should become a hound that only follows orders. The narrator states that he'll be able to live a much more entertaining life than an official knight would. James Canta, the new knight, listens to the offer, his expression a mix of apprehension and curiosity as he considers the implications of becoming a hound. The master's eyes glow with an unnatural light, a silent promise of power and authority hanging in the air. Ron watches the knight, who seems to be thinking about what he would gain from this deal. He seems to be considering the offer. The promise of power hangs in the air, a tempting offer of authority for the one who becomes the master's hound. The new knight, pinned beneath a boot, is asked what a hound does, the question dripping with condescension. The man standing over James explains that a hound assassinates those who get in the way and protects him. James's eyes widen in a mix of shock and dawning understanding. The knight questions who he would have to assassinate, his expression a mask of confusion and concern. The boot presses down harder, the unseen figure demanding that James think about it on his own. Meanwhile, Jack Valandier sits up in bed, contemplating the obvious target against someone like him. He is given one day to make the right decision, as a blade hovers menacingly above him. The third young lord acknowledges the threat, referring to someone as a little chick. The master is being reckless, but someone is concerned about his behavior. The man drinking from the glass is asked if he trusts that page. James Canta says of course not, as butler Ron stands behind him, mentioning that what he said earlier may reach the Marchioness's ears. The third young lord smiles as he holds the glass of red liquid. Butler Ron thinks that this is not the time to laugh, and that the Marchioness must be waiting for a chance. He thinks if she finds out that he is leaving tomorrow, there's no telling what could happen. A candle burns as someone asks if they aren't worried. James Canta wants to, but she can't because of what happened a few days ago. His beloved brother is still terrified of the water. Since the Marquis is keeping his eyes wide open, they still need her to keep her sister under submission. Killing her in a situation like this? She may. The man asks if he is certain, and if the Marquis would let her do that. He thinks she'd probably stop at something like trying to break his limbs. He wonders how she could possibly kill him. A sinister smile spreads across his face, revealing sharp teeth. A hand carefully pours a viscous, red liquid into a waiting glass. The glass is now filled with a swirling, crimson substance. Is the Marchioness truly just a mere threat? Illustrations depict powerful figures. The Harpy Lord, radiant with wings, and the Orc Lord, stoic and imposing. The reclining figure muses on the fact that even the Dragon Lord couldn't kill him, but wonders about a woman like the Marchioness. The young master expresses his gratitude for the massage, admitting he's aching all over from a lack of exercise. Ron welcomes him. Butler Ron places a hand on the shoulder of Master Unknown, who calls out to him, seeking his attention. Master Unknown declares that he will never die, so long as he doesn't choose death himself. Ron looks on with concern as Master Unknown makes his bold declaration, and the young master seems to be in high spirits. Master Unknown smiles slyly at Ron, his expression hinting at a hidden agenda. Ron turns to leave, but Master Unknown asks if he isn't coming with him. Ron curtly replies, no. Master Unknown insists that Ron cannot come with him, demanding that he swear to secretly follow him. He agrees to the master's request, bowing his head slightly in deference. Ron confirms his understanding with a quiet, yes, sir. The ornate hallway stands silent, the only sound the faint echo of their voices. The heavy door creaks slightly, a subtle disturbance in the otherwise still scene. Master Unknown, reclining in a chaise lounge near a large bathtub, confirms that he will be making his second circle. He asks Ron if he needs anything else. Turning away, the master states that he will be making his second circle. He instructs Ron to ensure that no one enters his room during this time. Ron's expression shifts to concern as he contemplates the implications of the second circle. He wonders if it is not such an easy thing to do. A chibi version of Ron appears, a question mark floating above his head. He thinks to himself that it is easy for him, though. Ron, looking surprised, leans forward slightly. He seems to have heard something unexpected, prompting him to ask for a pardon. Ron agrees to be right there for the young master. He seems to understand the gravity of the situation, though he is still processing the information. Meanwhile, a knight clad in armor walks forward, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. He is confident that he is a third circle mage. The knight, identified as the third young lord, looks annoyed. He thinks that the proposal to have him become someone's hound is absurd. It's noted that he is not backed by the Mantis House like the second young lord, nor does he have vassals to support him in his endeavors. The third young lord stands alone in a grand hall, the text stating that he has nothing. He seems to be contemplating his situation. He commands someone to become a hound that only follows his orders. James Canta believes this will be a more entertaining life than an official knight would allow. No, he thinks he was swept along too far by a child's words. The new knight kneels, tears welling in his eyes as he reflects on his situation. One of the maids suggests that she should tell the Marchioness about the third young lord's martial talent. She also wants to reveal their conversation in the basement. Two maids eavesdrop from around the corner. They overhear something shocking, and one exclaims that this is a chance. That knight seems to be in a good mood, he thinks. James Canna sees this as a chance for him to stand out to the Marquis. No matter how much of a genius the third young lord is, he thinks he can't beat the Marquis house unless he's a monster. James Canna grits his teeth, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. It's common sense, the text declares, a simple truth that seems to hang heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a lavish room is decorated in shades of pink and white, with ornate furniture and delicate details. A voice declares that her mother, who is nothing but a mere commoner, gave her a chance. The speaker's hands are bound with delicate lace. Talent? Disposition of an archmage? What's so important about those things? A voice wonders as a hand grips a glass of red liquid. Elizabeth, as long as you're that woman's daughter, nothing else but your face is good about you, a voice says. The woman sits in a chair, looking dejected. Despite the harsh words, the woman's eyes harden with resolve. She will not be broken by their scorn. She holds two glasses, the red liquid inside catching the light. Sweet, she says, before offering one to Elizabeth. Would you like a glass, Elizabeth? A disembodied voice echoes, urging someone to not be shy. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The wine swirls in the glass, untouched for the moment. Elizabeth Valentier, seated regally, questions the girl before her. How could she dare drink in front of her mother? Ignoring the question, the girl raises the glass to her lips, drinking deeply. The eldest son of the Malone Duke house seems interested in the girl. The second son of the assembled Duke house seems interested as well. Elizabeth scoffs, dismissing the girl's suitors. A mere second son, she thinks. Elizabeth's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in her gaze. She'll keep looking for marriage partners, so make sure you... The girl's eyes widen, startled by the implication. Or could it be that she has someone she's interested in? No, there's no one like that. Elizabeth warns the girl that if she did have someone, they would disappear without a trace. Elizabeth smirks, amused by the girl's reaction. All right, the youngest seem to be thinking of something very... The girl's eyes widen in shock, her face a mask of surprise. Pardon? Two armored knights stand in a hallway, discussing a failed attempt. One speculates that someone tried to turn one of their pages. Elsewhere, a knight lies in bed, supported by pillows. Another knight stands guard, a silent sentinel over his charge. He remarks that the knight is being supported by his son. A pair of hands clench tightly, the knuckles white against the delicate fabric of a dress. The tension is palpable. Elizabeth Valentier throws her head back, a manic laugh escaping her lips. She seems to find the situation deeply amusing. Elizabeth's expression hardens as she speaks, her words laced with disdain. She scoffs at the idea of someone trying to eliminate her with someone like the girl. The girl in the garden looks down, her expression a mix of sadness and resignation. She knows the reason why he started to have those thoughts is all because of her and her father. The girl in the garden tries to restrain herself, but the pressure is building. She understands that if she doesn't, the pressure towards Jack will become even. Elizabeth, seated now, sighs, claiming her tummy hurts from all the laughing. She expresses her gladness that the girl is understanding, at least. Elizabeth rises, her tone turning ominous. She tells the girl to just keep doing what she's been doing, and that she'll say this just in case. A hand rests on the girl's shoulder, a silent warning. The girl's eyes widen with fear as she anticipates what's coming. Elizabeth Valentier grips the girl's face, her expression cold and menacing. She warns that if she ever shows interest in another man, or anything of that sort. A close-up of Elizabeth's face reveals a cruel smile. She asks the girl if she knows what will happen, right? The girl in the garden trembles, her eyes wide with fear as an unseen presence looms over her. She can only manage a soft, whispered response. The world around her seems to blur, the pressure mounting as she struggles to maintain her composure. A voice assures her that everything will be all right, but the girl's fear is palpable. Elizabeth praises the girl for being sweet, reminding her that it will soon be time for their meal and urging her to hurry down. The girl in the garden sits rigidly in her chair, her expression unreadable as she awaits the next command. The sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the tension brewing within the mansion. Elaborate dishes are prepared, each a culinary masterpiece, yet the atmosphere remains heavy with unspoken words. The dinner table is set, the scene is ready, but the mood is far from celebratory as the family gathers for their evening meal. The ornate doorway stands as a silent observer, the weight of the mansion's secrets pressing down on all within. A man with a head bandage speaks to a woman, his expression troubled as he mutters a quiet, "Geez." Another man wonders aloud why the mood is so somber at the dinner table, questioning if the nation is doomed. She cries out, seemingly in distress. Ron looks on with a concerned expression, his brow furrowed as he watches her. The young lord of the Marquis house gestures grandly, confident that there should be a place for him at the table. He muses that he should have a meal with his family at least once. Mana circulation within the body is visualized, the text explaining that this process can greatly affect one's physical abilities. The image highlights how mana can heighten one's senses and intelligence. The man's face contorted in concentration as he focuses his power. Mana also grants strength, the figures intertwined and glowing with power, showcasing the physical enhancement it provides. The second method involves injecting mana into a systematic formula and materializing it, the tools and ingredients laid out meticulously. Hellfire serves as an example of this materialized mana, the figure engulfed in flames and radiating intense heat. Ron, a 9/4 circle mage, stands beside Chick, a 4/4 circle swordsman, the text explaining that this is the reason why they are together. Though he is a swordsman, it's not like he can't use magic, the character thinking to himself as he looks up at the light. The swordsman's eyes are shown in close-up, revealing a hint of something brewing beneath the surface. He sits, cross-legged, a faint blue glow emanating from his hands. Butler Ron observes the young master, a slight tilt to his head. He asks what Jack is staring at. Ron reflects on the time it took him to achieve the 2-second circle, a mere 2 months. Jack lies in bed, musing that it usually takes several months for a 1/1 circle. He realizes that Ron only took 2 months, impressed by the butler's speed. Ron thinks to himself that Jack shouldn't be hearing that from someone who became a 2-second circle mana user in 5 hours. Jack asks what time it is. Ron checks his pocket watch, informing the young master that it's 5:48 p.m. Jack sits up abruptly, shocked that so much time has passed already. He realizes it's time for dinner. Ron asks if he should prepare a steak as always, but Jack dismisses the offer. Ron wonders if the haughty main building should be having dinner soon too. Jack declares he's decided, rushing towards the door. Ron calls out, trying to stop him. He sat, contemplating his next move. Was he really thinking of going there? Deciding to keep his plans quiet for now, Jack thought he would at least let them know he was heading out tomorrow. The main building was known for its lavish meals, and a roasted bird sat as the centerpiece. 2 maids stood by, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation for the events to come. A hand reached out, drawn to the succulent offering of roasted poultry. Savoring the taste, Jack mused to himself that the main building certainly had such luxurious meals. It was delicious, he thought, but not quite as satisfying as what Ron prepared especially for him. Elsewhere, tension simmered between a man and a woman, their expressions tight with unspoken words. A voice called out Jack. He looked up, a question forming in his mind. The older man, adorned in a military-style jacket, questioned, "Did you come here to say something?" A sly smile crept across Jack's face. "Well," he thought, followed by more subdued, "I guess so. Why else would he come to this dull-ass place?" He wondered, before finally addressing the man before him. "Father." The man in the military uniform scoffs, his expression one of disbelief. He thought they were laying low, but now believes they must have lost their mind. One man looks at another with a sharp glare, clearly annoyed. He asks why the other is making such a face, stating that he is making the atmosphere awkward. The woman calls out to Jack, her expression urgent. She insists that they talk outside, her tone leaving no room for argument. A gloved hand gestures for silence, the command clear and absolute. The man sits at the table, his expression unreadable. He states that they can speak, and he will listen to what they have to say. The man's back is to the viewer as he listens, waiting to hear what the other person has to say. A man smirks, his expression suggesting he knows more than he lets on. The woman announces she is heading back to the academy tomorrow, unable to bear the gloomy atmosphere any longer. The man responds, his expression neutral, simply stating, "If you say so." One man says very well, while another thinks to himself that he didn't say it to receive permission, but to inform. She listens as the man in the red military jacket states he's glad Jack allowed it so easily. Elsewhere, a man with a bandaged head looks up, calling out to his brother, asking how he's been lately. A hand presents a bottle of red liquid, remarking that he must be thirsty since he can't drink anything because of his phobia of water. The man's hands clench, and he remarks that it's quite unfortunate, isn't it? The man pours the red liquid, clarifying that it is wine, not water, and asks if you like a sip. The red liquid splashes violently. A woman in a red dress is on the floor, as a man stands over her, scolding her for causing a ruckus in this place and calling her a rude brat. Butler Ron, seemingly unconcerned, remarks that a dog is barking somewhere, and that he's said what he wanted to say. A man with dark hair sits at a table, while a woman with brown hair looks on with concern. The woman in the red dress, kneeling on the floor, swears and calls someone a vulgar son of a bitch. The woman's face is contorted with rage, and she vows that she won't let this go. The man's expression is unreadable. He opens the door, a faint smile playing on his lips. Voices echo from within, calling someone a disrespectful brat. 2 maids gossip, one calling someone an impertinent bastard and threatening violence. The maids continue their conversation, one questioning Elizabeth Valentier's actions. Nearby, a table is covered in spilled wine and scattered food. We just start cleaning up before we get caught up in it. Contrary to the Marchioness's words, something feels amiss. The grand building stands tall, but the text claims nothing out of the ordinary happened for the entire night. A woman slaps a man, who says, "It hurts, sis." I said I'm sorry, by my sister who followed me out. Jack Stewart peers out of the carriage window, his expression unreadable. The carriage is shown in full view, with a text box asking how the departure of a marquee house's son could have such simple preparations. A man drives the carriage, and the text notes that though it seems pretty luxurious. Jack sits inside the carriage, his gaze fixed on something outside. Anyway, the knight with the cocky look stands over there, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He's a 6/4 circle knight named Raison, in charge of this march, but the way he looks is suspicious. He must have some kind of plan, one that the Marchioness ordered him to carry out, the man thinks with a smile. A knight on horseback remains silent, his expression unreadable behind the polished steel of his helm. Inside the carriage, Jack asks if Jackie will really be all right, his brow furrowed with concern. The woman on horseback looks back at the carriage, concern etched on her face. "Shouldn't I just go with you?" she asks. She thinks she really should go with him, but remembers he said he's fine. She also thinks that second mother seems to be scheming something. The man in the carriage says he's fine, asking if she didn't tell her sister that already. The man on the couch says that a lot of things are going to change from now on, and that he's really fine, so don't worry about him. He says that she already knows that there's no way they'd kill him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Inside the carriage, Elizabeth Valentier looks down, a troubled expression on her face. "That's true, but," she murmurs. Elsewhere, a scenic view of mountains and trees fills the panel, a silent testament to the journey ahead. She is told to head back, but the man on horseback wonders how long she intends to follow. The carriage awaits, an ornate conveyance of dark wood and red velvet. Elizabeth agrees, but cautions the man to be careful. The man nods, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat as he urges his horse forward. A man looks back with concern, questioning if they will really be all right. He notes that the air in the main building isn't very good, a worrying sign. Ron smiles knowingly, stating that he'll be fine. He reminds someone of a promise made yesterday, his expression hinting at a deeper understanding. Ron's voice echoes, repeating the words to day, eve, ning, each syllable hanging in the air with a strange resonance. Ron assures someone that everything is fine, addressing them as young master. The carriage continues its journey, pulled by white horses. Raison stands, a scar marring his face, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stoic determination. Elizabeth's face is framed by the carriage window as she tells Ron to head back and not leave her sister alone. She says it's his request, after all. The man on horseback agrees to take care, his words a promise whispered on the wind as he turns his horse away from the carriage. The world fades to black, the words "this is it" hanging ominously in the void, a prelude to an unknown event. Ron will be following this march from the rear, and he'll see what'll happen later. A suitcase rests beside him, its contents a mystery. Ron slumbers peacefully in a chair, his head lolling to the side. He muses that this could be called his gift to Ron, a cryptic thought as he drifts into sleep. The question lingers, who has been working so diligently? The weather seems to be lulling someone into a sleepy state, as a yawn escapes his lips. Drawn by several horses, the carriage makes its way across the landscape. Inside, someone thinks to themselves that they will take a short nap. The carriage rumbles along the road. Inside, one man is asleep on the cushioned seat, while another watches the passing scenery. Raison, unknown, gazes out the window, his expression unreadable as the world passes by in a blur of greens and blues. Jack stirs in his sleep, a soft groan escaping his lips as he slowly awakens. He finds himself outside, next to a carriage, and wonders aloud why no one bothered to wake him. Elsewhere, the others appear to be setting up camp for the night, unloading supplies and preparing for rest. The knight stands guard near the carriage as Jack approaches, a silent question hanging in the air between them. The knight remains silent, his expression unreadable as he looks down. Jack's gaze is steady, his amber eyes reflecting a hint of amusement at the situation. A subtle smile plays on Jack's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the events unfolding. Jack remarks that he ended up doing that, implying he made a decision while unconscious. The knight, clad in shining armor, stands beside Ron, who sports a sinister smile. Ron grips his cane, his words laced with a cold resolve. He states that it is the other's decision, and he has no plans to change that. The knight and Ron walk away from a red carriage, surrounded by other knights. Ron wonders what he can possibly expect from a little chick, other than to think that's just the case. The knight states that they've already been caught on, and it seems he won't have to talk for very long. Ron's hand tightens on the cane. He thinks that he'll at least hear the other out, and that for the 4 days they'll be spending getting the other to the academy. Ron's expression darkens, a sinister glint in his eyes. He thinks that they'll always be setting up camp for the night. And Ron's face is shadowed, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. His eyes gleam with malice. Ron's eyes are shadowed, but he states that every time they set up camp for the night, they'll break the other's limbs. Ron's hand grips the cane tightly. He thinks that they'll heal the other with a potion once the night is over. And so, the knight and Ron stand over someone on the ground. Ron states that the Marchioness ordered them to do this, and asks the other what they'll do. Ron's eyes are wide, and he states that they know what they're doing. A monster's face is shown, and it states that they're going to destroy it. He stands beside the ornate carriage, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he looks towards the armored figures surrounding him. The concept of breaking a mana circle is described, a process as severe as a death penalty, yet somehow, a chance to recreate it exists. The hands cradle a swirling, vibrant blue energy, but the odds of regenerating mana through such an arduous process are a mere 1 in 1,000. The shock of having one's mana circle destroyed is a heavy blow, and someone is plotting to inflict this very fate. Inside the carriage, Ron hears from James that he has talent not only for mana, but with the sword as well, though he dismisses it as nothing much. Ron reflects that while his talents might seem amazing to others, in his own case, they are nothing special, a somber expression clouding his face. The knight, surrounded by his comrades, declares that talent for mana or the sword alone is not enough to change anything. The knight urges someone not to resist, warning that resistance will only make things more painful, as he knows this atmosphere very well. The sword gleams, a voice declaring it to be the sword ghost, a spectral presence bound to the weapon. Even though he has spent his days in peace, the scars of Ron's past have been deeply engraved in his heart, a constant reminder of what he has endured. Inside the carriage, Ron calls out to himself, asking if he is there, acknowledging that the experiences of his past will never disappear. Elsewhere, the forest stands silent, the trees and flowers bathed in a soft, ethereal light, untouched by the turmoil within the carriage. The tip of a sword gleams, reflecting the light. A voice speaks of a decade spent on a mountain. James Canta, the third young lord, holds his sword, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He pauses, awaiting a response. The scene shifts to a memory. James Canta arrives at the Valentier house, knights surrounding him. He recalls that many things had changed after his sister passed away. His fellow knights question his sanity, demanding to know what he's talking about. They seem skeptical of his pronouncements. A close-up reveals James Canta's intense gaze as he grips his sword. He admits that one thing was on his mind. James Canta remembers his sister. He wonders what happened to her, his expression a mix of grief and determination. Meanwhile, a flashback shows Elizabeth Valentier in a nightgown. James Canta reflects on his sister's intelligence and talent, lamenting her lack of familial luck. Elizabeth Valentier sits alone, her expression troubled. She hopes that Jack is okay, her worry evident in her eyes. Her face is etched with concern. Elizabeth whispers that she hopes nothing happens, regretting that she would have forgiven everything. Back in the present, James Canta speaks to Raison, questioning if he's gone mad from fear. He scoffs at the idea of resisting with such a flimsy sword. James Canta declares that revenge is sweeter than Raison thinks, sweet enough to drive him insane. Raison agrees with James Canta. James Canta's eyes gleam with determination. He reflects that he can't do anything with simple talent or swordsmanship. He grips the sword, blue energy crackling around him. However, he thinks, his expression a mix of determination and focus. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around his head with overwhelming talent and power. James Canta's eyes blaze with power. He declares, "I'll demonstrate that to you starting now." As fast as a tempest, James Canta stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, facing his opponents. One of the armored figures looks up at James Canta, questioning what the third young lord could possibly do at that moment. The armored figures instinctively feel the immense power emanating from James Canta, despite his shabby circle. The armored figures brace themselves, one declaring with grim certainty, they will die. James Canta raises his sword, the blue energy coalescing around the blade, ready to strike. Violently thrashing winds of pure energy surge forth, promising devastation. His eyes burning with intense focus, James Canta prepares to unleash his full power. The air crackles with anticipation as the words echo, "Shred all before you." With a mighty swing, James Canta unleashes the full force of his attack upon his armored foes. He did not regret his decision until this moment, choosing this path over the unremarkable third young lord. But what in the world is going on right now? A skeletal figure looms, surrounded by crackling blue energy. At that moment, as if time had stopped, James felt it. That his world was over. A hand grips a sword, crackling with blue energy. The sword lies on the ground, surrounded by fallen knights and sparking energy. A carriage sits in the background, seemingly untouched by the battle's chaos. The knight lies defeated, the sword that felled him resting nearby. A figure emerges, surrounded by a surge of blue energy. Butler Ron, witnessing the aftermath, is utterly stunned. What did I just witness? He wonders, reeling from the display. He stands amidst the carnage, the victor surveying the fallen knights. Ron's eyes widen, his face a mask of disbelief as he struggles to comprehend what he has seen. This is a vision of a woman with flowing hair appears, accompanied by text describing advanced sword techniques. The man smirks, a hint of arrogance in his expression, though you wouldn't know what that would mean. He stands, looking down at butler Ron, who questions if his abilities are more mana application art than a technique. Ron asks him to hand over a potion if he has one. The mysterious man spits out blood, the force of the blow evident. He grits his teeth, but manages to utter a response. Young master. Coughing violently, the mysterious man hacks up more blood. Despite his pain, he insists to butler Ron that this is nothing. Despite his bravado, the mysterious man requests a potion from butler Ron, who glances at his watch with a knowing look. A gloved hand presents a vial filled with a crimson liquid, the potion shimmering in the dim light. The mysterious man sits, leaning against the carriage. He drinks the potion, as butler Ron kneels beside him, ever attentive. The potion drips from his lips as the mysterious man states that without it, he would have died. Butler Ron replies that he always has a potion prepared for emergency situations like these, and that he knows it for a fact. Butler Ron's expression hardens as he thinks that the mysterious man would use the potion on himself instead of him. Because the mysterious man is shown in a similar situation, covered in blood and gasping for air. The mysterious man lies prone, seemingly unconscious. A cloaked figure looms over him, their intentions unclear. Butler Ron reflects, thinking that they were too busy running back then to consider the implications of their actions. He admits he never had a chance to say what he wanted to say. The mysterious man thanks butler Ron. A hand holds a vial filled with a red liquid. The mysterious man thinks that his past self must have been stupid. The character realizes that knowing the future was the other secret. He looks off to the side with a contemplative expression. A character sits on the ground, stating that there was a time regression. Another character stands over him. The mysterious man sits on the ground, looking up at butler Ron. Ron asks if he is all right now, kneeling beside him. The mysterious man looks at his hand, thinking that seeing that he is much better than before, it must have been a top-grade potion. He guesses he is fine enough. A hand reaches out, stating, "Let's see." The scene shifts to show a character standing over another character on the ground. The character walks away, stating that this much should be enough. He carries a sword at his side. James Canta lies on the ground, defeated. The mysterious man looks down at him with yellow eyes. A speech bubble simply says, "Ron." Butler Ron states that the little chick is dead. He stands in front of carriage. A foot steps on James Canta's head. The person states that he was planning on raising him to be his errand boy. The scene is grim, bodies litter the ground. Master observes that, as a page, the fallen individual made a wise decision. Ron looks up, responding to Master's statement with a simple, "Yes." His expression is inquisitive. Master smiles faintly, noting that Ron isn't even surprised by his time regression. He wonders if there is anything that Ron is curious about. Butler Ron appears surprised, question marks floating around his head as he ponders what he might be curious about. The night sky looms over a dark forest. Ron wonders what will happen to his sister in the future, or to the Marquee house. Ron's face is marred by scratch. Master observes that, judging by Ron's reaction, the process of time regression must not have been pretty. Master leans in, whispering that he could tell Ron, but he'd rather not. However, if Ron is really curious, he will. Master asks what Ron thinks, pressing him to admit his curiosity. Ron hesitates, then denies that he is curious at all. Master, in a fit of pique, declares that Ron is no fun. Ron, looking dejected, apologizes for his lack of enthusiasm. Master asks Ron if he isn't curious about what happened to the future Ron, his expression intense and probing. Master insists that Ron wouldn't have survived one way or another. Ron, looking up in shock, hears that he is not someone who'd die an untimely death. Master states that he did. Ron's eyes widen in horror as he is told that he died an untimely death. The words "dead" and "serious" loom around him. He stares, a vision unfolding before his very eyes. The younger Ron appears dejected, seemingly giving up. Ron, now outside near a carriage, announces his intention to rest for a bit. Inside, a figure sits quietly, awaiting his master. The young master reclines, his arm shielding his eyes from the harsh light. He seems troubled by something unseen. The scene shifts, and the young master lies defeated on the ground. A figure looms over him, cloaked in shadow. A close-up reveals the young master's pained expression. His eyes are wide with shock and disbelief. The vision expands, showing a scene of carnage. The cloaked figure stands amidst a field of corpses, a single sword responsible for the slaughter. The cloaked figure muses on the nature of the weapon. It pierced their hearts, but it wasn't like they were stabbed with a sword. The young master, still lying down, wonders how such an attack could be performed. He is clearly disturbed by the memory. Back in the present, Ron's face is etched with worry. The visions have clearly shaken him to his core. The young master's thoughts drift to time regression. He wonders what sort of life he lived, and if things will truly be all right. The carriage sits silently, a witness to the turmoil within. The young master's worries hang heavy in the air. Someone calls out, addressing him as young master, startling him from his thoughts. Ron gasps, his eyes wide with shock as Jack asks if he is all right, noting that he drank a potion. Ron winces, sweat beading on his brow. He admits that he is not all right, and that it hurts like hell. Ron sits in the carriage, holding a bulging sack. He states that he understands the situation. Ron reveals the contents of the sack: 5 high-grade potions, 63 gold, and 40 silver. He explains that he took it from a knight's belongings. Ron's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he looks off to the side. Jack observes that Ron carries around absurd amounts of money. Ron counters that it is pointless to drink the potion now, and asks if Jack isn't going to drink it. Ron looks down, stating that here is the pay for the potion, his expression unreadable. Ron holds the potions in his hands, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. He thinks to himself that this isn't alchemy. Ron smiles, stating that his top-grade potion turned into 3 high-grade potions, his intentions unclear. The carriage rolls through the forest, leaving a trail of bodies behind. A question hangs in the air: what to do with the corpses? The bodies of armored knights lie scattered on the ground. The order is given: just leave them. They'll be eaten by beasts or found by someone. The Marquis, his brow furrowed with concern, voices his worry. They'll grow suspicious if he's the only one not among them. Inside the carriage, Ron raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Me? He asks, feigning innocence. The Marquis questions who else could be responsible. Ron, meanwhile, opens a briefcase, his expression unreadable as he considers the Marquis's words. The Marquis muses that if he were the one being hunted, he would summon Ron immediately. He trusts in Ron's abilities. A sly grin spreads across Ron's face, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Want to bet? He challenges, a playful tone in his voice. The Marquis sighs, resigned. He admits he'd just lose again. Ron, leaning back, remarks that he is smart, as expected. The Marquis appears lost in thought, his expression contemplative. Ron's smirk deepens, a hint of something hidden behind his eyes. The Marquis begins to speak, his words trailing off with a hint of uncertainty. But he murmurs, his thoughts incomplete. The Marquis looks at Ron, urging him to believe in what he has. To believe in something, anything, to see this through. Ron's smirk widens, his gaze intense. He confirms that no one else knows they're here. The Marquis simply replies, of course. He kneels before the Marquis, a briefcase in his hands, as the Marquis asks if he is sure about something. The butler, Ron, stands before a building, stating that he has set up an illusion, as hearts float around him. Ron sweeps the floor, thinking he is probably cleaning the annex building right about now. Text explains that a 9/4 circle magic can be considered clone, but only those powerful enough can see through that magic. A man lies dead on the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. A close-up reveals spears piercing the body of the fallen man, a stark testament to what happened there today. The man is impaled by several spears, his face obscured by shadow, as he thinks that if the situation gets bad, just tell him that he was the one who did it. Ron's expression is serious as he is told to tell him this as well. Master's eyes glow red as he thinks that if either the Marquis or his sister dies, that will be the start of the day the Marquis house is destroyed. The Marquis sits in the carriage, while Ron stands outside, his hands clasped together. Ron looks up, stating that he can only hope that if the Marquis seems like he's going to kill you, it's just a hypothetical situation. The Marquis stands behind a girl, thinking that for the Marquis to act like a father to his sister, you could say that he's giving him one last chance. He stands before the carriage, being asked if he truly must depart for the academy. The Marquis's eyes narrow slightly, as the servant wonders aloud if the Marquis is being summoned. The academy looms in the distance, its imposing structure a testament to its strict rules. Once the semester begins, return to the manor becomes impossible. The Marquis nods, a hint of resignation in his voice. He understands the implications, and announces that he will take his leave. From the Marquis's expression, the servant realizes that he must truly want to accompany him. The Marquis offers a parting word of caution, reminding the servant to be careful of monsters on his way back. The Marquis wonders aloud if he will see the servant again in 4 years, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The servant, with a concerned expression, asks the Marquis to take care of his sister, regardless of what may happen. The servant notes that Ron is gone as well, and decides to investigate the situation. He considers the journey ahead, noting that he will have to set up camp in the mountains 3 times on the way from the Marquis's house to the academy. The servant reflects on the journey, noting that even though it's called hiking, it's no different from walking down a road. He gripped the handle of his briefcase, a determined set to his jaw. A village was supposedly nearby. The Marquis thought, a welcome sign of civilization. He struggled to mount the horse, his efforts proving fruitless. Finally atop the horse, the Marquis sighed. Having a small body was so inconvenient, he mused. The Marquis rode across a wooden bridge, the sound of hooves echoing in the quiet landscape. The night was so peaceful, he thought, one wouldn't believe what had happened just a short while ago. He wasn't planning on heading straight to the academy. Elsewhere, under the light of the full moon, a silent thought echoed. She should have returned to her original appearance by now. Valentine Milos stood bathed in moonlight, thinking, I'm sorry to Ron and Sis, but my priority right now is my master. A hand, adorned with a heavy chain, remembered the one who allowed her to continue living. That person had turned her, the world's greatest fool, into a person, granting her enough power to carry out her revenge. Though she's been forgotten, she's the one who stood at the pinnacle of black magic. She's the epitome of fear to those who remember her. The Marquis continued his journey, wondering when his heart had started pounding this hard. The horse-drawn carriage arrives at an inn, its stone facade bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Jack wonders aloud if he should spend the night there. Laughter echoes from within the inn, where children play, their faces alight with joy. A cat curls up nearby, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The sight of the children brings a smile to Jack's face. He thinks to himself that this must be a great place to live. Inside the inn, a dog sits patiently, watching as Jack enters. The interior is bustling with activity, the sounds of conversation and clanking dishes filling the air. Patrons sit at tables, enjoying their meals and drinks. The atmosphere is lively and welcoming, a stark contrast to the dangers that lurk outside. The dog, wearing a red bandana, looks up at Jack with wide, curious eyes. It seems to wonder who the newcomer is. Jack reaches down to pet the dog, hoping that no one picks a fight with him here. He seems wary of potential trouble. A man behind the counter watches Jack, surprised to see such a young customer alone. He is impressed by Jack's composure. A woman with striking white hair approaches Jack, offering him a meal or a room. Her expression is friendly and inviting. The woman, with a bright smile, wonders if he is an employee, quickly deciding that he looks more like a mercenary. He places 2 coins on the table, requesting a light meal, a drink, and a room. He explains that his sword is with his horse and asks for it to be brought up. The woman beams, promising to bring him an apple pie, Arbeloa's specialty dish, and a steak since he's in his growing stage. She then asks if he'd prefer milk or perhaps a beer. She tells him to wait while playing with Arnold. He simply replies, sure. 2 coins sit on the table. He thinks to himself that this seems like a good place to live, since she didn't try to scam him, an obvious outsider. He pets the dog, Arnold, and thinks that since war hasn't broken out yet, things are still peaceful. Arnold pants happily, enjoying the attention. Looking directly at the viewer, Jack says that they don't even know what the future has in store for them, calling them a carefree bastard. Sitting at a table, he thinks that living carefree without knowing a thing may be for the better. Elsewhere, a character with brown hair and amber eyes asks if the other person heard something. 2 people sit at a table laden with food. One wonders if they're going to fully eradicate the seed of the demonic spirits this time, and if they are planning for a large number of mana users to participate. 3 people are at a table. One asks why they would do something so unnecessary, noting that even the Tolkien Empire is laying low. Another wonders how they are supposed to get by with only 20,000 mana users. The Marquis' super elite force, the Iron Blood Knight Order, is currently dispatched to the demonic Beast Forest to carry out a subjugation mission. By the King's order, the subjugation mission is underway, a decision that will have far-reaching consequences. The King of Teslan gathered the private soldiers of each house en masse and decided to have them subjugate the demonic Beast Forest along with mercenaries. The demonic Beast Forest, a gigantic forest with a lofty mountain range called the Grand Canyon, serves as the base for many creatures. It's the home of ogres, orcs, goblins, elves, harpies, and the Amugi, a serpent of Korean legend that is on the verge of becoming a dragon. Troll blood becomes a material for potions, a grim reality of the world's economy. Ogre tendons can be used for bowstrings, and monsters called parages, made of iron, are used as materials for weapons and armor. Elves are raised as pets due to their looks, and harpies' feathers are used for ladies' accessories. The reason they're trying to conquer a neutral zone like the demonic Beast Forest must be due to humanity's greed, though this subjugation will fail no matter what. The Iron Blood Knight Order lost a third of their knights, and it was pretty much the same for other nobles' private soldiers. A gruesome defeat marked the end of the subjugation mission. Due to this failure, the king of this nation loses public sentiment and support from the nobles. That was also probably what started the division within the kingdom, and about a year later, a civil war broke out once too, I think. Discontent brews as one man declares the king to be the problem. He swears that if an incapable person gains power, there will be consequences. Another man, face contorted in rage, is restrained. He demands to know if his captive wants his head to fly off. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit tavern, hushed voices carry rumors and speculation among the patrons. One man, already deep in his cups, chuckles to himself, finding amusement in the drunken state of another. A young man relays the latest gossip. He notes the king's ruthlessness and wonders about the Marquis house's third young lord. The conversation turns to the third young lord of the Valandier house. The rumor is that he used black magic. Meanwhile, the men at the table erupt in laughter at the idea that the Marquis moron is sitting right next to them, and that he even went to prison. One of the men smirks, wondering how that moron could possibly learn black magic, considering the black mage has been dead for so long. A woman laughs, calling the third young lord the fool of a Marquis family, and assuming he probably stumbled across black magic somewhere. Another man, sitting with a dog, asks what's so funny, seemingly out of the loop of the ongoing gossip. A man suddenly realizes something, his expression shifting from contemplation to understanding. Two people in the tavern discuss the lack of customers, one remarking that he didn't even know he was smiling. Jack leans back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. He finds the rumors amusing, especially the one about the third young lord. Butler Ron's expression is one of amusement. He admits he was eavesdropping because he found the conversation funny. Ron observes that people tend to judge what they can't see for themselves through rumors. Jack asks what he thinks about making judgments. Jack grins, stating that he judges after he's seen things for himself. He seems confident in his own assessment of situations. Ron's expression turns thoughtful, acknowledging that there are times when the rumors are actually true. He seems to be considering the current situation. Ron asks if that's so, as he sits at the table with Jack. The vampire smiles, seemingly amused by the conversation. A close-up reveals someone taking a large bite of pastry, the filling oozing out. The pastry looks rich and decadent. Ron chews thoughtfully, remarking that the pastry isn't as delicious as what he makes, but it's still pretty good. He seems to be enjoying it nonetheless. Ron's expression is one of satisfaction as he finishes his bite. He thinks to himself that the rumors are true. Jack winks, questioning if that's really the case. He seems to be challenging Ron's assessment of the situation. The third young lord of the Marquis house winks, finding himself more attractive than the rumors suggest. Butler Ron chews thoughtfully, considering the implications of the third young lord's statement. A hand holds a knife, the blade pointing towards a scar, as if to examine it more closely. James Canta stands, a body covered in muscles, noting that mercenaries are his regulars. James Canta offers Butler Ron a cut piece of food, explaining that he cut it to make it easier to eat. James Canta looks surprised, his eyes widening slightly as he listens to Ron. Butler Ron eats a piece of food, remarking that it isn't just a guess. There are mercenaries in each town who roam around to find work. They're hired to be soldiers in territorial battles, errand people to search for something like a cat, or even hunters that hunt monsters. Such jobs are introduced to them in the town or territory's adventurers' guild, and adventurers' guilds are usually built near accommodation facilities. He must have a lot of time on his hands. The man purses his lips, considering the situation. He is a branch manager, even managing an inn, a job that seems to require a great deal of time and effort. The building next door is the Adventurers Guild, though that's his main job. There isn't much to do these days, and it's not like this is a large territory. He needs to make money somehow. The man observes the interior of the inn. It looks like this inn is an accommodation facility owned by the Adventurers Guild, a place where adventurers gather and rest. A man with white hair smiles, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He thinks to himself that he is doing something quite daring, though he's famous for being the moron of the Marquis house. The man with white hair reflects on the situation. That's nothing but a story that mercenaries share while having some drinks, but she recognized him in such a remote area. A guild branch manager, no less. The man with white hair smiles knowingly. He says that it was because of that, referring to the fact that he is the moron of the Marquis house. Several minutes ago, a castle stands in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. A voice asks if the viewer sees it, indicating that they are approaching their destination. A young man with purple hair rides on horseback, a determined look on his face. He knew there'd be a town somewhere near here, suggesting he's been traveling for a while. Two armored figures stand in the young man's path, their spears raised. They order the child to stop for a second and tell them his reason for visiting, asking if there is anyone else with him. The young man holds up a crest, displaying it to the armored figures. One of the figures gasps, recognizing that crest as belonging to the Valentier Marquis house. The armored figures bow deeply, their faces filled with remorse. They beg forgiveness for not recognizing a child of the Marquis house, showing their respect for the Valentier family. The guards, belatedly recognizing Jack Valentier, kneel in apology. They assure him that his stay will be pleasant. The news of Jack's arrival has clearly spread quickly. Someone mentions that they must have heard from the castle gate guards. The man with brown hair states that contacting a private soldier without the Lord's permission is very dangerous. Jane Arbeloa asks if he is worried about her. The man with brown hair smiles, thinking that at least she's being nice to him for now. The man with blue hair says that even though she has heard rumors about him, she is unlike his brother in those nights. A hand is extended, seemingly in greeting or offering. Jane Arbeloa apologizes for the late introduction. She states that she is the branch manager of Arbeloa Town's Alaves Guild. Someone wonders about the name Arbeloa, as it is also the name of the territory. The man with brown hair states that he sees how it is. He asks if she is the firstborn or secondborn, and Jane Arbeloa replies that she is the third, and her eldest brother is the lord here. The man with brown hair thinks that a noble who does mercenary work is amazing, even though it is something that only commoners do. The man with brown hair asks if nobles usually send women her age off for marriage. Jane Arbeloa replies that most nobles do, after all, but she loved this job. Jane Arbeloa states that they wanted her to be sold off. The man observes that the household is so different from his own family that he's jealous. Elsewhere, Jane Arbeloa calls out to Arnold, seemingly ready to embark on a journey. Arnold, a stout dog with a red bandana, barks in response to Jane's call. Arnold showers Jane Arbeloa with affection, licking her face as she wonders where her escorts are. Meanwhile, the man with brown hair enjoys a meal, contemplating something. Jane Arbeloa holds Arnold, remarking that a moron doesn't need an escort, seemingly amused by the situation. She finds the situation amusing and unexpected, realizing that she is different from the rumors. Back at the table, the man thinks to himself that he has quite a long way to go by himself, and decides he'd like to hire some escorts. Jane Arbeloa asks how many escorts the man would like to hire, her expression suggesting she's ready to make a deal. The man responds that he'd like people with camping experience and good cooking skills, then asks about the reward. Jane Arbeloa states the reward is 2 gold in advance, and 3 gold when they arrive, adding that he's so generous. The man acknowledges that's true, remembering that merchant escorting missions are 30 shillings per person, after all. Monetary units are simple in this world. 100 pennies make up 1 shilling, and 100 shillings equal 1 gold. He wipes his mouth, thanking them for the meal. He speaks to the child, promising to prepare everything by the next day. He reminds the child that payment for food and commodities will be separate. The young monster sits at a table, lost in thought. His expression is unreadable as he stares down at the surface. Holding up 3 gold coins, he requests that the preparation be made for him. He adds that it would be great if there was a carriage and horses available. The white-haired man smiles, his green eyes gleaming with amusement. He tells the young monster that he is truly a generous customer. The white-haired man hands over a key, telling him to rest up. He promises to gather only the veterans for whatever task awaits. Standing in a crowded room, the young monster smiles reassuringly. He states that nothing bad should happen in the town, a sentiment that seems to carry a weight of responsibility. The interior of what appears to be a tavern or inn is shown. The lighting is dim, and the atmosphere is warm and inviting. A silhouette stands in a doorway, the figure's features obscured by the darkness. The scene is shrouded in mystery. The young monster lies in bed, seemingly asleep. His body is still, but the exhaustion is palpable. His eyes are barely open, and he murmurs that he is so tired, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him. Drifting off, he thinks he should wash up, the last vestige of his duties clinging to his fading consciousness. He lies still, breathing softly in his sleep, unaware of the challenges that await him. Water droplets fall in the cavern, each echoing the sobs that fill the space. The figure weeps, their sorrowful cries lost in the vastness of their prison. Under the cold light of the moon, a voice echoes, calling the weeping figure a pitiful child. The hooded figure clutches at their chest, their golden eyes wide with a desperate plea. Tears stream down the figure's face as they lament their powerless existence. Though being good-natured is not a sin, the hooded figure sits chained on the cavern floor. Another figure, bound by heavy chains, believes that being incompetent is a grave sin. The chained woman with green hair asks a question, her expression unreadable. Do you want to change? The hooded figure kneels before the chained woman, a single thought echoing in their mind. I want to change. A hand reaches out, and the 2 figures clasp, sealing a silent agreement. Very well. Chains bind a wrist, a symbol of a new agreement. The figures embrace, bound together, as one declares, "You will call me master." Tears stream down a face, the glowing eyes wide with emotion. Meanwhile, someone lies in bed, breathing heavily, seemingly disturbed. The sun rises over the rooftops, painting the sky with vibrant colors. The person in bed sighs, acknowledging the start of a new day. A door stands slightly ajar, hinting at the activity beyond. A young man bursts into the room, announcing that everything is prepared for departure, while a white-haired man reminds him to knock first. A dog barks loudly, its face filling the doorway. The dog's paw reaches out, playfully interacting with someone. The person in bed groans as the dog licks their face, clearly not appreciating the early morning wake-up call. The staircase leads upwards, suggesting a journey or a change in location. The young man with white hair offers a smile as he stands near the staircase, a briefcase in hand. Someone follows behind him. Now sporting a red polka-dot headband, he beams. He seems to be in good spirits, suggesting that he had a good night's sleep. The man with brown hair smiles, confident in his preparations. He states that he has prepared a high-quality carriage for their journey. A veteran stands with his arms crossed, addressing someone off-panel. He explains that he has gathered only veterans to serve as escorts. One of the veterans looks concerned, remembering the men who were bad-mouthing him yesterday. Another veteran smiles, reassuring him that they will be in his care. From above, A man in a suit addresses the young man with a headband, who is identified as John Doe, the captain of the Fire Ant mercenary group, in charge of escorting them to the Rocky Mountain. The man with brown hair appears thoughtful, repeating the name John Doe. Below, the veteran acknowledges the name, recognizing it as one given to unidentified corpses. A gloved hand shakes another hand, sealing an agreement. One party observes that John Doe is blatantly using an alias, finding it amusing. The other is happy he thinks so. The veteran with the scar on his face notes that it is a pretty long journey from here to the Rocky Mountain. He adds that they will be staying in small towns along the way. Another man yawns, explaining that there is nothing in between, so they will be camping out twice. He mentions that 2 of them have been chefs and are considered veterans of camping. The veteran smiles, confirming that someone doesn't have to do a thing. He seems pleased with this arrangement. Meanwhile, the young man with white hair is being led away, carrying his suitcase. He says he is tired, and one of the veterans responds with, "Yes, sir." Ron pauses at the doorway, glancing back at someone behind him as he leads the way for the others. Turning his head, Butler Ron smirks, thinking about how he introduced the other person to quite an amusing mercenary. The white-haired man gives an OK sign, indicating he's a true veteran. The text box states that it would be the case if he was an ordinary mercenary, implying that the mercenary is not ordinary. A close-up of an eye reveals the text. No matter how different my body is from before, my eyes and senses haven't changed. Butler Ron smiles, the text stating that though he is a 9/4 circle, he is hiding his identity and power. The scarred man is certainly not an ordinary case, but this 8/4 circle mercenary in front of him is hiding his power. The white-haired man asks if Ron didn't say he wanted a veteran. Ron replies that he thinks they'll see each other. The white-haired man asks if that's so, and then suggests they have a beer together next time. Ron smirks, thinking he'll think about it if the other person is buying. The white-haired man waves goodbye, wishing his customer a safe trip. Elsewhere, the wagon wheels turn as the group begins their journey. Ron lies back on the wagon, relaxing as they travel. The sky stretches out, a canvas of blue and white clouds. The young monster lies back, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. He feels better than yesterday. The veteran mercenary stares intently at the young monster, a question forming in his mind. The veteran calls out to the young monster, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Ron stands nearby. The veteran mercenary seems surprised, stammering that he only heard the young monster was the child of a high noble. Ron confirms the branch manager's statement, adding that she believes the young monster is traveling around the world. The veteran mercenary admits he is curious about something, encouraging the young monster to feel free to ask him anything. Ron adjusts his bow tie, a subtle gesture that betrays a hint of unease. The veteran mercenary holds up a pocket watch, questioning if it is a noble house's crest. The veteran mercenary observes the young monster's reaction, noting that his expression suggests he knows what it is, but not exactly. The young monster smirks, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he thinks about the Valentier house falling soon. The pocket watch displays a crest representing that house, its significance hanging heavy in the air. A carriage makes its way down the road, and one of the men remarks that the Valentier Marquis house is going to fall soon. The carriage continues its journey, the crest of the Valentier family clearly visible on its side. A figure sits atop the carriage, seemingly unfazed by the journey or the conversation taking place below. The man thinks to himself, realizing there is someone he needs to consider. A smirk plays on Jack Stewart's lips as he recalls that people call him a moron, and he wonders if the listener knows it too. Sweat beads on Jack's brow as he remembers something, his gloved hand trembling slightly. Jack's eyes narrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he notes that they seem to have noticed who he is now, finding it funny since he explained it so nicely to them. Jack recalls that after he was released from prison, a rumor began to spread. The man asks what's wrong and tells him to laugh, but Jack apologizes, saying it's not completely wrong that he spread that he used black magic. Jack confirms that he knows a little bit about black magic, since his master stood on the pinnacle of it. The cloaked figure thinks that even if he is a swordsman, there's no way he wouldn't know about black magic. The rushing water cascaded down the rocks, surrounded by lush trees. One man wonders why he would ever use something else when he has fists. The man with blonde hair looks concerned as a hand reaches out to him. Another man shouts, pointing a finger, demanding a response with a loud yes. The man with blue hair questions why the other didn't do anything when someone was bad-mouthing him and the king. The man with blue hair expresses his sadness, noting that everyone watching this situation is confused. The man in the green cloak thinks that the branch manager must have only told John Doe and kept it quiet from the other mercenaries. A hand is placed on the shoulder of the man with blonde hair, as he is told to let bygones be bygones. The man with blue hair smiles, stating that they will be together for the next few days. The man with blonde hair looks distressed, saying he'll be in their care. Meanwhile, the forest stands silent under the night sky, stars twinkling above the trees. Around a campfire, one man questions what the other is talking about as the fire crackles. The man notes that the other doesn't seem like other nobles. The other man points out that he is even washing the dishes, which he finds unusual. The man holding the cup seems to be thinking about something. The man apologizes to Jane, stating that beef pie is more delicious than apple pie. The man eats Yorkshire pudding and toad in the hole with sausage in it, saying it wasn't an exaggeration to say he wanted him as a chef. The group of men enjoy the food, expressing how good it is. The man in the garden says he is feeling a bit sorry for Ron. The man suggests calling it payment for a delicious dinner, stating that he is quite a gourmet. One of the men asks how they handle the night watch, and the other replies that they draw lots. The man says that a little boy like him needs his sleep to grow, and the other replies that's fine then. One of the men says he'll go first, and asks if they shall share some stories, wondering what he should talk about first. The man asks how many dragons there are in this world, wondering if they've ever thought about something like that. Around a campfire, the group discusses dragons. One wonders if the founding king exterminated them centuries ago. Another confirms that is exactly what happened, setting the stage for a historical summary. The legend of the founding kingdom is summarized, cutting out the useless babble. The story is about to be condensed into its essential points for the audience's understanding. The founding king, Julius Caesar, along with his two supporters, exterminated all the dragons dominating the western continent. This act of dragon slaying paved the way for a new era. With the dragons gone, Julius Caesar built the Caesarean Empire. This empire was the former state of the current Caesarean kingdom, marking a significant shift in power and governance. Though as time passed, the Caesarean Empire became the Caesarean kingdom. It has since been reduced to a subordinate nation of the Tulkan Empire, a shadow of its former glory. Up to this point, the story is the truth that everyone knows. The smiling face suggests a deeper, perhaps less known, reality is about to be revealed. One of the men sits cross-legged, beginning to list the dragons that remain. He prefaces his information with a casual, "Let's see," as if recalling a simple inventory. The man with blue hair states that there are 8 dragons he knows of roaming around while being polymorphed. His companion listens intently, a look of surprise on his face. The man with blue hair continues, stating that there are at least 16 dragons that exist in the continent. The camera pans to a lantern, perhaps symbolizing the illumination of hidden truths. A magnificent red dragon appears, bathed in fire. The dragon thinks that they obviously wouldn't believe him, and that not only do dragons exist, but the man with blue hair smiles wryly, stating that dragons only appear in legends, and no one has currently ever seen them. He asks, "Fun story, right? Dragons cannot intermingle with humans. A pact that could endanger their very existence ties them down." The speaker's expression is somber, hinting at the weight of this ancient agreement. He considers the implications, wondering if the founding king truly failed to eliminate all the dragons. The text reveals that the king only created an opportunity to negotiate with them, with the help of 2 unnamed supporters. A group of men stand together, the tension palpable as they discuss the dragon's true fate. One of the men, scarred and serious, asks what the dragons are doing right now, his expression suggesting deep concern. The group discusses the western continent, acknowledging that what they know isn't all that exists in the world. Skipping over the baby dragon, the lord dragons mostly have a single mission, to guard the barrier in the Black Sea. The vast expanse of the ocean stretches out, its depths concealing secrets and uncertainties. "I'm not sure about the details either," someone admits. The barrier, made millennia ago, separates the eastern and western continents, a mission inherited by the dragon lords. A dragon's face looms large, its eyes glowing with curiosity. "To be honest, I'm also curious," it seems to say. The question arises, what kind of world is the eastern continent that the dragon lords are blocking? Back at the campfire, one of the men smirks, a subtle expression hinting at hidden knowledge or amusement. The group erupts in laughter, the sound echoing through the night as they share a moment of levity. Butler Ron's arm remains firmly around Jack Stewart, his face flushed as he declares the vampire to be quite the storyteller. He adds that Jack must have wanted companions to talk with on his journey. Jack Stewart looks off to the side, a slight smile on his face. Elsewhere, veteran Scar looks up, a similar expression on his face as he says, "Well." Jack Stewart, in a thought bubble, tells the blond man to get his arm off him and asks if he is drunk. Ron apologizes. Jack thinks to himself that he didn't expect them to believe him anyway. Around a crackling fire, the men share stories, though none seem to believe the tale being told. The night, James Canta asks if someone is going to sleep, and the man replies that he will after he washes and changes his clothes. Butler Ron waves his hand, telling someone that it's fine and that he can wash himself on his own, as another man looks on in shock. The lantern flickers, casting a warm glow on the surrounding area. A foot dips into the cool water, creating a small splash. The man exhales, a visible puff of air escaping his lips as he relaxes. The man thinks to himself that those noisy mercenaries didn't believe his story. Tears stream down his face as he wonders why he runs his mouth so much when they don't even believe him. He wonders if he can't run his mouth, thinking that a protagonist hiding his power is boring as he finds the water refreshing. He thinks to himself besides that. Around a crackling fire, several men huddle, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and anticipation. John Doe stands apart, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. He is being assessed. The speaker believes he could be a spy dispatched from Tulkin. Submerged in a steaming hot spring, a man contemplates. He finds the situation ambiguous, and the branch manager a bit suspicious, too. The man leans back, the water swirling gently around him. If he thinks about it, this situation feels like a puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Tears stream down the man's face as he reflects on his situation. He had asked her to introduce him to mercenaries who could escort him, but an 8-circle mana user hiding his name appears. John Doe stands with another man, the captain of the Iron Blood Knights, who is also currently an 8-circle. The air crackles with unseen energy. In other words, someone who'd be welcomed with open arms anywhere he goes. He appeared as the captain of a mercenary group he's never heard of before. The man's eyes are filled with a deep sadness. Does he have some sort of circumstance that is causing him distress? Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the man considers his next move. Well, instead of bothering himself with someone like that, the man focuses his energy. He has something he has to do first. He's recovered a lot from the aftereffects of soul speech during his stay at the inn and in the... Meanwhile, the man is in a carriage. He floats in the water, musing that he shouldn't be having any issues with this much water. His feet emerge from the water, the sound of each step echoing in the otherwise silent space. Shirtless, John Doe decides he has no choice but to ask him directly. Meanwhile, a fire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding rocks. Veteran Scar asks if he is already done washing, his tone laced with suspicion. John Doe explains that it bothered him more than he thought, so he couldn't just keep washing himself. His amber eyes narrow, a silent question hanging in the air. Are you seriously asking me that? He grabs the man by the collar, his expression hardening as he says, "You bother me." The man lies on the ground, his face contorted in pain and shock. Veteran Scar wonders why an 8-circle mana user is doing mercenary work. Veteran Scar states that the place he's headed to right now is very important to him, holding a great deal of meaning. The man on the ground is shocked to learn that the boss is an 8-circle, while Veteran Scar tells him to be quiet. He stands surrounded and declares that he is actually an 8-circle user. Veteran Scar and another man look on, waiting for his next move. Veteran Scar listens intently, his expression unreadable. He states that since he told an interesting story, it's now John Doe's turn to tell one. John Doe smiles, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He says that he wants to hear an interesting story from Veteran Scar. Veteran Scar looks down at John Doe, his gaze intense. He asks what John Doe will do if he says no to telling a story. Veteran Scar raises his sword, the blade glinting in the light. He warns that if John Doe can't satisfy him, then he'll probably die. John Doe's golden eye reflects the intensity of the moment. Veteran Scar suspects that John Doe could be a spy. Veteran Scar recalls a conversation with Jane Arbeloa. She told him to have a beer together the next time they meet, but if she's a spy, he should be suspicious of her. Veteran Scar's expression shifts to one of confusion and suspicion. He wonders why he is bringing up Jane all of a sudden. A woman hangs upside down, surrounded by red berries. She asks if he still doesn't know after everything she just told him, and if he isn't curious. John Doe smiles, his expression suggesting the situation is becoming quite interesting. He wonders whether the last meal that Jane will ever have will be beer or not. Veteran Scar stands firm, his sword still raised. He makes a noise, his face unreadable as he considers the implications of the situation. The narrator observes that Veteran Scar has been pushed this far, yet his mana circle isn't moving. He's either being vigilant, or is hesitating, and is therefore lucky. A hand hovers, poised with a blade, ready to cut down the moment the circle is moved. The choice is stark, die or live. The young man holds the blade, a faint smile playing on his lips. He gives his target 1 minute to decide, sincerely hoping they make the right decision. Simple, right? Elsewhere, a waterfall cascades down a rocky cliff, surrounded by lush greenery. The scene is tranquil, a stark contrast to the previous tension. Meanwhile, yesterday at Jane's Inn, the atmosphere is warm and inviting. The large windows hint at a bustling establishment. Shelves are stocked with bread and mugs, suggesting a cozy and well-supplied establishment. Someone remarks that a certain individual is a very fascinating child. A white-haired woman speaks to a man in a green cloak, mentioning the abandoned third young lord of the Valentier Marquis house. She notes that he's too different from the rumors. A close-up reveals a pair of striking eyes. A voice notes that from that little boy's eyes, one can tell he's got lots to hide. Two figures discuss a request for an escort mission. One suggests looking into the person who requested it, stating, "You never know, right?" Hands are clasped in what appears to be a business meeting. The speaker believes that boy may change their lives, noting he's definitely different from the rumors. A close-up focuses on a pair of striking, amber-colored eyes. A voice wonders who would ever look at those eyes and call him a retard abandoned by his house. The man in the green cloak, his face etched with concern, wonders what he should say. The conversation seems to be reaching a critical point. A young man with red hair and a bow tie appears, his expression curious. He asks, "What are you doing?" A minute may be short, but the feeling is undeniable, a deep unease stemming from that child. It's as if one is a herbivore standing before a lion, intuition screaming a warning. That child is dangerous. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration amidst the shadows of a looming, monstrous silhouette. A group of figures makes their way through a dense forest, unaware of the dangers that may lurk just beyond the trees. Veteran Scar, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders how his pursuer knew he was in 8th circle in the first place. New Knight, his expression thoughtful, wonders if Jane Arbeloa could have given him a clue. Veteran Scar shakes his head, dismissing the thought as quickly as it came. Jane Arbeloa, her expression resolute, trusts herself, knowing there's no way she would betray them, and that she would have told him if she did. Elsewhere, the forest stands silent, the trees reaching towards the sky as if guarding a secret. A glint of steel catches the light, a sword reflecting the urgency of the moment. 40 seconds left. Veteran Scar, his voice low and serious, asks if New Knight would even be able to kill him if he were in 8th circle. The young knight's eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them. Veteran Scar, his gaze intense, wonders how a child's eyes could be so fierce, the thought crossing his mind. Is the boy in front of him truly a child, or something else? Should he evade the question, or tell him the truth? The boss is in 8th circle, but where should he even begin? In a situation where he feels like he may be devoured any second, the countless choices he's made as a mercenary flash before his eyes. Yes, since he was always on the lucky side, he's managed to survive this long. He decides to trust his gut. Veteran Scar declares that time is up, his expression unreadable. A young man with dark blue hair and piercing eyes declares that he is not satisfied, his expression a mix of anger and determination. A young man with a sword says it looks like someone is going to have to die. He asks if they know everything. Veteran Scar asks about Jane Arbeloa's circumstances, his face grim as he considers the implications of what he's about to do. Well, all right, he thinks as he draws his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. Elsewhere, the forest stands silent under a starlit sky, unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. John Doe's story was short, a love story between the daughter of a noble family and a commoner. A common story you could hear anywhere, the kind that ends in tragedy or triumph, depending on who's telling it. He met the 19-year-old Jane Arbeloa when he was a 7th circle mage. They both fell in love at first sight. And the seeds of love have continued to sprout ever since, as Veteran Scar rests his hand gently on Jane's head. James Cano wonders aloud if there was a reason why she still wasn't married. He seems to be thinking deeply about the situation. Even if they're commoner and noble, an 8th circle will be quite influential in Teslan, James thinks. Someone like that doing mercenary work. The men around Veteran Scar gasp, surprised by the revelation. One asks if he had such a relationship with the guildmaster. Another wonders if he caused some sort of trouble. Well, considering that woman's personality, her house may not be interested in gaining influence. The text reads, accompanied by a chibi version of Jane. James identifies the man before them as the branch manager of a small territories adventurers guild, and he is doing mercenary work. The branch manager retorts that James just got closer to him to see if he can benefit somehow. James confirms that is right. Someone wonders if they should believe him, while another thinks a story like this can be easily made up as a horse-drawn carriage waits. James's eyes are shown in close-up, reflecting a deep intensity as he listens to the story. The branch manager asks if they remember his story about the dragons. He then asks what they think the Tulkun Empire is doing. The branch manager wonders how he could possibly know about such a fairy tale, referring to the story of doing something with a baby dragon. A faint smile plays on the young man's lips as he acknowledges his role. The figure is known by a name reserved for those who have engraved 10 circles on their hearts. The young man considers the existence of a realm even deeper than what is known. The text describes monsters who harness the power of souls instead of mana. He listens intently as New Knight speaks, his expression unreadable. A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. Hanks Beckerman, the Imperial Guardian Knight of the Tulkun Empire, is proclaimed the strongest swordsman on the continent, having smashed the wall of master. He ends up continuing the history of transcendence, a history that had only existed in forgotten lore. The flashback reveals that the bastard didn't become a transcendent through his own strength. New Knight tells Veteran Scar that it's a very interesting story, urging him to continue. He replaced his blood and half of his bones with that of a dragon's, becoming a being that was neither human nor dragon. The young man agrees, a slight smile playing on his lips as he considers the implications. The young man's eyes widen, a visible tremor in his expression. He's just heard that someone became a totally absurd hybrid. Veteran Scar listens to the story, his expression unreadable. He asks what that interesting story has to do with their current situation. The story continues, revealing that there's only one dragon in the Tulkun Imperial House right now. Even if they're almost immortal beings, not many experiments can be done with only one. That's why they dispatched several capable people to other countries. The first objective being information gathering. Veteran Scar holds up 2 fingers. He states that the second objective is to confirm the existence of something. Veteran Scar laughs, holding the young man with blonde hair. He finds the story quite believable for a piece of fiction. Veteran Scar tells the young man with dark hair that if he tells this to other mercenaries in the guild, he's sure they'll believe him. The young man scoffs. The young man with dark hair confirms that he has lowered his suspicions. He looks up at Veteran Scar. Veteran Scar tells the young man with dark hair to have a rosy life with the branch manager. He also tells him to make sure he invites him to the wedding. The young man's eye glows with a yellow light, a sign of some hidden power or ability. The young man grips a sword tightly, preparing for a fight. The steel glints in the dim light. The young man stands ready, sword raised, with Veteran Scar watching from behind. The air crackles with tension. He stands on the precipice, sword in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. The knight's gloved hand tightens around the hilt of his own blade, prepared to draw it. The knight's gaze falls downward, his expression unreadable as he observes the scene below. The young man's eyes blaze with anger as he declares, "Because I was the one who doubted you first." The knight's grip on his sword intensifies, the leather creaking under the pressure of his gauntlet. The knight reaches out, his hand clamping down on the young man's shoulder, halting his advance. The knight's voice is low and firm as he warns, "This is the last time." The knight leans in close, his eyes narrowed as he continues, "Your bloodlust like this again, I'll turn everyone here, including you." Veteran Scar watches the exchange, his expression a mix of concern and resignation as he hears the knight's threat. The young man looks up, his expression softening slightly as he seems to consider the knight's words. Elsewhere, a figure rests in bed, their face obscured by the shadows of the room. The crackling of a fire fills the air as someone wonders about its meaning. The man with short blonde hair admits he isn't sure either, as the other man reminds him that he was an 8th circle. He questions why someone who could become a knight captain for a noble would do so. The man with the scarred face recalls being told that the other man was a 4th circle when they first met 2 years ago. He confirms that he did become a knight captain. The blonde-haired man sighs, admitting he's a little upset, but they were in the same group together for years. He reflects that the scar man has also saved his life before, so he shouldn't be too harsh on him. The blonde-haired man reassures the other, stating that they would become the strongest mercenary group on the continent at this rate, as an 8th circle. The scar man asks if the blonde-haired man is going to become the mercenary king, and if he thinks the mercenary king is a joke, and how could an 8th circle? The blonde-haired man thinks about possibly becoming the mercenary king, when there are at least 4 mercenaries known to be masters. He sits down heavily. Someone wonders. The knight asks if everything the child said is true. Veteran Scar, looking down, confirms it. The knight admits it's a little shocking, but says it's okay. He chuckles, trying to lighten the mood. The knight smiles, stating that everyone has their own circumstances. He wonders why Veteran Scar didn't react to that just now. Veteran Scar's gloved hand grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. Veteran Scar looks down, a grimace twisting his scarred face as he lets out a pained ugh. Even now, Veteran Scar's fingers are still shaking, a lingering tremor betraying the intensity of his emotions. The feeling of standing on the boundary between life and death weighs heavily on him. Veteran Scar clears his throat, admitting he almost lost control. He couldn't tell the knight. The landscape stretches out, a reminder of the world beyond their immediate concerns. Jane's words echo in his mind. He's an interesting child, but he's definitely dangerous. The entire continent is already in chaos because of the struggle for the throne in the Tulkun Empire, but in such a situation, spies and dragons are at play. Jack, asleep in his bed, has a bad feeling about this. He thinks he should look into it. A few days later, the world continues its course, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within individuals and empires. He sits, a slight smile playing on his lips, eager to share another tale. The 2 men stand side by side, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. One asks what the story is about this time. The young man wonders how much they know about the Orc Lord, specifically within the Magic Beast Forest. He clarifies that the Orc Lord is a 10 circle. Inside the carriage, the young man pauses, then assures them that everyone will know when the time comes. He states that he is trying to tell them something. The gray-haired man asks about the past. The young man clarifies that he is referring to approximately 23 years ago, and that the person in question only puts on airs. The 2 men discuss whether they've heard that the Orc Lord was in a relationship with the Harpy Lord. They respond that they have never heard of anything like that. The young man states that orcs and harpies don't get along very well, and that he guesses he should elaborate. It is important to remember that they do not get along well. They go to war against each other for even the smallest things. A man drives a carriage, remarking on the great weather. The text states that any mercenary who goes to the Magic Beast Forest to make a living would know something like this. The text states that those 2 races are known as the 2 strongest in the Magic Beast Forest, or sometimes as Guardians of the Forest. The young man states that there's only one reason why they've been given such grand nicknames. because they're simply that strong. The young man states that the queen of the harpies and the king of the orcs being in that kind of relationship is hard to believe, right? Their relationship wasn't all that bad at first. They were nothing more than neighbors. It was also the same when Blackman was just a neighbor in the forest. But you see, Blackman became the orc lord and began to seize power. An issue arose after about 5 years had passed. One of the men asks, "An issue?" A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at the darkness to come. When everyone found out about the relationship between Blackman and the Harpy Lord, humans, harpies, or orcs, the differences between them seem vast. The desire for power. "We're just different in race. We have the same fundamental desire," he says, adding, "Yes, it's power." They conspired amongst each other using that as an excuse, but the result of that desire was a complete failure. "Those guys are still the lords, aren't they?" someone asks, as feathers litter the ground. The veteran, Scar, replies, "That's true. Then why is the relationship between the two races so bad now?" After resolving their internal struggles, Blackman and Vilea each made their choice. The orc and the harpy stand side by side, a red energy swirling around them as they consider the prosperity of their races over their own love. The harpy's white wings are partially visible, feathers overlapping, as the red energy continues to swirl around the pair. A covered carriage sits on a dirt road, its destination unknown, as the story of the orc and the harpy unfolds. Veteran Scar sits with the young man, admitting he doesn't know if the child's story is true or not, but finds it interesting nonetheless. The veteran continues, explaining that the two races weren't as dangerous as they are now, and suddenly got stronger at some point. The harpies learned the secrets of battle aura that only the orcs use, and the orcs learned the secrets of spiritomancy that only the harpies use. The two races who have the two largest populations in the forest, Veteran Scar explains, learned each other's techniques. A hand points upwards, emphasizing that the ones who started it were obviously Blackman and Vilea. The orc and the harpy stand together, and have now become the races that represent the forest. The young man smiles, listening intently to the story of Blackman and Vilea. Veteran Scar advises that if, in the future, the young man happens to be captured by either the orcs or the harpies, he should try telling them the story he's just been told. The young man smiles again, as Veteran Scar assures him that, at the very least, they won't kill him immediately. He considered the implications of what he'd heard, deciding to try it out if the time ever came. Elsewhere, a young man with a red bow tie offered beef jerky to a pair of travelers on a train, asking if they would like some. The older man happily accepted the jerky, declaring it delicious and praising Jane for making it. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in a vast library, expressing surprise or disbelief at something unseen. Gonzalez stood before a desk, listening as another man reported that bodies were found dead in the mountains near Arbeloa territory. The man in the red blazer relayed that expert investigators believe the victims were killed by very advanced magic. The man in the red military jacket pondered the implications, wondering if something like this had happened at the same time the elites of the Iron Blood Knights went missing. The man in the red military jacket considered who could be responsible, wondering if it was the king or the duke, and ordered Gonzalez to find out who was behind this. Gonzalez confirmed the order, as the man in the red military jacket considered that he hadn't mentioned the youngest and wondered if he could have survived. The man in the gray blazer considered that, since the youngest body was not among the dead, he may have run away. The man in the red military jacket stated that the child must know something and gave full authority to get results. Gonzalez turned and walked away, presumably to carry out the orders he had just received. The man with red hair stands with his back turned, but his thoughts betray his true feelings. He reflects on someone he once deemed useless. His expression hardens as he admits, if only to himself, that the individual has proven to be quite useful after all. The sound of something breaking echoes in the background. The next day, the entrance to Rocky Mountain looms, promising adventure and unknown challenges ahead. A hand clenches tightly around the drawstring of a bulging sack, its contents unseen but undoubtedly valuable. The sack is released, its weight shifting as it falls into outstretched hands below. The veteran Scar, looks up, a question etched on his weathered face as he receives the heavy pouch. The young man, holding the bag, insists that it is way too much as he hands it over to the veteran. Another young man winks, holding a similar bag, declaring that the rest is on him. The veteran apologizes for doubting them, as the young man explains he was bored on the way and wanted to thank them. The young man smiles brightly, telling them to take care on their way back. The veteran and another young man exchange confused glances, wondering why he isn't going with them. The veteran Scar, looks off to the side, admitting that what he's about to say might sound out of line, but he may say it anyway. The red-haired young man's eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over his face as he wonders what is happening. The veteran, his gaze lowered, insists that being a mercenary isn't as bad as the young man might think. The young man's expression remains skeptical, his brow furrowed as he listens to the veteran's words. Veteran Scar presses on, stating that while he doesn't know all the details, he believes he knows enough. He asks the young man so. The red-haired young man scoffs, stating that he is not bragging, despite being the third young lord of a noble family with absolutely no one backing him. Veteran Scar counters, explaining that he's seen how people in that position have met their end countless times. The veteran continues his argument, trying to persuade the young man to consider his point of view. The young man, his expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance, asks if the veteran is telling him to become a mercenary. Veteran Scar, his hand resting on the young man's shoulder, repeats that being a mercenary isn't as bad as he thinks it is. The veteran elaborates, explaining that as a mercenary, the young man could travel the world and live a relatively comfortable life, adding that there aren't many jobs like that besides being a mercenary. Veteran Scar leans in, telling the red-haired young man that he's sure the others don't know, but he does, doesn't he? The veteran's grip tightens on the young man's shoulder as he whispers that if he wanted to, he could have killed him, stating that he's sure the young man knows, even if he didn't use soul aura and eighth circle like him. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, illuminating the forest floor. The veteran Scar speaks, his voice carrying a note of regret. I do. That's why I find it more unfortunate. He continues, acknowledging the red-haired young man's potential. You know your talent better than anyone. He chuckles, dismissing a past event. And I've already forgotten what happened back then. Ha! The red-haired young man responds, accepting responsibility. I hate to say it, but it's all my fault. I appreciate it, but I'll pretend I never heard it. Veteran Scar leans in, sharing a secret with the young man. And I'll tell you this, since you seem different from the others. Something really big is going to happen in the Western continent in a few years. He advises caution, his expression serious. When that happens, just keep hidden. The veteran Scar speaks of things beyond the young man's current understanding. You won't understand even if I tell you now, but I'm sure you'll feel it when the time comes. The young man seems overwhelmed. Oh, this is much too big for me to handle. Like that. He presses a bag of coins into the young man's hand, offering a word of caution. Don't lose your life just because you want to earn a few gold coins. Money is important, but there's nothing more important than your life. The young man nods. Yes, that's true. Veteran Scar seems satisfied with the young man's understanding. If you understand, then good. He pats the red-haired young man on the shoulder, bidding him farewell. Take care on your way back. The red-haired young man turns and begins to walk away, leaving the veteran behind. The young man walks through the forest, his sword visible at his side. He pauses, glancing back over his shoulder, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Veteran Scar looks up at the young man, his expression unreadable. He asks if the young man can tell him his name. The red-haired young man's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his features. The red-haired young man smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He tells the veteran to just remember him as Jack. Veteran Scar looks on, waiting for the young man to continue speaking. The veteran stands beside the red-haired young man, the two figures framed by the surrounding greenery. A close-up reveals Veteran Scar's stoic expression, his lips pursed in thought. Veteran Scar's face is etched with a mixture of concern and determination, his gaze intense. The red-haired young man acknowledges the veteran's words, his expression thoughtful. The red-haired young man smiles brightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he speaks of their fates crossing. Elsewhere, a long, narrow bridge stretches across a vast expanse, its destination unknown. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air, its source and purpose shrouded in mystery. He sprints across the landscape, the wind whipping through his red hair. With a burst of speed, the red-haired young man slides across the ground, clutching a heavy suitcase. Catching his breath, he pauses, wondering if he is almost there. The young man continues his journey, scaling a steep, rocky cliff face. His boots crunch on the loose gravel as he wonders if his body is too young for this arduous journey. Panting, the red-haired young man pauses, frustrated that he can't do it like he did before. He continues to climb, his legs straining with each step. Holding a glowing orb, the young man enters a dark, ominous cave. The orb illuminates his hand as he presses onward, sure of his path. The red-haired young man stands before a large stone wall, the orb casting an eerie glow as he declares, "It's here." His hand rests on the cold stone, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he thinks, "I can reach my master." The young man's face is etched with exhaustion, his thoughts heavy. "I want to escape from my house. It's stifling. I'm so tired." A memory surfaces, a time when he was consumed by similar thoughts. He reaches out, his hand pressing against the cold, unyielding stone of the wall. The red-haired young man holds a gleaming sword, its edge catching the dim light of the cavern. Blood drips from his hand and torso. Only one more thing remains, a small sacrifice. Water droplets fall, each one a memory of what was and what could have been. Before the regression, at 17 years of age, a younger version of himself is seen. He was simply running and hiding, as he had always done. The hooded figure continues his escape. For him, who'd even lost Ron, that was the only choice left to him. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles white with the strain of suppressed emotion. A dagger, a symbol of desperation, gleams in the dim light. Tears stream down his face, a silent testament to the pain he carries within. Blood stains the scene, a grim reminder of the sacrifices made and the price paid. The stone floor is stained with fresh blood. Below, the hooded figure's eyes dart around in fear. He stands at the threshold, the entrance to the stone cave looming before him. Tears well in his eyes as he thinks, for someone like him, opening the stone cave was nothing short of a miracle. The young man's hands tremble slightly. The red-haired young man, dressed in his school uniform, glances nervously to the side, his expression a mix of apprehension and determination. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the mouth of a dark cave. The figure's worn leather shoes crunch on the uneven stone floor of the cave. A silhouette, briefcase in hand, strides purposefully into the cavernous opening. Back in the past, the red-haired young man descends the stairs, a lantern casting long shadows. Biting his nails, Jack Stewart wonders aloud why he is so nervous, his brow furrowed with anxiety. The young man, briefcase in hand, finally arrives at his destination, whispering that he is finally here. His feet echo on the stone floor, and his face contorts with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The suitcase sits on the ground, awaiting its owner's next move. A figure with dark hair stands before a chained, miniature woman with blue hair. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. The chained figure with green hair utters a single word, "Master." The green-haired figure's eyes widen, reflecting a deep sense of surprise. The reflection in her eyes reveals a figure who has lived for at least 400 years. Chains bind figure, but magic maintains the connection between them. The green-haired figure is seen with a young man, their time together extended to at least 13 years. He looks down, a soft smile gracing his lips as the familiar voice echoes. The red-haired young man admits how much he has longed to hear it again. Surrounded by chains, the small figure of Jack Stewart stares back, demanding to know his identity. The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken history. Looking up, the red-haired young man offers a playful challenge. He asks if Jack would like to guess who he is, a knowing glint in his eyes. Jack's expression hardens, his gaze intense. He questions if the situation is amusing to the other man, the chains around him clinking softly. His eyes narrowed. Jack Valentier's tone becomes a warning. He declares that he will not ask a second time, demanding an answer now. In a chibi style, the red-haired young man kneels before Jack. He notes that the master's temper has subsided considerably, a sign of progress. Kneeling, the red-haired young man confesses how much he has missed Jack. He asks, "Me?" And Jack confirms that he is indeed speaking to his master. Jack, in chibi form, appears surprised and confused. He wonders aloud about a disciple he doesn't recognize, questioning if the young man knows who he is. Looking up from his kneeling position, the red-haired young man declares, "I do," confirming that he knows exactly who Jack is. The red-haired young man's expression hardens with determination. He thinks to himself that there is no way he wouldn't know who Jack is. A montage of memories flashes, showing the time they spent together. The red-haired young man believes that their shared past was not just a dream. Even if it's something that only he remembers, the red-haired young man is resolute. He will not forget their bond, no matter what. He stands over the chained figure, declaring them the hero who ended the age of glory. Valentine Milos stares intensely, her expression a mix of shock and anger. The red-haired young man stands confidently, as the chained figure announces that he is her disciple from the future. Valentine Milos seems confused by the claim, while the red-haired young man looks on with a knowing smirk. The red-haired young man responds with a cheerful yes, his smile wide and genuine. Valentine Milos declares her dislike for storytellers, demanding to know if he understands why. The red-haired young man looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face as he prepares to answer Valentine Milos' question. Valentine Milos wonders what she would say in this situation, while the red-haired young man laughs, calling her a child with potential. Valentine Milos imagines herself telling him to screw off, while the red-haired young man admits he's starting to get a little sad. Valentine Milos insists that she is not his master, as the red-haired young man observes that she hasn't changed at all. Valentine Milos, kneeling, reveals a knife, realizing that what must be done cannot be helped, as she is the same master he remembers. Valentine Milos, chained, asks for forgiveness for her insolence, her expression a mix of fear and determination. He kneels amidst shattered chains, his expression a mix of desperation and urgency. The red-haired young man cries out, his voice echoing in the unknown space. Heavy chains, thick and unyielding, crisscross through the darkness. A hand, wreathed in blue energy, grips a large wrench, ready to apply force. A young woman with long, dark hair is bound by the very chains shown moments before, her expression one of distress. The red-haired young man stands, a sword crackling with blue energy held high, as a voice declares that he uses soul aura. He acknowledges that his actions may be disrespectful, but he will humbly accept any beating given to him. A chibi figure, also bound by chains, is shocked by the red-haired young man's declaration. The red-haired young man prepares to strike, knowing that if he breaks these chains, this place will... He declares that he knows if he breaks Master's chains, this place will collapse. That's why he's going to break them. With a cry, the red-haired young man swings his energy-infused blade. Terror grips the figure, their eyes wide with dawning comprehension. The truth surfaces. Julius Teslon, the man hailed as a hero, is the betrayer. A pinky promise, a bond forged with their master, echoes with false hope. But the cloaked figure, shrouded in mystery, is revealed to be a nasty son of a bitch. Chained and alone, time stretches into an eternity. He never returned. 10 years blur into 20, then 50. The master finally understands the cruel reality. The realization dawns, heavy with the weight of abandonment. Indeed, he was left behind. Fueled by rage, James Kanta unleashes a furious cry. The captive's face contorts in a renewed wave of horror. Chains bind his legs, a constant reminder of his imprisonment. The knight swings his sword, a desperate act of defiance. The captive and the knight are locked in a shared moment of desperation. With a resounding crack, the chains begin to shatter. Valentine Milos finds herself ensnared, the chains made of dragon bones constricting her. The chains give way, and she realizes she is falling. James Kanta, seeing her plight, cries out for his master. A hand reaches out, grasping for Valentine as she plummets. James Kanta looks at Valentine, declaring his presence. His expression hardens, a burning rage directed at Julius Teslon. Instead of just telling her, James vows to show her through his actions. Valentine's eyes widen, a mix of fear and surprise etched on her face. The shockwave from the earlier blast causes the ceiling to collapse around them. James Kanta, holding Valentine Milos tightly, urges her to hold on. Large chunks of debris plummet from above, threatening to crush them. His eye glows with an intense, electric blue, power gathering around him. He grips the sword tightly, declaring that the earth beneath him is his alone. Clutching Valentine close, he channels the electric energy, a surge of power emanating from him. Valentine is surrounded by the electric energy, a defensive technique forming around her. The electric blue intensifies, the defensive technique now fully activated. The energy explodes outward, a burst of power unleashed in all directions. He moves with incredible speed, the electric energy crackling around him as he defends. The air crackles with the sound of raw power being unleashed. The defensive technique shatters the incoming attack, energy dispersing in all directions. He stands firm, the electric energy swirling around him, a shield against the chaos. The landscape glows with the residual energy, a testament to the power unleashed. The electric energy dissipates, leaving behind a scene of devastation and raw power. A surge of energy explodes outward, blurring the world around it. The world fades to white. A young boy, kneeling on a rocky surface, plunges his sword into the ground. The boy embraces a young girl, her face buried in his shoulder. The boy smiles, his eyes closed, as he holds the girl close. I already told you. A hand, wrapped in bandages, rests on the hilt of a sword. I'm yours. The boy kneels before the girl, who stands on a higher rock. A voice echoes, questioning how he can use the soul's energy at such a young age. 13 years later, the boy, now older, smiles warmly at the girl. He says, let's travel the world together. A close-up shows the younger boy and girl, their hands reaching out to each other. The older boy touches the younger girl's face, a habit to check if she's lying. The older boy looks thoughtful, wondering if she truly came from the future. The older boy and girl stand together, the boy musing that it's more of a regression than time travel. It seems she's telling the truth. The young man, wearing a red bow tie, seems taken aback. He insists that the other person finally believes him. Suddenly, he finds himself sprawled on a fractured stone surface. The impact has clearly winded him. A voice echoes, chiding him for forming a relationship with someone in his current state. The blue-haired character continues, questioning how Jack could call something that started this way a relationship. The blue-haired character remarks that Jack is good at arguing for someone in so much pain, looking down at him. Jack retorts, asking whose disciple the blue-haired character thinks he is. He then introduces himself, stating his name is Jack. Jack lies on the cracked ground, looking up at the blue-haired character. He says that he will be in the other's care in this life, as well, master. 5 days have passed, and the territory of a symbol comes into view. A young man winces, his hand pressed to his forehead as he mutters the word master. Another young man, his brow furrowed, appears to be in distress. The young man with brown hair covers his face, questioning how someone could do something. A man in a suit tells a child not to say a single word for 5 days straight. A young woman wonders if someone is still collecting their thoughts, adding that spider webs are going to form on their lips. A young man with blonde hair laughs, thinking that someone may be a descendant of the Teslon house. The young man with blue hair looks annoyed, stating that wasn't the case. It's impossible for someone to utilize the soul at their age. Fundamentally, the power of the soul is The young man with blue hair asks if someone is telling him to finish that sentence. The red-haired young man is restrained by a woman with green hair. He seems to be in distress, while a younger boy looks on. Jack Stewart's expression is nostalgic. In the background, a conversation unfolds between a man in an apron and a woman with pink hair. The text speaks of the karma of murder amassed in one's soul being abnormal. Jack Stewart smiles knowingly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A voice notes that someone hasn't said a thing for 5 days straight. The man in the apron states that someone has even more blood on their hands than he does. Jack Stewart listens intently. He looks on, his expression unreadable behind his green hair and fur collar. Jack Stewart offers him a skewer of food, noting that a chance of a lifetime like regression was given to him. Jack Stewart takes a bite of the offered food, his expression thoughtful. He wonders what she was thinking about these past few days, but knows she was thinking about his regression. Elsewhere, a knight charges into battle, his sword raised high. Amidst the chaos of war, a young boy weeps, surrounded by fallen soldiers and crumbling structures. The day's tasks weigh heavily, each moment a silent question. The blue-haired character admits he has no idea what to do and doesn't like being pressured. He wonders aloud what will happen if no one approaches him, then resigns himself to that possibility. The time he spends with someone right now is the most important to him. A smiling face beams, a promise of companionship and shared moments. Red-haired young man, Jack Stewart, assures the blue-haired character that he'll find someone who'll be on his side. Even the dog seems to agree, thinking that he needs someone too. That time, long ago, is now a distant memory. 5 days ago, on the night that Jack Stewart brought Master with him. The blue-haired character feels unwell, as if something is wrong. He drank 2 high-grade potions while she wasn't looking, but even with that, he was on death's door for 5 days straight. Considering the state of his body, he needs someone he can trust who could be his arms and legs and protect him. Jack Stewart suggests they do some light shopping today and rest, and the blue-haired character agrees. He strides along the cobblestone street, declaring that he also needs a new sword. Suddenly, the blue-haired character cries out, stumbling as they plead for others to make way. The basket of yellow flowers shifts, jostling its contents with a soft, pained sound. The blue-haired character sits on the ground, clutching their head and apologizing for being in a hurry. The red-haired young man reassures them that he wasn't looking where he was going either, asking if they're all right. The blue-haired character kneels, gathering the scattered flowers, lamenting that they're ruined, but they all fell out. The blue-haired character looks up, startled, as the red-haired young man calls out to them, asking if they are hurt anywhere. The red-haired young man offers a bag of coins, calling the blue-haired character his comrade, but they refuse. The blue-haired character stares, speechless, at the offered money. The blue-haired character exclaims in disbelief, stating they'll give him this if he does what? The events replay in the blue-haired character's mind as they recoil in shock. The blue-haired character appreciates the offer, but insists they can't receive this much money, wondering if it was too much for a child. The blue-haired character asks how much he owes for the flowers. The red-haired young man tells the flower seller that 1 shilling is plenty. The coin is dropped into the flower seller's hand. The flower seller asks if he wants all of them, then wishes him a nice day. The flower seller gasps and runs away, leaving the red-haired young man confused. The red-haired young man bows to the flower seller as she runs away, apologizing. The blue-haired character walks away with the flowers and his suitcase, thinking that the gem he's been looking for was in a place like this. He notes it's been a while since he's seen a vampire. He smiles, thinking he never thought he'd see a vampire in a place like this. The blue-haired character looks confused, wondering why the red-haired young man was asking her to become his comrade if he knew. The flower seller runs away, thinking she chose her because she's talented enough to become a 10 circle if she tries her best. The blue-haired character smiles, thinking he can't believe the red-haired young man couldn't even tell something like that. He thinks it looks like he has much to teach him and asks to be taught lots. The blue-haired character walks away, thinking that living a long and healthy life depends on him, and that he's the same as always, even after he's regressed. The blonde-haired woman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She murmurs to herself, noting how strange it is, and that the child's face seems familiar. The woman, seen from behind, walks away through a field of purple flowers. The memory, or vision, fades. The blonde-haired woman stands in a field of flowers, arms outstretched. A man approaches her, his expression unreadable in the distance. The woman's face is illuminated by a soft light, her expression serene. The memory is peaceful. Elsewhere, the blue-haired character thinks to himself that it is strange to see a resident of that forest in a place like this. He needs to find someone after the red-haired young man buys his sword. A chibi character promises to guide someone safely to their destination. The scene is set against a backdrop of a quaint town with tiled roofs and a distant castle. The only race that can be considered comparable to dragons, 2 women embrace, one with long dark hair and the other with shorter blonde hair. A grand building stands tall, its architecture a testament to a bygone era, while a suit of armor stands guard. a silent sentinel of battles past. A woman explains that the sword is light enough for even a novice to lift, recounting that it was around 10 years ago when the vampires waged war against the dragons. A massive red dragon soars through the sky, silhouetted against a fiery background, seeking to escape from the magic beast forest. The war obviously resulted in the dragon's victory, as the battlefield is littered with the fallen, a testament to the dragon's might. A portion of the defeated vampires used the chance made by the war to escape from the forest, fleeing across the desolate landscape. The text reveals that the child from earlier is one of the vampires who escaped, but the speaker insists that it is no child of one. Two cats sleep peacefully on a table, oblivious to the ancient conflicts and hidden truths that surround them. The young man is told that he has made a terrific choice, and that the sword was made by a very experienced blacksmith who hammered the metal more than 10,000 times. He holds the sword, looking displeased. The woman with green hair tells him it is a terrific choice. The red-haired young man hands the wrapped sword to the woman, who thanks him for his patronage. A small cat sits on the counter nearby. The young man with brown hair states that he has decided. He thinks to himself that it will be his first subordinate. The woman with green hair questions his decision. The young man thinks that he doesn't know much about the current era, but he must do so. Two students walk along a path. One says that he knows very well what the other is pondering over. Two students stand at a meat counter, speaking to the man behind it. He says that it sounds like it's just his opinion, but children have no sins. The scene shifts to a bustling street. People mill about, going about their day in the busy town. The young man with brown hair is asked if he is sure it's not just the conclusion he's come to in order to rationalize his decision. The young man's eyes are shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. A young man with blue hair laughs while holding a small child. He thinks that it's no wonder Master is talking about it to this extent. Meanwhile, a building is shown with a text box that says this is a story from 400 years ago. In the past, Master made a non-aggression pact with the kings of every race, including the dragons. The terms of the agreement were clear: no interference with humanity. Following the pact, the other races relocated to the magic beast forest. For centuries have passed, and most of the kings who forged the pact are now deceased. No matter how powerful a race may be, they cannot escape death. As time flowed, even if they were released from the pact, they could not escape the forest. The dragons, a winged woman, a man, and a beast are shown. The dragons, having lived for over 2 millennia and still bound by the pact, oppressed the other races. The dragons kept a close watch on the other races to prevent their escape, as they themselves were unable to leave. Master's decision was deemed the right choice, though some believe the dragons should have been eliminated. The figure recalls killing every single one after discovering the truth in their past life. Elsewhere, a town is decorated with colorful flags. A young man looks surprised as a man with short gray hair and a beard speaks to a blonde girl. He smiles warmly, holding the small child close. He seems pleased to be called Master. A small cut appears on his finger, a tiny bead of blood welling up. The red-haired young man continues to cradle the child, reassuring someone that there's no need for guilt. A blonde girl looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity as she wonders what someone knows. The young man reiterates his loyalty, stating that he is the child's disciple, regardless of what others might say, though he admits he doesn't know all the details. The red-haired young man sighs, seemingly relenting to a request or instruction, and tells someone to do as they like. A voice chuckles, followed by a warning. At the very least, the child should not drink your blood. The young man seems confused, wondering why someone is telling him not to feed the child his blood. He observes the child, questioning if she is just a child, perhaps implying she is something more. Another young man passionately declares that children should only be fed the best of food. Elsewhere, a picturesque town stretches out under a bright sky, its buildings hinting at a peaceful existence. Footsteps echo on the stone pavement, the sound emphasizing the presence of someone approaching. The red-haired young man offers a cloth bag, but the blue-haired character refuses it, stating that she is his comrade, not his chick. She scoffs, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Why was the red-haired young man speaking to her in such a familiar way? The blue-haired character remembers the red-haired young man's words. He wanted her to become his comrade, a sentiment that now seems strange to her. A cup of red liquid sits undisturbed. It has been a long time since someone spoke to her so affectionately, a memory that stirs something within her. A hand gently holds another, promising recovery once mother is home. The touch is comforting, a reminder of simpler times. The blue-haired character recalls her mother telling her something when she was young. The memory is hazy, but the feeling is clear. A cloaked figure stands with a glass of red liquid, a voice echoing the words, "Never to drink human blood, except the blood that uncle gives me." The glass is held close, the red liquid swirling within. The voice continues, a solemn vow, "I must never drink any other blood." The blue-haired character returns home, wondering if uncle will visit today. She announces her arrival, a hopeful tone in her voice. She calls out to her mother, wondering if she is sleeping. A cough echoes in response, and a weak voice asks if it is Charlotte. mentioning they have a guest. The blue-haired character looks around, confused. Where is she? The room is unfamiliar, and a sense of unease settles over her. The red-haired young man greets her with a smile, stating that she is finally here. His presence is both a relief and a source of further confusion. She cries out, stumbling backward, her eyes wide with alarm. A voice booms from below, demanding she show her face. She slowly sits up in bed, silent and contemplative. The blonde woman sits in bed, her expression downcast as she reflects on the passage of time. A cloaked figure looms, questioning her presence in such a state. The figure is revealed to be a young boy with green hair, identified as the noble vampire progenitor. The quaint rooftops of a European-style town bask under the sun, birds flying overhead. A figure in a gray cap and tunic feeds small white birds from their hand, promising more soon. A student in a red bow and blue shorts walks away, grumbling about others being blessed to play with birds. Someone peeks from behind a wooden wall, observing with Manhwa, hoping nothing bad will happen. The observer pauses, lost in thought as they watch the scene unfold before them. A figure sits on a bed, questioning who the other person could be, wondering if they're a vampire or a hunter. A woman with blonde hair and a fur collar asks if someone has already forgotten her face. Valentine Milos is revealed, her name appearing in stylized text. The woman in bed confirms that she is the one who forced them into the magic beast forest, admitting she could be called their mortal enemy. Valentine Milos's eyes widen with shock, tears streaming down her face as she trembles. She coughs violently, clutching at her chest as if struggling to breathe. The sudden fit leaves her weakened and gasping for air. Nearby, the vampire progenitor sits on the edge of the bed, watching Valentine Milos's struggle with an unreadable expression. Valentine Milos pants, her face flushed and strained. Each breath seems to require a monumental effort. The vampire progenitor remains seated, observing her with a detached curiosity. He notes that she has become like a doll, cursed to live as a human only one night a month. The vampire progenitor's gaze sharpens, his eyes narrowed as he demands an answer to his unspoken question. Valentine Milos clutches at her chest, her expression a mixture of pain and desperation. Why is a vampire progenitor in a place like this, instead of... The vampire progenitor's crimson eyes pierce through the silence, hinting at the power he holds and the questions he seeks to answer. Valentine Milos's hand trembles, her fingers twitching as she reflects on her current weakened state. It looks like she hasn't drank blood for quite a while. Why is she staying like that? Valentine Milos looks up at the vampire progenitor, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. She seems to be feeling sad. Meanwhile, through the window, a peaceful scene unfolds. People stroll with a dog, oblivious to the turmoil within the room. It seems much time has passed. In the past, a figure lies prone, their form radiating an immense power. The vampire progenitor reflects that he couldn't dare approach her. The flashback continues, revealing multiple figures lying still, their faces obscured by shadows. The scene hints at a time when Valentine Milos was great and powerful. She looks up, her expression a mix of concern and vulnerability, as she says it's not like she still resents him. The memory shifts, focusing on the luxurious fur collar around someone's shoulders, a reminder of what she did back then. Two cloaked figures flank a woman, their faces hidden in shadow as they accuse her. If it weren't for her, they could have ruled the humans from behind. Back in her room, Valentine Milos lies in bed, a small figure beside her as she declares she will now answer the question. The scene shifts to a lush, green landscape, identified as the magic beast forest, a place of both wonder and danger. A stained glass window depicts dragons, a symbol of power and ancient history, as the memory recalls that there are 5 tyrants. Silhouetted against the towering structure, 2 figures stand with a dragon, hinting at a power struggle, as the memory states there are 2 lords. A younger Valentine Milos is surrounded by people, a sense of urgency in the air as someone declares they need to get away from them. Valentine Milos is lying down, recalling that back then, her daughter was so small and beautiful, a bittersweet memory. A landscape is shown, and a scream echoes, suggesting a moment of intense fear or pain from the past. The landscape is torn apart, and another scream pierces the air, amplifying the sense of destruction and terror. A child Valentine Milos is held protectively by a dragon, pleading to be spared, revealing that the dragon said this to her. The texture of scales, rough and unyielding, fills the vision. A woman, desperate and terrified, begs a massive dragon for mercy, citing her pitiful state. The woman lies in bed, pale and weak, as a small figure responds to her plea for mercy. Valentine Milos, tears in her eyes, thinks that she might survive in this village. She recalls the dragon sparing her and her daughter. A man watches a young girl walk away, thinking he must save his daughter. The girl's face contorts in misery. Valentine Milos remembers that she is one of royal blood that overpowers all others. The village, shabby and worn, seems to be waiting for death. A young boy is asked when he is going to leave, as he thinks his uncle will be here soon. The girl asks about her uncle, as the boy wonders who it is. The girl asks what it is, as the boy says he'd like her to tell him more about her uncle. Her eyes widen, a jolt of surprise electrifying her features. Could it be that she was approached to scam her rich uncle? She wonders. The boy, impatient, finds the waiting boring and urges the other person to tell him something. The blonde woman thinks to herself that her uncle is rich. The girl admits she doesn't know much about him, but he gave her and her mom this house. The boy asks, okay, and? The blonde woman thinks about food, specifically cow and pig blood, which she eats once every 3 days. The boy tells someone to listen carefully about her uncle, but the person he is talking to is confused. A man with dark hair and amber eyes appears, asking if they're talking about him. Meanwhile, Valentine Milos asks if the person she is talking to had a friend like this, Charlotte. The man with long white hair states that he doesn't think he's ever seen the person he is talking to before. The girl exclaims, "Uncle," in excitement. The boy realizes that it looks like he's the uncle she was talking about. He smiles, observing the person before him. The vampire progenitor notes that the other seems to be the child of a noble house based on their appearance. The vampire progenitor raises a hand, inquiring what brings the other to his humble home. His expression is calm, but his eyes hint at something more. The vampire progenitor's gaze shifts, his eyes narrowing slightly. He mutters to himself, considering this dragon as he glances toward the window. The vampire progenitor stands next to the red-haired young man, his expression thoughtful. He begins to speak, but his words are left unfinished. Valentine Milos lies in bed, as the blonde woman remarks that they have many guests today. Valentine asks if she could call her daughter for her. The white-haired man gestures expansively, remarking that it seems they have many guests today. A young boy with dark hair and a girl stand before him, listening intently. The white-haired man's expression is sly as he glances at the dark-haired boy. The boy returns the look with a slight smile of his own. A woman with dark hair is seen from behind, her head tilted slightly. A voice echoes, asking if she can hear. The white-haired man tells the boy to bring that child with him, along with that man outside. The boy looks back at him, a question mark floating above his head. The white-haired man's fangs are bared as he asks what the boy is mumbling about on his own. His eyes gleam with amusement. The boy, now outside, states that his master is summoning him. He stands before the white-haired man, who is partially obscured by the doorway. A hand grips a door handle, turning it slowly. A voice whispers to head inside. The dark-haired boy stands in a room, asking if someone came here to have a look. In the lower panel, a figure lies in a bed. A small figure lies in a bed, seemingly asleep. A disembodied voice declares that this is at the toy's final moments. Footsteps approach a bed where a blonde woman lies. She wonders if it's Charlotte, and thinks that mom has something to... The blonde woman's eyes widen in terror as she sits up in bed. She gasps, realizing who is there. The white-haired man asks the blonde girl why she seems so surprised. He places a hand on her head, remarking that she looks as if she's seen a ghost. The white-haired man sits down heavily. He states that he won't be doing anything, and tells the girl to say what she has to say. A man with sharp fangs declares that he has no intention of interfering with the last moments between mother and daughter. The blonde girl calls out to her mother, Vivian, asking what's wrong and if she's hurting somewhere. The blonde woman in bed makes weak sounds. The blonde girl urges her mother to hurry and drink the liquid in the cup. She assures Vivian that she'll feel better after drinking it, stating that it's fine now. The blonde woman, Vivian, lies in bed, her expression pained. She thinks about how her daughter went out of her way to get her a birthday present, and she feels sorry. The blonde woman thinks that she hasn't done a single thing for her daughter yet. The blonde girl calls out to her mother, asking what's wrong. The girl with the red bow stands silently, her expression unreadable. In the background, the white-haired man watches. The girl with the red bow looks down, thinking about why her master and she should be here. The girl with the red bow reflects on how she and Vivian only met by chance, and how she just followed her here one-sidedly. She concludes that this is not reason enough. A foot steps forward. The girl with the red bow asks Vivian if she said her name was Vivian, and asks if she can entrust her daughter to her. And so, she wonders. The blonde woman, Vivian, lies in bed, tears in her eyes. She thinks that she will try to make herself a reason. She looks up, startled by the girl with the red bow's sudden question. The blonde woman's eyes widen as she realizes time is running out. A young man with amber eyes and neatly combed brown hair asks a pointed question. He wonders how she would like her daughter to grow up. The blonde woman lies in bed, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. She is asked if she wants the revival of the vampires or if she wants Charlotte. A man with long white hair and a sinister smile offers another choice. He wonders if she wants the death of the dragons, who treated the vampires, or neither of those options. The blonde woman's face is partially obscured by shadows, but her distress is evident. She is being treated as their toys and driven to their deaths. A hand gently touches the blonde woman's face, as if offering comfort. She seems surprised by the gesture, her eyes widening slightly. Their hands touch, and the blonde woman agrees to something. It seems that Lady Valentine's disciple is different from the others. The blonde woman's expression softens, a hint of acceptance in her eyes. She states that she has no lingering desires as long as a woman with long blonde hair looks down, her expression suggesting she is overwhelmed. She thinks that what is being offered is more than enough for her. The blonde woman is asked for her name, and the young man with amber eyes introduces himself as Jack Valentine. He is Lady Valentine's disciple. The blonde woman, lying in bed, is asked if she can truly take responsibility for Charlotte. Her expression is a mix of hope and apprehension. The girl with the red bow and butler Ron stand beside the blonde woman's bed. The girl declares that she can, and she will. The noble vampire progenitor adjusts his bow tie, preparing for whatever comes next. Below him, the blonde woman looks up, tears welling in her eyes as she stares at him. Outside the window, the steeple of a distant church rises above the surrounding buildings, bathed in the soft glow of the sun. A voice echoes in the emptiness, a heartfelt expression of gratitude. "Thank you, Jack," the disembodied voice whispers. The blonde woman sits, her expression soft as a hand gently touches her face. "I love you," she whispers, her voice filled with emotion. Tears stream down the blonde woman's face, her eyes wide with a mix of sorrow and confusion. "Mom," she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The blonde woman lies prone on the floor, her body seemingly dissolving into motes of light. The scene is filled with a sense of fading and loss. A crowd of people gathers, their faces etched with concern and worry. A desperate plea rises above the murmurs. "What am I supposed to do if even you leave me?" A hand gently rests on the head of a person with dark hair and a brown fur collar, offering comfort in a moment of sorrow. Elsewhere, the town sprawls beneath a clear sky, its rooftops a patchwork of colors and textures, dominated by the towering presence of a distant castle. A figure lies in bed, their face contorted in a grimace of pain and sorrow. Sobs rack their body as they struggle to cope with an unseen loss. A young man with brown hair embraces the person with dark hair and a fur collar, both figures consumed by grief and weeping openly. She stands, her expression unreadable as she observes the scene before her. The girl with the red bow remains a silent observer. Sobbing quietly, the brown-haired man struggles to contain his emotions, his face etched with grief. Elsewhere, a white-haired man collapses to the floor as a boy observes him, stating that this is just the beginning. The white-haired man throws his head back, his laughter echoing through the room in a display of manic glee. The sound of his laughter fills the air, a cacophony of unhinged amusement. The brown-haired man looks down, his gaze settling on the blonde woman and the girl with the red bow, a mixture of concern and sadness in his eyes. Clutching his chest, the white-haired man grimaces, complaining of stomach pains as he contemplates revenge and happiness. The boy clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around it as he declares that he can't hold in the laughter any longer, mocking the vampires. A swift kick connects, sending the white-haired man reeling from the unexpected assault. The force of the impact shatters the wall behind him, sending debris flying in all directions. The vampire progenitor is sent hurtling through the air, a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes widen in surprise as he is sent flying, remarking on the unexpected turn of events. The vampire progenitor crashes through another wall, leaving a gaping hole in his wake. He stands on the balcony, musing over the audacity of someone daring to strike him. The vampire progenitor finds such disrespect peculiar. The vampire progenitor lies on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. He notes that Charlotte seems to have made quite the bad friend. Rising to his feet, the vampire progenitor vows to teach his attacker a lesson. First, however, he demands to know their name. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The vampire progenitor is clearly taken aback by something. Back inside, the vampire progenitor strokes his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He senses no magic, which he finds peculiar. Nearby, a character with short green hair observes that the doll is talking, their expression unreadable. The green-haired character and the vampire progenitor look down at the scene outside. The vampire progenitor remains prone on the ground. The voice continues, taunting the vampire progenitor about his age. They question if he is truly an adult dragonborn within that time. A close-up reveals the vampire progenitor's face, a slight smile playing on his lips as he listens to the unseen speaker. His smile vanishes, replaced by a snarl. The vampire progenitor demands to know how they know such a thing, and who the hell they are. The red-eyed man's face contorts in fury, demanding to know how the other knows such information. The man scoffs, questioning the identity of the person before him and insulting their personality. The girl with the red bow declares her independence, stating that she can stand by herself. A hand grips the girl's arm tightly, preventing her from moving forward. Valentine Milos, standing in a field, announces herself as a mage of the past. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes Valentine Milos as an immortal necromancer. A figure surrounded by flames confirms something is trivial, but only at one time. Skeletal hands reach out as a voice claims to have been called something like that. The man, looking distressed, utters the names Bahamut and Voldemort. Bahamut and Voldemort are revealed to be the names of the two dragon lords, known only to a select few. He muses on dragons and those who have seen them directly. Valentine Milos believes the other must be the real deal. Valactus Machiavelli stands before Dragon, declaring that it doesn't matter. He proclaims himself of the proud and supreme Fire Dragon tribe. The speaker never thought he'd meet a big shot of the past in such a shabby place, as a town is shown. A blonde woman sits on the floor, explaining that all she was planning on doing was to dispose of the daughter. She laughs, stating that her toy gave birth to with certainty. The character with dark hair and a fur collar demands that someone go back this instant, their expression intense. Valentine Milos asks if someone just ordered him to go back. He wonders if they have forgotten the verbal pact. The panel shows Supreme and High Dragons. They showed mercy to the other races aside from humans. The group of people are pitted. Valactus Machiavelli smiles, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The speaker asks if someone is telling a dragon, like himself, to go back. They seem to be misunderstanding something. The dragon showed mercy, but that is incorrect. A character with dark hair and a fur collar stands in front of town. The one who showed mercy in the end wasn't the dragons, or so it is thought. A dragon stands in front of a bright light. The speaker declares that it was him. The speaker's crimson eyes narrow, his expression a mix of disbelief and fury. What? He demands. The scene shifts to a recollection of the past. A voice recounts the making of a verbal pact within a forest. The voice continues, explaining the division between humans and another group. Arrogance, it seems, was the root cause. The memory expands, revealing a war between species. The voice laments that old habits haven't been corrected. Back in the present, a blonde woman hangs suspended by strings. Her captor declares that they are repeating the past. Valactus Machiavelli, engulfed in flames, unleashes his fury. He demands to know what a specter of the past could possibly understand. With a sigh, Valactus Machiavelli addresses someone off-panel, calling them a lizard. A student with short blue hair looks surprised by the insult. A smaller, green-haired figure insists he was only listening politely. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a character's face, filled with rage. He questions the audacity of a four-legged beast. The unseen speaker demands that the target act like a human, rather than displaying such arrogance to their master. With a sharp sound, Valactus Machiavelli is sent flying. He curses the impertinent creature. The character from Panel 9, consumed by fury, vows to rip his opponent to shreds. His clawed hand twitches, ready to strike. Valactus Machiavelli prepares to defend himself. A swift kick lands squarely on his body, sending a shockwave through him. The force of the blow sends Valactus flying through the air, a blur of motion. He is helpless against the momentum, a ragdoll tossed aside with ease. With a sickening thud, Valactus slams against a wall, the impact stealing his breath. Coughing, he spits blood onto the ground, his vision blurring as the brown-haired student looms over him. The student's foot presses down on Valactus's face. He snarls, demanding respect for his master. The student, eyes blazing with fury, continues his tirade, enraged that a human would dare treat a dragon this way. The student commands Valactus to stop his babbling and lower his eyes, threatening to kill him. His foot rises, poised to crush the vampire's skull, dismissing him as an insignificant creature. The student stands triumphant, declaring that no one can do whatever they want, especially against Valentine Milos. Elsewhere, a girl with dark hair and a fur collar glances back, her expression unreadable. Dust motes dance in the faint light filtering across the wooden floor. She peers from behind a corner, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. The student with brown hair adjusts his red bow tie, muttering about Ron's potential scolding. The student stands over Charlotte's bed, asking if she understands now. A vision of Valactus Machiavelli appears, the student declaring him irredeemable trash. Charlotte sobs, tears streaming down her face as she grapples with the revelation. The student stares intently, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. A hand points to a picture, urging Charlotte to take a good look at his shameless face. The image shows Valactus Machiavelli, the student revealing that he killed their people. Charlotte trembles, remembering that Valactus treated her mother like his plaything. A woman in bed holds someone's hand, stating that she would take responsibility, but only received Charlotte's mother's consent. The sound of steel echoes as a sword is drawn from its sheath. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a question of utmost importance. The student with brown hair stands with his back to an unseen threat, his hand resting on the hilt of a sheathed sword. With a swift motion, the student male brown hair, draws his blade, the steel glinting in the light. A confident smirk plays on the lips of Valactus Machiavelli as he declares he will show them. The student leaps into the air, sword extended, as the dark-haired character below wonders who is trying to take responsibility for him. The young man, dressed in a school uniform and a red bow tie, advances with his sword at the ready. Steel clashes against steel as the young man meets Valactus Machiavelli's blade, the vampire progenitor's cloak billowing behind him. With a swift kick, Velactus Machiavelli sends the young man flying backward, the force of the blow evident in the air. Velactus Machiavelli smirks, his red eyes gleaming with amusement as the young man looks on in shock and disbelief. The red-heeled shoe connects with brutal force, sending vibrations through the air. The young man is sent hurtling through the air, his sword flying from his grasp. The air crackles with energy as the force of the impact reverberates. Velactus Machiavelli stands tall, his cloak flowing dramatically as the young man struggles to regain his footing. Velactus Machiavelli thinks to himself, dismissing the young man's abilities after all the talk. The young man, looking back over his shoulder, appears confused by the vampire progenitor's words. The hem of Velactus Machiavelli's coat sways as he stands his ground. The student, looking directly at his opponent, states that his fluttering hair was bothering him. Velactus Machiavelli, now with his hair neatly in place, declares that it looks better. The vampire progenitor, his eyes narrowed, declares that he will not stand for this any longer. With a shout, Velactus Machiavelli unleashes a wind cutter attack. The student's eyes widen as he stares directly at the incoming attack. The student swings his sword, preparing to meet the oncoming attack head-on. The blade cuts through the air, meeting the wind cutter with a resounding crash. Velactus Machiavelli cries out in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Another character observes that he dissolved the magic of a dragon. Velactus Machiavelli's eye twitches as he is sent flying backwards. The vampire progenitor crashes to the ground, defeated. The student looks down, watching as Velactus Machiavelli coughs, struggling to breathe. He finally remembers, recalling that Velactus Machiavelli had such a weak presence. The student, the child of Luca Machiavelli, stands over the fallen vampire. Velactus Machiavelli, submerged, wonders how the student knows of his father. The student thinks to himself that he is one of the 5 dragons currently managing the magic beast forest. He recalls that he was the one who beheaded him in his past. But he didn't see this guy back then. Velactus Machiavelli, lying on the ground, thinks there is no way he could have died an untimely death somewhere, or was hiding in some countryside. The student looks down at Velactus Machiavelli, wondering how he acts the exact same way as his father. The first and last disciple of Valentine Milos, the one who you were belittling. Velactus Machiavelli wonders how a human could possibly have. The student smirks, revealing that he is a dragon, the strongest life form in this world. A cold voice declares that the prone figure has only 5 seconds. The young man with blue hair demands the other apologize to his master by planting his head on the ground within 5 seconds. The person on the ground, with a sword pointed at their face, asks what if they don't. A voice promises to turn the person into dust so fine that they will never be found. The voice continues, stating that no one can ever find even a trace of the person. The young man with blue hair says it's just like what he did to someone else. The man with white hair glares, a sword inches from his face. A girl with green hair watches with wide eyes. The student, Taijin, looks up, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Velactus Machiavelli unleashes a powerful attack against unseen opponents. The vampire progenitor finds himself in a bad spot, soaring above the castle walls. Velactus Machiavelli decides he should retreat for now and let the other dragons know of this. He watches as Velactus Machiavelli retreats, a stunned expression on the student's face. The student, still facing the sky, admits that he didn't think the pink-haired man would actually run away. The student grips the hilt of his sword, resolving that he didn't want to use this power, but the situation has changed. Energy crackles around the student's feet as he prepares to unleash the power of his soul sword. The student's eyes are focused as he prepares to use one of the latter 4 sword forms of the 8 that he has. Through a portal, the blonde woman watches as Velactus Machiavelli flies away, escaping the immediate threat. Velactus Machiavelli's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The vampire progenitor flies into a swirling vortex of blue energy, questioning what is happening to him. The student prepares to unleash the 4 realms' first form of his soul sword. The sky realm shimmers with power as the student prepares to strike. Velactus Machiavelli is caught in the vortex, wondering what is happening to him as he is pulled through. The vampire progenitor is pulled deeper into the swirling blue portal, his fate uncertain. A figure plummets through the air, limbs flailing as they fall. The figure, face contorted in fear, glances upward, wondering why they can't escape. Desperation etched on his face, Velactus Machiavelli cries out in anguish. He scrambles away, boots pounding against an unseen surface as he flees. His expression shifts to one of pure agony, a strangled ugh escaping his lips. His breath hitches, a sob threatening to break free as terror grips him. Collapsing, he weakly begs his pursuer to stay away, his voice trembling. A hand reaches out, the gesture filled with an unknown intent. Meanwhile, a sudden scream shatters the silence as a young man jolts awake, eyes wide with lingering fear. He gasps, his chest heaving as the remnants of the nightmare cling to him. He finds himself staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. The young man in the bed is confused by his surroundings. Sunlight streams through the window. Jack Valentier sits up, looking around the room, disoriented. He stares at his own hands, questioning his identity. Butler Ron stands nearby, wondering when his young master will awaken and what has happened. Ron is surprised as Jack calls out to him, finally awake. The butler leans in, testing Jack's awareness and recognition. Jack, annoyed, tells Ron not to treat him like a child and asks why he is here. Ron puts a finger to his lips, pondering where they are. Jack asks Ron if he knows where the girl and the doll that were with him are. As for the girl, she has been given a bath, some clothes, and time to rest. Someone sleeps soundly in the next room, unaware of the events unfolding. A woman in a cloak considers the situation, unsure of the circumstances. The woman sits on the ground, looking utterly exhausted from her ordeal. As for the doll, it sits silently, perched on the edge of a chair. A figure looms over the doll, asking if they're talking about that. A young man smiles brightly, greeting his master with a cheerful, "Good morning." The young master, lying in bed, stares in disbelief. "The doll is talking," he exclaims, as the doll says, "You're not mad at me, are you?" The doll sits perched on the stairs, responding, "What would I be mad about? You're free to do as you please with your own." The young man in bed smiles, saying, "Come on, you say that, but you were worried?" Ron stands beside the bed as the young master asks, "Was that doll talking?" He continues, "It was just sitting there for 3 days straight." Ron's name appears in a speech bubble, indicating he is about to speak. The young master looks up at Ron, who says, "Yes, I'll explain everything later, but swear to me this." He lies in bed, thinking to himself that person is his master. The young man, still in bed, tells someone to make sure to show courtesy from now on. A tear streaks down the cheek of Butler Ron, his expression unreadable. The young man sits up in bed, assuring someone that he is sure they have a reason for what they say, and they swear it. The young man looks up, asking what happened, and telling someone to make it as concise as possible. It wasn't a complicated story. The corpses of the escorts who departed with me were found in the mountains near Arbeloa, and naturally, the Marquis found out about it. A woman in a red dress stands with a man in a red coat as the young man walks away. Some sort of clue, and started to track me down. And not only that, there are people who've seen me in the Arbeloa estate. After that, we heard rumors of you being somewhere near the Assemble estate. A lone figure, wings spread wide, soars through the turbulent sky. Below, someone gazes up, their eyes wide with shock at the sight of a person. A surge of power crackles through the air, energy coalescing. A figure in shining armor reaches out, as if trying to grasp something. And then he was found collapsed and bleeding, his life hanging by a thread. The young man was in critical condition, so they moved him to the temple for treatment, though they didn't know what had happened. He recalls drinking 3 top-grade potions and wonders if they were strawberry-flavored. A woman confirms that he did, in fact, drink strawberry-flavored potions, making him wonder how they knew he liked them. Butler Ron appears, and the young man demands to know why he is here instead of looking after his sister. Ron is on the phone, listening intently, his expression unreadable. The Marquis stopped the young Mrs. Aggressive demands and sent the butler, who knows him best, along with the investigation squad in her place. The young man's eyes widen in surprise as he hears about the Marquis. The young man's lips curl into a smirk as he considers the messenger sent to him. He thinks his father is more of a moron than he previously believed. The maid addresses the young master, who sits on the edge of the bed. She seems glad to see him again, but hesitates to say more. The maid and the young master are interrupted by a new arrival. The red-haired man demands to know what they want. The red-haired man's expression is stern as he looks down at the young master. He reminds the young master that he is the 3rd young lord. A grand doorway stands closed, its ornate design hinting at the opulence within. Inside, the 3rd young lord sits up in bed, bandages wrapped around his wrists, as a man in a gray coat greets him. An ornate floor design lies beneath the feet of the characters. Gonzalez, the vice captain of the Iron Blood Knights, explains that he has been tasked with a disaster investigation squad. Gonzalez stands before the 3rd young lord, mentioning that he is aware of the commoner child serving as his companion. The words hang in the air, that having a commoner child is not permitted for a son of the Valentier Marquis house. The 3rd young lord, looking up, is told that he is lacking compared to the 2nd young lord, but should at least have the dignity of a Marquis house. Butler Ron places a hand on the 3rd young lord's shoulder, telling Gonzalez to let him speak for now, as Gonzalez says he is going to ask a few questions. Gonzalez asks the 3rd young lord to answer to the best of his ability, revealing that Ron told him he bought 3 whole top-grade potions for him. The 3rd young lord clenches his fists, resolving to bear with it 3 times. The 3rd young lord agrees to answer Gonzalez's questions, his amber eyes reflecting a deep resolve. The 3rd young lord recalls that Gonzalez couldn't even meet his eyes in the past. Gonzalez clears his throat, stating that the third young lord was the only survivor of the incident, and asks what happened. The third young lord dismisses the question, saying it's nothing worth mentioning. The third young lord remembers that his escorts seem to have received strange orders to break his limbs and feed him a potion after. Gonzalez, taken aback by the third young lord's expression, asks what's wrong with his face. The third young lord is hearing this for the first time. Gonzalez asks the third young lord not to change the subject and to just answer his questions. The third young lord states that he was born with it twice and will continue with the explanation. A knight with glowing green eyes and a sinister smile says that this is what they said and that they don't resist. The third young lord recalls that they said that they'll be camping out at night during the 4 days they'll spend heading to the academy. They also said that they'll break his arms and legs every time that they do and heal him once it's morning, and that they'll do this every night until they reach their destination. The third young lord asks if Gonzalez doesn't think that's truly savage. Gonzalez asks who it was, the Sixth Circle Knight, but the third young lord doesn't even remember his name. Gonzalez asks if he means Raison. The third young lord sits on the edge of the bed. Butler Ron stands nearby as Gonzalez looks on, listening intently. From a bed, the third young lord states that someone said they'll destroy his mana circle. He wonders what they're trying to do. Butler Ron looks concerned, as if he has figured something out. The third young lord smirks, as if he knows something. Gonzalez's eyes widen in shock as the third young lord calmly states that he just killed someone. Gonzalez, still reeling from the third young lord's confession, asks him to repeat what he said. The third young lord, seemingly deaf to Gonzalez's request, continues to clutch at his shirt, lost in his own thoughts. The third young lord, eyes wide and a manic grin on his face, declares that he killed all of them. Meanwhile, a chandelier hangs from a ceiling, its ornate design casting intricate shadows across the room. Gonzalez considers the third young lord's words, realizing it wasn't an external intervention, but an internal act. He wonders just how. The third young lord's eyes dart around, his expression a mix of mania and confusion as he asks if any of this even makes sense. An unseen figure declares they don't know about anything else, but they've never once left anyone who tried to mess with them alive. Gonzalez, his face inches from the third young lord's, asks if he's joking around right now, and if he looks that bored. The third young lord stands before Butler Ron, who cautions him to be careful with his words, no matter how much Lady Elizabeth treasures him. Gonzalez stands before the third young lord, calling him a newborn puppy who doesn't know his place. He suggests they have a little chat. Gonzalez, enraged, demands to know how a servant dares lay a hand on him. He tells the third young lord to get lost, striking him across the face. The third young lord's eyes widen in shock as he is struck. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Gonzalez follows up his initial strike with a powerful kick, sending the third young lord flying through the air. The third young lord cries out as the kick connects, the force of the impact causing him immense pain. The third young lord crashes to the ground, landing hard on his back. He struggles to catch his breath, writhing in agony. Despite the beating, the third young lord manages to stand, declaring that this is the third time he's been attacked. He curses Gonzalez. The third young lord, Gonzalez, and Butler Ron are now sprawled on the floor, the aftermath of the violent confrontation evident. Butler Ron looks on with concern, asking the third young lord if he is all right and noting that he is still unwell. The third young lord lies on the floor, dazed and disoriented from the beating he has just endured. Butler Ron kneels beside the third young lord, who claims he is just a little dizzy. Ron notes that Gonzalez is around his 7th circle. He reclines, a smirk playing on his lips as he speaks of being sick of pretending. Butler Ron looks down, a subtle smile gracing his features. With a deliberate motion, Ron adjusts the bow tie at his collar, the sound of the adjustment echoing softly. The third young lord leans back further, as Ron leans in close, his expression serious. He admits he didn't think things through enough. Ron reflects on a past decision, believing it would be easy. But now, he reconsiders, realizing it won't work as he thought it would. Ron leans over the third young lord, who is now lying down, bandaged. He speaks of treating him like a person, now that he is one of his people. Butler Ron's expression is soft as he speaks, reminding the third young lord of what he said before. His tone is gentle, yet firm. The third young lord responds simply, a hint of defiance in his eyes. He questions if Ron doesn't like it. Ron acknowledges the situation, then recalls Gonzalez, the vice captain of the Ironblood Knights, and the 3rd ranking knight. Ron adjusts his bow tie again, a subtle gesture as he speaks of disrespect. He notes that the third young lord may not remember this. Ron inquires how long it will take to cook him, his expression unreadable. The third young lord smirks, responding with 5 minutes. Ron glances to the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, as he considers the implications. He speaks with a sly grin, confident in his abilities. Butler Ron asks if the third young lord is aware of his cooking skills. The third young lord stands with his back turned, his tone dismissive. He declares that one is plenty. Someone declares that they're sure everyone knows something. It is stated that Ron is very good at cooking. The food is described as extremely good, and someone asks if they're talking about food. Someone says no, and that you can take a guess from what's happening right now. Ron swings along, white whip, his expression calm and focused. The whip strikes the vampire progenitor across the chest. Ron continues his assault, the whip cracking against the vampire progenitor's body. The vampire progenitor, mouth bloodied, curses Ron as a damn servant. Ron, unfazed by the vampire progenitor's words, continues to lash out with the whip. The vampire progenitor is struck again, calling Ron a slippery son of a bitch. He prepares to strike, his gloved fist raised high, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The punch connects with brutal force, the sound echoing through the room. The vampire progenitor is sent flying backward from the sheer power of the blow, crashing into a nearby wall. Meanwhile, two armored figures observe the scene from a doorway. One questions the reality of what they are witnessing. Elsewhere, a young man sits on his bed, his arms bandaged. He watches with a keen interest. The young man's brow furrows as he recognizes the movements. He wonders where he has seen them before. Back in the fight, Ron continues his assault, landing another powerful blow. The young man recalls seeing Ron fight in the past. The vampire progenitor kneels, struggling to maintain his composure as energy crackles around him. The vampire progenitor lies defeated within a magic circle, Ron standing triumphantly over him. Energy surges around Ron, highlighting his focused and determined expression. The young man observes that even if Ron is a nine-circle mage, his foundations lie in magic, not martial arts. Ron smirks. Despite having the physique of a servant, he is a formidable opponent. He stands, taking the brunt of the attack, though it's clear he's losing ground. The young man watches the battle unfold, noting the butler's extensive combat experience against opponents stronger than Gonzalez. The young man considers the possibility that Ron might be a spy from the Tulkun Empire. He realizes that he won't be able to kill or even beat the butler in a fight. The vampire progenitor cries out as a knight's blade finds its mark. The vampire progenitor, enraged, screams that his attacker will die. Ron's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he continues his assault. The butler moves with blinding speed, his attacks precise and relentless. The vampire progenitor cries out in pain as he is struck again. The young man reflects on the vampire progenitor's strength and how long he endured disrespect. The vampire progenitor grits his teeth, enduring the pain for someone's sake. The young man watches, a look of determination on his face as he witnesses the fight's climax. He stands in the doorway, a smile playing on his lips as he awaits further instruction. Butler Ron's expression remains pleasant as he asks what is taking so long to cook a single ingredient. The butler's eyes widen slightly as he senses someone approaching from behind, a strange sound accompanying their advance. Butler Ron's surprise deepens as the third young lord grabs him from behind, a sinister O escaping his lips. Smiling brightly, Ron holds up a device, announcing that he is finished, young master. The third young lord lies prone on the floor, having apparently been defeated. He is told that he took 1 minute and 12 seconds and needs to work out a little more. Butler Ron looks down at the fallen third young lord, simply stating, "Okay." The third young lord, now standing, demands to know what the guards are looking at, ordering them to do their job. Meanwhile, a potted plant sits in a room, bathed in soft light. The third young lord grabs Gonzalez, stating now, "Then, let's have a nice, quiet talk." The third young lord continues to grip Gonzalez, commenting on what a cool name Gonzalez has, and that his father must think highly of him. The third young lord continues to assault Gonzalez, referring to Butler Ron as a lowly servant. He is held firmly by the third young lord, who leans in close. The third young lord asks if he finally understands the situation he's in. The third young lord continues to hold him, stating that it wasn't the answer he expected. He adds that Gonzalez came to investigate a case, and it's been fully resolved now, right? The third young lord smiles widely, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He says that he found out the culprit and the motive, clearly pleased with himself. A close-up of an eye reveals a surprising truth. Gonzalez is the third-ranking knight of the Marquis House, and in his mid-30s. A disembodied voice muses that Gonzalez is conclusively Vice Knight Captain material, and it's a waste to kill him. Gonzalez, still in the third young lord's grasp, simply says, "Hey." Looking up at the third young lord, Gonzalez's expression is a mix of confusion and apprehension. He asks what it is, sensing something is amiss. The third young lord's face is partially obscured, but his intent is clear. He asks if Gonzalez wants to become an eighth circle, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The third young lord's grip tightens, his words a veiled threat. He repeats the question, asking if Gonzalez doesn't want to become Vice Knight Captain. The third young lord smiles, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. He suggests they make a little promise, just between them. The third young lord continues to hold Gonzalez, his expression unreadable. A thought bubble reveals that the young master is plotting something. A chibi figure expresses overwhelming joy, stating that someone has grown up to be so mature, and they couldn't be happier. The context remains unclear. Gonzalez looks up, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He wonders what is happening, a sense of unease washing over him. A taller man carries a small child, holding him securely in his arms. Butler Ron, standing nearby, speaks with a tone of surprised realization. He did not realize who the man was. The butler continues, stating that he should formally introduce himself. A voice echoes, declaring that the man has inherited the energy of the Sword family. The butler's eyes widen, his mouth agape. He is visibly shocked by this revelation. You've inherited the energy of the Sword family. Ron kneels, his expression unreadable as he looks up at the child before him. Approximately 19 years, the child thinks, considering the butler's words. He knows he achieved the 9-circle stage 20 years ago. The child continues, musing that Ron must have had quite the high position, even in the Sword family, if he'd achieved the 9-circle stage in his mid-20s. Now, he is merely a servant. Ron remains kneeling, silent as the child considers his past. The child could have become a 10-circle mage, and possibly a master who can control souls. Ron looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. Pardon, he asks, clearly taken aback by the child's statement. The child asks if it's been around 20 years since Ron used mana. 19 years, to be exact. Meanwhile, since the day that he entered the Marquis house together with Jack and Elizabeth's mother, Ron has never once used mana. Recently, Ron has been acting in secret because he had no choice. He used mana to follow Jack, concealing himself as he did so. That didn't really matter anymore, he mused, staring at the empty room. Ron, speaking to someone off-panel, is told that he is telling the truth, even when being disrespected as a servant. The unseen speaker continues, saying that Ron doesn't have any desire to make a name for himself and is simply satisfied. The voice wonders if Ron is satisfied just by serving that child. Ron reflects on Jack's incredible talent, wondering where it came from, but guesses this answers it. He thinks that a warrior of the Sword family is risking his life to protect. Does he know the truth about that child? Ron crouches down, looking at the young man with brown hair. Ron thinks about his past, but he won't go out of his way to pry into it. He is sure Jack knows about it in detail, but he probably doesn't mind it. He rests a hand on the young monster's head, a surprising number of things about Jack still unknown. The butler's expression is unreadable as he leans in, his words a veiled threat. He despises repeating himself. Ron's grip tightens on the young monster's shoulder, his tone leaving no room for argument. He will ask again. The young monster's face is contorted in pain and fear as he looks up at Ron. He wants the Vice Knight captain position. Ron sighs, his disappointment palpable as he sits on the bed with the young monster. He didn't expect anything from him. The butler warns him not to move, not to dare circulate his mana. He knows the young monster is scared of getting beaten. Ron's hand hovers over the young monster, a subtle energy emanating from his fingertips. Is he understood? The young monster looks up, his expression a mix of defiance and pain. He is clearly struggling. Ron's hand glows with a blue light as he presses it against the young monster's chest, causing him to gasp in pain. Within the young monster's body, his blood cells are surrounded by a faint blue energy, their movement restricted. Pink crystals pulse with energy, their sharp edges hinting at the pain inflicted upon the young monster. Ron looks down, his amber eyes gleaming with a mixture of concern and calculation as he observes the young monster's suffering. He has found it, the 7 circles enveloping and rotating around the young monster's heart. The young monster looks down, trying to endure the pain. He tells himself not to think too badly of the situation. The pink crystal pulses with energy, a sign of the mana being manipulated within the young monster. Ron holds the young monster, his hand glowing with power. He asks what he is doing to him. The young monster's hand is gripped tightly, his mana being drained. He cries out in pain, feeling his power slip away. Ron tells him to stay still, his expression stern. He says that if he was going to kill him, he would have done so already. Ron's expression shifts to a sinister smile as he asks the young monster what he thinks. His eyes gleam with amusement. The young monster groans in pain, his body trembling. He is clearly suffering from the mana restriction. The pink crystal continues to pulse, the mana swirling around it. The energy is palpable, a sign of the power being wielded. The crystal glows intensely, the mana restriction taking its toll on the young monster. Ron continues to hold the young monster, his grip firm. The interrogation continues, the pressure mounting. The pink crystal flares brightly, the mana being forcefully manipulated. The young monster's suffering is evident. The young monster writhes, his body contorting under the pressure of the restricted mana flow. The force constricting him intensifies, blurring his vision as the pain escalates. The ornate doors of the room seem to vibrate with the intensity of the unseen forces at play. Sweat beads on the young monster's brow as he grits his teeth against the agony. Ron's voice cuts through the haze of pain. He tells the young monster that he can open his eyes now. The young monster looks up, his expression a mix of pain and defiance as Ron looms over him. Ron places a hand on the young monster's leg, declaring that it is all done, the interrogation complete. The young monster sits up, relieved that the mana restriction has been lifted, but still wary of the gems. The young monster, still seated, questions if Ron just forcefully raised something, demanding to know who he is. Ron's voice echoes, reminding the young monster that he is in no position to be asking questions at the moment. Ron looks down at the young monster, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. Meanwhile, a new figure with short brown hair and golden eyes smiles knowingly, their intentions unknown. Ron stands before the young monster, his expression firm. He states that the young monster no longer has a choice in the matter. The butler's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. He continues, stating that the young monster must do everything he is told from now on. The sun sets outside a window, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The scene is serene, a stark contrast to the conversation taking place. The young monster's face is filled with distress. He seems to be realizing the gravity of the situation, and that it will be horrible in a way he can't even imagine. The young monster's head is shown from above, as Ron asks if he heard the rumors. The pressure seems to be mounting, the tension palpable. The unknown smiling figure is shown with a wide, knowing grin. His fingers are steepled, as if he is in control of the situation. It is revealed that the unknown smiling figure learned black magic. The implications of this revelation are ominous. A young man stands over another, who is sprawled out on the ground, recalling a time when he beat the shit out of Phelan. Within the Marquis' estate, a rumor begins to circulate, its tendrils reaching into every corner of the household. The maids whisper amongst themselves, gossiping that Jack has learned black magic, their expressions a mix of fear and fascination. The rumor is indeed a fact, as one man confirms to another, who should know better than anyone else, since he just experienced it. A fist clenches tightly, a silent expression of building anger or determination in the face of the spreading rumors. One man commands another to kneel, his expression cold and demanding, as the rumors swirl around them. One man reminds another to remember what he is about to say, even if he has to engrave it into his bones. The man's expression is intense, his eyes narrowed as he speaks of going back, his words carrying a weight of unspoken meaning. The scene shifts to the Marquis' house, where someone is reporting to the Marquis that the third young lord knows nothing. One man confirms another's statement with a simple yes, his expression unreadable, while another man looks on with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the word third hangs in the air above a bloody sword. In 3 months' time, the vassals of the Mantis Count family currently reside in the Marquis' house, along with the knights on the Marchioness's side. The order is given, eliminate at least 40 of them. A man with red hair says yes, before exclaiming, "What?" A man lies on the ground, a glowing orb floating above him. He is told to keep in mind that the thing around his heart isn't just for show. Another man kneels before him, stating that he will keep that in mind. The red-haired man responds, "Yes." The red-haired man smirks, letting out a soft ah. The red-haired man embraces another, telling him not to be so scared and to come on. The red-haired man tells the other that as long as he does what his big bro says, he'll get huge benefits, like what he's getting now. The other man questions if he is his big bro, as he is told that even now, he's become an 8th circle in an instant. The red-haired man says it's good for him too, and as long as he does what he says, he'll give him those benefits. The red-haired man asks if he wants more, and notes that he's not saying no, before laughing. He is grabbed by the red-haired man, who remarks that he was playing hard to get. Elsewhere, a man with purple hair is cutting meat. He thinks about how much he has ordered Ron around. A plate is thrown at a man's head. The man with purple hair says that it's from how badly he beat the shit out of him and bullied him on his way here. A spoon sits in a pool of blood and meat. A voice says that it's his turn now. The red-haired man tells a young boy that he will be a servant and become Ron's hands and feet. He asks if the boy understands what he's saying. The red-haired man asks the young boy to do his best. He says that he'll ask Ron about how it went next time. Someone is kicked out of a room. The person who kicked them out says that they are done with him now, so screw off. A man stands in front of a door. He thinks to himself that he's gotten chick number 2. A man thinks to himself that chick number 1 was such a dumbass, and that he hopes number 2 does what he tells him to do. He is asked if he is done talking. A chibi character says that they're all done, young master. A woman says that she is starving and that they should go eat. A young boy agrees. Someone asks their master if they're going to go dress like that. He adjusts his light blue shirt, a puzzled expression on his face. A memory surfaces. The young man, anticipating a problem, prepared for it in advance. Another memory surfaces. The young man with luggage, thinking most of it was a mess, so he prepared beforehand. The young man smiles at Ron, admitting he's in his debt again. Now, the young man is walking out of a room, thinking it is time to eat. A blonde girl rushes to him, embracing him tightly, not wanting him to leave. Tears well in her eyes as she clutches his shirt, her voice thick with worry, even for him, her master. The young man looks down at her with a sad expression, thinking she might not wake up. Ron watches the scene unfold, his expression one of concern. The young man tells her he's going to get some fresh air, asking Ron to prepare some of his favorite dishes in advance. Ron bows his head, wishing the young master a nice walk as he departs. The blonde girl clings to him, begging him to let go now. A grand building stands tall, its architecture a testament to a bygone era, as people mill about in front of it. From a balcony, a man apologizes for destroying her home, but she simply responds with silence. Even if her house was still standing, she thinks her mother is no longer there. Tears well in her eyes as she reflects that living in that empty house all by herself would be meaningless. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the young girl's expression is downcast. Tears stream down her face as she reflects on a lonely past. She laments living in an empty house, all by herself, at such a young age. The grand estate looms in the background, a silent witness to her sorrow. The setting sun casts long shadows across the manicured lawns. A hand firmly grasps her wrist, a silent gesture of comfort and support. The young girl and boy walk away together, sharing a bond forged in mutual loss. I, too, lost my mother at a young age, he says. The girl's eyes widen in shock as the boy reaches out to her. She insists that she doesn't. Even so, she remembers it. The memory of the boy and girl remains vivid. Ron carries the young boy on his back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. And Master were there for me. Chains encircle the young girl, a visual metaphor for her trapped emotions. So, even if my life was the absolute worst. She listens as the young man with brown hair speaks of happiness. The young man, protagonist young monster, raises his hands, crackling with blue energy. The young girl blonde hair gasps, noticing something amiss. Yar blunge. She utters. Her eyes widen in horror, and she covers her mouth, questioning what is happening. The young man cups her face, his expression earnest. Charlotte, come with me, he pleads. Her wide eyes reflect a growing fear as she stares into the young man's face. She gulps, her throat constricting as the situation becomes clear. Blood trickles down her neck, a stark testament to the young man's actions. The red-haired young man, appears, holding the young girl blonde hair. He remarks, she must have been hungry. A swirling vortex of wind surrounds them as the red-haired man whisks her away. Her blonde hair whips around her face, the wound on her neck now clearly visible. Terror fills her eyes as she is carried away, her mouth agape in a silent scream. She gasps, her eyes wide with shock as her body begins to react. The young girl clutches at herself, feeling the recovery taking hold. The reason why vampires were a species on par with dragons was because they had a special characteristic that allowed them to recover instantly if they drank proper blood. The red-haired young man smiles, asking if she feels better now. The young girl expresses her gratitude to the red-haired young man. The red-haired young man asks how she feels, a knowing smile on his face. About back then, the red-haired young man declares he will show her how powerful the person trying to take responsibility for her is. The red-haired young man looks out over the landscape, a building silhouetted against the fiery sky. The red-haired young man chuckles, finding the situation thrilling. The young girl looks up, her expression unreadable. She hears the red-haired young man call her Appa, and she seems confused by the term. The red-haired young man explains that he is much older than he appears, and being called Appa is a bit much. The young girl looks at him, confused. The red-haired young man tells her to just call him boss. The young girl is startled by the sudden demand. The young girl smiles brightly, agreeing to call him boss. Meanwhile, the sun sets over a quaint town, casting long shadows across the rooftops. A well-stocked cabinet displays an array of glasses and plates. Someone wonders if they heard correctly. A lavish spread of food is laid out on a table. The question hangs in the air, you killed what? The red-haired young man sits at the table, fork in hand, as butler Ron stands behind him. Ron confirms that he heard correctly. Butler Ron looks visibly baffled by what he has just heard. Before dragons reach 10 years old, they create their 5-circle mana heart. Dragons reach the stage of master before they reach 50 years old. Dragons can also use dragonoid transformation, a technique that compresses their massive draconic form into a size similar to humans. This is different from polymorphs. If a dragon's original form is specialized for using magic, then dragonoid transformation maximizes close combat prowess. If that moron was even a little wary and hadn't given him time to use soul speech, he would have been at an extreme disadvantage. Butler Ron suggests that the young master should eat his vegetables as well. The young master says he'll pass, but he still wouldn't have lost. That's why he died. No matter how well he fights, he's merely a 2-circle. The young master thinks to himself, he was a moron. The young master wonders how he could possibly fight against a 10-circle. Ron states that it certainly is illogical. He lacked experience. He couldn't even properly use dragonoid transformation, and just ran away in fear after using a little magic. The young master continues to eat, thinking to himself. Ron and the young master continue their conversation. Ron asks how so. The young master recalls that if he was talking to anyone else, then after he said that he had slain a dragon, they would have laughed like those fire ant or water ant mercenary group guys, or whatever their name was. The young master thinks that he already knew Ron was more cunning than he expected, but to think he already knew of the existence of dragons. Ron appears taken aback, his eyes wide as he murmurs that something is a little unexpected. The butler presses the issue, questioning if the young master didn't already know everything. He clarifies that he's referring to the young master's past and things like that. The young master's eyes widen in disbelief. He wonders aloud how he could possibly know all of that. The young master's shock intensifies as he recalls Ron's words. He exclaims, remembering that Ron told him he died an untimely death. The table is set with a variety of dishes, and a glass of red liquid sits among them. Someone muses that there are things the young master doesn't know. The man holding the glass of red liquid asks if the other person would still like to hear it. He receives a simple, firm denial. The glass of red liquid is shown in close-up. It's noted that Ron may not look like it, but he is a very cautious person. A simple text box states, in my past life, a figure rides a white horse, escaping the Marquis house. It's noted that he never once revealed anything about his past. The man sits at a table laden with food, musing that anyone is bound to have a secret. Ron speaks to the young master, who allows him to ask one thing. The young master tells Ron he can ask him anything he wants, but then asks if he has no relation to the Tulkun Empire. Ron stands next to the young master, who sits at the table. He says he's like a spy, or something like that. A cabinet filled with glasses and plates stands silently, its contents hinting at untold stories. He states firmly that he is absolutely not related to them in any way. The young master's expression is unreadable as he looks off to the side. The young master sits at the table, relieved. He thinks to himself that he was a bit worried, but thank goodness. A hand holds a fork, ready to eat. The young master hopes he understood his desire of not wanting to burden him. The young master is at the table. Since he's smiling, he guesses he did. In any case, the young master sits at the table, thinking it's about time for him to make a new mana circle. A chibi version of the young master is shown passed out on the ground. He thinks to himself that he pretty much ends up half dead. A man with long hair is shown. He thinks to himself that every time he uses soul energy, he has to increase the number of his mana circles and strengthen his body. The young master is eating. He thinks to himself that he'll think about it once he gets to the academy. The young master is shown from the chest up. He thinks to himself that he guesses you really are his disciple and to think you'd use the bond of darkness. The bond of darkness is shown. It is a black magic that only Master and he know in this entire world. He reflects on the magic, realizing others wouldn't know of it. After all, his master created the formula for this magic. The glorious era of his master was at a prime. In other words, she engraved a pledge on the forcibly made circle. The era of war, a time of conflict and strife, where the strong preyed on the weak, and alliances were forged and broken. Master used this bond of darkness on her enemies and spies, a technique that would become her signature. The master, cloaked in darkness, prepares to inscribe the bond of darkness. The kneeling figure awaits the mark, unaware of the consequences. She engraved a pledge on the forcibly made circle, and if they were unable to fulfill that pledge, it would not only affect the circle, but would also cause the entire body to explode on the spot, a gruesome fate for those who failed. It is a wicked magic that spread her notoriety across the world. The young monster looks on, absorbing the implications. What pledge did you engrave on that forcibly made circle? What are you aiming for? The young master's questions hang in the air. The young monster explains that it's insurance for both Ron and his sister. He gestures to the food, a casual air about him. Ron admits he's not sure what it is, but is touched that the young master cares so much for him. His expression is sincere. Ron is truly touched. He's become so emotional after his conversation with the young master, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The young blonde girl, her hair tied in pigtails, stands by a large wooden door, her hand on the handle. She calls out for someone, her voice echoing in the hallway. Elsewhere, a man's face is etched with concern, his eyes wide with worry. He whispers a name, his voice barely audible. Charlotte? The scene shifts to a dining room, where several figures are seated around a large table laden with food. One man gestures, relieved, saying they're just in time and offering a seat. Ron, ever attentive, offers to prepare a meal for the young girl, Charlotte. She politely declines, stating that she is full and thankful to the boss. The butler, his expression thoughtful, suggests that Charlotte should attend the academy as well. His words hang in the air, a proposition that seems to surprise even him. Charlotte sits in a large chair, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and disbelief. She wonders to herself if such a thing is even possible for her. The young master observes the scene, his expression unreadable. Ron, standing nearby, is described as a very capable servant. In a simplified scene, the young master and Ron are depicted. The young master wonders if Ron knows anything about this, but Ron seems unsure. Ron, now looking determined, declares that he will take care of it himself. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes the implications. The young master, speaking to someone unseen, chides them for blackmailing people. He scoffs, implying they think he's just some thug who does nothing but blackmail. An unseen character exclaims in shock, their voice filled with disbelief and surprise. The word boss hangs in the air unanswered. Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes widen in disbelief, her mouth agape. She asks, her voice trembling, if she is really going to school. She looks at Ron, surprised by his statement. Ron, holding chopsticks, insists that she's indeed a child. Charlotte's talent is overwhelming, but she wonders how she could possibly enroll in the academy if she were to just leave unattended. Although Charlotte doesn't possess any mana circles right now, she looks up at the sky, lost in thought. She could easily surpass the 10th circle if taught well, or maybe she may grow to a level where she can use soul energy. Ron is sure that she'll be able to enroll, and Gonzalez will write her a recommendation letter. The problem is with her age, as students enroll in the academy at the age of 14. Charlotte, who has only just turned 11, cannot be enrolled using normal means. Ron assures her not to worry, as she'll inevitably be able to go to the academy. Ron, sitting in a chair, smiles, stating that she will be able to go to the academy just like the other children. A few days later, the imposing academy looms in the distance, its towers piercing the sky. The young man raises his arms in triumph, announcing their arrival at the academy with unrestrained joy. A servant delivers a wooden barrel, presumably containing the luggage, to the young girl with blonde hair. Butler Ron offers a few final words of caution to the young girl, ensuring she has everything she needs for her stay. Ron inclines his head, assuring his young master that he will comply with his instructions. The butler asks for a favor, requesting that all matters regarding the Marquis house be left entirely to him. Ron's expression is serious as he contemplates the young master's focus solely on academy matters. A hand gestures dismissively as the speaker declares that Gonzalez has turned out to be less intelligent than expected. The red-haired man states that he doesn't think highly of Gonzalez, considering him a pawn to be used and discarded. The young man with amber eyes reveals that he ordered Gonzalez to do something, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. He is asked to manage someone, as the young blonde girl stands nearby, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. Someone is planning on cutting off the Marquis's hands and legs. A figure stands amidst a scene of carnage, the ground stained crimson with blood, bodies strewn about. Butler Ron's eyes widen in horror as he hears the gruesome plan, his face a mask of disbelief and shock. The reflection in the ornate mirror reveals a gathering of the Marquis house's senior officials, along with members of the Mantis Count family. Ron acknowledges the statement, his expression thoughtful as he considers Lady Elizabeth's position in all of this. A young woman with long red hair stands with her hands clasped, a serene expression on her face as she thinks her sister is too kind. The images flash by, hinting at the fall of the house and the potential for change as someone considers that they may change her. Meanwhile, the young man with green hair smiles softly, asking someone to watch over her for him, his expression filled with concern. Ron's face is etched with worry, a deep furrow in his brow as he contemplates the situation. Butler Ron states that he understands, but also notes that the young master has changed a lot. The young man with green hair smirks, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as he looks off into the distance. A massive gate looms, its intricate ironwork disappearing into the mist. The heavy door stands closed, a silent declaration of its purpose. That's obvious. A pristine white cat lounges on a balcony, observing the street below. A man remarks, "You have a good subordinate." Two figures push a cart, its contents obscured by luggage and a small, bundled passenger. One says, rather than subordinate, it's more suitable to call. The pair pauses, the young girl in the cart looking up at them. The man with dark hair says, "Him a good person." The girl responds, "Oh." The man winks, his expression playful. He says, "You're also a good person, master." The young girl in the cart stares ahead, her expression unreadable. The girl thinks to herself, what a hollow comment. In the distance, a grand building looms, prompting someone to exclaim, "Whoa." The blonde girl bounds forward, her eyes wide with excitement. She exclaims, "Boss, it's my first time at a place like this." The blonde girl's face is alight with joy as she shouts, "Okay." The man asks, "Are you Mr. Jack Valantier?" Her response is almost automatic. The man looks down at the blonde girl, his expression serious. He asks, "Do you have business with me?" She is being led by the maid, who asks for pardon as they approach their destination. The maid announces that the dean is... The hallway stretches long and grand, a red carpet leading towards a roaring fireplace. A voice echoes, declaring that someone is waiting. Sunlight streams through a large window, illuminating a vibrant display of flowers. The scene offers a brief respite of natural beauty. A towering bookshelf, complete with a rolling ladder, hints at the vast knowledge contained within the room. A voice notes that someone is quite famous. Relaxed in a plush chair, the head dean of the academy reflects on recent events. He notes that it has been a while since he has been here. Rommel Einhard Assenbel, the father of the current Duke Assenbel, sits in regal repose. He wonders if taking the test is all that is required. The head dean of the academy is also the bloodied son of a noble family. He rests his head on his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. The head dean of the academy lounges in a chair, while Rommel Einhart, a symbol, sits upright nearby. The dean reflects that this place hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, the fireplace crackles with warmth, casting a golden glow across the room. The flames dance merrily, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. A hand reaches out to the blonde girl, as someone wonders about attendance. The girl looks up, her expression unreadable. The test ranking list was reported to the kingdom, and the bandaged young person is assured that they won't be expelled. A close-up reveals a young person's face, their expression hidden in shadow. They are thinking something. She is carried, a silent promise hanging in the air. Before her lies a future where someone will try to kill her. A disembodied voice echoes, speaking of maturity and the many children seen before. The words hang heavy with unspoken meaning. The voice continues, noting that the listener is in the exact same situation. A question lingers, then, how? The young man wonders aloud if he is supposed to live from now on. His expression is unreadable, lost in thought. An older man with a long white beard looks on, his expression knowing and perhaps a little sad. A hand rests gently on the young man's head. He is told that it is up to him to think about what comes next. The older man sits beside the young man, offering a suggestion. His words are soft, almost a whisper. The offer is made, a one-person dorm room. The words hang in the air, a potential escape from the current situation. Elsewhere, a voice acknowledges receipt of something. The nature of this thing remains unknown. The ornate chandelier hangs in a room, a symbol of wealth and power. The voice suggests it is a partial favor from the dean. A young man with red hair smiles, addressing someone as sir. His expression is sly, hinting at something hidden. Meanwhile, a voice asks if someone would like to make a bet. The stakes are unknown, but the tone is suggestive. The old man sits in his library, a staff with glowing green gems resting in his hand. He blinks slowly, the weight of years etched into the lines on his face. A voice calls out to him, a respectful inquiry cutting through the silence. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair sits on a plush couch, his expression earnest. He speaks of past debts. He offers a deal, a promise whispered with the weight of obligation. The young man asks for one thing in return for saving a life. The young man, reclining on the couch, speaks of a debt, promising to save a life in return. A voice echoes, requesting just one thing in exchange. The scene shifts to a vintage record player, its needle poised above a spinning disc, as if contemplating a memory. A voice notes that someone has changed, recalling a time when they were covered in injuries and barely able to speak. The older man's face is etched with the wisdom of years, his expression thoughtful as he listens. The young man's face is shown, a slight smile playing on his lips as he reflects on how much he's changed in just 1 month. A young girl with blonde pigtails thinks that it may have been just 1 month for the dean. The young girl lies on a bench, thinking that it has been 20 years for her. The older man sits with the young man, thinking that 20 years is enough time for a landscape to change twice. The fate of a kingdom mirrors that of an individual, it seems. An arm extends, a hand gripping a wooden staff as a voice demands to know how exactly his life will be saved. If his memories serve him correctly, the answer lies somewhere within the towering archives. The Tezlon kingdom fell in exactly 1 month during the war against the Tulkun Empire. There were as many as 30 masters in the Tulkun Empire, a stark contrast to Tezlon. Tanks bubble with a strange pink fluid, hinting at the secrets behind the Tulkun Empire's strength. A considerable number of them are half-bloods, implanted with dragon's blood and bones. The number of mana users 7 circle and up reaches at least 1,000. In the Tezlon kingdom, there are only 2 masters, a paltry number in comparison. There aren't even 100 high-circle mana users to be found. With such a huge difference in power, the man wonders if 1 month was all the kingdom could muster. It wouldn't have even taken 3 days if he were a Tulkun commander, he muses. The reason Tezlon was able to last for 1 whole month was thanks to this dean in front of him. The remnants of a forgotten kingdom stand against the sky. A woman clutches a child, both bathed in a protective emerald glow. The Battle Mage Corps, comprised solely of Dean Rommel's own soldiers, were the reason for their survival. The woman and child are now engulfed in a radiant, golden light. Suddenly, as many as 700 warriors appeared, fighting for Tezlon. If the Dean hadn't suffered an accident, Tezlon would have lasted around 2 more months. A sword pierces through flesh, the act a swift and decisive strike. Betrayal. A woman falls, the victim of a cruel deception. The act was committed by his most trusted and treasured aide. The old man, his face etched with anger, speaks one word, Blutus. Jack Valantier is reminded that it's discourteous to call an instructor by his name. The man in the chair is revealed to be a Tulkun spy. A detailed map lies spread across the ornate desk, scrolls and instruments arrayed around it. Marco, the current vice instructor of the Swordsmanship Studies Department, greets his colleagues. He is a 6-circle knight and a vassal of his symbol. The young man sits back in his chair, listening intently. He wonders aloud if he is the only child who follows the speaker. The older man's face is etched with disapproval. He states that someone has slandered a vassal of the assembled duchy. The young man reclines, musing about the slander. He wonders if the speaker will regret not listening to him once he is stabbed in the back. The speaker offers a piece of advice, speaking as an elder. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The older man gestures with his staff, his expression stern. He insists that they pretend this conversation never happened, warning against taking responsibility for actions. The older man dismisses the young man. The young man thinks to himself that he went out of his way to offer to save him. A hand rests on a table, fingers tapping impatiently near a golden pocket watch. The owner of the hand declares that he does not say the same thing twice. The young man's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. He thinks that things may get a little dirty. The young man stands, his expression unreadable. He asks that someone please call him here. The hand lingers near the pocket watch, a silent promise of action hanging in the air. The opulent room gleamed, its polished surfaces reflecting the light from the ornate chandelier. Butler Ron, ever attentive, approached. He inquired, his expression neutral, if his presence was requested. The room was filled with several figures, their conversation hushed and secretive around a low table. A voice cut through the murmur, identifying one of the figures present, Blutus. Butler Ron stood before Jack Valentier, who reclined casually on a plush chair. He was reminded that he no longer needed to send information to the Tulkun Empire. Ron's expression shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his features as he listened intently. The butler's brow furrowed, his voice rising in confusion. He demanded to know what was being implied. Jack Valentier, lounging comfortably, questioned Ron's intelligence and suggested simplifying matters. A smirk played on Jack's lips as he revealed his knowledge of Ron's supposed accident. His expression hardened, the insinuation clear. The injury might be psychological rather than physical. The chandelier hung silently, an ornate fixture in a room thick with unspoken threats. Ron, standing rigidly, was told that even a severe penalty wouldn't be too harsh. He cursed under his breath. He felt the cold metal of the chain around his ankle. A voice echoed from above, accusing him. The accusation became a blow. A fist, swift and brutal, connected with Ron's jaw, the force of the impact snapping his head to the side. The attacker sneered, declaring that Ron talked too much for a mere spy. A hand descends, a chain dangling from its grasp, the metal links glinting in the dim light. A fist flies forward, aimed with deadly precision, ready to strike its target. The man struggles against the chokehold, his face contorted in pain as he gasps for air. Talk too much for a mere spy. With a sinister grin, Jack Valentier raises his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The dean is approached by Jack, who demands an explanation. Dean, please explain me what's going on, instructor. The man cries out as he is kicked, his body flying through the air. Jack Valentier looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and determination. The man prepares to strike, his fist clenched tight as he questions his opponent's motives. What do you think you're doing, Tuin? The instructor is struck, his head snapping back from the force of the blow. The punch connects, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. Jack lunges forward, his fist aimed at Jack Stewart, ready to strike with the full force of his vampire strength. But the other Jack Stewart is too quick, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realizes he dodged the blow just in time. The vampire's eyes narrow, his fangs bared as he realizes his attack has failed, and he is now vulnerable. A golden aura flares around Jack Stewart, the 6 circles of mana protecting his body as he prepares to retaliate. The force of the blow sends Jack flying backwards, the impact echoing through the room as he crashes to the ground. Jack Stewart spits blood, his face contorted in pain, but a grim determination hardens his features as he realizes he must find a weakness. The force of the impact sends Jack Stewart skidding across the floor, the sound of his body scraping against the ornate rug filling the room. The dean watches the brutal exchange, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as the battle unfolds before him. Jack Stewart examines his hand, his rings broken and askew, wondering if anything is too badly broken to continue the fight. Meanwhile, a swirling vortex of energy fills the space, a visual representation of the shift in power and momentum. The instructor lies on the floor, coughing and gasping for air, as Jack Stewart demands to hear his confession. Jack's face is twisted into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction as he looms over his defeated opponent. He sits casually, pressing the Dean Unknown for a confession. He hopes to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Dean Unknown sputters, confused by what Jack Stewart has been talking about. He is unsure of what confession is being requested. A hand grips the fabric of Dean Unknown's vest tightly, the pressure increasing as the conversation intensifies. A complex, snowflake-like design shimmers with an inner light. The design is made of well-made circles. But when it comes to breaking things, breaking something made with care always leaves a much greater impression. Jack Stewart stands over Dean Unknown, who is now on the floor. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Jack Stewart's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with malice. He will be asking some questions from now on. Dean Unknown's face contorts in confusion and fear. He struggles to understand the situation, but Jack Stewart will break his circles one by one. Dean Unknown's distress is palpable as he faces the interrogation. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Jack Stewart smiles, revealing his true colors. He declares that Dean Unknown is a Tulkun spy, right? Dean Unknown's eyes widen in terror as the accusation lands. He is caught in a web of suspicion and fear. The hand clenches tighter, the pressure mounting as the interrogation intensifies. Dean Unknown is trapped. He denies the accusation, but Jack Stewart grabs the Dean by his collar. Jack demands to know what the Dean is talking about, his grip tightening. The Dean receives a blast of energy at point-blank range. The force of the attack sends him flying backwards, crashing to the floor. Jack Stewart smiles, taunting the Dean. He notes that the Dean is now a 5-circle mana user. The Dean lies prone on the floor, gasping for air. He struggles to rise, but his body refuses to obey. Jack Stewart's smirk widens as he leans in, pressing the Dean further. He asks if the Dean is a Tulkun spy. The Dean remains on the floor, injured and unable to respond. Bubbles of blood float around him, a testament to the severity of the attack. Jack Stewart observes that the Dean can't say anything with his own mouth. He wonders if the Dean is exercising his right to remain silent, but dismisses the idea, stating that this doesn't look like an official trial. The Dean lies on the floor of the broken man. A voice notes that normally, even if a circle breaks, one can remake it if they try really hard. The energy surrounding the Dean crackles with malicious intent. Jack Stewart declares that he is not that nice. Jack Stewart reveals that he infused mana into the Dean's heart earlier. His hand glows with power. Jack Stewart stands over the fallen Dean, explaining that whenever he tries to make a new circle, he will suffer from a backlash. The Dean's face is contorted in pain. He is told that it will be so painful that he will want to die. Jack Stewart smiles, a sinister glint in his amber eyes as he asks if the situation is amusing. A voice muses that there is one more thing to consider, while a thought suggests a way to remake a broken circle. A letter sits on a desk, next to a magnifying glass and a bottle of ink, as a voice promises to reveal some hidden truth. The young man explains the process, stating that dragon blood must be injected into one's veins. The man in the green vest, lying on the floor, hears the blonde woman's words about a dragon bone being shoved inside him. The young man's expression darkens as he suggests that the other might be able to remake his broken circle. The man in the green vest, looking up in shock, hears that they should have begun human trials. The blonde woman, standing over the fallen man, declares that she was right and that she laid the bait to see if he would bite. The man on the floor, breathing heavily, asks how the other knows something like that. The young man's feet are visible as he confirms that he knows and that it is time. The young man stands over the man in the green vest, a blue glow emanating from his hand as he asks if he even knows about that. The man in the green vest, looking up in fear, says that he knows about the dragons. The young man with dark hair speaks, musing about the experiments and the talkative sixth circle. He demands to know who the other person is and how they know about Tulkun's classified research, calling him a bastard. The young man's amber eyes are filled with determination as he stares intently forward. A sinister smirk spreads across the young man's face as he prepares his next move. The young man's hands glow with blue energy as he wonders aloud who knows. The young man wonders how he knows about that, as blue energy crackles around him and his target. The blue energy engulfs the other person, who screams in agony as the magic takes hold. The blue energy explodes outward, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the room. He collapses to the floor, groaning in pain as the young man with dark hair stands over him. The young man strikes a pose, declaring "ta-da" and proclaiming his target as Zero Circle. Meanwhile, an old man with long white hair and a fur coat addresses the downed butler, stating, "Now then, sir." The young man with dark hair states that it's about time the old man listened to his request, as the old man grunts in response. The young man grips the butler's throat, cutting off his air supply. Ron struggles against the tightening hold, his face contorting in pain. Tulkun's name escapes Ron's lips as blood trickles from his mouth. He begs forgiveness, but knows it will not be granted. Ron's eyes widen in terror as he hears the young man's threat. He will shatter his entire body. The young man raises his foot, preparing to stomp the butler into little pieces. The sound of the impact echoes through the room. A voice calls out, addressing someone as "Sir." The young man stands over the fallen butler, while the dean sits nearby. He remarks that this will be a bit of a hard time cleaning up this mess. The dean observes the scene with a calculating gaze, commenting on what a mysterious child the young man is. The young man stands over the butler, who is now a small, purple figure. He states that he is definitely not the same child he knew back then. The young man scratches his head, saying he just changed a lot in a month. He asks if they can just leave it at that. The dean agrees, stating very well. He says he won't ask for the details. The dean states that he must ask how the young man discovered the spy. He sits in a large chair, listening intently as Jack Valentier stands before him, requesting to speak about the dragon blood first. The young man asks him to wait. Jack, with a slight smile, reminds the dean of their deal. He gestures with his hand, awaiting the dean's response and the fulfillment of their agreement. The scene shifts to a close-up of portraits hanging on the wall. A narration box states that the dean must know the situation that the continent is in. The view changes to a grand building under a bright sky. The single word, yes, appears in a text bubble. The signs of war have already appeared, and the succession battle in the Tolkien Empire is already coming up to the surface, according to the narration boxes. The moderates, with the second-born as their leader, and the hardliners, with the current crown prince as their leader, are shown with a sword and white roses. A silhouette of a person stands before a crowd. The narration states that in the end, the victors were the hardliners. The Tolkien Empire, who had become hardliners, united the continent. Silhouettes of people stand before a city skyline under a dark sky. Jack admits he doesn't know the exact details of the incident, since he lived in the mountains with his master for 10 years. He seems relieved. The young man tells the dean that he will leave butler Ron alive and hand him over. Ron lies unconscious on the floor. Meanwhile, Ron lies on the floor injured. A narration box states that the fact that he knows about the dragons is significant. The dean states that this means Ron knows more than he expected. He suggests hearing it from him directly, as the information he has is a useful card for both him and the king. He sits beside the dean, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. How else would one refer to the king, after all? The young man sighs in relief, thinking it's not as if he could call the king a dickhead. In any case, Jack wonders how a sixth circle like him knows that much information, his eyes widening as he ponders the question. The experiments have gone past animal trials, and human trials are about to begin, the bloodied hand a grim omen. Scattered documents lie strewn about, stained with crimson, hinting at the dark research being conducted. According to what he heard in his past life and the documents he's collected, he is certain of it, the figure in red standing amidst the ruins. But that fact should have been highly classified, even in Tolkien, the long-haired man thinks as he examines the document. Well, you can take him and deal with the aftermath on your own, the disembodied voice declares. The dean leans forward, his expression unreadable. He asks Jack Valentier what he wants from him. Jack reflects that he was originally going to ask for one thing, but he feels offended because of the dean. So, Jack Valentier announces he's going to ask for two things, a declaration that elicits a groan from the dean. Meanwhile, first, Jack states, "You have a lot of money, right, Dean?" The sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the academy grounds beyond. A potted plant sits nearby. He sits across from the dean, who reminds him that all students must live in the dorms. Jack seems to have forgotten this rule. The dean is reminded that he was the one who taught Jack, and that there are exceptions to rules. The dean asks what the second thing Jack wants is, as he leans back in his chair, listening intently. The sky is visible, with fluffy white clouds floating lazily across the bright blue expanse. A young girl sits in a chair, being accepted as a new student, though the dean considers her a brat. The dean is reminded that it is the second semester, and according to the rules, they can only accept new students in the first term. Jack wonders if the dean is talking about the little brat, the pale child waiting outside for him. Two young girls are seen, one with blonde hair and the other with blue hair, smiling widely. The dean's face is shown in close-up, and he seems to be contemplating something, stating that he must ask. The dean asks what Jack's relationship is with her, as Jack declares he is that brat's new daddy longlegs. A translation note refers to the 1912 novel by Gene Webster, about a female protagonist in an orphanage being sent to college by an anonymous benefactor, whom she calls Daddy Longlegs. The young man with dark hair looks up at the dean, seemingly understanding what he has just been told. He states that he understands. But the dean's reaction gives him pause. He wonders why, if what he was told is the truth, the dean is sighing. The heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing the scene beyond. Charlotte leaps forward, throwing her arms around the young man. He gently pats Charlotte on the head, a small smile gracing his lips as she asks if he waited long. Charlotte, eyes wide, wonders if she will be attending the academy from now on, and he confirms that she will. He reaches out, gently tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Charlotte looks up at him, her expression unreadable. Her gaze lowers, and a shadow of sadness crosses her face. He kneels before Charlotte, concern etched on his face as he asks what's wrong, wondering if there's a problem. He listens intently, his brow furrowed as Charlotte explains that she honestly never expected something like this to happen. Elsewhere, rumors swirl that the academy is a place only the chosen humans attend. She clutches a doll tightly, its face obscured by shadow. The blonde woman declares the doll is not human. The young man with dark hair questions the relevance of that statement, his expression unreadable. Charlotte, her eyes wide, seems taken aback by his response, a small huh, escaping her lips. The young man wonders aloud if she hates being a vampire, if she wishes she were human instead. Her expression is unreadable, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and perhaps a hint of fear. Tears well in her eyes, threatening to spill over as she stares blankly ahead, her face partially obscured. The young man, looking down at Charlotte, admits it might be strange for him to say, but he finds her quite pitiful. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals members of House Royale, seated on the throne from generation to generation, a royal family of vampires. A broken doll lies amidst shattered glass, a silent testament to a tragic fate. Look what happened to them. A scene of carnage unfolds, revealing the extinction of their species, the massacre claiming even her parents. Charlotte sits alone, a small figure in a large room, the text revealing she only has one important person remaining. The young man's expression softens, a hint of sadness in his eyes as he looks on. A voice echoes, urging someone to embrace their true self. He kneels on the cobblestone street, his expression a mix of defiance and despair. He refuses to be defined by his nature, whether human or vampire. Charlotte looks down at him, her expression unreadable as she affirms that this is who he is. Charlotte, her voice firm, declares that she always keeps her promises. The young man vows to continue taking responsibility for her. Charlotte assures him that if he wants to become a monarch, she will make him one, and if he wants her help, she will provide it. Their hands clasp tightly. Charlotte promises to resolve all difficulties for him. Charlotte warns him never to think about something like that again, her tone serious. Charlotte's black shoes tap lightly on the ground as she stands firm. Charlotte, her eyes shadowed, repeats what her mother said, prompting him to ask what it was. Charlotte relays her mother's words. Nothing is free in this world. The young man's eyes widen in shock as he looks at Charlotte, her expression hidden from view. He smiles, his fingers lightly touching his chin as he considers something. The speaker dismisses the idea, stating that there is nothing that can be done for their boss. Far off in the future, Charlotte looks up, stating that she will probably have something she wants to ask of him. Charlotte, with a bright smile, agrees to help him with whatever he needs in the future. The small child with green hair promises to help when the time comes, her expression earnest. The speaker suggests that since the other person is cheered up, they should take a look around, but it will take a while until their home is ready. A few minutes ago, a figure in a green vest listens intently, acknowledging the information with a simple, understood. Dean Unknown sits on a couch, discussing the enrollment of the young man's companion and assuring him that he will take care of it by today or tomorrow. The document and potion bottle are shown as the young man considers his off-campus residence, which will be ready in 2 hours. An older man with a white beard expresses his concern that it will be difficult maintaining such a large mansion by himself and offers to send some people to help. The young man smiles, thanking the speaker for their consideration, his expression grateful. The sky is visible with plants in the foreground. The imposing structure loomed, its purpose seemingly more than mere shelter. The young man with dark hair looks down at the child in his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. The child looks up at him, a hint of pride in their gaze, as he remarks on the boy's surprisingly mature words. As they stroll along the path, the young man with dark hair is told that he prioritizes identity above all else. The young man with dark hair carries the child, his expression unreadable as he considers whether the statement was an insult or a compliment. The blonde woman smiles, seemingly pleased with the exchange, as the young man with dark hair decides to take it as a compliment. Meanwhile, a hand grips the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension, ready to strike. The young man with dark hair holds the child, unaware of the danger that may be lurking nearby. A figure unleashes a furious flurry of sword swings, the air whistling with each arc. The young man with dark hair continues to hold the child, seemingly oblivious to the sword being swung nearby. He is startled by something, his eyes widening as he decides to watch for a little bit. The blonde woman and the young man with dark hair sit together, the child between them, as he acknowledges something. A blonde man, sweat glistening on his back, swings a sword with practiced ease. He wonders aloud what is up with the master. The young man with dark hair watches, his expression shifting to surprise. He thinks the swordsman looks no more than 17 years old. A voice echoes, suggesting a closer examination. It is time to take a look at his mana sensitivity. The blonde man continues his sword practice, each swing precise and powerful. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoes. The young man's eyes suddenly glow with an intense blue light. He gasps, his face a mask of shock and dawning realization. Two figures watch from a distance, their expressions mirroring the young man's surprise. One asks if this is for real. A lone tree stands within the courtyard, its branches reaching towards the sky. The blonde man grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he strains. The young man with dark hair looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and disappointment. The dark-haired man holds a child, his gaze thoughtful as he considers a question. With a mighty yell, the blonde man swings his sword, the blade cutting through the air. The child with green hair looks up, a curious expression on their face as they listen intently. The blonde woman and the dark-haired man watch the child, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Swords and shields line the walls of the training yard, ready for use. The blonde man continues his sword practice, his movements growing more fluid with each swing. The blonde woman and the dark-haired man exchange a look, their expressions unreadable. The man's face glistens with sweat, his expression strained. He looks as though he's about to collapse. But the man looks very injured, his face contorted in pain as sweat drips down his brow. Her golden eyes narrow slightly, a glint of understanding in their depths. Yeah, she replies. Jack Valentier holds the child close, his gaze intense. He wonders aloud. Do you still not understand why I took an interest in him? Jack considers the situation. He muses, recalling that his circle has been broken once before. A voice confirms, yes. It's extremely difficult to recreate a broken circle. You can even call it near impossible. The figure stands amidst a web of chains, his back turned. It seems that it doesn't look like anyone helped him, meaning he accomplished it all on his own. The blonde woman sits beside Jack, watching the child in his arms. I like his tenacity, if anything else. She trails off, adding and. Jack's expression shifts, a knowing smile playing on his lips. And? He prompts, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Holding the child close, Jack declares, I don't think I have to say any more, his tone laced with a hint of finality. A figure falls backward, engulfed in a red aura. I think I know. A voice echoes, revealing that he's not taking an interest in that man simply because of his tenacity. The darkness swirls, revealing a fundamental truth. The foundation of a black mage is death, destruction, animosity, and revenge linger in the air around the kneeling figure. The tenacity to recreate a broken circle by himself, the mysterious dedication to silently swing his sword with wounds all over his body. His hatred, buried under his tenacity, fuels each swing. The Dean Unknown pauses, hearing someone approach. Excuse me, the young man says. The Dean Unknown looks down at the young man, who is struggling to speak. Can I, Hugh? The young man, new young man dark hair, offers to help the Dean Unknown. Help you? Hugh. The Dean Unknown, sweating, tells the young man that he is putting too much strength into his arm. He asks the young man to repeat himself. The young man tells the Dean Unknown that he swings his sword is too offbeat. He continues, saying that he better fix it if he doesn't want to die after getting to swing his sword just once. The Dean Unknown is overly conscious about his broken circle. He wonders if his goal is to protect his heart as much as possible. The young man thinks that the Dean Unknown's sword exposes openings instead, so he should fix that. He wonders who the Dean Unknown is. The young man punches the Dean Unknown, stating that he is nothing, just a sightseer. He asks if the Dean Unknown is going around getting beaten at his age. The Dean Unknown is shocked by the sudden attack. That's. The young man stands with his hands on his hips, a small, green-haired figure clinging to his back. A hand extends, offering a vial filled with a swirling red and blue liquid. Is this a potion? The vial contains a high-grade potion, grape-flavored, apparently. He looks at the young man, surprised by the offering. Why? Are you giving this to me? The young man smiles, a blush rising on his cheeks. Just cause. Well, it's fine to give him a potion. The Dean Unknown looks down at the potion in his hand, then back up at the young man. Oh, right. The Dean Unknown holds the potion out slightly. What's your name? I asked for your. The young man responds with a single word. Name. The Dean Unknown repeats the name, a hint of recognition in his voice. Thanos. It's Thanos. The young man looks up at the Dean Unknown, who is staring intently. Is that so? Train hard, Thanos. The young man looks surprised. What? May I ask for your name? Smiling brightly, the young man introduces himself as Jack Valentier. He turns to leave, offering a casual farewell to his companions. The young monster watches him go, questioning why he acts so aloof. Someone praises their boss's coolness, but their words seem to fall on deaf ears. Elsewhere, two cats groom themselves on a sun-drenched ledge. The young monster and Charlotte continue on their way, their destination unknown. A hand holds a potion, its contents swirling with an ominous red glow. The hand pauses, as if the potion's holder is having second thoughts. Jack Valentier's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he says his own name. Meanwhile, harsh words hang in the air, dripping with contempt. A figure stands alone on a stage, illuminated by a spotlight, as a crowd condemns them. Someone wonders about Jack Valentier, convinced they know everything about him. Since his arrival, his academic performance has been unmatched. He reflects on a past experience, finding it overwhelming to recall. The reason for his distress becomes clear. He received 0 points in all subjects during his first semester. The protagonist scratches his head, wondering if he missed her name. After a while, the mansion for VIPs of the Duke House stands tall, nestled within the assembled estate near the academy. Then, Sir Jack Valentier addresses the maids, informing them to let the people over there know if they need anything. The name of this errant boy of the Elder is revealed. The figure is apparently John Doe, and it's the same alias, that Dynastismo. of the Earth Ant or Fire Ant Mercenary Corps or whatever was used. The character stares intently, a subtle shift in expression hinting at a brewing thought. The character holding the doll finds it amazing, noting the mansions prepared by the Duke House are of another level. A mansion for VIPs. Our headmaster has intervened in the Valentier House's battle of succession. From an outsider's point of view, it would look like. Jack Valentier wonders if that's why he's being stared at with such a dissatisfied look, stating his emotions are unimportant, and he simply does, as the headmaster. He listens as the cloaked figure speaks, asking if he knows that he is being discourteous. The cloaked figure says that is how an errand boy should act, and asks what Jack asks of him. The cloaked Jack Valentier stands with his hands open, telling the fact that he's hiding his true appearance with polymorph. Two maids and a butler stand behind him, listening to the conversation. The cloaked Jack Valentier asks if the elder knows. He seems surprised by something and repeats, "What?" with a shocked expression. The cloaked Jack Valentier thinks about why there are so many high-circle humans on such a tiny patch of land. He wonders if he is just lucky or if there aren't many 9 circles in the kingdom. The cloaked Jack Valentier looks down and thinks to himself to let him ask, just in case. His expression is serious as he considers the situation. The red-haired man asks if he's also a spy. He smirks slightly as he awaits an answer, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. A bush of vibrant red roses stands in full bloom, their petals catching the sunlight. The scene is peaceful and serene. The cloaked Jack Valentier stands with the maids and butler, while a young man stands a short distance away. The young man is looking away from the group. The young man looks off to the side, saying, "For God's sake." His expression is one of frustration and annoyance. A pool of water shimmers in the light. A voice urges someone to figure it out, the words hanging in the air. A man with white hair stands, saying that he even halted the flow of mana, just in case. He appears to be in distress. The white-haired man thinks that he thought he'd come visit, since he got the headmaster's interest, but he's surprised. He is the Magic Tower Master of the Jesslyn Kingdom. He was at the elder's side, protecting him. The young man with white hair lay on the ground, surrounded by concerned onlookers. The young man with white hair stood, the memory of the elder's death still fresh. He spoke, his expression unreadable. A pair of eyes narrowed, observing the scene. Under normal circumstances, the observer wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackled as a winged figure emerged. It had killed a beast that was polymorphed. The Magic Tower Master, also the Dean of the Magic Department, addressed 2 students. He spoke with an air of authority, reminding them of their place. The Magic Tower Master's polymorph had been seen through. He demanded respect, questioning why he should have to introduce himself first. Someone, having been tested, questioned the need for formality. They felt it was acceptable to speak informally for just one day. The man with white hair smiled, agreeing to allow the informality for the day. He seemed confident that they could make it work. The Magic Tower Master paused, considering the other person. He noted that there was something else entirely. The person with dark hair and eyes looked annoyed at the suggestion to learn magic under someone. They found the suggestion outrageous. The person with dark hair and eyes declared that they already had a master. They then spoke the name Elizabeth. A young woman with brown hair refuses an offer, her expression firm. But the Magic Tower Master is undeterred, resolving not to give up this time. He turns to the young man, glowing eyes, extending an offer. "Become my disciple." The young man refuses. He already has a master. The Magic Tower Master seems unconcerned. He wonders if having a joint master is acceptable. He muses to himself if he should take disciples like this. The Magic Tower Master turns to another person, dismissing them with a simple, "Not you." Turning back to the young man, glowing eyes, the Magic Tower Master asks, "Child who has reached 9 circle, what is your name?" A chibi version of the Magic Tower Master appears, revealing his name, Bellamy Cragg, the Magic Tower Master of Teslon. Bellamy Cragg states that the young man meets the qualifications and will likely reach 10 circles soon. Bellamy Cragg's expression turns serious as he asks if the young man was attacked when he tried to move on a 10 circle in the past. The Magic Tower Master senses subtle vestiges of the 10th circle inside the young man. The young man's expression is unreadable as he is asked a question. "Have you ever heard of circle vestiges?" Bellamy Cragg stands before him, stating that the phenomenon occurs in those whose mana heart breaks. He adds that the young man is well aware of this. The text urges the reader not to give up, stating that it's usually impossible to grow at his age. The text says that since he's already almost made it before, there is still hope for him. The Magic Tower stands tall, a place for those who achieve without giving up. The text urges the reader to keep moving forward without giving up. Bellamy Cragg looks down, a somber expression on his face. He thinks to himself that the young man will have to prove that he deserves his position. The Magic Tower Master looks off to the side, sweat dripping down his face. He wonders if he may ask for something. The young man's eyes are closed. He thinks that it's better if he doesn't know, and that he should just consider him a relic of the past. The young man holds a small creature as Charlotte, the blonde woman, stands beside him. He suggests that they head inside, as Charlotte must be waiting for them. The young man smiles, holding the small creature close. He thinks that he'll visit the elder on the day of the opening ceremony. Elsewhere, a table and chairs sit on a patio, overlooking a garden. Bellamy Cragg and the young man stand before the magic tower. He feels a little sorry for them as they are dragged to the tower. One works to death, while the other lives without knowing, or so it seems. That they have talent, Bellamy Cragg thinks, but he didn't want to just leave them be. A chibi figure whines, asking why he isn't being taught anything, expressing that he is so sad. The young man with glowing eyes reflects on the fact that he used Bond of Darkness on that Gonzalez. The foot on the man means that he already learned everything from the master. It's true, the Bond of Darkness was the final magic that master taught him. Meanwhile, the young man with glowing eyes thinks that Bellamy Cragg came all the way from the magic tower to see him. The young man walks between two maids, wondering if he is under surveillance. A voice says to try as much as you like. Bellamy Cragg, the magic tower master, stand with a maid outside a grand building, the sky a hazy blue above them. The magic tower master's expression is unreadable, his gaze distant as he contemplates some unknown matter. Meanwhile, a man stands in front of a building, cradling a child in his arms, their expressions obscured by the distance. The maid's eyes widen, her expression a mix of surprise and concern as she speaks of the magic tower master. The magic tower master wonders aloud what he is thinking about as he and the maid walk through the courtyard, discussing the headmaster. Bellamy Cragg's face is etched with worry, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications of the conversation. Elsewhere, a man questions if someone is really going to accept all of that child's demands. Someone agrees, noting that the child knew how to make a deal. The scene set in a room lined with bookshelves. Two men sit in a library, one asking if the other does not like someone, to which the other replies that he is not saying that. One young man, smiling, remarks that even if he did catch a spy, he is far too suspicious, while another lies prone, dismissed as a child who's too circle at most. He clasps his hands, listening intently as the other man speaks from behind. The other man believes Bellamy Cragg to be the more dangerous one. Elsewhere, Dean Unknown sits across from the red-haired young man, who rests his chin on his hand. The dean states that the young man is only looking at one side of the coin. The dean's thoughts drift to the fact that the red-haired young man brought a child with him. He must be thinking of spending his days in the academy with that new student. Dean Unknown takes a sip from his teacup, questioning why the red-haired young man would go out of his way to stir him up. He seems contemplative. The dean continues to ponder the situation. He muses that the red-haired young man may be beneficial to their kingdom, and they can take their time finding out how he knew. Dean Unknown sets down his teacup, declaring that the red-haired young man won't be going anywhere. The teacup sits on an ornate saucer. The red-haired young man pauses, something still bothering him. He rests his finger on his chin, deep in thought, as he considers the dean's words. The red-haired young man agrees to do as Dean Unknown says, but asks if he may say something. The two sit in a room lined with bookshelves. Dean Unknown states that the red-haired young man is getting swept up in the political battle of the Marquis House. He asks, "Oh, that?" Dean Unknown continues, questioning if House Valantir's battle of succession is already over. The red-haired young man sits on a couch in a well-furnished room. The red-haired young man stands before a bright light, stating that he knows Marquis Valantir very well. The light obscures his features. A woman floats in a cosmic space filled with coins. Even if she is his firstborn, Elizabeth, that moron will only think about using her as a political tool, as she possesses enough talent to become a master. Two figures clink glasses beneath the gaze of a skeletal statue, one asking about the status of someone's secondborn. The academy overflows with talent, but the fanged man believes the individual in question is neither talented nor sharp. Bellamy Cragg remarks that Dean Unknown has aged, prompting the dean to listen intently to what he wants to say. Dean Unknown wonders why a man who relinquished his dukedom to avoid political battles would involve himself in such a muddle matter. Favors such as a single-person dorm room or being excused from classes can be overlooked, but other actions are more concerning. Providing him a home and allowing him to attend from outside campus is beyond giving favors, suggesting a good relationship with that child. Bellamy Cragg believes people will hear of it soon enough, then chuckles to himself. It has already been 30 years since they've been together, and the woman knows exactly what the man is worried about. It may be an old man's hunch, but the person lying down thinks something good will come out of maintaining the academy. Someone remarks that something is weird, and another confirms that it is very much so, as they look out the window. Bellamy Cragg laughs heartily, leaning back in his chair, amused by the situation. Dean Unknown is told that the house will be ready soon, prompting him to wonder what kind of person he is himself. He closes his eyes, a single tear escaping as he seems to come to an understanding. Against a backdrop of fluffy clouds, a hopeful sentiment hangs in the air, wondering if something good will come of it all. Standing beside the dean, the young man with dark hair states that he believes he understands what the dean means. The young man, now dressed in a maid outfit, addresses someone as Magic Tower Master and asks if they just smiled. The dean's eyes open, and a faint smile graces his lips, a subtle shift in his stern demeanor. Backdropped by the sky, the young man confirms that they were indeed smiling about something, though the reason remains unspoken. Meanwhile, a close view shows the dean's white coat and the young man's maid outfit, hinting at the arrangements being made. The grand hall stands ready, its ornate decorations and high ceilings suggesting a place of importance and ceremony. A staircase, adorned with a red carpet, leads upwards, perhaps to chambers of greater significance. 3 men in suits stand guard, one noting that excluding the maids, there is 1 chef and 5 bodyguards available. The young man in the maid outfit instructs someone to monitor him as best they can, promising to make it easy for them. A disembodied hand points upwards, declaring a love for steak and demanding enough be prepared for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He instructs the staff to use fresh, unprocessed vegetables and to prepare only the best of them. The young master thinks to himself that even so, the meals won't be as good as Ron's. He also reminds them to prepare strawberries and tomato juice every day as well, as the staff bows in acknowledgement. The young man, his eyes narrowed, demands to know if he is understood, his tone leaving no room for argument. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he considers how to best make use of them. The young master recalls the chef, whose name was Guinness, and seems to be plotting something. The chibi version of the young master declares that the chef looks like a moron and that he will pass on him. He thinks to himself that he doesn't remember their names, so he'll just call them the 5 Musketeers. The young man wonders if the elder raised them all to be assassins and spies. A man with white hair swings a sword, remarking that it looks like all of them have experienced their mana hearts breaking at least once. The young man hears that there's a kid who reconstructed his broken circle in the academy and is told to take some notes from him. The young man asks if the headmaster told him something about them, but the other man denies it. He stands above his subordinates, the 2 men in suits looking up at him. The task is simple, just do the work they've been given. Elsewhere, a young girl with blonde pigtails throws her arms wide, her face alight with glee. The place is enormous, far bigger than she imagined. Now then, protagonist Jack Valentier stands on a balcony, waving with a smile. He's ready to begin the tour and show his little brat around the house. The elder gifted Jack Valentier this mansion on August 9th 4th, and the academy is set to start back up on August 16th 4th. And it's already August 14th 4th, the days flying by as Jack Valentier rests in his room. The past 5 days have been fun for Jack Valentier, a welcome respite before the academy reopens. Jack Valentier bought clothes with Charlotte, who thinks he looks adorable in his new outfit. The aroma of grilled meat fills the air, promising a delicious culinary experience. While touring the city, Jack Valentier and Charlotte snacked on delicious food, savoring the local flavors. The city's nightlife comes alive as people dance and celebrate, lost in the music and merriment. Jack Valentier and Charlotte watched a play together, sharing laughter and creating memories. It was very fun, Jack Valentier thinks, a genuine smile gracing his lips as he reflects on the good times. It was very peaceful if you exclude 2 things, but it's that time already, the clock ticking away. The academy looms in the distance, its stone walls bathed in sunlight. He runs, his feet pounding against the paved path, though he can't forget. He huffs, his breath coming in ragged gasps, severely lacking in stamina. The young man glances back, calling out for someone to wait for him. Charlotte follows behind him, thinking that she must want to follow everything he does. The blonde girl complains that it's not fair, as he threatens to leave her behind. Charlotte thanks him, as she asks if he's going to see that guy today as well. The young man drinks from a water bottle, sweat dripping from his face, and replies, yeah. Elsewhere, the white-haired man swings his sword with practiced ease, grunting with each strike. The young man watches the older man, thinking that he sure doesn't get tired of it. From what he's seen of him in the past 5 days, the young man is a genius of effort. The white-haired man continues to practice. He must be first place in the academy in terms of hard work, at least. Jack looks down, lost in thought, considering the older man's words. The dean stands in a large room, questioning why Jack is so curious about his training. The dean wonders if Jack has yet to drink the potion he gave him. The dean reminds Jack that he gave him the potion, but Jack simply responds with a non-committal "oh." Jack looks up, seemingly surprised by the dean's question about the potion. The dean believes the potion costs around 40 gold, and Jack wonders why he is so curious about it. The dean says he will pay Jack back, and Jack responds that he will. Jack, annoyed, asks why the dean is so concerned that he hasn't drunk the potion. The dean's arm is shown, revealing the extent of his injuries. The dean continues, stating that a few of his bones must be fractured, and if Jack has nothing more to say, he will continue his training. The dean's daily training, while ignoring such pain, would be impossible for a normal person. The dean trains with a sword, thinking that he has been like this for the whole day. He speaks, questioning why someone so tenacious continues to get beaten. Elsewhere, Thanos swings his sword with a resounding whoosh. The young woman with green hair clicks her tongue, annoyed by the comment. Jack Valentier asks Charlotte if he finds Thanos cute, and she responds sarcastically. Charlotte retorts, asking if it looks that way to him, and admits she only sees Thanos as pitiful. Thanos' face is partially obscured by shadow as he thinks about the hatred he possesses. Jack Valnier notes that Thanos' hatred and desire drive him, but those same things are breaking him down. It's evident that Thanos will regress rather than grow, and one wonders how one could not pity him. Jack Valnier tells Charlotte that she has watched enough and asks her to decide whether to stop or bring him in. Meanwhile, it is said that Thanos certainly lacks talent, as a large building looms in the background. Thanos looks up, hearing someone call his name. He pauses his sword practice, wondering why he is swinging his sword, and asks for pardon. The young man with dark hair speaks, his words echoing in the training grounds. Wiping sweat from his brow, Dean Unknown declares his ambition to become the continent's greatest swordsman. Someone nearby overhears the declaration, questioning the Dean's seriousness. Dean Unknown seems unbothered by the skepticism, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The young man bursts into laughter, finding the Dean's ambition utterly ridiculous. The Dean responds calmly, stating that if the young man finds his dream laughable, he is welcome to laugh as much as he likes. The young man, arms outstretched, insists he wasn't making fun of the Dean, urging him not to misunderstand. Dean Unknown reflects on his past, admitting he couldn't figure out what the young man desired at all. The young man approaches, seeking to understand. A training dummy stands silently, awaiting its next session. Dean Unknown extends an offer, asking if the young man wants to become his little chick, too. Charlotte walks along the path, carrying a water bottle, confident that her friends will appreciate her thoughtfulness. The Dean places a hand on Jack's shoulder, causing the young man to pause, a question forming on his lips. The Dean's expression is intense as he asks Jack if he wants to become his little chick. The Dean demands that Jack repeat himself, his tone leaving no room for argument. Jack confirms that he heard the Dean correctly, and the Dean asks if he wants to be his chick. Jack scratches his head, unsure of what being a chick entails, and admits it doesn't sound good. In that case, Jack proposes an alternative, being a freeloader instead, his expression hopeful. The Dean is taken aback by Jack's suggestion, his eyes widening in surprise as he wonders what to say. The Dean acknowledges Jack's quick wit, as the young man asks if he is asking him to become his vassal, clarifying that he means something like a freeloader. He states plainly that he is a commoner, his expression unreadable as he reveals this information. The Dean looks down, his brow furrowed. He admits he has nothing of value, not even money. Jack smiles, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He asks the Dean what his point is. The imposing structure of House Valnier looms in the background. Whispers circulate about the family, acknowledging they are different from the rumors. Jack's smile widens, a hint of arrogance in his expression. He muses that Thanos, a student of the academy, hasn't heard of him. A shadowed doorway stands silent, a silent observer to the unfolding conversation. The Dean's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white. He insists he is a commoner without talent, urging Jack to find someone more capable. Charlotte smiles softly, finding Jack's needless worries endearing. She thinks to herself that he is cute. The gleaming blade of a sword reflects the light, a symbol of the power Jack is said to possess. The Dean's words hang in the air, a challenge and a question. He wants the continent's greatest swordsman as his vassal, yet Jack claims he's of no help. The Dean looks down, his expression obscured by shadow. He suggests that Jack already knows his dream is. The scene focuses on a pair of boots, the silence amplifying the unspoken tension. The red-haired man stands, his back to the viewer, declaring that he possesses no talent in mana. The Dean counters, insisting that Jack is only seeing one side of the coin. He believes Jack has a talent far greater than mana itself. The Dean clasps Jack's hand, explaining that countless people possess something like talent in mana. A narration box appears, stating that there are instances when a farmer in the countryside possesses enormous talent in mana, as a farmer guides his oxen through the fields. But that farmer, the narration continues, dies after a normal life without it ever blooming, as a graveyard comes into view. A younger version of Jack appears, surrounded by swirling energy. He reflects that he also had talent in mana. He admits that he did not realize it until he met his master. He knew that the world he saw was completely different from the one others saw. The young Jack floats in a sea of mana, able to see the veins of mana floating in the air. He recalls that exact mana enveloping his body. However, his younger self did not know what talent was. He reflects that he did not have the devotion or thought to put in the effort, either. Such effort and devotion doesn't form easily. Not at all. The Dean's words echo. Jack has a talent and effort. There aren't many who can keep working hard, to the point that many calluses would form. The Dean, towering over Jack, tells him not to degrade himself, stating that he possesses talent brighter than anyone else. The Dean pauses, seemingly struggling to find the right words as he looks off to the side. Another student watches the Dean from afar, wondering aloud if the damn beggar is making friends now. 3 students stand together, noting that there shouldn't be anyone passing by this area since the semester hasn't begun yet. One of the students thinks to himself that the fact that they remind him of their second-born disgusts him. Another student, looking off to the side, states that he thinks he should go. One of the students remarks that the beggar must not have heard him, a smirk playing on his lips. A student, with his arms crossed, asks another if he wasn't told not to talk to anyone in the academy. Another student, looking enraged, asks how a filthy commoner dares to defy him, questioning if he wasn't beaten enough. The dean, sweating, pleads with someone to go, stating that this is his. The wounds on someone's arm are shown, with the question of whether they were all caused by those guys. A student with glowing yellow eyes asks, with a sinister expression, were they? One man remarks that it was strange for a beggar to have a potion. The other admits to giving it to him. The man with brown hair looks back, wondering how the other man knows about the potion. One of the men denies that they took the potion he gave them. The other promises to pay him back for it. A hand holds up a potion, the speaker cursing under his breath, realizing he's been robbed of something he gave away. The blonde man asks what the other has to lose to get beaten by insects like them. The man with brown hair looks away, annoyed. The red-haired young man looks surprised, wondering what the other man means by insects. He asks the blonde man to please go now. The young man with glowing eyes says that they will get hurt, but apologizes, saying he is sorry but afraid. From above, the blonde woman asks if they didn't steal the potion she gave them, as the three figures laugh. The young man with glowing eyes states that it makes it his business, as the three figures continue to laugh. From behind a wall, a voice calls out to the two escorts hiding over there, giving them 5 seconds to come out and explain. The sound of something approaching echoes from behind the wall. The red-haired young man sighs in relief, wondering why they are suddenly being called escorts. He figures if they won't come out willingly, then it can't be helped. The young man with glowing eyes clenches his fist, declaring he'll take everything these guys have. He intends to make them come out, if only for his potion. He needs it, even if it's just a bit. The kingdom of Tezlon boasts 5 true marquises, each holding significant power and influence within the realm. Not all peerage is granted to circle users, suggesting a hierarchy or distinction within the nobility. True nobles possess an estate, implying that land ownership is a key factor in determining noble status. Among those 5 marquises is House Herman, which holds a tight grip on the eastern region, wielding considerable power. House Herman has a problem child, hinting at internal conflicts or challenges within a family. Dietrich Herman, the young lord who will soon graduate from the academy, carries a dark reputation. He got into drugs at 14, and only lived for pleasure from the age of 15, suggesting a troubled and hedonistic youth. Rumors swirl that he sells drugs, but Dietrich's future was bright, a stark contrast to his illicit activities. Because he is the eldest, he will succeed House Herman. However, he couldn't do as he wanted in the academy. In a place that royalty and children of duke households attended, there were too many eyes for him to do as he wanted. The text explains that someone made a small toy to play with. A voice declares that something has been found. A student practices with a sword, the narration noting he is a commoner who was somehow admitted to the academy. The student is interrupted by a voice calling out to him. The student turns, sweat beading on his brow, and asks what is wanted. A training dummy stands in the training yard, awaiting its next session. A sword is driven into the ground with considerable force. A brown shoe grinds down on a hand, the sound echoing. A group of figures laugh as they look down at someone, one commenting on how much the victim is trembling. The brown shoe continues to press down on the hand, the sound of bones cracking filling the air. Dietrich Herman, hearing a strange noise, wonders what it was, noting that it sounded like a bottle breaking. A hand holds a broken potion bottle, the liquid dripping out. The man with white hair pleads for the return of what was taken. He questions how a common beggar could possess such a potion. The red-haired young man raises a wooden club high above his head. He declares it punishment for arrogance, promising a taste of the club. Sweat beads on Jack Stewart's brow as he braces for the impending blow. His eyes are squeezed shut in anticipation of the pain. The sound of impact echoes as the club connects with its target. From a distance, the scene unfolds against the backdrop of a nondescript building. The events have already transpired. Jack Stewart cries out in pain as the blow lands. His body tenses, and his face contorts in agony. The red-haired young man continues his assault, striking Jack Stewart again. He wonders aloud what is happening. The red-haired young man curses, demanding to know who the hell Jack Stewart is as he continues his assault. A pair of eyes watch the brutal scene unfold, their expression unreadable. The red-haired young man delivers a brutal kick to the prone Jack Stewart. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. 2 figures observe the scene. One comments that the red-haired young man is at it again, while the other expresses a lack of surprise. The scene is bathed in a strange light as Jack Stewart lies on the ground, the red-haired young man standing over him. The observers are in the background. He wipes sweat from his brow, panting heavily. The red-haired young man admits he really should train his stamina. The red-haired young man stands over Jack Stewart, who is lying on the ground. He thinks to himself that he is the eldest son of a marquis household. The red-haired young man glares down, his brow furrowed in anger and frustration. The camera pans to a nearby building, the scene quiet except for the rustling of leaves. Something seems amiss. Jack Stewart remains on the ground, struggling. He wonders why his power won't come out, even after going this far. The red-haired young man sighs, finding the situation annoying. He looks down at Jack Stewart with disdain. Jack Stewart, lying prone, calls the red-haired young man a goddamn insect. He vows not to forgive him and threatens to contact his household immediately. Jack Stewart's eyes widen in shock and pain. He can only manage a strangled. The red-haired young man raises his foot high above the fallen Jack Stewart, preparing to strike again. The scene cuts away to a tree laden with fruit, the air thick with tension. The red-haired young man's foot connects with Jack Stewart's face. A sickening crunch echoes. The red-haired young man squats down, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He asks if Jack Stewart is still not going to come out, adding that he will give him one more time. Energy blades slice through the air, narrowly missing the figure sprawled on the ground. A voice echoes, demanding an end to the struggle. The young man with brown hair watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable as the energy blades dissipate around him. A cloaked figure speaks, suggesting that the scene could have been avoided if someone had emerged when instructed. Two figures discuss the situation, one questioning if they really need to know who it was, while the other identifies Dietrich Herman. Jack Stewart, lying on the ground, dares someone to say his name with their filthy mouth, his face contorted in pain and anger. The red-haired young man silences Jack Stewart with a swift punch, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. A disembodied voice questions why this Thanos kid is getting beaten by these morons, demanding an explanation for the violence. The red-haired young man stands over Jack Stewart, who is prone on the ground, as cloaked figures loom in the background, giving him 3 seconds to comply. A cloaked figure with glowing eyes stares intently, their expression hidden in shadow as they address someone directly. The red-haired young man towers over Jack Stewart, who curses him as he remains on the ground, seemingly defeated. The red-haired young man is surrounded by swirling energy blades, poised to strike again as he faces his downed opponent. Man emerges, described as red, thicker than blood, and jet-black darkness, suggesting a powerful and ominous force at play. The young man's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he hears the incantation. This chant, to cast primeval collapse. Two figures gaze upwards, sensing the immense power gathering. It's the highest-class magic, they realize with growing alarm. Among the 6 circle spells, this one burns with an intensity that threatens to consume everything. A hooded figure unleashes a large-scale burst magic explosion, the air crackling with raw energy. From atop the castle walls, someone observes the unfolding chaos. They're trying to blow away this training hall, Thanos, the Brat, and Master all together. It looks like someone is preparing a counterattack, their eyes glowing with an intense, electric blue. Lightning crackles around the figure's hands as they prepare to unleash their power. You're some serious thugs. This panel displays the title, Legendary Youngest Son of the Marquis House. From atop the castle, a voice echoes, noting that they're trying to blow away the training hall, Thanos, the Brat, and Master, all at once. Lightning crackles across the sky, a storm of energy brewing. A young man with glowing blue eyes stands amidst the storm, lightning dancing around his outstretched hand. He declares that there are some serious thugs, and that he is doing something like making mana flow backward. The young man's fist clenches, crackling with blue energy. He thinks this is easy enough for him to do. A hand, seemingly made of fire, reaches out, as if struggling against an unseen force. A figure engulfed in flames cries out, seemingly overwhelmed by the intense heat. A figure is blasted backward, engulfed in a blinding light, screaming in agony. The young man smirks, pleased with the flashy explosion he created, asking if it was just like they wanted. A large hand reaches down, as if to grasp the young man, or perhaps to offer assistance. He deflects the descending strike, the cloaked figure demanding if he'll use his right hand again. The cloaked figure, Vampire Jack Stewart, swings a wooden stick, declaring that his opponent's attacks are too simple. Jack Stewart's face contorts in a furious snarl, his fangs bared as he unleashes a guttural roar. A close-up reveals the weapon, a simple, unadorned wooden rod, held ready for another strike. The red-haired man attacks again, the force of his blow creating a visible shockwave around the young man's glowing eyes. With impossible speed, the young man dodges the attack, the wooden rod whistling past where his head had been moments before. Jack Stewart clutches at his chest, a pained gasp escaping his lips as he stumbles backward. The young man glowing eyes' expression is one of cold disdain as he asks if Jack is too dumb to learn his lesson. The young man grips Jack Stewart by the throat, his fingers tightening with menacing intent. The young man glowing eyes holds the red-haired man aloft, the cloaked figure sputtering in disbelief that it's already over. On the ground, Jack Stewart struggles, wondering how a child could do such a thing to him. The young man glowing eyes stands over the defeated Jack Stewart, noting that within him is complete disarray, but he'll recover in a week or two. He remarks that he wouldn't expect anything less from a bunch of thugs. The young man can't believe Jack Stewart tried to use explosion magic in the middle of the academy. The cloaked figure struggles, asking how he managed to do that. Jack Stewart demands that his magic be cancelled. Blood trickles from the corner of Jack Stewart's mouth as he curtly replies that it's none of his business. Meanwhile, a voice from somewhere asks, "So?" The armory is filled with weapons and shields. The young man questions why they beat up Thanos. He reminds Jack Stewart that he told him to explain what happened. A dark void fills the panel as Jack Stewart concedes that he guesses he will explain. Someone off-panel declares that they don't need to know. Since Thanos is a commoner, they probably thought they could get away with it. The blonde man in the black turtleneck explains that Thanos couldn't fight back or tattle, so they just played around. The young man tells Jack Stewart that whatever the reason, he needs to pay him back for the potion they took. Jack Stewart asks if he is joking, questioning if he looks like he is. Jack Stewart, blood still trickling from his mouth, points out that even though they could be turning House Herman into their enemy, the young man only cares about a mere potion. The young man states the obvious, asking if his potion shouldn't take priority over Jack Stewart's measly house. Smiling, the young man asks if Jack Stewart agrees with his assessment of the situation. He leans in close, reminding Jack Stewart that the potions cost 40 gold, and since it has been 5 days, he wonders if they should add interest. The building looms in the background, its architecture imposing. The person inside considers the proposition. The young man with glowing eyes exclaims that he took 3,000 gold. He believes it was a good deal. But there's no way someone like him would have that much money on hand, the person thinks, their feet planted firmly on the ground. The person prays that those morons have that much on them. They are ready to strike. Jack Stewart, cloaked, is knocked to the ground with a kurg sound. The person on the ground makes a noise of shock and pain, their face contorted in fear. The attacker tells the person on the ground not to look so scared, promising not to hit them anymore. The person demands that they hand over everything they have. They know there are 3 checks worth 2,000 gold each. The attacker thinks to themselves that they will become rich at this rate, counting a bag of gold in around 60 gold. The young man with glowing eyes asks if the person is happy. He says he would have buried them all if they didn't have enough. The person on the ground curses the attacker, wondering who the hell they are, and stating they've never heard of someone like them. A young man smiles, thinking about being in the academy. Dietrich Hermann is forced to the ground, a hand pressing down on his head. The young man removes his hand from Dietrich's head, introducing himself. "I'm Jack." Dietrich, lying on the ground, recognizes him. "Jack? That Jack Valentier?" Jack remarks that everyone knows him, calling himself a celebrity. Dietrich is shocked, asking if Jack is Phelan's little brother. He says, "No way." Jack looks up, a surprised expression on his face. He thinks to himself, "Would you look at that?" A close-up shows a man's chest, adorned with a decorative necklace. He thinks that Dietrich must be close to their second-born, who he'd love nothing more than to kill. Jack smiles, showing his fangs. He thinks that birds of a feather really do flock together. Jack stands over Dietrich, who is still on the ground. He says that he doesn't beat up kids, but a foot comes down hard, stepping on Dietrich's face. A text bubble appears, saying that your house name is stuck behind your given name. It continues, saying if you take that off. A foot continues to press down on Dietrich's face. He asks what Dietrich is left with. The mana circle on his back pulsed with implanted energy. He was surrounded by those who looked down on the weak. The young man with glowing eyes threatened violence. The young man declared his name was Jack, living outside the academy. The man's face contorted in pain, knowing he would not survive. He lay defeated, a pathetic stain on the ground. A chibi figure cheered, while the blonde man looked on. The blonde man's offer to take him in as a freeloader still stood. The new chef unexpectedly cooked some pretty good dishes. The blonde man's expression was unreadable. Come to think of it, the tower stood tall against the sky. Explosions of magic lit up the night sky during the fireworks festival. In the Assemble estate, 2 to 3 days before the academy resumes, they hold a fireworks festival. New students are enrolling in the academy, and returning students are tackling a new semester. The academy showed an unsightly side of itself this morning, but its reputation is still as high as always. People of high positions in this kingdom are mostly alumni of this academy, after all. The king, the 2 dukes, the queen, the princess, and others all attended the academy. Normally, the fact that you're an academy graduate is a ticket to a fast track in life. If there's a problem, it would be that such a status will expire soon. For years? Or was it 5? Passes. The name, Teslan, will no longer exist in this continent. Sigh. She hopes they all die soon. The young man with dark hair looks off to the side, a sour expression on his face. He mutters about how rotten something is. At the table, Jack Valentier wonders aloud if he spoke his thoughts aloud. Dietrich Hermann assures him that he was not the one being addressed. The young man then asks if Dietrich Hermann is talking about the academy. He notes that violence within the academy is against the rules. Dietrich Hermann looks up, baffled as to what the rules are for. He thinks about a school that raises the roots of this kingdom. The blonde woman stands with her back to the viewer. She thinks about how the founder of the academy expected things like this to happen. Back at the table, Jack Valentier continues, explaining that's why these rules were made. He notes that ideologies are perverted as time passes. Dietrich Hermann looks down, thinking about those who are left. He seems to disagree with Jack Valentier's statement. Jack Valentier leans in, accusing Dietrich Hermann of hiding many things from him. Dietrich Hermann seems surprised by the accusation. Elsewhere, a collection of containers hold dragon blood and dragon bones, hinting at dark experiments. The words hang in the air, a declaration of power. A hand pauses, fork suspended mid-air, as if contemplating a weighty matter. A slight smile plays on his lips as he considers sharing a long story. The young girl with green hair closes her eyes, a peaceful expression on her face. The young man pats his head, seemingly forgetting something as the girl smiles. The man's gaze is intense, focused on someone he addresses as master. Elsewhere, fireworks explode in the night sky, illuminating the faces of onlookers. People dance with abandon, lost in the rhythm and joy of the moment. A family gathers, their faces lit by the warm glow of streetlights and shared happiness. The young man, the blonde woman, and the green-haired girl look out over a peaceful world. The young man sips his wine, a question hanging in the air about his fighting prowess. The blonde woman states that she has a lot of experience as the young man looks on. She stands with Jack and Dietrich, watching the fireworks light up the night sky. Jack Valentier admits to having killed an enormous number of people, the weight of his words hanging in the air. A cat lounges lazily, while a hand holds a glass of red liquid. The man holding the glass states he came from 20 years into the future. The speaker reflects on a conversation with Ron, the grand building looming in the background. A gloved hand rests on a table, while a man in a suit stands near a window, revealing that he told someone that they died an untimely death. A drink sits on a table, as someone asks if they want them to be honest with them. The blonde woman lies on the ground, reflecting on how she frequently walked around the city, but has never seen the person she is talking to in her past life. To be more specific, the speaker has never seen a vampire anywhere other than a magic beast forest. A hand grips a railing, as the speaker reflects on the day Vivian died. Galactus proudly states that he had come to kill Charlotte. Charlotte died in her past life at no more than 10 years of age. The red-haired man grins, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling amusement. He instructs someone to reveal everything to their boss. Elsewhere, Dietrich and Charlotte sit together, the young lord making a thoughtful sound. Charlotte looks down, her expression shadowed with determination. She thinks to herself that she wants to be. Jack Valentier stands amidst the glow of fireworks, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He thinks he knows it. A glass filled with ice and a clear liquid sits on a table. The text speaks of a painful past and the desire to change one's powerless self. Dietrich declares that they should start as soon as tomorrow. Charlotte, surprised, makes a noise of confusion. Dietrich pinches Charlotte's cheek, asking why she's so surprised. He asks if she wants to get better at fighting. A speech bubble declares that they need to begin as soon as tomorrow. Dietrich states that they have to make Charlotte a man of heart. They also need to determine whether her body is more fit for martial arts or... A close-up of Charlotte's face shows a slight smile, as if she's contemplating something. Charlotte smiles brightly amidst the fireworks, stating that she'll be in their care. Jack Valentier smiles, thinking about his boss. The young master is urged to calm down, his emotions seemingly running high within the grand estate. A voice commands someone to silence themselves, the outburst echoing with a furious "Kaya!" One maid, injured near her eye, is comforted by another, their expressions a mix of concern and fear. A hand grips a whip tightly, the word "damn" punctuating the air with palpable frustration. The figure strides away down the hallway, leaving the two maids behind, their fear lingering in the air. Jack Valentier's face contorts with rage, sweat beading on his brow as he grits his teeth, his name escaping someone's lips. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white with fury, as he thinks of that cursed brat. For a fleeting moment, the world shifts, and he stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. The young man's eyes glow with an unnatural light, overwhelming someone with their intensity. A close-up reveals the fear in those who gaze upon Jack Valentier's glowing eyes, a fear of someone like him. He lay prone, a dark stain spreading across the front of his pants. A fist clenches, knuckles white with rage. Damn it! The air crackles with fury, a visual representation of pure, unadulterated anger. That fucker! That bloody brat! A gleaming blade rests near splintered wood. A promise echoes. You will also experience the same thing by my hand. Jack Stewart, eyes blazing, clutches a sword, vowing, I'll definitely kill you. The name echoes in the void. Jack Valentier. Elsewhere, the academy looms against a starlit sky, a silent witness to the events unfolding within its walls. 2 days have passed since the academy's commencement. A student walks with a companion, unaware of the brewing storm. Now, the other students should have reached the other cities. A pink bag with a butterfly design sits nearby, a silent reminder of someone missed. Cooks is truly the best. Ah, he sighs, gazing at the night sky. Why am I talking so much? That's because he feels dizzy, his hand pressed to his forehead in a moment of disorientation. Right about, the sauce in that sandwich. No? That red sauce is my blood. She holds the sandwich, her expression unreadable as the dark-haired man asks if it is tasty. A third man with green hair watches. The blonde woman confirms that it is delicious, as the dark-haired man expresses his happiness that she is enjoying the meal. The dark-haired man looks on with a slight smile as the blonde woman continues to eat the sandwich, the green-haired man still present. Meanwhile, a white-haired man sits hunched over in front of a large gate, his head in his hands, seemingly lost in thought. The white-haired man looks up, his expression troubled as he wonders what he is doing there, alone and seemingly dejected. A young man with dark hair and piercing yellow eyes stares intently, his expression unreadable against a backdrop of stars. The white-haired man's face is etched with worry, his brow furrowed as he looks off into the distance, his emotions raw and exposed. The white-haired man asks if he can stay with someone for a few days as the blonde woman stands nearby, holding a stuffed toy. Elsewhere, a red-haired man sits at a lavishly set table, inviting someone to have their fill of the food, despite there not being much there. The white-haired man sits at a table, his expression troubled as he looks down, seemingly lost in his own thoughts and anxieties. A dark-haired man encourages someone to eat comfortably, promising to provide them with a room after they have finished eating. The white-haired man is offered food by the blonde woman, who gestures towards the table with a cheerful expression. He appears troubled, his brow furrowed as he contemplates something unseen. A meticulously prepared plate sits before him, the details almost too perfect. The white-haired man leans forward, his expression unreadable as he stares at the food. The red-haired young man sniffs delicately at the dish, carefully assessing its aroma. He then turns his attention to the wine, swirling the glass before taking a tentative sniff. The white-haired man's face contorts in distress as he, too, takes in the scent of the food. The chef stands attentively as the red-haired young man, Jack Stewart, comments, "Guinness." The chef explains that the dish was prepared at short notice, but the spice seems to be hurting their eyes. The chef nods, acknowledging Jack Stewart's observation with a quiet, "I see." The meticulously arranged plate of food sits untouched, the wine glass beside it reflecting the dim light. The chef vows to take note of the feedback in the future, his words hanging in the air. Elsewhere, the grand building stands tall against the sky, its windows reflecting the daylight. He beams, his expression open and inviting. Jack Stewart asks if the other person is feeling better now, his tone laced with genuine concern. Vampire Jack, standing on the steps, offers an apology for showing a pathetic side of himself. He is assured that it's natural to feel upset sometimes. The vampire's brow furrows slightly, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. He wonders aloud if Jack Stewart isn't going to ask what happened. Jack Stewart gently pats Vampire Jack on the head, a gesture of reassurance. He says it's all right, everyone has their own secrets, and he doesn't want to make him uncomfortable. Jack Stewart smiles knowingly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He muses that his generosity is deeper than the abyss, wondering if his master is looking upon him with pride. A chibi version of Charlotte sits on the steps, sighing heavily. She observes that he's acting all cool again, a hint of exasperation in her expression. The white-haired man states that he doesn't think Jack Stewart needs to attend academy classes, though he knows that, right? He awaits confirmation. Vampire Jack extends his hand, offering a place to stay. He tells Jack Stewart that he can stay there as long as he likes, prompting a surprised reaction. Jack Stewart, holding a chef's hat, states that he'll use the room that he slept in yesterday. He adds that if he wants to eat something, he should talk to the chef he saw yesterday. Pointing towards 6 figures in the distance, Jack Stewart explains that he calls them 1 to 6 in sequence. He clarifies that they're there to monitor him, but he can be friends with them freely. Looking at a cluster of roses, Jack Stewart wonders if this is one of the Marquis' villas. He quickly dismisses the thought, stating, "Nope." The white-haired man is shown in profile, his expression thoughtful. It's revealed that this was originally a house that was used to host VIPs of Duke Assemble. He gestures, blue energy swirling around him as he declares it's time. The red-haired Jack Stewart informs the dark-haired man offering food that the gift was given to him for helping him. Vampire Jack Stewart acknowledges the information and asks if he's also going to train today. The dark-haired man offering food, seen from the back, grips his sword tightly. He states that his body will stiffen if he doesn't train for a day. Elsewhere, a vibrant patch of tulips blooms, their petals a mix of red, orange, and yellow. The dark-haired man offering food trains, the sound of his movements echoing. It's noted that Thanos had many wounds on his body. The protagonist, Jack Valentier, sits, drinking tea. Someone observes that he's so diligent, noting they gave him a potion to consume and treated his wounds before giving him food yesterday. The protagonist, Jack Valentier, smiles, holding his cup. He thinks that the reason he cried yesterday was because he felt like the potion was too precious and not because of the spices. Charlotte stretches, a headband keeping her blonde hair out of her face. She says to start the class quickly. A close-up of the protagonist Jack Valentier's face reveals a sinister smile. The red-haired Jack Stewart stands before a grand building with Charlotte. He asks if they shall start with making a mana circle, and Charlotte responds with an enthusiastic yes. The training area sits empty near the mansion, bathed in the pale light of the moon. With a thud, Charlotte collapses onto the ground, gasping for air, utterly spent. He approaches the exhausted blonde woman, praising her efforts. He notes that she really succeeded. Charlotte, lying on her back, wonders aloud if she has truly become a mana user, her vision blurring. The boy smiles, affirming her progress. He tells Charlotte that she is amazing. Charlotte's eyes reflect a fierce determination, even in her weakened state. She is incredibly talented. Despite her exhaustion, Charlotte's potential shines through. Not only is she talented in mana detection, but she's also incredibly good at storing mana in her heart. The boy notes that since she created a circle in just 10 hours, this should be enough. He asks if they shall end here for today. Charlotte, still on the ground, responds with an enthusiastic yes. The blonde woman struggles to her feet, admitting she is so tired. The boy watches her concerned. She rests soundly on the bench, completely unaware of the night's plans. It is already nighttime, and the city lights twinkle in the distance. Turning away, Jack Valentier wonders if he intentionally withheld information from her. Becoming a circle user in 10 hours is an impressive feat, as it usually takes 2 to 3 days after starting classes. A body of water reflects the dark sky, as someone chuckles to themselves. A man begs to become someone's disciple, while another comments that even the Magic Tower Master might beg Charlotte to become his disciple. A foot steps onto a magic circle, the speaker noting that without their help, this wouldn't be possible. The foot presses down on the magic circle, which pulls in mana from the air. The magic circle glows, gathering the mana in the air. The mana gathers and creates a wall that someone can control. The pure mana that the magic circle gathers is then pushed towards Charlotte. Jack Valentier wipes his brow, noting that it sounds easy in theory, but it isn't something that anyone can imitate. Even so, thanks to all that hard work, a clean circle has been created above Charlotte. The young man with glowing eyes observes, noting that she gives so much to other people, but wants nothing in return. He finds it interesting. The young man with glowing eyes smiles, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. Meanwhile, Jack Stewart stands with the young man, the forest looming behind him. Jack Stewart's face is cast in shadow, his expression intense as he asks, "Are you crying?" Jack Stewart asks the young man if they have arrived, and the young man responds that they have just now. Jack Stewart clenches his fist, his expression unreadable as he remains silent. The young man is asked if he hit his limits, and he responds that he did. Jack Stewart asks the young man if he's going to give up, and the young man asks him to pardon. Jack Stewart's expression is unreadable as he remains silent. Jack Stewart reflects on seeing that little kid become one circle in just 10 hours, and asks if the young man feels inferior. Someone thinks that the young man is probably thinking this right now, and hopes that kid. A towering, crimson specter mocks the smaller, pale figure before it, questioning his lack of swordsmanship talent. Jack Stewart's expression is grave as he asks if the young man thought becoming the strongest swordsman on the continent would be easy. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the leather of his bracer creaking softly. A voice whispers, admitting a deep self-loathing for a particular aspect of himself. Jack Valentier kneels, his head buried in his hands, while Charlotte watches him with concern etched on her face. His hands wring each other, a silent display of inner turmoil and frustration. Charlotte smiles faintly, observing that he is so full of tears for someone, though the reason remains unspoken. The sword lies abandoned on the ground, a silent question hanging in the air. "So, are you going to give up?" Jack Valentier looks up at Charlotte, who reminds him that he once declared he would become the strongest swordsman, questioning if he'll give up because of a child. A gentle hand touches his hair, offering a silent gesture of comfort and support. Tears welling in his eyes, Jack Valentier hears Charlotte's encouraging words that he can still become the strongest swordsman, calling her young master. In a light-hearted manner, Charlotte emphasizes that it won't happen overnight, urging him to stop acting pathetic and continue to work hard. The dark-haired man offering food glances back, a question hanging in the air. A pair of boots stand firm, a silent testament to a dream once dismissed. The young man recalls the sting of mockery, the sting of an impossible dream. The protagonist, Jack Valentier, tilts his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Hands reach out, a silent connection forming in the quiet space. The dark-haired man offering food kneels, gratitude etched on his face as he thanks Jack for believing in him. He finds the other man cuter than he thought, urging him to keep working hard. But this is just his experience, a figure in a red cloak seems to say. Although the strongest swordsman in the continent, his efforts have never betrayed him. Even so, the dark-haired man offering food can't help but feel overwhelmed when he sees such a large-sized kid. There should be at least one person encouraging him, even if the kid is feeling like he was trampled on. The dark-haired man offering food looks up, a silent question in his eyes. Young master? He glances back, a flicker of surprise in his yellow eyes. The air crackles with unseen energy as he hears a voice call him, young master. Elsewhere, a voice declares that they have company this late at night. The statement hangs in the air, a silent promise of conflict to come. A dense forest looms, its trees stretching high into the sky. Dietrich Hermann stands before the white-haired man, who kneels on the ground. The white-haired man says he knows this feeling all too well. The young lord notes that it seems they have an uninvited guest. The white-haired man looks up at Dietrich, questioning why he is suddenly acting this way. Dietrich calls out to Thanos. The young man with glowing eyes declares that he wants Dietrich to grab that kid over there and come to his side right now. The young man with glowing eyes is surprised that he is understood. Dietrich says that he did ask the young man with glowing eyes to come back for revenge, but he didn't think he'd actually come. Dietrich wonders where the 5 musketeers are. The view is blurry, but someone asks if they are over there, but the response is nothing. Someone wonders where Guinness is. 2 figures lay prone on the cobblestone, unmoving. Though they're still breathing, it seems they have fainted. The muscular, white-haired man carries the blonde woman, reporting to his young master that he has brought her, as requested. A smaller figure looks on. The blonde woman, still unconscious, mumbles about dinner, perhaps a lingering thought from before she fainted. Meanwhile, Dietrich stands with the white-haired man, the forest looming behind them, as if they are being watched. A group of cloaked figures surrounds a single, standing figure, their intentions unclear as they gather in the dim forest. Jack Stewart, a red-haired man with fangs, grins, greeting someone he hasn't seen in a long time. The man in the suit calls out Jack Valentier's name, and then Dietrich Hermann's, his tone suggesting a confrontation is brewing. The young man with red hair smiles, his expression hinting at a sinister intent as he looks up. His smile widens, the young man calling someone a fucking brat with palpable disdain. A disembodied voice tells someone to give up on thinking, as if suppressing their intellect. The voice continues, musing about returning alive, and then declares his name is Dietrich Hermann, hinting at future aspirations. The speaker envisions becoming the proud marquis of the Great Eastern Territory in a world ruled by strength. 3 hooded figures stand over a table, plotting. One reflects on his family's power, soon becoming his. He wonders why he should allow Jack Valentier to live. The old man considers that he'd probably get in trouble with Countess Sinbel, but a flashback reveals that Jack Valentier is the one who attacked first, and there are even witnesses to that. It could be said that the Hermann and Valentier family is headed for a second family war. The red-haired man, Jack Stewart, smirks, considering his next move. The Penanol Guildmaster, wearing a plague mask, stands with Benamon. The Guildmaster thinks that no matter how powerful this brat might be in the Valentier family, he can probably count on a 9 circle like Benamon. As briefed earlier, a photo of Jack Valentier is displayed. A document states that their target is Jack Valentier, and they want just him alone. The speaker wonders where he is right now. He is with a girl named Charlotte, who was admitted into the academy via special admissions, and a 4th-year academy student, Thanos, an empty area near his house. The Guildmaster asks if there is anything to take note of. Charlotte is making a mana heart right now. Seeing as how they've been there for more than 9 hours, they won't be able to leave that place for the time being. Jack Stewart thinks that's good news. No matter how exceptionally talented she is, within the estate, the details of a delicate operation are discussed. It will take at least 2 days to create a mana heart. The Assemble estate has dispatched a chef and 5 servants. A masked figure receives orders. They will be able to knock them unconscious right away. It's best to avoid conflicts with the Assemble family, if possible. The chances of the Knights of Count Assemble being mobilized are questioned. Panic erupts as someone shouts for water, but there is none to be found. The estate is ablaze. Before their arrival, a fire had broken out in the underground prison of Count Assemble. The cause of the sudden fire is unknown. 2 figures observe the chaos. They got lucky. Since they're trying to suppress the fire, they won't be able to pay attention to an annex building. Cloaked figures stand in formation. This is a special rank request. There won't be any variables from now on. Everything is going according to plan. The masked figure declares their objective. Their target is Jack Valentier. Mission start. A figure is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident. The response is immediate and affirmative. Yes, SIR. Meanwhile, the details of the mission are revealed. That is what happened. They're talking about a special rank request that pays 50,000 gold. A man with auburn hair smirks, his eyes gleaming with malice. He thinks, "You're as good as dead now, Jack Valentier." The man's sinister smile remains, a clear indication of the danger Jack Valentier is now in. A faint whisper echoes, a plea directed towards their young master. The white-haired man stands firm, shielding the young man with a red ribbon. He promises to buy them time, urging them to flee without hesitation. His hands tighten around the staff, a grim acceptance settling over him. He knows this is all happening because of him. The white-haired man's expression is pained as he begs them to go. He vows to do whatever it takes to secure their escape. The young man with the red ribbon is urged to run away. He wonders why the two of them are so earnestly trying to protect him. The auburn-haired young man's eyes narrow, his face hardening. He dismisses their efforts, labeling them as fools. A smile spreads across the auburn-haired young man's face, a sinister amusement in his eyes. He wonders where they learned to act this way. Lying prone, the dark-haired man offering food finds a strange comfort in the situation. He thinks to himself that this feels good. The young man with the red ribbon is carried to safety, but he is conflicted. He can't bear the thought of owing anything to children while endangering them. The camera focuses on a pair of legs, electricity crackling around them. The auburn-haired young man's voice echoes, asking if they want to die that badly. The auburn-haired young man's expression darkens, his eyes filled with a cold resolve. He decides there's no helping it. A hand crackles with blue energy, a promise of destruction hanging in the air. Since things have turned out this way, he will simply destroy. A young man is startled as the doll pokes him in the cheek. The doll floats in the air, asking if the red-haired man will take care of them himself. Dietrich Hermann looks up in astonishment. He hears the doll speak and can't believe it. Importantly, the moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow. The doll's eyes glow intensely, radiating an otherworldly power. Below, the group looks up, squinting as a bright light suddenly appears above them. Dietrich shields his eyes, exclaiming at the sudden brightness. He wonders what on earth is happening. Bare feet are submerged in water, the surface rippling gently around them. The water swirls around the feet, illuminated by an unseen light source. A figure's eyes glow with an intense blue light, staring intently forward. A woman with long, flowing blue hair stands in the water, her expression serene. Piercing eyes open, a hint of the power that lies within. A figure descends, wreathed in mist and light, her presence commanding. In the past, she stood at the peak of this continent, a protector and a leader. A unique hero who led humanity to the top of the pyramid of existence. But how could a doll become a human? 400 years later, she is back, her gaze unwavering, her purpose unknown. The young man with the bow tie looks up at her, a mix of anticipation and trepidation in his eyes. You're back. He smiles, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. I've waited for you to... Without warning, her arm strikes out, a swift and brutal blow. The force of the impact sends him reeling, the sound echoing through the air as T stands over him. He clutches his face, reeling from the blow. It hurts if you suddenly hit me out of nowhere. Teacher, do you remember? T stands, recalling when Arian first got her out of the cave. Arian is surrounded by chains, remembering that T ignored what he was saying and what he thought. Arian looks at T, thinking that she is as beautiful as ever and that he really missed her. T's face is shown as she thinks that Arian will let her hit him once. Arian walks towards T, saying that what she said is true, but Dietrich Hermann calls out to him. Dietrich Hermann demands Arian's coat, pointing at him and ordering him to hand it over. Dietrich Hermann repeats his demand, and T looks on, surprised that he would say such a thing, even after all this time. Dietrich Hermann's expression hardens as he repeats his demand for the coat. Arian looks down, sighing what sounds like reluctant resignation. Dietrich Hermann takes Arian's coat, thanking him as he does so. Dietrich Hermann hands the coat back to Arian, remarking that the weather is pretty cold. Dietrich Hermann smiles, saying that he doesn't regret bringing Arian out of the cave. Arian Chiron, gazing into the distance, wonders aloud if someone harbors any regrets. Despite any objections or ignored opinions, Arian remains steadfast in his conviction. Dietrich Hermann wonders what would have happened if he wanted to be imprisoned and die there. He knows that's not what he wants, and reminds Arian that he is a student. Silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the sounds of the surrounding environment. Perhaps he had been turning a blind eye to the fact that humans have always been animals of desires. Despite knowing that fact, when Arian Chiron made the world of humans, he thought that they could be different from the other races. He admits that he was wrong in thinking that the weight of his past decisions pressing down on him. There wasn't a need to separate humans from the other races, Arian Chiron reflects, his expression somber. Dietrich asks if that was the reason Arian rescued him from the cave that day, because he wanted him to realize this fact. Dietrich affirms that Arian is right, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of Arian's words. Arian says that the you in the past had realized that he made the wrong decision already, and that he simply trusted in someone he shouldn't have. And because of that, he wasn't able to watch over the results of his creation, the consequences of his actions now bearing down on him. The moon hangs high, a silent witness to the unfolding events. He remembers that the life he lived was a prison of his own making. The young lord's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he hears Arian's words, Tao Tao 1, my student. Arian's back is turned, his expression hidden as he recalls being called student. A memory surfaces, a woman pinching his cheek, treating him like a child even after his regression. The auburn-haired man smiles, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This feels good. Dark energy gathers around a pale hand, a chilling declaration echoing. Since you tried to harm my student? The young lord's face is contorted with fear, realizing that what is about to happen is a little harsh. Dietrich grits his teeth, struggling to speak through the rising tide of fear and desperation. Elsewhere, panic erupts as people flee from a looming darkness, their screams echoing. What are you all doing? Just kill all of them. A figure with long, flowing hair stands amidst the chaos, seemingly at the center of the encroaching darkness. The absolute darkness dyes the skies and envelopes the earth, a chilling testament to Arian's power. Images flash through Arian's mind, a memory of a woman with long blue hair looking shocked, standing next to a man. The memories continue, now showing figures in plague, doctor masks, their forms distorted and indistinct. Back in the present, Dietrich stands firm, his expression a mask of determination as a faint purple aura emanates from the ground around him. T raises her hand, her powers surging as she commands, "Respond to my command." The energy intensifies, swirling around her as she focuses her will. Elsewhere, the scene shifts abruptly to a different location. The surge of power continues to emanate from T. Her silhouette is surrounded by a bright, pinkish-red aura as she continues to channel her abilities. Somewhere within the Tulkan Empire, a window offers a view of the night sky. A bottle of wine sits on a table, 2 glasses nearby, waiting to be filled. A figure in silhouette raises a glass to their lips, drinking deeply. The moon hangs high in the sky, a silent witness to the events unfolding below. He takes a sip of wine, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space. Beckerman stands tall, a glass of wine in his hand, as someone asks what's the matter. A voice insists that nothing is wrong, as a candelabra flickers with light. The speaker wonders if they are overthinking things. Beckerman holds the wine glass, his expression unreadable. He is certain that he felt some kind of dissonance. The wine swirls in the glass, reflecting the light. Outside, a full moon illuminates a grand building. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a certain island in the Black Sea, a place where something is undoubtedly present. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an ethereal glow across the landscape. Dragons soar through the sky, their forms silhouetted against the crimson light. The presence of soul energy is unmistakable. A figure stands with their back to the viewer, long dark hair cascading down their shoulders, a fur-lined cloak offering some protection from the elements. The dragon's face is grim, its eyes narrowed as it reflects on the shackles of soul. The ones she placed on its heart are still there. The figure's clothing is dark and formal, the fabric smooth and unadorned. They think to themselves, we couldn't forget that even if we tried. Has she been alive this whole time? The landscape is barren and desolate, stretching out to the horizon. I can't believe a mere human has lived for 400 years. Which part of this world is she trying to rule over right now? Energy crackles and swirls, the air thick with unseen power. A dark figure stands amidst this swirling energy, their form obscured by the chaotic forces surrounding them. A young man stands on a rocky outcrop, the swirling energy surrounding him, his expression unreadable. A malevolent presence lurks within the depths of his gaze. A monstrous figure of bone and shadow begins to materialize. The skeletal entity howls, its silent scream echoing through the void. Dark energy lashes out, striking a figure caught in its deadly embrace. The force of the blow sends ripples through the very air. Dietrich Hermann, eyes wide with terror, feels an alien sensation creeping through him. What is this? Panic sets in as Dietrich Hermann cries out, "WH, what's happening? My legs!" His assailants, already crumbling into dust, scream in agony as their bodies disintegrate. Dietrich Hermann's face darkens, a horrifying realization dawning on him. This is death. His hand begins to crumble, turning to dust as the life drains from him. This is how I die. Dietrich Hermann screams in terror as his body rapidly deteriorates, the end drawing near. He grits his teeth, tears streaming down his face as an unseen force assaults him. A skeletal hand reaches down, its touch promising only oblivion for the young lord. Arian Chiron, a sinister smile plastered across his face, offers a deal. If it's money they want, he'll gladly provide it. A woman with dark hair, surrounded by swirling energy, begs for her life. She wonders if 50 or even 100 gold would be enough. Dietrich Hermann, now partially translucent, continues to plead as the skeletal hand draws closer. The skeletal hand makes contact, and Dietrich's form begins to disintegrate into particles of light. Elsewhere, T, her long green hair flowing, gazes upwards at a swirling vortex of energy in the sky. The vortex pulses with an ominous energy, its swirling depths hinting at untold power. The night sky hangs heavy, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The forest stands still, the trees like silent sentinels guarding secrets unknown. Jack Valantier stands cloaked, his expression unreadable as he listens to the blonde woman beside him. The blonde woman stammers, correcting herself. She meant to say Madame Valentine, not the final boss. He extends a hand, as if reaching out to someone unseen. A young blonde girl looks up, her expression filled with distress. Valentine Milos gently places a hand on the girl's head, offering comfort as the white-haired man watches. Tears well in the young girl's eyes, her face a mask of fear and uncertainty. The white-haired man stands with his hand outstretched, as if he is trying to understand the situation. Valentine Milos smiles, revealing his name. Valentine Milos, a relic of the past who took in a stupid disciple. Valentine Milos asks the white-haired man to continue to take care of his disciple, as the blonde girl and a dark-haired boy stand beside him. Elsewhere, a lantern glows softly in the distance, while the white-haired man looks on with a concerned expression. The white-haired man's eyes widen, his face etched with a mixture of shock and disbelief. The white-haired man states that what Valentine Milos said was all correct, except for one thing. A young boy with a bow tie declares that Sir Jack is not stupid at all. The white-haired man looks on, as Valentine Milos stands with a stern expression. The white-haired man stands with the distressed blonde girl, the young boy with a bow tie, and Arian Chiron, as Valentine Milos states that someone is right, though that's not her usual reaction. The young boy with the red bow tie insists that he is not stupid. He seems to be speaking to Valentine Milos, who stand beside him. Valentine Milos touches the forehead of the young boy with the red bow tie, remarking that she is difficult, as usual. Under the light of the full moon, the white-haired man sighs, stating that he is going to be talking to this smart student of his alone and asks the others to give them some space. The distressed blonde girl responds to an unseen person, affirming what they said. A disembodied voice tells Charlotte that if she is hungry, there is some of their blood in the kitchen, extracted in advance, and instruct her to eat it and go to sleep. A small figure responds affirmatively. Another voice tells Thanos that if he goes to the backyard, he will see some unconscious people on the ground, and instructs him to wake them up and go to sleep early. A small figure acknowledges the instructions. The white-haired man is asked to give someone a piggyback ride because their legs hurt, and he seems surprised by the request. The young boy with the red bow tie and Valentine Milos wave goodbye to someone as they stand in what appears to be a forest. Valentine Milos tells the young boy with the red bow tie that they are such loyal and kind children, and that it's pretty fun when she's with them. Valentine Milos looks off into the distance, her expression unreadable. The young boy with the red bow tie smiles sinisterly, saying so. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a question hangs in the air. What is the purpose of this clandestine meeting, and why does it concern the speaker's prized student? Valentine Milos stands in a desolate landscape, a young boy standing a few feet away from her. The boy looks up at her, asking what this is all about. A man looms over another, who is lying down. He asks him if he didn't say it previously, his expression intense. A tall building stands in the distance, its architecture imposing and grand. A young girl sits in a wheelchair, a woman standing behind her. The girl says that it's dragon blood and bones. A woman with long, green hair stares intently, her expression unreadable as she looks off to the side. A man with a necklace speaks of immortality and eternal youth, his words echoing with a profound weight. An old man sits on a bench, surrounded by tombstones. He speaks of not aging and dying, of humanity's desire to live forever. The result of the research on immortality and preventing aging is shown. A method to extend life by combining two races is revealed, the double helix of DNA illuminated. She listens intently as the young boy asks if the research is related to dragon blood and bones. He agrees, and the narrative shifts to the fundamental desire of humans, to live a long life. Of course, simply living a long life would be pointless. The goal was to live a long time in a young and healthy body, maintaining vitality throughout their extended years. And so, research into immortality and eternal youth was undertaken long ago, with hooded figures gathering around a complex device. A certain scientist suggested an interesting opinion. Since living eternally isn't realistic, perhaps they should just make humans capable of living thousands of years like dragons instead. Dragons have totally different blood, organs, and even bones from races that have short lives. The rate at which their bodies age is fundamentally different, a network of life force pulsing within. The quality and quantity of their cells and their sensitivity to mana allows them to take in mana. That's how the research began, fueled by countless notes and theories scattered across the laboratory. The research resulted in the combination of two races, a figure suspended in a glowing blue tube. That result led to half the success of the research, though they had failed greatly in trying to achieve immortality and eternal youth. Two figures stand together, one drawing back a bow with incredible strength. The only problem was that, as the prize for such strength, their lifespans were reduced to 5 to 10 years. The half-blood demon experiment that took place 400 years ago is currently taking place again in the Tulkun Empire. The Tulkun Empire has managed to extend the lifespan of half-bloods to 30 years in just 2 years. Tea, her eyes downcast, murmurs, "I guess that's not the case." Young boy Bao Tai looks down, a troubled expression on his face. A figure surrounded by flames cries out, "My master," who had found out about the ongoing experiment too late. Documents litter the ground, scattered amidst the destruction. The scene is destroyed. All documents related to the research, and all the products of half-bloods, are consumed by flames. Someone gently holds a foot, their touch almost reverent, yet a pained groan escapes. The prone figure, writhing in agony, desperately cries out for help, their voice choked with pain. The memory surfaces, scholars, their knowledge sought, their power undeniable. Mages, wielding arcane forces, and swordsmen, masters of combat, all stood ready. A cataclysmic event unfolded, leaving behind a trail of destruction and death. The young boy, standing before Tea, reveals a critical oversight. She should have killed the Dragon Lord. Tea's eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing her face at the boy's words. A wave of regret washes over her, her expression softening with a hint of sorrow. The Dragon Lord, in a twisted act, gifted his own kind to humanity, seeking to manipulate the ancient oaths. The boy confirms the gravity of the situation with a simple, somber affirmation. Tea reflects on the ambitions of the two Dragon Lords, their desire to meddle in the affairs of the human world. A dragon, once an experimental subject, hangs in chains, its identity shrouded in mystery. He states that the boy should know without needing an explanation, referring to those half-bloods of the future. A spectral image shows two figures, one reaching up toward the other. They are alike, and they will all be able to use soul aura. Tea remains silent, her expression unreadable as she considers the implications of what she's revealed. Two dragons soar in the sky. One is described as an experimental subject in Tolkien, while the other is questioned to be the child of the two Dragon Lords. A lone figure stands in a field, confirming something with a simple yes. The only dragons that can use soul aura are the two of them, their feet planted firmly on the ground. So, their own bloodline is chained. A dragon, bound by heavy chains, hangs its head low, blood dripping from its mouth. It is said that those who would naturally possess the talent to use soul aura are the 10 circle users of the Tolkien Empire. A hand holds a jar filled with a viscous, red liquid. This is combined with the children of the two Dragon Lords. As the result of overlapping talents, a new power emerges, visualized as a swirling vortex of energy. Those people were able to break through the limits of mana and use soul aura with ease, achieving a new level of power. TA tells the boy that she will ask this as his teacher, encouraging him to feel free to ask her anything. She is asked what she's trying to do and what she means. A voice declares that they are already someone of the past, and though they tried not to interfere, they can't help but be curious. Since the figure with long red hair knows the future, the other figure admits to being curious about that. The person wearing the shoes with flower decorations admits that they don't know. Meanwhile, 2 years from now, the experiment will be completed. A man wonders if someone is still alive after training to reach. In about a year, the speaker intends to go to the Tulkun Empire during school vacation. They state, of course. Someone puts a finger to their lips, declaring they're going to explode the research lab and kill all those involved, while others are so heavy. During the school vacation, the unseen figure plans to return to the Tulkun Empire. The goal, to explode the research lab and kill all those involved. The young boy in the bow tie looks up at Valentine Milos, questioning if there's a need to do it at that time. He apologizes, seemingly regretting his question. The boy's eyes widen, and he asks what Valentine Milos means by her statement, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Valentine Milos looks down at the boy, her expression unreadable as she asks if he doesn't understand the implications of their plan. Valentine Milos leans in, her gaze intense as she declares that he is definitely her pupil, a statement that carries a weight of expectation. The boy acknowledges that he knows what she's thinking very well. He reminds Valentine Milos that she said she wasn't going to get involved with the world's matters. Valentine Milos smiles, stating that it's something she didn't take care of properly in the past. She asks if he doesn't think it's only right that she gets involved in this. The boy sighs, thinking that it seems like she wants to fly back to the Tulkun Empire right now. He realizes he has no way of changing her mind. The unseen figure contemplates that if they think about it, exploding the lab is the best way to screw those Tulkun guys over. To be more precise, the action screws over the people, a grim reality that underscores the potential consequences of their plan. A looming structure, wreathed in chains of fire, stands as a symbol of those who seek to unify the continent. The reason for this is that those guys support and push for crossbreeding experiments. A memory fades, as the text reveals, my sister no longer remembers it. A woman falls through a swirling vortex of light, lamenting that she is the only one who remembers. The man's expression darkens, clearly annoyed by something. He thinks to himself that something is pissing him off again. TA, with a stern gaze, instructs someone to open the subspace once more. The man she is speaking to questions, the subspace? The man clasps his hands together, stating that he needs a sword, a good one. TA smirks, confident in her knowledge. She says that he even knows what she has. With a burst of speed, she moves forward, leaving a trail of energy behind. She declares that he sure is her pupil. A surge of blue energy crackles in the air, a sign of the subspace opening. A sword materializes, its blade gleaming with an ethereal light. The man gazes in awe at the newly formed sword, its power palpable. A fine blade, crafted by the king of dwarves and refined by mermaids, hangs suspended. Solarian holds the sword aloft, a bright smile on his face. Long time no see. A hand reaches out, grasping a white mask surrounded by a swirling blue energy. One more thing. The mask, intricately designed, is offered. You'll need to disguise at least your face. Solarian holds the mask, examining its delicate curves and smooth surface. He considers the mask, feeling a strange mana flow. I feel a spell that can keep the mask on my face or undo it. What? TA looks away, lost in thought. I think I bought it at a market long ago. Solarian holds the mask closer to his face, his expression unreadable. TA watches him intently. You have something that I didn't know about. You're a bit cunning. In a flashback, TA confronts a younger Solarian. You didn't use this to spy on men's bathhouses or something, did you? A burst of energy crackles in the air. Solarian clutches his head, kneeling on the ground. TA stands over him, arms crossed. Call out the coordinates we're supposed to teleport to. Solarian responds weakly, yes, ma'am. She studies the arcane numbers, a slight furrow in her brow as she considers the calculations. The question hangs in the air. Gunnar Empire's capital? The answer comes back, simple and direct. Yes. 400 years ago, humans were said to be at the bottom of the species pyramid, a historical footnote. That didn't mean they didn't have their own nations, their own histories, their own struggles for power within the Gunnar Empire. That is the empire she was from, a place of ancient power and hidden secrets, now about to be revisited. A laboratory under a historical site, pretty clever, indeed. The power gathers in her hand, ready to be unleashed. The air crackles with energy, a blinding flash of light as the teleportation spell takes hold. This is the teleport. T's eyes glow with power as she asks, are you ready? The young boy with the mask grins, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'm always ready. The boy calls out to TA, addressing her as teacher. The teleportation spell activates, bathing the area in an ethereal light. Meanwhile, a voice speaks, complimenting someone. You sure are something. It's an honor to hear that from you. The man with pink hair questions the man in black about his behavior earlier. The man in black wonders aloud if he made a mistake, his face obscured by shadow as he holds a glass of red liquid. The man with pink hair thinks that something that shouldn't exist in this world appeared. The man in black thinks that can't be, and that he doesn't need to tell the man with pink hair anything. He dismisses the earlier event. The man in black holds his glass, ready to get to the point of the conversation. The man with pink hair asks when he will start with the human testing. The man with pink hair thinks the theory is perfect, and that it was a success when they tested on animals. He notes the biggest problem is the shortening of the lifespan, but if they test activating. So, the man in black asks when the man with pink hair was going to start. The man with pink hair chuckles, finding the question amusing. The man in black says he didn't know the man with pink hair was that interested in the experiments. The man with pink hair thinks that the moderates have been pretty stringent recently, and it's hard to obtain testing subjects because of them, once he has them. The man in black asks if he wants him to get them for him. The man with pink hair says yes, one's talented with mana, if possible. He acknowledges something, his white shoes clicking softly on the floor. A blonde woman snaps her fingers, perhaps recalling a forgotten detail. The woman with blonde hair speaks to the pink-haired man, admitting she forgot to ask something. The pink-haired man listens intently, his expression unreadable. The woman explains that these are humans made from combining dragons and humans, as a test tube containing a humanoid figure is shown. The pink-haired man is told that they are called half-bloods. The pink-haired man repeats the term, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Half-bloods, huh? The air crackles with unseen energy as Dietrich Hermann stands with his back to the room, the subtle shift in the atmosphere causing him to pause. He stops in his tracks, a barely perceptible stillness overcoming him as he tries to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. Turning slightly, Dietrich inquires if someone was expected, his brow furrowed with a growing sense of unease as he senses the strange energy. Elsewhere, a pink-haired man winces, his hand raised to his face as if warding off a blow, denying something with a pained expression. Back in the room, Dietrich dismisses the idea of believing in something, questioning the nature of the mana waves he is currently sensing. It is definitely Master's energy, but from above, someone plummets downwards, engulfed in a fiery aura. The impact reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the room. The pink-haired man is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backwards. A chair is sent flying, crashing to the ground amidst the chaos. Dietrich, now fully alert, prepares to unleash his own power, energy crackling around his clenched fist. The pink-haired man cries out as a blinding light engulfs him. The attack intensifies, energy crackling in the air around him. The pink-haired man collapses to the ground, gasping for air. Coughing violently, the pink-haired man wonders what is happening to him. The silhouette of the pink-haired man is visible amidst the explosion. Dietrich watches the scene unfold. A man behind him asks if it is over, but Dietrich says it is not yet. Dietrich's eyes glow with power as he senses another attack coming. The energy surges again, a chaotic display of raw power. The pink-haired man is struck again, the light searing his form. Dietrich clenches his fists, bracing himself for what is to come. The attack continues, the geometric patterns of energy intensifying. The pink-haired man cries out in pain as the assault continues. He clenches his fist, a surge of energy erupting around him. A figure in black is sent flying backwards, engulfed in a blinding light. Meanwhile, the blond man is screaming, trapped within a hexagonal barrier. Sweat beads on his brow as he wonders what is happening to him. The hexagonal barrier flickers, its integrity uncertain. The blond man lies defeated on the floor, a dark figure looming over him. Elsewhere, a voice declares that he was the experiment's director. A body lies broken at the foot of a long staircase, the scene bathed in shadow. More bodies litter the steps, a grim testament to the chaos that unfolded. Blood pools on the stone floor, a stark reminder of the violence. Ta stands beside a masked boy, who holds a bloodied sword, asking if he agrees. A monstrous creature, bound in chains, looms over the scene, its presence ominous. He peers out from behind his mask, his expression unreadable. Chains bind a monstrous dragon, its eyes burning with a primal bloodthirst. The tunnel stretches into an endless abyss, saturated with a palpable hunger. The very mana of the area shifts, warped by the intensity of the emotions present. Ta steps forward, her gaze unwavering. She declares that she will take care of the situation. The masked boy affirms her statement. Ta responds with a terse acknowledgement, her focus on the chained beast. Energy gathers in T's outstretched hand, a visible manifestation of her power. Hellfire erupts around Ta, a swirling vortex of destructive energy. The flames crackle and writhe, hungry for something to consume. The hellfire burns with an intense, otherworldly heat. The sky above reflects the inferno below, a canvas of fire and shadow. The masked boy watches Ta, impressed by her power, but knowing that this is not the end. He grins, the ornate mask obscuring the upper half of his face. Something burns with incredible intensity, prompting a reaction. The mask's intricate design is highlighted by the ambient light. The masked boy gazes up at the moon, a question hanging in the air. The masked boy observes the raging fire, a place that was once a national heritage site. Ta stands with Dietrich Hermann, who wonders if there are any more threats to erase. Dietrich Hermann holds his sword, ready for battle. A chained monster hangs suspended, impaled by metal rods. The masked boy smiles, finding the situation cuter than he thought. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the mask. A torch casts flickering light on the stone walls of the underground chamber. The bloodstained stone floor serves as a grim stage. A desperate plea echoes, "Please." The chained monster, a grotesque figure of spikes and wings, begs for release. Its only desire, death. A cloaked figure stands before the beast, an observer to its torment. The monster's pleas are a constant, agonizing loop. The masked boy holds his sword, a strange smile playing on his lips. He finds the situation novel. Energy crackles around the masked boy's blade. The air itself seems to vibrate with anticipation. The masked boy stands before the chained monster, his expression unreadable behind the mask. He speaks of obligations. The chained monster roars, a sound of pure agony and rage. Its jaws open wide in a desperate plea. With a burst of speed, the masked boy leaps towards the chained monster, sword raised high. The monster's roar intensifies, a deafening cry of pain and fury echoing through the chamber. The masked boy brings his blade down upon the chained monster, blue energy arcing through the air. Elsewhere, Ta stands with arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She remains silent, observing the unfolding events. The chains binding the monster rattle and strain, a testament to its immense power and desperate struggle. Heavy chains litter the stone floor, leading to an unknown destination. The chains are connected to a massive, scaled beast, who lets out a low growl. A hand reaches out, gently touching the dragon's snout, as if trying to soothe the creature. The masked boy, Dietrich Hermann, cradles the dragon's snout in his hands. He thinks it might be a good thing that he's here now. The dragon looks down at Dietrich Hermann, surprised by the gesture. He wonders how to say this. The you he saw 18 years later looked. The dragon looks at Dietrich Hermann and thinks, really, he is exhausted. Heavy chains lie strewn across the stone floor, hinting at a history of restraint. A gentle hand reaches out, stroking the snout of a massive dragon, a gesture of unexpected tenderness. I guess this is what it was originally like. The dragon's head looms large, its expression unreadable, yet the words nearby suggest a stark contrast. It is very different from the one I met in. A caption reads, "My past life," hinting at memories resurfacing or perhaps a glimpse into a former existence. A young girl stands beside the dragon, her hand resting on its head, a bond forming between them amidst the ruins. A voice echoes, filled with a desperate plea. "You want to live, right?" The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A hand, bound tightly by chains, drips blood, a stark image of captivity and suffering, and tied up by others as a test subject. A disembodied voice questions the nature of torment. To go through physical and mental suffering? The girl and the dragon are juxtaposed with the memory of suffering. They call that a fate worse than being livestock. The dragon's past is revealed through the girl's eyes. They'll make armor from your leather and attempt to fuse your blood and bones with something else in experiments. Chains hang heavy in the darkness as a glowing figure persists. If they fail, they will simply try again. Jack Valantier, masked and seemingly unconcerned, states that consent is merely a formality. It won't matter to them. The mask obscures most of Jack's face, but his glowing yellow eyes burn with intensity. He warns that they will end up losing even more. The masked boy's gaze is intense, his words a chilling promise. He says that they won't even be able to hate anymore, only desire death. A single, tearful eye of the dragon glistens. A voice asks if it wants to die after suffering that fate, as sniffles fill the air. A muscular man with white hair stands beside a young girl in a nightcap. He suggests that they can live somewhere else. The dragon's eyes shone again, its expression pained. A voice declares that its will is more important than anything. A stone structure is shown, bound with rope. A voice declares that they will ask one final time. The stone wall looms, a rope hanging taut. A voice pleads, asking if they don't want to live somewhere else. Jack Valantier kneels beside the dragon, his hand gently resting on its snout. The dragon's eye is visible, still filled with sorrow. Jack looks down, his expression unreadable. He says that he can't hear the dragon. He speaks, his voice calm but firm, urging the unseen listener to voice their desires. Jack Valentier's masked face betrays nothing of his true feelings. A tear escapes the dragon's eye, a silent plea echoing the unspoken words. Even those who abandoned it should hear its pain. The dragon's desire, distilled into two simple words, to live. The sentiment hangs in the air, heavy with longing. A desperate roar tears through the silence, a primal scream of defiance. The dragon's will to survive burns bright. A memory surfaces. In the past, he killed him. The dragon's open maw seems to beg for release. And it will probably be the same this life. The words hang heavy, a premonition of a grim fate. He reflects on his past actions, admitting he didn't want to kill him. He just needed to kill him, the cloaked figure seems to be thinking. Was it for a creature whose mind was broken beyond repair? The question lingers, a moral dilemma hanging in the balance. The dragon in front of him is not the same dragon from his memories. Jack Valantier acknowledges the change, a shift in perspective. He remembers the dragon begging to be killed in his past life, but now it begs to live. Jack Valantier decides, "I'll let you." A soft smile graces his lips, hidden behind the mask. Jack Valantier extends an invitation. "Let's go home together." Valentine Milos stands beside him, her expression unreadable. Jack Valentier's question hangs in the air, right? The green-haired man's lips curve into a knowing smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he observes the scene before him. The masked man chuckles softly, a glint in his eye as he muses that she seems to like the idea as well. The masked man, now kneeling on the ground, looks up with a gasp, demanding to know who these people are that stand before him. Bathed in the fiery glow, two figures stand silhouetted against the light, their presence imposing and their intentions unclear. The masked man remains kneeling, while the green-haired man stands tall, a sword held aloft, its gleaming blade reflecting the light. The masked man reaches out, gently touching the snout of a large, scaled creature, a dragon, his expression unreadable behind the mask. The blond man, his face grim, holds a sword, its design intricate and deadly, declaring that he will ask for the last time. The green-haired man's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he poses a single, pointed question. "You?" The green-haired man stands with his back to the masked man, stating that he can do as he wishes, even if he didn't tell him. The masked man, a sinister smile playing on his lips, declares that he will do as he wishes from now on. The blond man's expression hardens, his voice rising as he demands to know if he's not going to answer his question. Then, a hand grips the hilt of a sword, its blade poised and ready to strike, the air thick with anticipation. He glares down at the masked boy, his face contorted with rage. The blonde man demands an answer, his grip tightening on his sword. The masked boy, sword in hand, dashes forward. He moves with surprising speed, closing the distance between them. Steel clashes against steel as the masked boy's blade meets the blonde man's. The air crackles with energy from the impact. The blonde man's teeth are bared, his green eyes narrowed in fury. He struggles to maintain his stance against the sudden attack. Behind his ornate mask, Jack Valentier's expression remains unreadable. His amber eyes are fixed on his opponent. The blonde man grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. He is clearly struggling against the masked boy's unexpected strength. Sparks fly as the blades grind against each other. The sound of metal on metal echoes through the air. The masked boy and the blonde man are locked in a fierce struggle. Each is determined to overpower the other. The blonde man's eyes widen in disbelief. "You dare laugh? In front of me?" he roars, his voice filled with fury. The masked boy parries the blonde man's strike. "Am I not allowed to?" he asks, his tone mocking. The masked boy's sword finds its mark. The blonde man stumbles backward, his face a mask of shock. The blonde man kneels, defeated. "You insolent little," he snarls, his pride wounded. The masked boy stands firm, red and yellow sparks swirling around his feet. An owner of red mana, the blonde man is considered the best even among the master ranks. The masked boy raises his sword, purple energy crackling around the blade. He is known as the strongest human on the continent. The mask obscures most of his face, but his glowing blue eye pierces through. He declares the blonde man is not strong enough. The blonde man, surrounded by red energy, senses something amiss. "This energy," he mutters, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A silent certainty settles over the scene. A blurry figure looms, wreathed in purple energy. It evokes a familiar, unsettling sensation. It's the same strange feeling I felt earlier. The masked boy swings his sword, the purple energy intensifying as the blade hurtles toward its target. The blonde man cries out as the attack lands, a visible wave of pain washing over his face. The masked boy's sword connects, the force of the blow evident in the violent impact. His hands grip the sword tightly, channeling the potent purple energy into the strike. The blonde man is sent flying, the force of the blow sending him spiraling through the air. He brings his blade down with incredible force, purple energy crackling around the strike as it connects with the blonde man. Elsewhere, a figure with long green hair watches the scene unfold, their expression unreadable as the battle concludes. A man with a fur-lined collar shields his eyes, shouting in anguish at the sight of the fallen blonde man, his voice filled with desperation. The force of the blow sends the blonde man sprawling, his arm twisting unnaturally as he plummets towards the ground. Dietrich Hermann lies defeated amidst the dust and debris, his eyes closed, his body still. The battle is over. The blonde man in the black turtleneck lies prone on the ground, dust motes dancing around him. Heavy footsteps approach as the masked boy wonders aloud if he's simply fainted, a disappointing prospect. The blonde man groans, pushing himself up with a visible struggle. He clutches a jeweled dagger in his hand, his knuckles white. Looking up, the blonde man asks who the masked boy is, stating he's never seen anyone like him. The masked boy smiles, his eyes gleaming behind the porcelain. The masked boy laughs, asking why the blonde man wants to know who he is. The blonde man remains silent, his expression unreadable. The masked boy declares he'll tell the blonde man one prophecy, prompting a confused response. The blonde man's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. The masked boy, his hand gripping a small sword, declares he knows a person. A white-haired man, seen from below, thinks the boy is still naive. The white-haired man, his brow furrowed, believes the masked boy has big dreams. The masked boy, seen in profile, wears an ornate mask that obscures most of his face. The blonde man, his face contorted in anger, declares that the masked boy will be killed in this place. The blonde man lunges forward, sword in hand, shouting at the masked boy. The masked boy is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. The masked boy's eyes widen in shock and pain as he is struck. A pool of blood spreads across the ground, evidence of the brutal attack. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the masked boy's mask, now stained with blood. The blonde man, his face a mask of fury, prepares to strike the final blow. More blood splatters, marking the end of the fight. He clashes swords with the blonde man, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The blonde man's face contorts in pain, blood dripping from a wound near his eye. The masked boy stands firm, his sword raised, as he thinks the blonde man is still weak. The blonde man is struck again, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. Another strike lands, and the blonde man cries out in pain, the sound echoing in the chamber. The blonde man falls, his body crashing to the stone floor with a resounding thud. He lies defeated, sprawled on the ground, his limbs askew. The blonde man thinks to himself that this is a small wish of his. The masked boy stands over him, sword still in hand, as the blonde man begs him to grow a little stronger. The defeated man on the ground is the guy whom Beckerman is serving, the Crown Prince of Tulkin. The Crown Prince is the leader of the hardliners, who are the source of everything that is happening. In a few years' time, all of their heads will be cut off. He smirks, his mask glinting in the dim light. The masked boy muses that things would be too boring if his opponents were too weak. Elsewhere, a man is seized roughly by his collar. He complains that the situation is already becoming tiresome. The man, his eyes wide with alarm, recognizes his attacker. He stammers, identifying him as Beckerman's disciple, and questions how he knows his name, Moranges. A hand grips the fabric of Moranges' clothing, holding him firmly in place. A memory surfaces, a recollection of a past life. It is a time when Beckerman met his end. The memory continues, revealing a figure cloaked in red, a swordsman who dared to challenge him. Only one had the courage to charge. The figure's eyes glow with a menacing red light. He barely remembers the swordsman, only recalling that he ended him with a single, swift strike. A voice echoes in the darkness, posing a question. It speaks of the bond between a teacher and their student, suggesting they are as one. Back in the present, the masked figure gestures, a blue symbol glowing in his palm. He taunts Moranges, reminding him that his teacher's arm was severed. The focus shifts to his severed arm, the implication clear. The masked figure questions how Moranges' arm could possibly still be intact. Suddenly, Moranges is impaled by a series of fiery red spears, piercing through him. Red-hot chains now bind Moranges, trapping him as he cries out in pain. He is caught, trapped by glowing red chains that burn against his skin. Above him, the masked boy smiles, a cruel question hanging in the air. The chains tighten, each link a searing brand against his flesh. Moranges screams, begging for the torment to end, for the masked boy to stop. The chains constrict further, biting deeper into his body. His agony intensifies, a raw, piercing cry escaping his lips. Elsewhere, the blond man clutches his arm, writhing on the ground in pain. Valentine Milos stands behind the masked boy, asking if he is done now. A white dragon lies prone, seemingly injured, but a voice urges it to continue. A teleportation circle glows, ready to transport its occupants elsewhere. A building stands tall against the night sky, its windows glowing with an eerie light. A fountain bubbles gently, its waters reflecting the strange events unfolding around it. A voice echoes from somewhere beyond the foliage, remarking that someone looks bored. A chuckle answers the unseen speaker, the sound echoing in the space. The young man with the red bow tie holds a white mask, a slight smile on his face as he speaks to the green-haired woman beside him. He says that he is too used to it now. He pauses, considering something, before continuing to speak. A massive dragon head suddenly speaks, its voice rumbling as it asks for a name. The young man and the green-haired woman stand before the dragon's head, listening intently as it speaks. A voice echoes in the night, calling out a name, Shelba Hammett, the words hanging in the air near a grand estate. The dragon, wounded and weary, struggles to speak, finally managing to utter its name, Shell. Jack Valentier listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he processes the dragon's words. Shell, the dragon, is asked why he would bother mentioning the parents who abandoned him, but the dragon is unconcerned. Jack kneels, reassuring the dragon, confirming that his name is indeed Shell. Jack smiles warmly, offering to treat Shell's wounds, his concern evident in his gentle expression. Shell, the dragon, whimpers softly, his large eyes reflecting a mix of pain and vulnerability. The young lord kneels beside the dragon, his hand outstretched in a gesture of comfort and support. Shell agrees to Jack's offer, submitting to his care with a quiet, "Do as you please." Meanwhile, inside a lavish room, preparations are being made, awaiting the arrival of the wounded dragon and his caretaker. The dragon, Shell, rests peacefully, his massive form curled around a plush pillow. A disembodied voice wonders what will be done about the Dragon Lord. The response is a simple, uncertain, "I don't know." Another young man declares that someone should lower their head and come first. The woman seated asks if it doesn't look weak, wondering if the strong should go to find the weak. The woman with green hair asks if someone is considering things from her perspective right now. The young lord laughs, saying he guesses she's a person from 400 years ago. A woman stands in front of a background of achievements, chains surrounding her, having built the frame of the human world. A woman in the crowd laments that someone doesn't even remember her name. A child kneels before the green-haired woman, who questions why she should do things for the sake of such people. The two lords will do what is needed when the time is right. The young man states that he no longer needs to make sacrifices for the sake of humans anymore. The woman with long green hair sits, her expression unreadable. The ornate decorations of the room offer no clues to her thoughts. She rises, declaring that she will do just that, whatever that may be. The woman explains to the boy that she's going to take a shower, covered as she is in dust and smoke. The boy smiles, wishing her a refreshing shower. The bathroom is decorated with hexagonal tiles and a marble countertop. A dark blue robe hangs on a hook, awaiting its wearer. Slippers sit neatly on a wooden surface. The sound of rushing water fills the air. The woman, now wearing a white robe, pauses to adjust her hair. The boy tells her she looks really dirty and should wash up too. She agrees. The bathtub awaits, filled with water and ready for a relaxing soak. He winces, his fingers tracing the raw, angry lines etched across his chest and neck. The young man stares at his reflection, his expression unreadable as droplets of water cling to his brow. The water swirls around his submerged hand, the silence broken only by the drip of the faucet. A pool of crimson stains the porcelain around the stopper, a stark contrast to the pristine white. Through the frosted glass, Jack Valantier mumbles to himself, admitting he might be getting addicted to potions. Meanwhile, T lies awake in her bed, her gaze fixed on some unseen point in the room. Jack Stewart stands awkwardly, clutching a chair. He asks T why she isn't wearing her pajamas and if she's going somewhere. T replies, not really, as Jack sits down heavily on the chair, the legs scraping against the floor. T stares blankly ahead, lost in thought as she lies in her bed. Jack, his hand gingerly touching his cheek, asks if it hurt a lot. He admits that he thought he was going to die, and that it still hurts a little now. T responds that she sees, and then assures Jack that it's okay. He stands at the bedside, a slight smile playing on his lips. T lies beneath the covers, and he remarks that he guesses she doesn't intend to sleep tonight. She responds that he watched over her for 3 days when she was unconscious. A large, ornate book rests on a table, its pages closed. Ron had told him this previously. The memory surfaces. The memory continues, showing Jack asleep in bed. The words, "Master watched over me," appear in a speech bubble. T, as a child, sits up in bed, bundled in blankets. She recalls when she fainted for 3 whole days straight. A man with brown hair and a slight smirk recalls thinking she was a really well-made doll back then. A gloved hand is shown. That's what he said. The memory concludes. Back in the present, Jack stands by T's bedside. He tells her that now, he will watch over her, because after all, she's always liked sleeping. T, lying in bed, looks up at him, questioning him. He turns his head slightly, a small smirk on his face. T lies in bed, seemingly asleep. She murmurs softly. Her hand, adorned with a dark bracelet, rests on the covers. Outside, the moon hangs high in the night sky, visible through the large, arched window. The clock ticks steadily, marking the passage of time. He thinks about it occasionally, his dress shoes planted firmly on the floor. T lies in bed, her eyes closed as she wonders what it would have been like if she had met him earlier. What if, she wonders, her expression unreadable as she lies still beneath the covers. She wonders what it would have been like if she had been born 400 years earlier and had met him back then. Jack leans over her, his hands resting on the bed as he looks down at the sleeping T. T thinks of herself as the world's most evil necromancer, who struck fear in the whole continent, but Jack thinks she's such a beautiful person. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier, the imposing structure of Duke Assemble's underground prison loomed against the night sky. A voice echoes through the stone halls, questioning if he's been acting as a spy under the Chancellor for over 10 years. The man hangs, his head bowed, the weight of the chains evident in the strain on his shoulders. Suspended by his wrists, the man in the green vest asks if being the Magic Tower Master is wrong. The hooded figure scoffs, stating the obvious, of course it's wrong. The hooded figure leans in, his expression obscured by shadows, but his words carry a sharp edge. The hooded figure reminds him that the Chancellor thought highly of him, but he stabbed a dagger into his chest. The man in the green vest retorts with a simple, defiant, "So what?" as the hooded figure sighs. The hooded figure expresses disbelief that the man's hard-working and naive self was all an act, knowing he doesn't want to defend or testify. He stands before the prisoner, the dim light casting long shadows from his hood. How long does he think he can maintain his silence? Jack's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He will ask him one last time. Chained and kneeling, the prisoner is commanded to reveal everything he knows. Is he truly ignorant, or merely feigning it? The prisoner's words echo in the chamber, prompting Jack to demand what he just said. Despite his captivity, the prisoner remains surprisingly relaxed, his hands bound tightly above him. Jack's power flares around him, a visible manifestation of his growing frustration. He heard that the prisoner's circle was broken as well. What's with his confidence? The prisoner sits cross-legged, seemingly unfazed by his predicament. He is told to think about everything that has happened in the last decade. A decade has passed. Does he think everything that happened was a coincidence? Meanwhile, a figure in a green cloak stands before a complex magical circle. Why did the previous Magic Tower Master return to the Tolkien Empire? Why did mana users that had reached 10 Circle abandon this country without a single ounce of hesitation? And why were the mana users forcefully summoned with the excuse of subjugating the forest of monsters? The prisoner, restrained but defiant, hears Jack Stewart's demand. The young man with the amber eyes insists that he start explaining himself. Instead of answering, the prisoner erupts in maniacal laughter, the sound echoing through the stone chamber. The prisoner's feet are visible through the bars, clad in brown shoes, a stark reminder of his captivity. The prisoner chuckles softly as a hooded figure looms in the foreground, observing him from the shadows. A torch casts flickering light on the stone walls of the prison, illuminating the grim surroundings. The prisoner questions why he hasn't been tortured despite being imprisoned for so long. He wonders why the Duke isn't doing anything to him, even if he is a loyalist. The hooded figure, revealed to be Jack, contemplates the prisoner's words. He wonders if the Duke is not confident that he can get the prisoner to speak, or if he wants to prove his loyalty to the king. The prisoner remains bound, his expression unreadable, as a narration box states that no one has tortured him at all. Jack's face is illuminated by the torchlight, revealing a sinister smile. He has definitely been in prison here for the last 5 days, but he doesn't look gone at all. A text bubble warns that the Magic Tower Master needs to think very, very carefully about whether. A large, imposing door stands as a symbol of hope, suggesting that there really is a future for this kingdom. Elsewhere, someone wearing brown boots walks up a set of stairs, the sound echoing in the distance. The cloaked figure stands in the imposing hall, a question weighing on their mind. The sentiment echoes in ethereal space. Don't tell me that. The darkness seems to whisper of corruption, claiming the whole country is rotten to its core. The sinister smile of Blutus suggests he is the source of the attitude being discussed. He walks down the corridor, learning that someone will be transferred to the capital tomorrow morning. The cloaked figure pauses, considering the chance that there won't be an official trial for him. However, the statue of the lion stands as a symbol of confidence, suggesting Blutus is not scared. He wonders if Blutus is confident he'll survive whatever is coming his way. Meanwhile, for hours later, the situation has drastically changed. A fire has broken out in the prison building of Duke Assemble. Amidst the chaos of the blaze, the cloaked figure is caught in the inferno. The figure's face is revealed, contorted in a scream of shock and horror. He collapses to the ground, the impact echoing in the vast, burning space. His boots are visible, the only sign of life amidst the destruction. It wasn't just an act, he was really dead. Duke Assemble, still cloaked, looks down with a somber expression. The room is dimly lit, with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. What on earth is going on? And this morning, no matter how hard he thinks about this, he can't recall. A massive dragon head lies before them, its scales intricately detailed. I can't believe there's a dragon here. The dragon's head is white, its eyes closed in what appears to be a peaceful slumber. This really sobered him up. The dragon head rests on the floor, surrounded by a small group. Since when did he get so many family members? Blutus stares in disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. A dragon? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Blutus continues to sweat, his eyes wide with shock. Yeah, you've never seen a dragon before? A dragon, a species known to be dead and almost extinct, is right in front of them. The dark-haired man is dumbfounded, realizing they've learned a hidden truth. The white-haired man seems equally shocked, while the blonde girl appears concerned. The brown-haired man looks down, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he crosses his arms. He seems to know more than he lets on. The blonde girl stands on a jagged, rocky surface, her pink dress swaying slightly. The ground seems unstable beneath her feet. Suddenly, the girl's face contorts in a scream, her eyes wide with terror and her teeth bared. Something has clearly frightened her. A hand gently rests on the girl's head, a voice telling her not to stare so fiercely. Someone is trying to calm her down. The girl looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and fear. She seems to have seen something that has deeply disturbed her. A ghostly figure appears, its eyes covered by a dark band. It is identified as a different being, originating from Velactus's memory. The girl's expression shifts to sullen, her eyes downcast. The encounter has clearly left her feeling dejected and withdrawn. A white dragon's head fills the frame, the creature apologizing to its boss. It seems to be in a subservient position. The brown-haired man and the girl stand side by side, both looking concerned. They are reacting to the dragon's presence and apology. A hand reaches out to touch the dragon's snout, a gesture of curiosity or perhaps reassurance. The dragon seems to flinch slightly. The brown-haired man gently touches the dragon's snout, asking why it is so tense. He seems to be trying to understand the dragon's feelings. The question hangs in the air. Can a normal human cut through a dragon's body with a sword? A fearsome dragon descends, its red scales gleaming in the light. The answer is that's impossible, for a dragon isn't called a blessed being for nothing. There's a high chance that the person who cut Shell's body for experiments was Beckerman. But since he was able to deal with him easily, Jack Stewart chuckles, musing that it's normal for Shell Bahamut to be scared of him whenever she sees him. The young lord asks Shell Bahamut if he looks different after she woke up. Jack Stewart smiles, thinking to himself that he guesses he's pretty. Shell Bahamut lies on the floor, growling as Jack Valentier kneels beside her, a concerned look on his face. In a past life, Shell's mind was not her own, her dragon hand bound by chains. Submerged, she felt as though she might be better than she had been in 10 years' time. A gentle hand offers a comforting caress to the dragon's head. Based on what is known, Shell is only 8 years old at most. Thinking about it, the people around him are all pitiful in their own ways. A young man smiles, seemingly oblivious to the weight of the world around him. Taking a closer look, her arm is revealed to be something other than human. Elsewhere, a room stands, filled with ornate furniture and an air of forgotten grandeur. A woman with long green hair stands before a complex, glowing magical circle. The dragon is surrounded by magical energy, a soft ah escaping her lips. The dragon's clawed arm twitches, another soft sound escaping her. The dragon's arm glows with an ethereal light, its claws sharp and defined. He stares at his leg, transformed into that of a dragon. How could this be happening to him? One of the figures laughs, boasting that they can cure her wound in an instant. The other two look on. Someone shuffles forward in slippers, as a voice notes that she attracts way too much attention. The woman green hair stands with her hand outstretched, a complex magical circle glowing beneath her feet. A young boy watches her intently. The magic circle intensifies, bathing Shell's dragon leg in an ethereal light. He cries out in pain or surprise. Shell's dragon head is visible, his expression a mix of shock and pain as the magic takes effect. What is happening to him? The magical circle glows brightly, filling the scene with an otherworldly light. Someone realizes what is happening, exclaiming that this is a hand, surrounded by magical energy, begins to transform, its shape subtly shifting and changing. A foot, also bathed in magical energy, undergoes a similar transformation, its form becoming less draconic. A girl clasps her hands together, her eyes wide with shock and wonder. My goodness, she whispers. The girl's expression shifts to one of realization, her eyes widening further as she understands what's happening. The scene focuses on the magical energy as the word polymorph appears, hinting at the nature of the transformation. The woman with green hair gestures, assuring the small dragon that he doesn't need to worry about attracting attention. Jack stands nearby, a look of concern on his face. The woman with green hair gives a small, knowing smile. Her expression is calm and collected, as if she knows something the others do not. Jack, now looking more like his normal self, stands with his arms crossed. He thinks to himself that the woman with green hair looks like a normal person now, and that she is shining. The woman with green hair looks down, a soft expression on her face. She is described as a light you keep wanting to look at. Jack asks the woman with green hair if she doesn't have an orientation today. She responds with a soft, ah, as if she had forgotten. Jack stands with his arms crossed, a small smile on his face. The woman with green hair stands beside him, her expression unreadable. A man with white hair looks surprised, exclaiming about the two of them. A blonde girl hugs him, looking equally surprised and exclaiming, ah. The man with white hair tells the group that they'll be back soon, so they should rest up first. Shell stands in the middle of the group, looking small and vulnerable. Shell asks what dragons usually eat, looking confused. Jack stands with his arms crossed, looking equally confused and asking pardon. Images of various foods appear, labeled with question marks. There's a sandwich, skewers of meat, and skewers of fish, all presented in a stylized manner. Images of various fruits appear, including oranges and watermelon. A speech bubble states, I doubt you guys are vegetarian. Shell asks if they like steak, tilting his head in confusion. He seems unsure of what dragons are supposed to eat. He looks around, a puzzled expression on his face. The little dragon seems unsure what a steak is. The man wonders what exactly Shell ate in the underground room. He decides against asking, though. A hand gently touches Shell's shoulder, offering him some food. He is encouraged to try eating that first. In this building, the speaker continues, showing a grand structure under a bright sky. The view from the roof is really good, a voice says, if you feel bored. The man smiles widely, suggesting that Shell can go up and think about what he's going to do. Meanwhile, the camera pans across the exterior of a large castle-like building, showcasing its impressive architecture. In the faraway past, a country named Teslon was established, the old man states, gazing out the window. A figure stands on a balcony, overlooking a scene below, their expression unreadable. The academy that was established at the same time has raised numerous talents, a voice proclaims, as rows of students are shown. Just like how nothing lasts forever in the world, a voice echoes, filled with melancholy. All of this will fade and disappear as time passes, the old man says, his face etched with the weight of ages. He sits, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Jack considers how this reality differs from his past life. The young man is told that he should be proud to be a student and keep advancing forward, but he wonders why he is being told this instead. The elder states that the situation is the same for this era as well, though one might not see it. Dark shadows, the elder continues, are cast upon this kingdom, leaving the students whispering amongst themselves, unsure of what he is talking about. A window looms large, bearing a single, affirmative word, yes. The woman with green hair stands amidst flames, as it is revealed that the master exploded the experiment room last night. More than 2/3 of Tolkien's 10 circle users are still with the hardliners, a robed figure reads. The right over the Tolkien Empire's throne will be won by the hardliners, as a crown sits stained with blood. A few years later, war will certainly break out. Knights ride on horseback amidst a fiery landscape, their armor gleaming in the blaze. The elder stands before the students, who wonder if he has heard something from Bludis. Even this kingdom, which our ancestors established with blood and sweat by living a noble life, the elder proclaims. The archway stands as a silent witness to the words spoken within its shadow. He explains that the academy was established by people who stood unwavering in difficult situations, and that is how it has been maintained so far. The elder urges them to stay firm in their beliefs and advance forward. The academy looms large, a testament to the dedication of those within. The old man's words echo, reminding them that they are proud students of this institution. The academy looms, a testament to centuries of tradition and arcane knowledge. Inside the academy, a young master complains of hunger. Servants bustle about, announcing the arrival of the luggage carriage. Meanwhile, Jack Valantier yawns, stretching languidly as he considers the lack of lessons on the first day. He pauses, stroking his chin, wondering if he should visit the old man first, satisfied with his house and wanting to thank him. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widen in surprise, his head cocking to the side. A voice booms, filled with affection, calling out to him. The speaker's face is contorted in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he shouts, "Brother!" The man, dark hair, bow tie, arms crossed, greets Jack, calling him his lovely brother and asking when he arrived, to which Jack replies that he arrived yesterday. Jack smiles warmly, his eyes sparkling with affection. He appears to be in distress, sweat beading on his brow as he stands rigidly. The servant, man, dark hair, bow tie, approaches Jack, noting that he doesn't look well and assuming he can drink now. The servant wraps an arm around Jack, pulling him close with a smile. The servant's grip tightens on Jack's arm as he insists they are brothers who share blood. The servant stares intently at Jack, awaiting a response. When Jack doesn't answer, the servant wonders if he should break his limbs, but is relieved when Jack finally replies, as he was going to make him kneel down here. Jack looks down at the servant, seemingly surprised by his words. The servant asks Jack if he took up too much of his time. The servant tells Jack he can go now, as his friends are waiting. Jack walks away from the servant, a look of discomfort on his face. The servant calls out to Jack, asking where he is going. Jack turns to face girl blonde pink dress, greeting her with a simple hi. A group of figures in matching red suits stand together. One asks if the man in their midst is family. Jack and the girl in the pink dress walk away from the group. Charlotte states there is no way they are related, but then trails off, remembering Jack's words about brotherhood. Jack's expression is unreadable as he continues to walk, lost in thought. The concept of sharing blood is presented, but the narrator notes that this does not necessarily make them family. Charlotte looks up at Jack, her brow furrowed in confusion as she tries to understand the situation. Charlotte asks what Jack is thinking so hard about. Jack wonders aloud what that makes him in. Charlotte seems to be at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Jack's question. Jack pats Charlotte on the head, musing to himself if she is already hitting puberty. He puts his arm around Charlotte, reassuring her that she is, of course, his family. She seems pleased by his words. The narrator emphasizes that those words were not empty, and that Jack was being completely sincere. The text explains that being one of Jack's people means being his family, and that he will take care of them. Jack and Charlotte walk away, the narrator concluding that in such cases, they are family. The pair stand together, the architecture behind them grand and imposing. Charlotte, in her wide-brimmed hat, looks up at Jack. He holds her close, his arm a reassuring weight around her shoulders. The gesture speaks of protection, a silent promise. Elsewhere, two men in matching red suits lie sprawled on the ground, defeated. One mutters about someone not being where they should be. Meanwhile, three more men in red suits stride purposefully down a hallway. Their destination, they believe, is where their master awaits. High above, a disembodied voice echoes, questioning someone's well-being. The unseen speaker seems concerned. Two of the men in red discuss a brat who acted strangely. One confirms that the individual in question is the youngest brother. Another man in red reflects on the brat's talent, but admits his behavior was odd. He felt as if he was acting like a retard. Close up, the man's face is contorted with worry, sweat beading on his brow. He seems deeply troubled by something. Three more men in red approach, noticing the distressed man's unusual gloom. They inquire about what is happening. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with strain. The man is infuriated, questioning why he must be scared of him. Fragments of memory flash. A face, a presence, a feeling of being reduced to nothing. He was just. A vision of a boy being attacked surfaces, fueling the man's anger. He remembers the boy as his toy, and curses the memory. He strides away, leaving a man sprawled on the cobblestones behind him. Another man calls out, questioning where he is going. Two men watch him go, wondering what has gotten into him. One speculates if Jack has bipolar disorder or something similar. The stone walls of the estate stand firm, the trees beyond swaying gently in the breeze. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat berates Jack, calling him an idiot. A blonde girl stands beside her, looking concerned. Jack stands with his back to the viewer, his shoulders tense as he listens to the woman's tirade. His expression is unreadable, but the set of his jaw hints at a growing anger simmering beneath the surface. A close-up reveals the intensity in his amber eyes, a storm brewing within. Another man, sweat beading on his brow, seems to be reacting to something unseen, his face etched with worry. Elsewhere, a man questions Phelan about his anger, seeking to understand the source of his frustration. Phelan stands face to face with a man who challenges him, asking if he wants to hit him. The man's face is contorted with emotion, as he insists that something is not right. Phelan grits his teeth, struggling to contain his emotions, ultimately declaring that it's nothing. The young man stands with his hands open, a bored expression on his face. Above him, another version of himself sits cross-legged, a look of annoyance on his face. The protagonist, Jack Valentier, stands next to a blonde girl, his back to the viewer. The girl smiles, her hand on his arm. He sits, sweat beading on his brow. Jack wonders why he feels so scared, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. Phelan had never experienced anything like that before, the text box declares. Meanwhile, the text box explains that this is what trauma is like, and that's why he didn't know. A large castle looms in the background. News of Bluetooth's death has spread, reaching even the most secluded corners of the estate. A hand delicately selects a pastry from a tray, the gesture precise and refined. Jack holds the treat aloft, ready to take a bite as the woman with green hair sits beside him. Jack chews thoughtfully, seemingly unconcerned with the news of Bluetooth's demise, wondering if he is dead or not. The elder, leaning on his staff, inquires if that is all Jack has to say as the young man sits calmly before him. In a chibi form, Jack thanks the elder for the mansion, expressing his enjoyment of the gift. A close-up reveals a plate of expertly prepared food, the chef's skill evident in the presentation. A chibi girl eagerly anticipates the meal before her, a chef standing proudly beside her creation. The elder strokes his beard, considering Jack's words with a thoughtful expression. A castle burns in the distance, as Jack reflects on his lack of reaction to Bluetooth's death, seemingly puzzled by his own indifference. The elder states that he will be taking his leave, but Jack Valentier is asked to hang on a minute. The young man looks surprised, his eyes wide as he holds a small, round object in his hand. A voice reminds him that he is in the swordsmanship major as a first-year student. Jack Valentier chews thoughtfully, his cheeks puffed out as he considers the question. The question is posed directly to him. Would he be interested in moving to the magic major? Jack Valentier finds the idea interesting, as the elder notes that it looks like the Magic Tower Master made a request. The woman with green hair confirms this, adding that she won't be joining lessons anyway, expecting an amendment to the academy rules soon. Based on the reports of the student council, other students want to follow in his footsteps. They're using expedient methods to learn, so they are refusing to join lessons. The elder's expression is unreadable as he listens to the conversation. Starting next year, around the second semester, all the rules of the academy will be amended. Discussion for that start around this time, and when that happens, Jack Valentier will have no choice but to attend lessons. The elder pauses, considering the young man's request, but he seems hesitant. The old man gestures, offering a compromise. He will greatly reduce the number of hours required. Nearby, Jack Stewart smirks, observing the negotiation. He thinks to himself about the elder. The protagonist reflects on his situation. Although he needs the graduation certificate, he doesn't want to attend academy lessons. The protagonist imagines himself among the other students, though he is not thrilled by the prospect. The protagonist thinks that the other students would have to deal with a personality like him. He seems to be coming to a decision. An index finger is raised, emphasizing a point in the negotiation. Jack Stewart questions the terms. One participation a week? He reminds the elder that he was promised a great reduction in hours. The elder sits in his study, listening to the protagonist's concerns. He wonders if even one day a week is too much. The elder offers another compromise. Perhaps thrice a week will be possible, he suggests. The protagonist thinks to himself, looking out the window, considering the old man's offer. The protagonist is firm in his resolve. He has zero intention of participating in any lessons in the academy, seriously. The woman with green hair sits, sipping from her teacup, stating that she already has a great master and doesn't need to learn anything. The woman suggests that Jack join the academy, the imposing structure looming in the background. She continues, noting that he even has a house near the academy, the building standing tall against the sky. An old man's hand reaches for a plate of colorful treats, his words echoing in the air. The woman with green hair offers Jack a treat, stating that all she wants is the graduation certificate. The old man wonders about the graduation certificate, his expression thoughtful as he sits surrounded by books. The academy's treasure depository is mentioned, the interior of the building looking vast and imposing. In the Tezlon Kingdom, the academy doesn't just give their graduates a certificate, the interior of the building looking grand. Spears, shields, and other equipment containing 400 years' worth of history are imbued with magic and can be found in the depository. 4 generations, graduates have been allowed to choose one piece of equipment in there for their own use. Most of the decent items inside have already been taken, and there probably won't even be any left. The old man states that there are only decent swords left, his expression suggesting disappointment. He dismisses the idea of using the Duke family's weapons. Instead, a sword will be prepared, something not so lowly. The old man says that he will prepare something a Night Order captain would use, along with a staff. Jack Valentier asks if it's not for free. The tower looms in the background as the narrator states that everyone knows Bellamy Cragg is on the old man's side, a faithful vassal for over 30 years. The narrator describes Jack as a disciple for such a faithful vassal. Jack thinks that while this is for Bellamy's sake, it's also the old man's scheme to make him one of his people. The narrator thinks that Jack is so cute despite being so old. Jack states that he'll definitely graduate, and it would be even better if he could graduate earlier. The old man asks if Jack is asking to skip grades, and suggests they talk about that later, focusing on his major first. The old man says that it's between 1 and 3 times. The old man asks how twice a week as a compromise sounds. Jack says that there's no reason for him to reject that, and agrees. The old man, standing before a towering bookshelf, declares that Jack will be a first-year magic major from this day forward. Meanwhile, a hand grips a simple, yet elegant staff, its purpose yet to be revealed. Elsewhere, a white-haired young man declines an offer, stating he'll pass on becoming the Magic Tower Master's student right now. A disembodied voice questions the young man's decision, finding his reasoning obvious. Back inside, Jack smiles knowingly, remarking that he has real good eyes when it comes to mana users. A close-up of a glowing eye reveals the speaker's confidence in the talent they see, and how much more it will grow. A hand emerges from a dark cloak, surrounded by flames, as the speaker boasts of the talent, in mana, they possess. A figure covered in bandages stands amidst the fire, declaring that their talent is far greater than anyone can imagine. A hand holds several glowing gems, as a voice finds it interesting that Jack has a talent to distinguish gems from pebbles. Jack glances to the side, seemingly surprised by the comment about his talent. Turning back, Jack is met with an unexpected offer, to be made a marquis. The offer sends Jack into a fit of laughter, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The elder, tears welling in his eyes, throws his head back in unrestrained laughter. Elsewhere, Jack smirks, finding the situation amusing. He mutters to himself about the offer of becoming a marquis. A display case gleams with ornate jewelry. A voice declares that even if it were free, they wouldn't want something like that. A plate of cookies sits on a table, as a voice declares that they will take their leave. Jack Valentier stands before the elder, who sits in a chair. The elder asks if there is something more. The elder's brow furrows as he asks if something happened at the mansion. Jack stands near a doorway, his expression unreadable as he listens to the elder's question. Meanwhile, several figures lie unconscious on a stone path, their bodies sprawled and unmoving. Back in the room, Jack insists that nothing happened, his hand resting on the doorframe. He wonders if the elder is trying to question him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The elder sits back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Jack as he considers the young man's words. A chibi version of Jack declares that he went to visit once, just to check if they were preparing food. All right, of course not. But he found himself shocked, as everyone was lying on the ground unconscious. The grand estate loomed against the fading light of dusk, its many windows reflecting the last rays of the sun. Inside, 3 men stood amidst ornate furnishings. One of them, looking perplexed, wondered aloud if they fought among themselves. Another man, with dark hair, questioned if they fought. The older man with a white beard responded with a laugh, asking if people don't usually fight a lot. A table held a tea set, complete with a small hourglass. A voice confirmed something, stating yes. Another voice wondered if that was so. Jack, dressed in a red suit, bowed slightly, his expression unreadable as he clasped his hands in front of him. A disembodied voice declared that they would really be taking their leave now. With a soft click, he stood in an ornate doorway, a sense of relief washing over him as he exhaled slowly. The young man in the red suit looked up, his amber eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern. He gazed at a large, framed painting depicting a winged figure battling a shadowy, horned creature. The painting showed a winged woman with dark hair and a sword, locked in combat with a cloaked, demonic figure. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed into an empty room. A voice wondered where the master was. A voice, seemingly from off-panel, commented that the tea was pretty good. He sits in a library, surrounded by towering shelves of books, lost in thought. The elder strokes his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. The old man reflects on his decade of involvement in brutal political struggles. He sighs, confident in his judgment of people, yet admitting he's never felt this way before. Among all the nobles he has seen so far, the elder recalls a scene with 2 nobles standing tall, while a knight holds a flag, his armor gleaming. Knights, and even kings, flash through his mind. A knight on horseback is framed by a golden light, a crown resting on a pedestal before him. A woman with long, dark hair stands bathed in a purple glow, her expression unreadable. The air around her shimmers with an otherworldly energy. A close-up reveals delicate pink flowers, their petals unfurling in the soft light. They stand in stark contrast to the darkness that surrounds them. Even her speech was quite impressive, he thinks. A woman's hands gently cradle a pink flower, tending to it with care and precision. Every single movement felt out of the ordinary. A close-up on the woman's face reveals striking green eyes, filled with an unusual depth. Definitely no ordinary woman, he muses. The woman stands by a window, gazing out at the world with a contemplative expression. But the elder thinks that she would be more suited to be a general than a dean of an academy, her potential far exceeding expectations. The old man stands near the woman with long, dark hair, his expression thoughtful as he considers her. The scene is quiet, filled with unspoken words. Meanwhile, the elder recalls serving on the battlefield, although it was for only a while very long ago. He remembers a knight on horseback, leading the charge. He sits, listening as the woman with green hair is told that the same goes for the child known as Bellamy. The woman with green hair stands before a window, thinking that there are still a lot of talented people in Teslan. A voice echoes, questioning if someone will really be able to protect it. A grand castle looms, its stone walls standing as a testament to time. The woman with green hair looks off to the side, as a voice asks if she intends to protect it. Hands are clasped together, a silent moment of contemplation passing between them. The hands remain clasped, and a voice trails off, simply saying, "I." Meanwhile, a young man in a red suit stands with his arms outstretched, demanding to know if the elder is still there. The elder's eyes widen as he says that they've got a disturbance. An unseen person says not to be imprudent, declaring that they are leaving right now. The young man in the red suit waves, telling the woman with green hair to come on, saying he only said that because she was late. The sun shines brightly over a quaint town, its buildings nestled amongst the trees. He glances to his left, a slight flush rising on his cheeks. The woman's presence seems to brighten the very air around her. Indeed, she draws the eyes of everyone nearby, some more openly than others. A young girl approaches, offering her freshly baked bread. The woman in the hat seems less than enthused. Another girl approaches, asking if she would like to get a cup of tea. The woman thinks to herself that she already is. The man in the red suit laughs with another woman, observing that she is probably used to getting so much attention. He also notes that she doesn't seem bothered at all. The man in the red suit walks alongside her, commenting that she looks a little upset. She simply hums in response. The man wonders to himself what could be the matter. Meanwhile, Dean Rommel's name is spoken. The cloaked duke asks if he is trusted. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Someone speaks, their words unheard. A calico cat lounges atop a stack of barrels, addressing someone as master, declaring he doesn't trust outsiders. Jack Stewart, eyes downcast, admits that he and the dean are merely using each other for their own purposes. The vampire, now looking forward, assures someone not to worry about the arrangement. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat smirks, confident that she is not the type to be taken advantage of. Meanwhile, the man's feet are planted on the stone floor, indicating they have arrived at their destination. The vampire and Duke assemble stand before a large building, the Duke questioning why they have come here. A sign hangs above the entrance, identifying the building as the Guild of Laves. Jack shields his eyes, peering up at the building, his expression unreadable. Looking up, Jack Stewart smiles, revealing his fangs, and declares that he's here to get his money. Elsewhere, the Laves Guild stands tall, its stone walls weathered by time and the elements. Within its walls, hunters gather, ready to be hired for various tasks, both noble and nefarious. A hand reaches out, its owner certain of what lies behind the heavy, bolted door. The man's words carry a chilling weight. To hire a 9-circle mana user would require an exorbitant sum. The heavy door creaks open, revealing what secrets lie within the room beyond. The 9-circle mana user, possibly Dietrich, is likely the one who was hired. But what if the situation is more complex than it seems? The question hangs in the air. What if the one who hired the assassin is dead, and the assassin is dead too? Meanwhile, a cheerful voice welcomes a new arrival, offering assistance with a smile. Two women exchange glances, a sense of unease hanging heavy between them. The man in the red blazer smiles, stating he'd like to meet with the branch manager, confident that the money will all be his. His smile widens as he thinks to himself that the branch manager will know if she tells him about last night's assassination at the 9-circle. The woman behind the counter looks at him, confused by his words, and asks him to repeat himself. Her eyes widen in fear as she realizes who he is, her thoughts racing with the realization that he might be Jack Valentier. Before she can react, a hand clamps over her mouth, muffling her shout of, "Hey, you idiot!" The woman's eyes dart to the man in the red blazer, who smiles, remarking that she seems to know who he is. He leans closer, his voice low as he asks why she's so surprised by his presence. Jack Valentier's smile turns sinister as he says he's just making a guess about her identity. The woman, now visibly terrified, is held in place as the unseen assailant whispers that they want to talk to her after this, calling her Dietrich. A larger woman, presumably nearby, gasps, wondering if that retard hired the assassin here. Jack Valentier, now in a different location, muses that the person probably didn't contact those guys directly, but instead tried to land a hit on him through this place. Back at the counter, Dietrich looks on with fear as Jack Valentier stands behind her, stating that if that is the case, things are different. An unseen figure demands immediate attention, ordering someone to bring the branch manager. The order is to be fulfilled swiftly, the man in the red blazer demanding it be done in 5 minutes. Time is of the essence, measured by the grains of sand slipping through the neck of an hourglass. Otherwise, the guild known as a Laves, or whatever it is called, will be erased from existence, the woman is told. The last grains of sand fall, marking the end of the allotted time. The hourglass stands as a silent testament to the passage of time and the impending consequences. Elsewhere, Jack Valentier sits with a woman in a wide-brimmed hat, who asks if he is serious about something. The threat hangs in the air, erasing a guild from existence. Jack explains that there's a need to explain things to her, noting that there are many organizations known as guilds in this kingdom. Among them, the guilds with the word adventurer associated with them are not just normal guilds, but agencies, the diagram suggests. The woman in the hat is told that these guilds are places that provide information. The woman notes that the world has indeed changed, wondering what it is about, as a flashback shows Jack putting in a request to find the money Dietrich used to hire the assassin. The blonde girl's face is contorted in shock, as she relays that the staff member's reaction was telling. The unseen speaker confirms that she knew who he was, and more importantly, was surprised he was still alive. The speaker agrees, the scene showing wanted posters of crudely drawn figures. The unseen speaker explains that if a noble were to put in an assassination request, they would do it via an agency. The flashback shows a figure being attacked, the speaker musing that it would be like telling the world they were going to kill that noble. The flashback continues, showing a handshake between two individuals. The speaker explains that is why he thought Dietrich had met with the assassins one-on-one, but he made the deal via an agency. Jack Valentier smirks, thinking that the person was stupider than he thought. A group of people stare at someone, whispering that everyone there is looking at them as if they've come back from the dead. Jack's smirk widens, a sinister glint in his eyes. The unseen speaker states that the person who tried to kill him, and the people who introduced him, are all the same. Jack thinks to himself that they are all the same to him. A figure sits, back turned, the red fabric of their coat, a stark contrast. The woman with green hair stands with her arms crossed, a wide-brimmed hat shading her face. An hourglass sits, the sands of time slipping away, a reminder of a life lived. A coat hangs on the wall, illuminated by the soft glow of a nearby lantern. A young girl, blonde hair adorned with flowers, peeks through a doorway, her expression a mix of fear and curiosity. A hand reaches out, selecting a single, plump grape from a basket overflowing with the fruit. The man sits, a basket of grapes at his feet, his brow furrowed in thought as he wonders what is wrong. The girl stammers, trying to explain something to the man, her face etched with worry. The words hang in the air. Jack Valentier is here. The man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape as he demands to know what was just said. A close-up reveals a face, the eyes narrowed, the expression unreadable. The man's companion confirms the news, questioning if he heard correctly about the son of the Marquis family. The blonde girl in the green dress stands near a table, admitting she didn't catch his name, but she's sure of something. A treasure chest sits on a shelf among books, a speech bubble emerging from the darkness, relaying a message. He asked me to tell you this. Last night, the blonde woman in the green dress looks distressed, clutching at her chest as she utters, 9 circle. Assassination. The woman's expression intensifies, her voice trembling as she speaks of a deadline. And if I don't bring you to him in 5 minutes, the Alaves Guild. The woman's hands clench, her voice echoing with a grim declaration. Will cease to exist today. I'm 34 years old. The blonde man sits perched on a table, his expression thoughtful as he recalls. I've seen and heard of all sorts of happenings as I climbed the ranks from mercenary to branch. A stack of documents lies before him, each page filled with unknown details, prompting him to muse, but I've never seen anything like this before. The image of a mask splattered with blood is accompanied by text, Pinnacle Guild, an assassin group that has never failed before. The guild master was a 9-circle mana. 3 figures stand cloaked and masked, their identities concealed, their purpose unknown, labeled only as user. A hand rests on a leg, the text revealing the target of a mission that the guild master was personally involved in is still alive. The blonde man stands near a table with fruit, his expression resolute as he declares, there's no need to think any further. That brat, is the young master outside. An hourglass stands, its sands slowly draining, a visual representation of time running out. Footsteps echo through the halls as someone ascends a staircase. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat apologizes, a young boy standing beside her. A figure in a red suit stands nearby, a woman in a light blue dress at his side. A hand reaches out, resting on the railing as a voice offers a greeting, "Nice to meet you." Avero, the Alaves Guild's assemble branch manager, smiles warmly as he extends a hand in greeting. So, the scene shifts to a building with a ladder leading to the roof. Inside, Jack Valentier reclines on a plush sofa, while another man sits upright in a chair across from him. He waves off some concern, eager to get down to business. The branch manager, Avero, leans forward, inquiring if Jack is trying to make a request of him. The branch manager's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Avero's face is illuminated, sparkling as if he just smelled incoming money. Jack Valentier listens to the branch manager, but thinks to himself that he is wrong about that. Jack reveals that some people tried to kill him last night. The branch manager recalls that those guys were introduced to the job via the Alaves Guild. Avero sits with his hand on his chin, listening intently. The branch manager nods, agreeing with Jack, and thinks to himself that he doesn't feel guilty at all and is acting like there's no need to hide that fact. Was it a law of the kingdom that an adventure guild can get processing fees? The processing fees are introduced if they introduce the right mercenaries for a request to a client. Avero leans back, listening intently. He explains that it's not phrased in that exact way, but that's the crux of it. The branch manager states that they are an organization under the protection of the kingdom laws. Mercenary groups need work, and people who need to hire others for tasks would look for mercenaries. That's why adventure guilds are created. They're made to get and introduce jobs all over this kingdom. An agency in the Teslan kingdom, and its guild master is hidden behind a veil. The rumors are that the guild master could be royalty. That's why I'm here. It's simple, the branch manager says, as a vase of flowers sits on a nearby table. Avero states that he's sure that a lot of money was given to those who tried to kill Jack last night. Probably, since they're talking about the Great Pennull mercenaries. Jack listens, his expression serious. However, he says they don't know just how much money was involved. The branch manager is surprised by this statement. He asks Jack to repeat himself, saying, "Pardon?" Jack crosses his arms, his gaze intense. The money that was used to hire them, he says, was used to hire them. He sits, legs crossed, as he states his demands. He wants Avero to find everything and bring it to him. Avero, standing before him, is taken aback by the request. He asks what? Jack's golden eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. He repeats, emphasizing each word, "myself." Get it all understood? Elsewhere, a woman in a wide-brimmed hat stands with her arms crossed. She acknowledges the request, but notes that there is a procedure. Avero raises a finger, a slight smile playing on his lips. He observes that Jack is trying to hire them. Since they're not a normal guild or mercenary group, Avero explains that they will need to write a contract for this arrangement. Jack clarifies that it cannot be a verbal contract. It must be one with the stamp of the kingdom, an official document. His brow furrowed, Jack emphasizes that within the contract, the client, which is Avero, would have to let him know the details. Avero is told that the deposit money, advance payment, and processing fees are required. It sounds to him like Jack doesn't understand. Avero, looking surprised, asks Jack to repeat himself. "Pardon?" Jack, seated, states that he is not there to put in a request. His expression is serious. A vision appears, showing the person who tried to kill him and the person who helped him. A figure stands silhouetted against a swirling, cloudy sky. A declaration echoes. They're all the same. A foot descends, the weight of the statement crushing any dissent. They are so greatly mistaken. These people, who didn't reject Dietrich's request, believe they had a choice. The logs in the fireplace crackle. The man in the red suit, Vampire Jack Stewart, his face contorted with rage, declares he'll kill everyone in this guild. The man in the green shawl stammers, reminding him of the kingdom laws. Sweat beads on his brow, his teeth bared in fury. He is losing his patience. The man's face fills the frame, his eyes narrowed, as he spits out the words kingdom laws. He demands they stop spouting nonsense. Before anything else, he threatens to bruise the pretty face of the man before him, his fist clenched. His face looms, eyes glowing, as he commands them to do whatever it takes to find him his money. The message is clear. You have 1 week. The clock is ticking. The threat hangs in the air. If he doesn't get the money in 1 week, that will be the day the Alaves Guild will cease to exist. The man in the green shawl cowers on the couch as Vampire Jack Stewart stands over him, delivering his ultimatum. The vampire turns to leave, a woman in a light blue dress waiting for him. She urges him to go, addressing him as master. He stands in the doorway, his tone leaving no room for argument. He will tell them again. Jack Stewart declares that he will be carrying out his own investigation after this. He notes that if the money Dietrich used to hire them is different. The young man's expression hardens, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He asks if they know what will happen. Jack Stewart warns someone not to even think about taking processing fees or whatever from it. His tone is sharp and threatening. His face is set, his eyes narrowed. The question hangs in the air. Understood? Meanwhile, Jack Stewart walks away from Avero, who covers his face with his hand, seemingly in distress. A cat walks along a stone path, its shadow stretching out before it. It seems to agree with something, saying yes. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling, its many lights casting a warm glow. The woman in the light blue dress and straw hat walks up the stairs, Jack Stewart following closely behind. A scale sits on a table, its balance seemingly disturbed. Someone nearby utters a soft. Avero looks concerned, asking if the branch manager is okay. His expression is filled with worry. The branch manager lies on a couch, overwhelmed by stress. He laments accepting such a request, feeling like it's driving him nuts. The man's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he contemplates the implications of the request. The intricate purple brooch on the green fabric catches the light as the wearer questions the sanity of the person making such a demand. A voice cries out, filled with anguish and regret, lamenting the acceptance of a task that now seems unbearable. The city sprawls beneath a clear sky, its towers and rooftops hinting at the complex web of power and intrigue within. Time passes, and the story continues. Avero holds a document, his expression a mix of worry and reluctance. He thinks to himself that he really doesn't want to take this up. The branch manager's brow furrows, his eyes downcast as he considers the implications of the request. He mutters that only someone out of their mind would put in such a request. But Avero recalls being in a cell when he reported to the higher-ups. The branch manager recalls being told that he had to take on the request of the future patriarch of House Herman. A mere branch manager like him, Avero realizes he had no choice but to obey the orders he received. The Pinnacle assassins. Avero introduced them to Dietrich and thought that everything had gone smoothly. So that's what happened. Avero wonders if they are being threatened right now by the likes of the youngest son of a marquis family in the lower ranks. Taliso appears, and Avero calls out his name. Taliso responds with a simple yes. He is asked if the marquis is his friend, and Avero is speaking to a woman with a long braid. Taliso is lying down, looking up, his expression unreadable as he recovers from some kind of exertion. Avero thinks of Taliso, remembering that he is a newbie that they recruited a few months ago. Avero lies back, contemplating Taliso's other qualities, wondering why they recruited him in the first place. Taliso apologizes, saying he shouldn't have said that, and Avero responds with an okay. A hand rests on a leg, the fingers gently touching the fabric of the pants. A disembodied voice declares, I doubt Benamon was powerless, suggesting a lingering suspicion or concern. 3 cloaked figures stand atop a rocky precipice, and it is said that they should have had the most elite members gathered near a symbol. Avero contemplates the fact that there should have been around 30 of them, yet their assassination target is still alive. A hand continues to rest on a leg, the fingers gently touching the fabric of the pants. Taliso lies back, his expression still unreadable as he recovers from some kind of exertion. It is said that no one knows how much was offered for the assassination of Jack Valentier, and there is no information about whether the assassins have gotten out of the territory. He stands on the stairs, contemplating the fate of the captured assassins and the potential knowledge they held regarding the assassination plot. A subordinate, visibly shaken, responds with a panicked affirmation, sweat beading on their brow as they shield their eyes. Avero considers Dietrich Herman's involvement, wondering if the fool participated in the opening ceremony today. The subordinate confirms that Dietrich did not participate. Avero demands the details of the situation. Only the servants were found at the inn, and his bodyguards have been missing since last night. Taliso sits with his head in his hands, the subordinate standing nearby. He finds the situation strange and wonders what is missing. The subordinate suggests they think about it. A vision appears, showing the assassins being attacked by a 9-circle mana user and 30 professional assassins. The subordinate laughs nervously, finding the thought horrifying. Taliso looks on, concerned. The scene shows the aftermath of the battle, with bodies strewn across the ground. Dietrich Herman is among the dead, and the Pinnacle assassins are probably all dead too. Taliso sits with his hands clasped, his expression grim. He acknowledges that the mission was a complete failure. Taliso wonders if the mission really failed, though. The subordinate looks on, concerned. The subordinate yells at Taliso, calling him an idiot. He reveals that their assassination target is here, well and alive. The woman finds it hard to believe that Jack is unharmed. Even if someone protected Jack Valentier, she thinks something is amiss. The figure believes Jack should have looked more nervous. He doesn't seem nervous at all, the man thinks, observing Jack. Among those who entered Assemble recently, there wasn't anyone outstanding, but there were a few knights from the Valentier family. The timing doesn't match up. The man thinks, his expression troubled. Could they already have someone in the territory? The man wonders, sitting with his head in his hands. Don't tell me. Duke Assemble? The ghostly figure thinks, looking out the window. Jack Valantier is staying in a separate mansion of Duca's symbol. If Jack Valantier is an important guest of Duca's symbol, it stands to reason that Duca's symbol will get involved. However, the fire that took place in Duca's symbol's prison, he shouldn't have been able to mobilize any of his troops. It feels like he's missing something here, the man thinks, as he is told to contact the branch manager in the Valantier territory. Avero instructs Taliso to gather all information about Jack Valantier. He orders him to bring all of it to him. He is also told to search all the places where Benamon could possibly hide his money. Taliso acknowledges the order. Avero turns to another man, asking if he has any other orders. The man exclaims in surprise. An encrypted letter was sent to the higher-ups. Dietrich Hermann's assassination mission failed. The Pentinel assassins are missing. Avero is warned to be careful, as they suspect Duca's symbol is protecting Jack Valantier. Avero pauses, considering the implications of this information. Meanwhile, a woman with dark green hair stands with her arms crossed, a stern expression on her face. Bottles and a wooden bucket sit on a table. Someone wonders who on earth that woman beside Jack Valantier was. Avero sits on a couch, seemingly lost in thought. Just now, when their eyes met for just a moment, instinct takes over as the glowing eyes of the tiger pierce the darkness. The tiger looms over a small deer, and the deer feels fear in the presence of the predator. In a brightly lit office, a woman with blonde hair sits at her desk as a man stands before her. She tells him not to look into that woman and to do nothing about her at all. The man asks Avero, the branch manager, why he has come here. He replies that he is here to see if she's doing good on her own. The words the written apology appear, followed by a simple huh. Avero was the type to follow his instincts, no matter where they led. Two figures stand in the distance, one in a light blue dress and the other in a red suit, both gazing at something with curiosity. The figure in the dress wonders what she is seeing, and if they are upon reaching home. The blonde girl's eyes narrow with determination as she grips a wooden sword, ready to face her opponent. Her expression is fierce, a challenge in her stance. Across from her, the muscular man with white hair holds his own wooden sword, his face stoic. He prepares to meet her challenge, his muscles tense with anticipation. The air crackles with energy as the sound of their practice echoes through the training grounds. The man advances, his movements deliberate and controlled, while the girl mirrors his focus, ready to react to his every move. The intensity of their spar is palpable. Their wooden swords clash in a flurry of motion, each strike met with a swift parry. The sound of impact punctuates their intense exchange. Meanwhile, a boy in a red jacket observes the sparring match, a thoughtful expression on his face as he eats. He muses that they aren't fighting, but sparring. Two chicks face off, their tiny bodies puffed up as if mimicking the intensity of a sword fight. One seems to be thinking about it. The text indicates that both of them seem to be trying to get past one circle. The wooden swords collide again, the force of the impact sending vibrations through the air. The clash of wooden swords echoes as the sparring match intensifies. Thanos presses forward, his movements deliberate. Even though they aren't fighting, the woman with dark green hair and Avero observe the match with interest. They seem to be discussing the fighters. Avero appears puzzled, his brow furrowed as he watches the sparring match. He asks the woman what she is talking about. Thanos continues to spar with Charlotte. Avero wonders if he really thinks he can win against that child from last night. Avero's expression darkens as he recalls the events of the previous night. His thoughts are troubled by what he remembers. Avero realizes who the woman is talking about. He remembers Hanks Beckerman and what she's talking about. Avero points out that Charlotte has never held a sword before. He confirms that she's doing it right now. Charlotte's grip on the sword is awkward, and she doesn't know how to properly distance herself from her opponent. She huffs with effort. Despite her inexperience, Thanos is being pushed back by Charlotte. Her determination is evident in her stance. Charlotte continues to push Thanos back, her wooden sword raised high. She is putting all of her effort into the spar. While it might look like Charlotte is the one getting pushed back, her face shows a fierce determination. She grits her teeth. The man sparring with Charlotte is actually Thanos. His expression is unreadable as he faces her. While Thanos is physically stronger, Charlotte watches him, thinking he is cool. However, he is unable to get a conclusive victory. With a yell, Thanos swings the wooden sword down toward Charlotte, putting his full weight behind the blow. Charlotte effortlessly parries the attack, deflecting the wooden sword with a practiced ease that belies her inexperience. Jack observes the sparring match, noting that Charlotte is parrying, even though she has never learned how to use swords before. The protagonist purses his lips, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considers the implications of Charlotte's unexpected skill. The woman with dark green hair asks Jack if he wants to make a bet with her, holding out her hand in anticipation. 9 years pass. Within 9 years, Jack vows to help Thanos get strong enough to defeat Hanks Beckerman, the red light casting long shadows. The narrator wonders if Hanks Beckerman will also get stronger within the same amount of time, though, as the building looms in the background. The woman with dark green hair teases Jack, asking if he's not afraid to make the bet, to which he replies that he accepts her bet. As for the stakes, Jack proposes that the loser fulfill one wish of the winners, a sly smile playing on his lips. The woman with dark green hair states that she is curious, her expression unreadable beneath the brim of her hat. As to how he will train the child, Thanos grips a wooden staff, ready to begin. Well, there are tons of ways to train, Avero thinks, standing next to Jack Stewart. Then, Jack Stewart tells the two of them to take it easy. The blonde woman looks distressed, saying that what they were doing wasn't. Thanos looks annoyed. Jack Stewart thinks that it's not that he's getting angry because they fought, or that he wants to punish them, though. The blonde woman looks down. The blonde woman smiles widely, showing off her fangs. Thanos says that it was sparring, but he thinks it happened thrice. Jack Stewart asks, pardon? Thrice? She tried to parry Thanos' strikes thrice, and succeeded twice. What should one do when there is an overwhelming difference in strength between them and their opponent? The answer is simple. The clash of steel echoes as the sparring match reaches its peak. A thought surfaces. If the sparring hadn't been stopped, Charlotte would have landed a strike. Thanos pats Charlotte's head, telling her that she is pretty good and definitely talented with swords. He thinks to himself that he'll need to find out how talented she is with magic next time around. Jack offers Charlotte a bag of treats, asking if she can go up and eat this first. He asks her to go up. The blonde woman stands at a balcony, looking out at the scenery. Avero looks up, thinking that he has something to talk to Thanos about. Thanos stands next to Charlotte and Jack. Charlotte bows to Thanos and Jack, who thinks to himself that it was a great time together and wonders where she learned to do that. A fountain shimmers in the sunlight. Flowers bloom in a garden. Jack asks Thanos if he lost just now, right? Thanos confirms. Charlotte is surrounded by a red aura. Someone thinks to themselves that it is a pity that Charlotte is talented with swords, and more accurately, she's a genius in close combat. She had been bested, but Thanos stood tall, his muscular back turned to the camera. It's easy to realize that one needs to parry in order to turn the tides of a fight. He had taken action and succeeded twice. Jack observed that she simply hesitated because she didn't know how to counterattack. Charlotte lay defeated on the ground. Thanos declared that if the spar had lasted one more minute, things would have been different. Thanos stated that Charlotte would have been lying on the ground. He then asked if she was stubborn. Thanos looked confused, asking Charlotte to repeat what she said. Charlotte thought about the fact that the size of a child's body is small. The fact that she tried to parry his attacks was not lost on Thanos. It meant that she had completely figured out the strength of his sword and the directions of his attacks. Jack asked Thanos what he should have done then, before trailing off. Thanos explained that he needed to make it so that she couldn't parry easily, either by changing the directions of his attacks or the amount of strength he was using. He explains that Charlotte didn't do either of the things he suggested. She simply swung her sword like how she's trained so far. A mouth opens, ready to speak. The character with brown hair and golden eyes says that this won't do. He needs the other person to... The character, now with pink hair, says to die once first. Avero, the branch manager, stands close to Thanos, inquiring if he doesn't want to undergo proper training, suggesting that he needs to be more thick-skinned. Thanos looks away, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammers, seemingly feeling imposed upon by the branch manager's request. Avero continues to press Thanos, asking if he is prepared to train so hard that he feels like he's dying, reminding him that he wanted to become the strongest swordsman. The branch manager's hand rests firmly on Thanos' shoulder, a gesture that seems both supportive and insistent. The words hang in the air, a stark question of whether Thanos is truly prepared to face the ultimate sacrifice. Thanos' eyes widen, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning realization at the intensity of the training being proposed. Avero's smile is sharp, almost predatory, as he awaits Thanos' answer, the question of his resolve hanging heavy between them. A hand grips the worn handle of a wooden sword, the knuckles white with the force of the hold. The wooden sword remains still, awaiting the moment it will be swung in earnest. He affirms his readiness, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice seeks confirmation amidst a backdrop of vibrant roses. The dark-haired man begs his master for help, his face etched with desperation as the green-haired woman looks on. The idea of using illusion is proposed, the speaker considering the creation of an illusion magic circle. The white-haired man is asked if he wants to create an illusion. The boy in the red jacket praises someone's extraordinary abilities, agreeing with an unseen speaker. The boy, the white-haired man, and the green-haired woman discuss the illusion, noting the large amount of mana it will consume. A figure in a red jacket confirms something as they stand amidst glowing blue lines on the stone floor. A finger makes contact, activating the glowing blue lines etched into the stone. The green-haired woman, wearing a straw hat, expresses surprise, wondering what is happening. The glowing blue lines spread across the stone floor, forming a complex pattern. The completed illusion magic circle is a combination of death rule and illusion, deemed interesting by an unseen observer. A 10-circle black magic, known as the death rule, exerts control over a designated space. Black magic changes mana to fit what its user wants, adapting to their specific desires. The magic forces its targets into a state of panic, overwhelming their senses and rational thought. A nine-circle magic creates an illusion, distorting reality and perception for those caught within its influence. The magic creates a being that looks like a clone, and when combined with the death rule, it can create something pretty interesting. The woman with dark green hair stands before the magic circle, a spell that she and her master created in a previous life. Meanwhile, a boy calls out to his master, prompting the woman with dark green hair to ask what's the matter. Jack calls out to Thanos, who responds with a simple affirmation, awaiting further instruction. Jack explains that the illusion has 10 stages in total, and the higher the stage number, the stronger the opponent will be. Jack asks what stage Thanos wants to start at, and Thanos suggests they go with the easy one first. Jack stands with the woman with dark green hair, considering how to change the magic circle. Jack prepares to initiate stage 1, his expression focused and determined as he looks down at the magic circle. The disembodied voice muses that he'll eventually grasp the illusion, but only after dying at least 10 times. Avero and the woman with dark green hair stand on a platform etched with a glowing blue magic circle. She instructs someone to go in now, the ritual about to begin. The intricate patterns of the magic circle glow with an ethereal blue light, ready to ensnare its target. Jack's expression is one of distress, sweat beading on his brow as he anticipates the trial ahead. His foot descends, the sole of his boot about to make contact with the glowing lines of the illusion circle. A surge of magical energy erupts as the circle activates. Avero and the woman with dark green hair watch as he's enveloped by the magic, his fate now uncertain. His eyes unfocused, Jack stares blankly upward, already lost within the illusion's grasp. A voice wonders who the illusionary opponent he'll be fighting will be. Avero asks if they will be fighting, and the woman with dark green hair says it's about that. The two lean in, sharing a kiss as the illusion takes hold. The woman with dark green hair says seriously as she and Avero stand together. He offers a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he considers his next move. Elsewhere, the woman with dark green hair appears despondent, her expression a mask of weariness and resignation. A voice booms from above, declaring, "You're a really nasty kid, aren't you?" A second voice responds with amusement, "Haha, I hear that very often." The scene shifts to a grand building, its architecture imposing against the backdrop of a bright sky and lush greenery. Below, feet clad in sturdy boots stand firmly within a glowing, intricate magic circle, its symbols pulsing with arcane energy. Darkness envelopes the scene, save for a single bubble of light containing a question. This place is... A lone figure stands within another magic circle, the air around them shimmering with an otherworldly glow. A muscular man with short white hair turns his head, a sense of unease emanating from his posture. The figure stands in the darkness, the only light source coming from below. The muscular man, now seen from the torso up, grips a sword tightly, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Two figures lie prone, each impaled by a sword, their bodies still and lifeless against the stark background. The muscular man with long dark hair stands tall, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light, a silent threat hanging in the air. The muscular man with white hair wonders who he is facing. The man's golden eyes glow as he thinks he's seen him somewhere before. The vision intensifies, focusing on the eyes of a younger version of Jack. The memory surfaces, a younger version of Jack Valantier is being addressed. The shirtless young man grips a glowing sword, ready to strike. The older Jack, wielding a wooden sword, realizes this is his training. The younger Jack leaps through the air, bringing his sword down on his opponent. The older Jack realizes he needs to remember something important. The vampire's face contorts in rage as he remembers something. The memory of the sword and the training resurfaces in his mind. The moment he felt like the world was moving slowly comes back to him. It had almost come to a stop, the sword hanging in the air. He stared at his own hand, a sudden clarity washing over him. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. The world dissolved into stark silhouettes, a brutal scene playing out before him. A horrifying thought echoed in his mind. His head had been severed. The vision faded, leaving only the chilling implication. It was done by him. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking as a cold sweat breaks out across his brow. The man cries out, the sound of his scream echoing in the air. A muscular man falls to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He clutches at his head, muttering about the pain as he tries to regain his senses. A polished shoe steps forward, the sound of its impact on the stone echoing ominously. "What are you doing?" The man on the ground looks up in alarm as Jack Valantier stands over him, his expression unreadable. Jack Valantier grabs the man, his eyes narrowed in anger as he prepares to strike. He extends a hand, inquiring if the other man has seen a ghost. Helping the man to his feet, Jack Valantier wonders aloud what he saw in the magic circle. The other man replies that it was an illusion. Holding his hand, Jack Valantier confirms that it is illusion magic. The scene shifts to a view of a grand building. The voice emphasizes the importance of experience, questioning if the other has ever put his life on the line in a fight. The perspective changes to a garden with a white umbrella and bench. The man simply replies, yes. A vision of a younger Jack Valantier appears, shirtless and muscular. He states that this is what he looked like when he was 18 years old. The man with white hair acknowledges that he now knows after fighting him, but the younger Jack Valantier insists on saying it anyway. The younger Jack Valantier declares that he will be sparring with the me from his past life. The younger Jack Valantier's image flickers with visual distortion as he states that the longer you last against him. Jack Valantier's face is shown in close-up as he says that if you lack talent, then use experience to make up for it. The scene returns to the building, with a voice stating that he set it up so that he will only use sword techniques and not magic, and will only use up to 1 circle mana. The man with white hair, looking up, says to try to defeat him. He now understands what's going on, but your past life? Oh, come to think of it, did he not mention regressing? Jack Valantier is told to not worry, as he can tell him later. He is asked if he isn't confident he can defeat him. The man with white hair wipes sweat from his brow, his expression strained. The man with white hair clenches his fist, resolving to defeat his opponent. Even though this is illusion magic, the stakes feel real. The feeling of death is vivid. Normally, after one dies more than 10 times, they start to lose their mind, but Thanos is different, his resolve unwavering. He is not saying this out of compassion or generosity. He really do think highly of him. He's someone who would swing his sword every single day, even if he has a crack in his bones or very sore muscles. When Jack asked him about it previously, he said that other than when he is sleeping and eating meals, he's always training. He swings his sword, relying on tremendous mental fortitude and amazing talent. The blonde girl watches the swordplay, finding the movement strange. The monstrous figure must experience endless death. Standing atop a rocky precipice, the figure will keep learning from his older self that died. He will surpass Beckerman. The figure stands firm, feet planted on the ground. The younger Jack Valantier asks when the white-haired man will stop talking formally to him. The man asks him to repeat that. The eye watches, thinking that at first he was just going to play around with him like a pet chick. The younger Jack Valantier is told he is acting too stiff and that he should just call the white-haired man boss from now on. The white-haired man thinks that maybe boss is not the right term. He looks up at the white-haired man, a hopeful question in his eyes. He asks if he can call him Lord, the words hanging in the air. The white-haired man places a hand on the younger Jack Valantier's shoulder, a gesture that seems both comforting and possessive. He tells him to call him that if it makes him more comfortable. The white-haired man glances back, his expression unreadable. The younger Jack Valantier stands slightly behind him, looking up with anticipation. The white-haired man lowers his gaze, his fingers near his mouth, as if in thought. His expression is contemplative, perhaps considering the implications of the younger Jack's request. The younger Jack Valantier beams, his face alight with joy. He agrees to be in the white-haired man's care, calling him my lord with obvious delight. The white-haired man and the younger Jack Valantier walk together, the white-haired man telling him to come along quickly. The younger Jack Valantier seems eager to keep pace. Meanwhile, the ornate ceiling stretches high above, a testament to the grandeur of the building. Light streams in through the arched windows, illuminating the intricate details. Footsteps echo on the stairs as someone ascends. A thought bubble reveals their inner turmoil. Did I do something wrong? The text describes waiting for the boss after the opening lecture, but he didn't come even after waiting for a long while. A small drawing shows a person sitting with a cat. The blonde girl looks surprised, her mouth agape. The text reveals that the tall guy said he was going to train back then, so she wanted to learn from him directly instead of just watching. The younger Jack Valantier smiles, standing next to the blonde girl. The text says that just then, the boss came. A close-up of the younger Jack Valantier's face reveals a hint of unease. The text says that while he did praise him, something was strange. She ascends the staircase, a paper bag clutched in her hand. The blonde girl thinks the boss looked a little angry. Charlotte wonders if his mood stems from her sparring with him without permission. Her brow furrows with concern. She resolves to apologize when the boss arrives. Later, she enters a room, bag in hand, and sees Dietrich. Dietrich's eyes widen in surprise at Charlotte's arrival. She gasps softly, taken aback by the sudden appearance. Charlotte, too, is surprised to see Dietrich. Her own eyes widen as she takes in the sight of the white-haired girl. The sound of fabric rustling fills the air as Dietrich suddenly kneels, her head bowed low in supplication. Dietrich apologizes profusely, explaining that she didn't know Charlotte was coming. Her voice is filled with remorse. Meanwhile, Charlotte's expression twists into a mask of shock and anger. Her fangs become visible as a growl escapes her lips. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, his face an empty void. The blonde woman is held in a massive hand, dwarfed by its size. She recalls being played with like a toy. She harbors a deep-seated aversion. I hate dragons. The blonde woman looks distressed as a man with brown hair speaks to her. He relays a message, but boss said this. A dragon lies before her, its scales gleaming white. It is different from Galactus, she thinks. The blonde woman lies on a red surface, her hair spread out around her. A dark-skinned person looms over her. The blonde woman lies still, her white hair contrasting against the dark red surface. Standing over a body, the blonde woman looks down, her expression unreadable. A dark hand reaches out, touching the blonde woman's head. She's being embraced, though only the top of her head is visible. The blonde woman is held tightly, her face obscured by the embrace. The boss's silence weighs heavily, the blonde woman's hair visible. The blonde woman is embraced, reflecting on what she has gone through. Meanwhile, a stained glass ceiling looms, its intricate design catching the light. A voice calls out, wondering where Shell is, amidst the cooking utensils. An egg sizzles in a pan, the sound filling the air as someone reacts. Two chefs work side by side, one holding a piece of bread, the other stirring a pot. One chef offers food, asking if the other would like to eat something now that they are here, and he agrees. The words echo, a reminder of what he was told, leading to a decision. The blonde woman and the white-haired figure embrace, their closeness prompting questions. A man wonders if they got closer in such a short time, while the woman suggests one of them has gotten closer to the other. He considers the situation, a low hum escaping his lips. Charlotte embraces Shell, but Shell trembles in her arms. Charlotte looks as though she is about to cry. Charlotte leans in, but Shell remains blindfolded. A soft ahem breaks the silence. Panicked, Charlotte apologizes profusely as she flees. The woman in the large hat watches her go. Jack watches Charlotte run off, a thoughtful expression on his face. Shell bows low to the ground, her white hair falling forward. Charlotte stares at Jack, her eyes wide with surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. In a stylized depiction, Charlotte drags Shell, who begs to be released. Something is growing in the pot, with orange flowers and blue crystals. Chained and suspended, Shell seems different from yesterday, when she was full. Once filled with hatred, Shell has become a totally different person, as Charlotte drags her along. Jack stands with the woman in the hat and the man with white hair, as the woman says, well. The words hang in the air, a stark assessment of Charlotte's ordeal. A hand descends, ready to guide or perhaps restrain. With a declaration of, here we go, Jack Valentier places his hands firmly on Charlotte's back, his expression unreadable. Charlotte's voice trembles, questioning if she has received an apology. Charlotte's expression is a mix of confusion and vulnerability as she speaks. Jack Valentier, grinning, tells her to do it again, admitting that this is driving him nuts as Charlotte apologizes. Jack Valentier states that there's no need to get permission from him, wondering why he would be angry at her. Jack Valentier insists that even if she were to hit him with a wooden sword, he would never get mad at her. Charlotte is confused, as Jack Valentier says he's not saying she should do that to him, and asks if she's not angry. Jack Valentier's eyes gleam with a hint of mischief as he speaks. Jack Valentier, having confirmed Charlotte's talent for swordsmanship, suggests they try magic training later at night together, as someone agrees. Jack Valentier's gaze intensifies, hinting at a deeper game afoot. A girl with long white hair lies prone, her expression unreadable. The chef asks if the steak was delicious. Jack stands beside Charlotte, who looks distressed and answers yes. The chef leans in, asking if she wants to try something else. Jack asks if someone is trying to eat her up here, wondering why she looks so unwell. A dragon, chained and wounded, is described as having been so fiercely active the previous night. Charlotte mumbles, her expression conveying a deep sense of unease and discomfort. A large window dominates the scene, offering a glimpse of the outside world. The demon is described as shrouded in darkness, as Charlotte and the girl with white hair are on the floor. Jack looks surprised, thinking about the demon who changed the land and the sky. Jack asks the girl with white hair if she's talking about the destruction of the world, and she answers yes. The woman with dark green hair stands behind Jack, stating that what Charlotte just said were the last words left by the third Dragon Lord. Meanwhile, 400 years have passed under the light of the moon. Ages ago, there was the third generation Dragon Lord that possessed power surpassing the fourth and fifth Dragon Lords, and tried to kill her, but naturally, he was killed by her. He could see the future whenever he used the power of the soul, and he left his last words before he died. Meanwhile, in the near future, a demon shrouded in darkness will change the land and the sky, bringing about destruction to the world. So, a young man with brown hair and a red jacket smiles, declaring himself the demon shrouded in darkness. He continues, asking if they are scared of him destroying the world. Jack Valentier, with a sinister smile, declares that he is the demon shrouded in darkness, and asks if the other person is scared. He scratches his cheek, musing that it seems that is really the case. Charlotte Dietrich looks down, her expression troubled as she thinks that the prophecy is just utter nonsense. Charlotte repeats that it's just utter nonsense, prompting Jack to ask her to repeat what she said. But Charlotte shouts that the prophecy of the Third Lord has never been wrong. Jack smiles, stating that he likes this energy of hers. Charlotte, looking up, hears Jack say that he guesses her parents heard it wrongly, and that the Third Lord's prophecy is made up. Charlotte is shocked, exclaiming, "What?" as Jack says that it was just a joke. A group of people look up at a dragon, as someone says that dragons look like gods. She flinches as a hand gently strokes her hair. The pair sit together on the plush red bench. Charlotte's eyes widen with worry. "It's fine, so you're not going to eat me up, right?" Jack dismisses her fears. "Why would I do that? I don't like the taste of dragons." The vampire's expression darkens slightly. "I see, but—" Jack's smile returns, though it seems strained. He tells Charlotte that lunchtime is approaching and he wants her to tell him the truth. A perfectly cooked steak sits on a plate. Jack asks, "How is the steak?" Charlotte's mouth waters at the sight of the steak. She admits, "It was delicious." The pair sit close. Charlotte suggests they all eat steak for lunch then, but she wants something different from the one at breakfast. Jack smiles, promising, "From tomorrow onwards, there'll be new dishes, a new type of steak." The vampire's golden eyes gleam with anticipation. Charlotte looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she nods in agreement. The blonde woman, hands on her hips, wonders if the two have properly introduced themselves. The blonde woman states that Charlotte is her name, and that from what she's seen, they know each other somewhat. She thinks to herself that Charlotte will eventually become the vampire queen. A voice declares that Charlotte is the kid who will become the sixth Dragon Lord. Charlotte looks down, wondering how she could dare to dream of becoming a Dragon Lord. The blonde woman gestures to someone off-panel, stating that it's Thanos, whom she'll introduce properly during lunch. The blonde woman asks someone to tell Guinness to prepare lunch, and they enthusiastically agree. A gloved hand firmly grasps Charlotte's hand. Charlotte, the blonde woman, and Jack are in a room together, though Charlotte seems confused. The blonde woman cheerfully suggests they go together, while Charlotte looks up with a surprised expression. Charlotte, flustered, agrees with a quiet sure. A vase of white lilies sits in a room, as two girls walk hand in hand. A voice echoes from beyond, dripping with sarcasm. "You sure are great at lying." A prophecy speaks of a unique individual. The third Dragon Lord was a really unique one. Dragons soar as the prophecy continues, noting a key difference. Unlike us, who use soul aura instead of mana, the dragon's power is further defined. He only used the soul aura for the abilities of his mind. The prophecies are discussed between Charlotte and Jack Stewart. The blonde woman listens intently, as the prophecies he made were all short ones. A new prophecy is revealed, speaking of rain. It will rain tomorrow. The prophecy also speaks of conflict the day after tomorrow. The dragon looms large as the prophecy continues. Among the prophecies he has made, there is only one that hasn't happened yet. The prophecy speaks of destruction. A demon shrouded in darkness will change the land and the sky, bringing about destruction to the world. Charlotte asks Jack Stewart a pointed question, her expression unreadable beneath her wide-brimmed hat. "Do you think I will destroy the world?" Jack Stewart considers the question, his gaze lowered. He thinks that she is the only one in this world capable of even talking about destroying the world. Charlotte's expression is grim as she considers the implications. If that prophecy is true, she'd have destroyed the world in her previous life. She responds to the unseen speaker, confirming that she did not do the action in question. The figure in red stands amidst a fiery landscape, declaring that they only brought down one country. The figure lies face down, defeated, stating that they died after that. Two hands intertwine, a voice questioning if someone died, followed by the explanation that there was no more reason to live on. A man smiles, revealing that he didn't want to live anymore either. A woman in a hat stands with a child, who speculates that the demon shrouded in darkness isn't her, but someone else, suggesting that the prophecy is amiss. The woman with the hat looks up, responding with a questioning, "What?" to someone calling her master. A design is shown, with the words, "The fate or future isn't set in stone" displayed. Two figures stand in a sky-like setting, with a narration box stating that there will be a fight taking place somewhere out there to make the prophecies untrue. Three figures walk down a street, with a narration box stating that they just need to stop the skies from raining and stop all the fights that take place. So a figure lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. A figure with white hair and dark clothing declares that the future is definitely not set in stone. She walks alongside a man with short, light gray hair, her expression unreadable beneath the wide brim of her hat. Elsewhere, Jack Stewart sits, his amber eyes gleaming with an unknown intent as he observes something out of view. High above a grand building, a chibi figure floats in the sky, declaring that if something happens, they would be really angry, and asking their master to wait for them. In a kitchen, a chef pours liquid onto a flaming dish, while a man with silver hair holds a carrot, seemingly distracted by the chibi figures peering through a doorway. Since everyone was gathered, the host decided to let the children introduce themselves to each other, a feast laid out before them. Thanos, a muscular young man with white hair, enjoys a sausage, his age listed as 17 years. Charlotte, a blonde girl with a cheerful smile, holds a fork and knife, her age listed as 11 years old. Shell, a girl with white hair, holds a spoon, her expression somewhat sour as her age is revealed to be 10 years old. A young man with brown hair stands before a large building, stating that he is 14 years old on the outside. From another perspective, the gathering appears to be a collection of young chicks, each with their own unique charm. The food is better at cooking than he had expected, a testament to the chef's skill and dedication. The speaker asked him about it just now, curious about the chef's background and experience. The chef revealed that he had worked as the head palace chef for about 4 years, explaining why there are more talented people around him than he thought. He savors the taste of the meat, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the implications of recent events. The rich flavor coats his tongue as he chews, his amber eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation. Charlotte notes that Jack isn't dipping his steak in blood today. He responds, "Oh, about that." The pair whisper to each other, their expressions light-hearted and amused. Charlotte thinks that Shell might be afraid of blood, as the white-haired girl looks on with a slight frown. The three sit at a table laden with food, a variety of dishes spread out before them, as they enjoy their meal together. Meanwhile, Charlotte offers Shell some food, noting that both Charlotte, who will become the vampire queen, and Shell, who will become the dragon lord, are present. Jack muses to himself about what it's like to have students under him, a sly smirk playing on his lips. The woman with dark green hair sits on a bench, her expression unreadable as she gazes into the distance. Jack wonders why he isn't doing any training, his face contorted in a mixture of frustration and annoyance. The woman with dark green hair and Jack sit at the table, their conversation hushed and private, as they discuss matters of importance. A close-up of a salad reveals someone's preference. "Two-circle is enough for me." He eats a piece of salmon from a fork, assuring someone that they don't need to worry. The woman with dark green hair recalls a similar time with Galactus. The memory continues, showing an event at the Adventure Guild with 2 men. Charlotte, with her fox ears, looks surprised and asks about Galactus. He says that you don't trust anyone except yourself, questioning if he is wrong. Even though the age of your body could become a barrier, he thinks with time. A figure floats in a space filled with stars and swirling energy. Someone says that they should be able to achieve 3-circle right now, and maybe even 4-circle. Jack asks if he is wrong, stating that if he wanted to really push it, it'd be possible to even achieve 5-circle. The woman with dark green hair drinks from a glass of red liquid. The age of a body is very important, and while she doesn't want to admit it, she's still a growing child. Everything is different, starting from the length of, as compared to her previous life self. The length and size of the blood vessels in his limbs differ naturally, and the capacity of his heart is also different, pulsing with crimson energy. Thanos recalls that if he were around his current age, he'd create a circle whenever he was free. Surrounded by roses, a sense of caution settles in. He needs to be more careful. A warning echoes. If you get attacked while you're making a circle, the circle will be broken, and you will receive a great shock. The group wonders if they're worried about being exposed to an isolated room. Danger looms until you finish your circle, right? The man smiles, acknowledging his master sees through everything. After he regressed to the 14-year-old body of his past self in their family's estate, the first place he made a circle in was its prison. Being exposed to the isolated room, no one was able to easily visit. After that, when he made the second circle, a surge of energy emanated from him. He reflected on past protection, the weight of it settling heavily. The young man sat, contemplating the person he trusted most in the world. The woman with dark green hair declared her intent, skeletal hands reaching around her. Her master, she stated, was currently a doll. She acknowledged the urgency of the situation, stating that she didn't have the luxury of time to make circles slowly. The chef and the blonde girl were present, the chef explaining that today was the one day every month their master could revert to her original form. A slice of cake was offered, but the woman with dark green hair dismissed the need for circles, stating her strength came from soul aura. A plate of salad sat untouched. The woman with dark green hair smiled, declaring it would be a joke if she needed her student's protection as her master. Jack Stewart looked surprised, thinking that it only happened once a month. A hand held a strawberry, the speaker declaring they would do their job as master today. The woman with dark green hair smiled, promising protection. The woman with dark green hair urged someone to go and make their circle. She watches as Jack Valantier expresses his annoyance at the suggestion. The young man's face scrunches up in displeasure. He already had plans for the day, though. Jack Valantier recalls that there's a famous theatrical troupe performing at the Assemble Theater. He already bought the tickets, too. He laments that his plan was to go watch that troupe. The woman with dark green hair notes that today is a rare chance for him to be in human form. A hand slams down on the table. The woman with dark green hair declares that she wants to do her role as his master. The woman laughs, amused that her student is declining her offer. A bead of sweat rolls down Jack Valentier's face. The woman with dark green hair states that Jack Valentier can't win against her. He looks up at her with a resigned expression. Jack Valentier sighs, realizing there's no helping it. The group sits around a table, and one of them says that they don't have much time. After that, 3 figures are seen, 2 women and a man. The man is feeding one of the women. Jack Valentier, with a wide grin, suggests that they all go watch the theater together tonight. Chibi versions of the characters are seen floating in the air, with the words theater written below. The Alaves Guild building stands tall against the sky. The question hangs in the air, echoing off the staircase. A noble paid 50,000 gold to kill the young master of a family. One man asks if the other is sure, and the other confirms that he instructed his servant personally. A sinister smile plays across the man's face, sweat beading on his brow. The man thinks of Herman's young patriarch, his expression unreadable. The man declares that someone is a total nut job, seeking agreement. A mountain of gold, 50,000 in total, represents the price on Jack Valentier's head. Dietrich paid this sum for the assassination. The annual expenditure of a Viscount family is around 30,000 gold. The assassination cost more than a noble family spends in a year. Even as the young patriarch of the Herman family, could Dietrich borrow that much money in a single go? The question hangs in the air as he gestures expansively. Just to kill one person? A figure in a red coat stands silhouetted, the question echoing the enormity of the sum. He borrowed 20,000 gold under the name of the Herman family. Dietrich reclines, seemingly unconcerned with the implications of his actions. Meanwhile, and he was able to find the remaining 30,000 in an instant. That's how he got the 50,000 gold, the origins of the money. What's this? He sold forbidden drugs? There were rumors that it was a business that Dietrich Herman started on his own. But through our investigation, we discovered that wasn't the case at all. It wasn't. For good-for-nothings of noble families to be deep in drugs and entertainment is a common occurrence. The scene depicts a group indulging in such vices. An occurrence, but what if business is involved in these matters? Usually, these things are just hobbies of that good-for-nothing noble. But the situation is different for the Herman family. Based on their findings, Dietrich wasn't running the business alone. It is a huge business that the Herman family is involved in. Interesting. Dietrich is just the figurehead, and the Herman family is the one who's really pulling the strings? The man walks in front of a building. Their supply routes are everywhere in the country. Just how big is this operation? The potential Dragon Lord asks if he can tell from those documents. The protagonist, Jack Valentier, is lying down, his eyes closed. He asks Dietrich to tell him how big it is. Dietrich says they still haven't found the answer to that yet, and asks if they should look deeper into it. Jack is silent, his expression thoughtful. A man in a red coat observes a display of a purple potion, a business dealing in forbidden drugs. It would be impossible to run such an operation without the involvement of a duke family or the imperial family. That means Dietrich stands while Jack sits on a cushioned bench, the weight of their situation settling between them. Jack asks what is important now is the money for the assassination request, inquiring if Dietrich found it. She replies that they found half of it. The protagonist looks off to the side, lost in thought about the missing half of the money. With this information, it is now clear that the assassination was a failure, and the Penninel assassins have all been killed. Otherwise, Dietrich stands with 2 other women, emphasizing that there is no way they would let them be while there. Intel agents are digging up information about them, and it seems Benamon went to great lengths to split up his money and hide it. Of the money for the assassination request, they'll probably find the remaining half soon too. Jack states he is hungry and is going to buy lunch, and Dietrich says to buy hers too. Dietrich tells Jack to get that money as soon as possible, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Jack agrees, but Dietrich asks why they're keeping this matter from the higher-ups, questioning the secrecy. Jack's expression is serious, the weight of the situation evident in his eyes as he contemplates the question. Dietrich reads over the document, a faint smile playing on her lips. The blonde woman assures Martin that they aren't hiding anything, just settling things on their end. She doesn't want the higher-ups to face any losses. Dietrich waves goodbye, telling Martin that everyone is busy. She thinks to herself that she is glad he's an idiot. Elsewhere, the town sprawls beneath a bright sky, its buildings a mix of old and new. Martin beams, welcoming the branch manager with open arms and a wide smile. Martin packs 10 loaves of bread for Dietrich to take away, cheerfully announcing that they are hot and ready. Freshly baked loaves of bread sit piled in a basket, ready to be sold. Martin wonders why they are hiding the matter from the higher-ups, realizing he can't trust them. Back then, he had trusted them. Martin, face to face with an unknown man, realizes that if he wants to keep his head, he must find that money. Martin contemplates whether or not to report things to the higher-ups, deciding it can be decided later. The branch manager thinks to himself that he is just a mere branch manager, and there's no need to risk his life to be loyal to the guild. He is greeted by a familiar, furry friend, rubbing against his leg. Kneeling down, Martin pets the cat, finding a moment of peace. He thinks to himself that he has never met the higher-ups of this guild before, despite being the branch manager. He continues to pet the cat, its fur soft beneath his fingers. Martin admits to himself that he knows nothing. The branch manager remains kneeling, his gaze drifting towards the window. He thinks that the only thing he knows for sure is that it isn't just one person. A slight smile plays on Martin's lips as he thinks that they're just people who hide their identities. The cat interrupts his thoughts, demanding that he not get in its way. Martin thinks that it's no wonder the cat's belly looks pretty plump already. Martin holds a package, thinking that in the first place, it was weird to be asked to subjugate the forest of monsters. Although he's a little sorry to those people who are risking their lives fighting in that faraway forest. Martin takes a bite of bread. Right now, this isn't just a simple subjugation. It's a war between monsters and humans. While the monsters can't go out of the forest, their true nature is still the same. He stands in the doorway, a green cloak draped over his arm. The weight of the world seems to settle on his shoulders as he considers the nature of war and its inevitable chaos. Elsewhere, Dietrich Hermann, his blonde hair neatly styled, distributes paper bags to a group gathered around a table. He tells them to have one each. The Alaves Guild, it is said, holds more power than one might expect. Dietrich walks away, his back to the viewer, as a woman with red lipstick watches him. It is not difficult for them to manipulate the kingdom's situation to their liking. They are, after all, the loyalist faction working from within. Since the guild is protected by the kingdom's laws, this outcome is considered natural. Boots ascend a set of stairs, each step deliberate. With an unnecessary subjugation, they can drastically reduce the number of mana users. The king, in turn, has a higher chance of gaining support from the nobles. Just why? A man falls backward, his legs flailing in the air, a cloud of dust rising around him as he hits the ground. Did the guild work with those guys? Recently, there have been more and more suspicious events. A hand rests on a document, the sound of rustling paper filling the air. A drawing of a woman with long hair and a determined expression is displayed prominently. Dietrich Hermann lies on a surface, his eyes closed, muttering to himself. He mumbles his own name, lost in thought. Maybe he's... The panel transitions to an advertisement for. Dietrich Hermann's lips curl into a sinister smile, a dark glint in his eyes. A business thrives, dealing in forbidden drugs, its tendrils reaching into the highest echelons of society. There is no way this business could run without the kingdom turning a blind eye to it. A man lies prone, his thoughts unreadable, his silence heavy with unspoken concerns. In that case, did they put the good-for-nothing Dietrich as the figurehead? And give him 300,000 gold for that? That means they're earning at least millions in profits. Then, more importantly, the imposing structure stands as a silent witness to the dealings within, its stone walls concealing secrets untold. That information is something that even our own agents can find out within a day, though. What's worse is that even I don't know about it. He tosses and turns, a frown etched on his face as he mutters about the higher-ups within their guild covering something up intentionally. Dietrich stands, clutching a document. It seems the higher-ups asked him to accept Dietrich's assassination request previously. That's why. The young lord lies on his back, contemplating the reason why the higher-ups are moving so secretly. He seems to be piecing together a puzzle. Three figures raise their glasses in a toast. The money they're using is the slush fund of the higher-ups, but something isn't right about it. A vast army stands in formation, their armor gleaming. The level of funding suggests more than a simple slush fund. Is it a military fund? Are they preparing for war? Dietrich lies back, his eyes closed in thought. He wonders if the money is coming from the higher-ups, trying to connect the dots. The young lord's brow furrows as he considers another possibility. Is a higher-ranking person looking after the higher-ups? This is definitely not funds for the subjugation of monsters. The forest subjugation is being funded mainly by Count Mantis, a fact that raises even more questions about the flow of money. A woman in a red dress stands before a window, her expression unreadable as she oversees the city. Dietrich is still lying down, lost in thought. He wonders what the money is for and why it is needed. The young lord's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as the implications of the situation begin to dawn on him. Recently, it feels like someone has intentionally weakened this city's fighting force. No, this country's fighting force. The city bustles with whispers of rising crime, drug distribution, and the need for extra security. The rumors, the crime, the unease, it all weighs heavily on his mind. He recalls whispers from 2 years ago, rumors of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. The Tulkun Empire, it was said, conducted experiments using dragons, a forbidden practice. Dragons, creatures thought to be extinct, yet the books tell a different story. Like how there's no smoke without fire, there's a reason why rumors exist, he muses. Dietrich recalls trying to investigate the rumors, but the higher-ups contacted him, stopping him in his tracks. A note, a direct order. Don't investigate the recent rumors involving the Tulkun Empire. If it was just a mere rumor, why the need to suppress any investigation? There wouldn't have been a need for them to ask him not to investigate it. This is just his intuition, But this situation feels way too similar to the previous one. He needs to stop thinking about it, but this is the instinct of someone who makes a living off information. He can't stop himself, as this uneasiness continues to swallow him whole. With only the information he possesses, this is the story he can piece together. The highest ranks of the Alaves Guild are involved. The buildings are either from the Tolkien Empire or extremely close to it. The figures stand near a wooden railing, controlling the flow of the eye formation. Let's rethink this. Experiments using dragons. If those rumors are true, then where do the researchers find the dragons? A chained, dragon-like creature hangs suspended. A possible habitat for the dragons would be the forest of monsters. If the true objective of the subjugation army is to find traces of dragons, that is very likely, given the town's proximity to the Tolkien Empire. The Tolkien Empire is totally fine with using the soldiers of another country as expendables. They'll be cheering if there are good results. The person who holds control over the subjugation army stands to profit since the forces of his country would be diminished and is commanding them. He is likely on site, a pawn ensnared by the tendrils of the Tolkien Empire. Dietrich abruptly sits up, a sudden realization striking him with force. If his guess is right, the Teslon kingdom won't last for long, a grim prediction hanging in the air. Perhaps the kingdom that looks normal on the outside has already become a colony of the Tolkien Empire. In that case, were the Tolkien Empire really after? A question that weighs heavily on his mind. Dietrich's expression is one of dawning horror as the pieces begin to fall into place. War could be brewing, a storm gathering on the horizon as armies prepare for battle. And also this place, which is falling apart helplessly, another victim of the Empire's reach. The Teslon kingdom. This is a very likely scenario, he thinks, his brow furrowed with concern. The higher-ups of the Alaves Guild and the high-ranking officials of this kingdom are definitely hardliners of the Tolkien Empire. And their goal is to unite the continent, a chilling ambition that sends shivers down his spine. If so, how much more time is left? He wonders, the answer echoing in his mind. 20 years? Time, measured by sand and gears, ticks away, posing a daunting question. 30 years. He rejects the notion, the weight of the future pressing down on him. He clutches his head, trying to rationalize the situation. This will only take 10 years at most. But when that time comes, will there be a place for him? Will he even have a place to return to? He sits, lost in thought, wondering if there's a place for him in this guild. The image of a rabbit being caught flashes in his mind, a stark reminder that once the rabbit is caught, a hunting dog no longer exists. Tears well in his eyes, the weight of his responsibilities bearing down on him. He needs to find a new rope to hang on to, one that is sturdy and reliable. His eyes closed, he searches within himself for the strength to continue. He needs something that he can climb without it snapping, a path to a secure future. He sits in contemplation, seeking guidance and a path forward. A figure sits cross-legged in a circular room, bathed in an ethereal blue light. The room is silent, save for the faint echo of unseen activity. 3 young girls stand together, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. One of the girls wonders who someone is, her brow furrowed in thought. A young man, bathed in blue light, declares his hatred for humans. A cauldron sits in a dark room, filled with a viscous, red liquid. It took her blood. A dragon, chained and bound with iron poles imbued with magic, writhes in agony. A man, his face contorted in anguish, insists that he could never like people. Another man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, remembers that the one who saved him was a human. A girl stands alone, her expression unreadable as she clutches her dress. A hand, veins glowing with an inner light, reaches out into the darkness. That's not all. The voice echoes as the scene shifts to a building exterior, lights illuminating the scene. There wasn't much knowledge about the foreign piece within my body. The voice continues as a woman sits in a dimly lit room. And so, they threw me into the middle of nowhere in Tolkien. The voice narrates as a dragon is surrounded by figures. At first, the voice muses, I wondered what strong humans would eat, and if they also ate dragons. A small, white-haired figure looks up at a taller, dark-haired figure with suspicion. However, the voice continues, this human didn't want anything from me, as the scene shifts to a building interior with a figure lying on the floor. A close-up of Dietrich Hermann's face reveals a thoughtful expression, his gaze distant and contemplative. A dragon's head is gently petted, its scales shimmering in the soft light. It wouldn't be possible that a kind person like him would be a demon or someone who destroys the world. The girl thinks, I guess the prophecy of the Three-Third Lord is indeed fabricated. He only has a human body. The girl thinks, her expression a mix of concern and determination. But was able to make the third circle around his heart in 1 hour, and made the fourth circle in the next hour, the voice narrates, as a hand holds glowing gems. After another 2 hours, the voice narrates, as a character's face is shown. A figure sits in quiet contemplation, hands resting gently in their lap. Charlotte exclaims in surprise, while another figure wonders if she senses the same incredible event. Shell observes the scene, seemingly unfazed by the incredible sight before them. One figure responds with excessive formality, prompting a request to relax. The green-haired woman attempts to calm the other, reassuring her with a gentle touch. A close-up reveals the character's wide, expressive eyes, hinting at a mix of awe and apprehension. The green-haired woman acknowledges the exceptional talent of the two before her, urging a closer look. Another figure sits in a meditative pose, seemingly at the center of whatever is unfolding. A glowing circle forms, described as the most ideal form. A man stands over a fallen figure, a glowing cube in his hand, explaining the levels of power. The scene shifts to a structure, prompting the question of whether someone is truly human. The green-haired woman is revealed to be a demigod. She stares forward, her expression unreadable, as the thought crosses her mind, or a monster. A grand staircase stretches upward, each circle solid and in harmony with the others. A figure sits cross-legged, deep in meditation. That kind of state where mana has become one with his body is also called mana coalescence. If one becomes able to control that perfectly, they'd reach the state known as the pinnacle phase. Meanwhile, the demigod stands before Shell, who stammers a response, confirming her identity. The green-haired woman gently touches Shell's face, telling her that she's worrying over meaningless things. The demigod wonders if Shell is thinking about who she and her student are, as Shell responds with a little. The woman with dark green hair says she can tell Shell about who she is, but she can't tell her about him. Shell says she sees, guessing it's because she's an outsider. The demigod smiles, admitting that even she doesn't know much about him. Shell looks down, her expression hidden by her hair, as she remains silent. The green-haired woman embraces Shell, telling her, "Very well, just what happened to you in the experimental lab." The demigod holds Shell close, her expression unreadable as she comforts the girl. She holds Shell close, offering comfort and reassurance. The demigod whispers, urging the girl to trust in someone. Elsewhere, Jack sits in a meditative pose, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. He is surrounded by the grand architecture of a pristine hall. Shell, nestled in the demigod's embrace, looks up with wide, fearful eyes. The demigod assures her that no one will be able to harm her. Tears stream down Shell's face, but a small smile graces her lips. She nods, accepting the demigod's words with a quiet, "Okay." Meanwhile, a majestic castle rises against a backdrop of a clear blue sky. Its towers and walls stand as a testament to enduring strength. The castle is bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. The sky is painted with strokes of pink and purple, creating a serene and picturesque scene. A full moon hangs in the night sky, casting a silvery glow over the world. A voice muses that this power is unprecedented in history. Jack looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders if his body has always been this capable, or if something has changed. Walking down a hallway, Jack recalls a time when he made a circle in the prison. He also remembers being in front of Ron. Energy swirls around Jack, illuminating his silhouette. He thinks that his power isn't just because his energy is pure due to his young age. A silhouette is surrounded by swirling energy. A voice wonders if it could be because of the soul aura. A blue flame flickers against a dark background. It is noted that since the soul aura is a level above mana, it is something special. He reflects on his capabilities, realizing he can control mana proficiently, since he already knows how to control soul aura proficiently. So then perhaps, a group gathers in a town square, musical notes dancing in the air around them, as if drawn by an unseen conductor. From a balcony, a blonde girl exclaims, realizing she can become even stronger since she already knows how to control soul aura this life. Her companion seems less impressed. A smirk plays on the dark-haired man's lips as he listens to the blonde girl's exclamation. Seriously, she thinks, as the masked woman in the red dress stands with her arms outstretched. Am I really going to destroy the world, or what? She wonders, as the question hangs in the air. Under the lights, a masked man and a blonde woman dance, lost in the music. The audience claps, their faces alight with joy as they watch the performance. Dietrich Hermann claps, a bright smile gracing his face as he enjoys the show. The young lord watches Dietrich, a thoughtful expression on his face. The woman with dark green hair remarks that she never thought the dragon kid would be able to laugh like this. The demigod reflects on how she thought Dietrich had forgotten how to laugh. Jack Valantier thinks to himself that he would like to stay behind and train a little more, regretting not bringing Thanos along. The protagonist recalls leaving him behind since he said he didn't want to come, musing that it's not easy to become the strongest. Jack Stewart observes Dietrich, noting that the show isn't to his liking. Dietrich laughs, and Jack Stewart wonders if that is truly joy he sees on the young lord's face. The theater still held the echoes of the performance. The twist had been particularly well received. He listened intently as the woman with dark green hair inquired if Dietrich was referring to Christine being the phantom of the theater. Jack Valantier, a sinister smile playing on his lips, agreed. Yes, he thought it was an amazing story. The play depicted a blonde woman, a dark-haired man, and a small white-haired figure. The audience wondered if the female lead would be a phantom. On stage, the masked man embraced the blonde woman in the red dress, embodying the tragic romance. Dietrich, seated and listening, seemed slightly out of sorts, a faint escaping his lips. The vampire Jack Stewart, his eyes gleaming, suggested they go get their dinner, a predatory edge to his voice. Meanwhile, people were already leaving the theater. One noted that someone always changed the topic when cornered, suggesting they leave as well. Elsewhere, the night sky hung over the town, stars twinkling above the rooftops and towers. Inside a tavern, patrons laughed and drank, the sounds of merriment echoing through the room. A sign above the door cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome," to all who entered. A woman inquired how many were in their party, and the response came, 4, with a request for a portion of food to take away. Meanwhile, a candle flickers, casting light on a table laden with food and drink. Around a table, the group finishes their drinks. One of them remarks that it was fun, and another agrees. Dietrich Hermann smiles, his eyes gleaming with an unknown emotion. His expression shifts to surprise, as if he's just remembered something important. Oh my, it's been so long. He stands beside a blonde woman, who touches his arm. She seems to recognize him. "Avero?" she asks. The young man's face is a mask of confusion, his brow furrowed as he tries to place the woman. The group at the table continues their conversation, unaware of the silent exchange happening nearby. He looks down at Dietrich Hermann, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. The vampire Jack Stewart addresses Dietrich Hermann, a playful suspicion in his tone. "I wasn't expecting to meet you here. You sure you weren't tailing me, or something?" Jack Stewart laughs, dismissing the idea. "Of course not. I'm just here to have my meal. No intelligence agent would tail someone." Dietrich Hermann looks down, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Meal, huh? You should be really busy looking for my money, though. We've already found half of it." Dietrich Hermann acknowledges the vampire's speed. "You're pretty fast, aren't you?" Jack Stewart replies, "It's my job, after all." Another person notes that he's joining their table like nothing. He looks on with a knowing smirk, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Dietrich Hermann, with a coy smile, suggests that someone looks like they want something from him. A plate sits on a table containing eggs, bacon, and what appears to be a side of beans. Dietrich Hermann rests his cheek on his hand, a sly grin spreading across his face. At a table, Jack Valentier sits with several others, one of whom agrees with a hearty haha. The woman dark green hair is framed by red roses, the word master floating above her. It is indeed eye-catching wherever she goes, as one gloved hand gently takes another. The woman dark green hair stands with a woman with white hair, who exclaims, "Oh, beautiful lady." Jack Valentier, Dietrich Hermann, and the woman dark green hair are seen together as Dietrich Hermann offers her the honor of eating with him. A close-up reveals the woman dark green hair's serene expression, her gaze steady and composed. The woman dark green hair apologizes, stating she is not available today, as her hand rests near a shelf of green bottles. The woman with white hair notes that the woman dark green hair already has plans, hoping they can go out together next time. She is approached by Dietrich Hermann, who takes her hand. The young lord inquires which family she hails from, his expression intense. The pair leans in close, whispering to each other, their expressions unreadable. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The two remain close, the atmosphere charged with an unseen energy. A faint, purple glow surrounds them. A sign hangs on the wall, bearing a name, Apollo. The meaning behind it remains unclear. The woman dark green hair strides away, leaving Dietrich Hermann to watch her go. He seems lost in thought. Dietrich Hermann addresses a group, making it clear he won't be paying them for their help. The woman dark green hair stands nearby, observing the exchange. The young lord assures someone that he will visit them soon to discuss their money. His expression is serious, hinting at a difficult conversation. Dietrich Hermann invites someone to sit and eat with him, his tone suggesting a desire for companionship or perhaps something more. A young man stands beside the woman dark green hair, his eyes questioning. She responds that she would like that as well, her expression unreadable. Dietrich Hermann turns to the young man, asking if he has money with him. The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The young man retorts that he doesn't buy food for strangers older than him, his expression a mix of defiance and disdain. Dietrich Hermann's face registers surprise, perhaps at the young man's audacity or the unexpected turn of events. Under the light of the full moon, the request hangs in the air. He seems to be asking for money, but the statement is incomplete. Meanwhile, the town lies quiet under the night sky. The group is providing the fastest releases. A feast is laid out, plates piled high with grilled meats, sausages, and roasted vegetables, ready to be served. Dietrich Hermann offers a morsel, encouraging his guests to eat all they want and to feel free to take more. The young lord feeds his guest, remarking that he takes really good care of children. Dietrich continues to feed the other person, his expression unreadable. Dietrich pauses, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, as he asks why he accepted Dietrich's request. He continues to feed the other person, stating that he was instructed to do so by the higher-ups. A subtle smile plays on the lips of the person being fed. Dietrich looks at the person he is feeding, asking if they're saying that they're just the limbs and if that is what they want to say. A barrel is shown, the word limbs floating above it. Dietrich sits at a desk, stating that to them. He is just a tool that is easy to make use of. He remarks that it is not easy for Jack, before inquiring how much the total amount is. Jack eats, but is clearly shocked by the question. He thinks to himself that the amount is 500,000 gold. Dietrich grabs Jack by the neck, his expression darkening. He asks if Jack thinks he's worth only 50,000 to kill. Elsewhere, a woman with red hair wonders if Jack Valnier has a talent for earning money. The woman wonders how Jack got his hands on 500,000 gold. A fork stabs into a plate of food, the sound echoing in the room. Dietrich eats, thinking that Jack seems to have been running several businesses. Dietrich and Jack sit at the table, the tension palpable between them. The table is set with various dishes, a testament to their wealth. Dietrich asks why Jack says that, implying he was testing him. Jack responds that his answer is too vague. A potion bottle sits amidst a swirling background, hinting at the several businesses of the Dietrich family. The text says that the information cannot be told. A hand clenches tightly, a sign of building tension. Jack tells Dietrich to finish swallowing his food first, before answering. Dietrich, looking shocked, is told that he will be paying for half of the bill. Dietrich's eyes widen as he declares that he doesn't buy food for strangers older than he is. Dietrich points out that there are 5 people present, so he should only pay 1/5 of the bill. Jack simply replies, no. Jack explains that he ordered all the food for himself, but since Dietrich joined his table, he ought to pay half the bill. Dietrich laughs, finding the situation ridiculous, though a bead of sweat rolls down his face. His hand clenches the fabric of his shirt, the sound of the grip echoing in the air. Sweat trickles down Dietrich's face as Jack asks if he isn't going to say anything. Dietrich nervously asks if Jack is going to pay, then quickly says he's just joking and will stop fooling around. Jack smiles, telling Dietrich to take it as his present for his journey to the afterlife. Dietrich, with a wink, tells Jack to find all his money, then it'll change into a different kind of present. In a chibi style, Dietrich thinks this is so fun, but he was really joking previously. The moon hangs high, a silent witness to coming events. The remnants of their meal sit cold on the table. A declaration hangs in the air, it's time. The demigod's gaze is unwavering, her expression unreadable as events unfold. A blinding light erupts, bathing the room in an otherworldly glow as something shifts. Dietrich's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of utter shock and confusion. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. A heavy silence descends, broken only by the faint hum of residual power. The demigod is now a chibi, her large eyes staring blankly ahead. Confusion reigns as Dietrich struggles to comprehend the sudden transformation before him. The chibi demigod's expression remains unchanged, a stark contrast to the chaos around her. The character holding the chibi demigod attempts to reassure her, seeking to maintain control of the situation. Dietrich gasps, his mind reeling from the impossible sight he has just witnessed. The demigod appears puzzled, a question mark floating above her head. Dietrich looks on with concern as Jack smiles. The demigod seems to be agreeing with something. A figure in a dark robe stands, a single foot visible. The figure thinks about a secret. The figure holds the chibi demigod. They muse that no one would believe the truth, even if told. A castle looms under the full moon. Someone thinks that the master used polymorph on herself. Dietrich bids farewell to 2 children, wishing them a safe journey back. Dietrich walks away from the building, a green shawl draped over his shoulders. He holds the chibi demigod, waving goodbye to someone unseen. Dietrich, holding the chibi demigod, denies ever saying something like that, even in a past life. A group of people walks away, Dietrich's green shawl visible among them. The chibi demigod says she doesn't know if she should say this is her instinct. A figure with glowing eyes stands over a man lying on the ground, seemingly defeated. Bloody hands reach down, wreathed in a dark purple aura. A voice declares that it can smell death on those about to die. He holds the demigod close, seeking reassurance. Dietrich asks if that means the person will die soon. The demigod's eyes narrow, a coldness in their gaze. They respond with a simple, I don't think. Meanwhile, a man lies on the ground, bloodied and defeated. A voice echoes, stating that he will be the one to do it. Dietrich holds the demigod, surrounded by others. A voice notes that many talented people have died recently within the kingdom, guessing that the fallen man is one of them. Dietrich looks down at the demigod, asking if that worries them. The demigod replies that it worries them a little, but they aren't entirely sure. Elsewhere, a man with light hair stands among others, discussing someone. He admits he doesn't really know what kind of person he is, only his name and position. The man walks forward, his boots clicking on the stone floor. He thinks that the person hasn't shown him anything to convince him that he is competent. A blonde girl and a silver-haired girl stand together, holding a cat. The blonde girl seems to be struggling with the cat. Dietrich is surrounded by people, smiling. He declares that he doesn't really care about all that now. The crowd presses closer to Dietrich. Someone exclaims that the boss wants to see the cat as well. A voice states that they'll only know after more observation whether he has any value they can make use of. The cat says it's tired and asks if they should go back home. Footsteps echo on the cobblestone path, each step measured and deliberate. Dietrich Hermann walks along the stone path, a green cape draped over his shoulders. A woman with dark hair walks ahead of him, while a cat observes from a nearby wall. Elsewhere, under the light of the full moon, someone trudges along a similar path, resigned to their fate. They mutter that they will be working overtime again tonight. He looks up, a weary expression on his face. Dietrich thinks to himself that he will probably eat some fruits that will keep him awake. The interior soars, a cathedral of glass and light. Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a bright window, the sound of water echoing. Lying back in the water, protagonist Jack Valentier smiles, finding the moment refreshing. The water ripples around his hand as he relaxes. The demigod woman, dark green hair, observes Jack, commenting on his playful nature, though she notes this is supposed to be a place of meditation and prayers. Dietrich Hermann smiles, remarking on how taking a break feels, and invites Jack to join him. Someone descends the steps, and Dietrich asks if they have thought about it, but they decline. Dietrich asks about what, and the figure explains that they are referring to the things they will do from now on. The woman's expression is unreadable as she considers the question. The figure declares that they have decided. The woman with dark green hair sits on the steps, listening as Dietrich asks what that is. A dark aura manifests, the word revenge emblazoned within its shadowy form. Her face contorted in a crazed expression. The woman's hand is covered in blood. The words, "I'm going to take revenge," appear in a dark aura above a figure sitting on a dragon statue. A dark aura proclaims vengeance on her parents and the Beckerman family. The aura speaks of torture and a severed arm, the figure chained and bloodied. Dietrich stands beside her as she declares that Thanos has one more competitor now. The pair stand close, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Looking up, the demigod asks if it will be hard for her to do that. Dietrich replies that it's more like she has to hurry up, his expression serious. He explains that her revenge targets might pass on from this world before she gets her revenge, prompting a soft "ah" from her. The woman with dark green hair wonders what she should live for if that happens, her gaze downcast. He gazes upward, a thoughtful expression on his face, as if considering a difficult question. The young man smiles, suggesting a sense of optimism or perhaps a touch of mischievousness. He says to consider things when they really happen. The white-haired character looks off to the side, a slight blush on their cheeks. They seem to be agreeing with something, though with a hint of uncertainty. Dietrich Hermann sits on the steps with the blonde woman, Charlotte. He wonders where Thanos and Charlotte went. The group is excited, with one character on another's shoulders. They're talking about going to the academy. Shell is asleep at 7 a.m., clutching a stuffed animal. Someone asks if they were sleeping at that time. The imposing academy looms in the background. The text says that you can learn more than just fighting at the academy, which is why they went there. The white-haired character asks Jack Valentier if they teach different things from him, boss. Jack guesses she learned to call him boss because Charlotte does it. A hammer, sword, and shield float in space. The text says that things like building relationships with others are important. People are holding hands. The text says that communicating with others are things that can't be learned here. Since people from all over the country are gathered at the academy, you'll be able to widen your mindset and knowledge as you talk to various people. The blonde-haired girl has swirly eyes and is biting a quill. She says she'd like to send you there if she could. He sits with Dietrich, who seems to be struggling with something. Jack tells her that he doesn't think she's ready yet, but it is unclear what he is referring to. Dietrich says that there is no special reason for her to stress. Elsewhere, a man smiles sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, as if he knows something the others do not. Suddenly, Dietrich screams, her face contorted in terror as something unseen terrifies her. The sound echoes, a sharp cry of fear and pain. Dietrich tumbles backwards down the stairs, losing her balance. Jack, reacting instantly, reaches out to try and catch her, shouting in alarm as she falls. Water splashes, the sound reverberating through the air as Dietrich falls into the pool below. The surface ripples, disturbed by her sudden impact. Close up on Dietrich's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her expression is a mix of fear and confusion, her eyes wide with shock. Jack asks why she did that, his voice laced with concern. Dietrich apologizes, explaining that she was just looking so serious, her tone filled with remorse. Jack reassures her, telling her that she doesn't need to let anything tie her down, that the past is already in the past. He gently takes her hand, offering comfort and support. A voice echoes from the water, addressing someone as boss, and questioning if they are not tied down by their past. The words hang in the air, a subtle challenge. A close-up of Dietrich's eye reflects Jack's image, small and distant. Thought bubble questions if she is really just asking, hinting at a deeper meaning behind her words. The scene shifts to a serene garden, bathed in sunlight. A voice declares, "I'm me, and you're you. You're much younger than I am," suggesting a conversation about identity and experience. The camera pans up to reveal a grand building, birds soaring freely in the sky. The words "a free life" appear, suggesting a theme of liberation and new beginnings. A young boy sits on the steps with a girl, telling her to let him know if she ever wants to attend the academy, though he notes she is still a child. Elsewhere, a man in a chef's hat knocks on a door, asking if his sir is present. A man with brown hair states that someone has a visitor, wondering who it could be. He lies prone, sighing with relief. The assembled branch manager of the Alaves Guild stands with his hand on his hip. The man with brown hair wonders if he is still alive, looking at a chibi figure lying on the floor. Meanwhile, the exterior of a grand building is shown, complete with a large, ornate window. The blond man sits up, looking weary as he rests his head on his hand. A close-up shows legs and a hand on a patterned, glowing floor. Two men sit on the floor, one stating he brought the other his money, and the other responding that he managed to find the other half in a day. A hand places a sealed letter on a table, stating, "Yes, here it is." The man with brown hair hands the letter to Dietrich Herman. The envelope contains checks from the Continental Finance Manor, each promising a substantial sum. These checks, Dietrich realizes, can be exchanged for gold on the spot if submitted to the right people. 3. The young lord counts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had been told there was 500,000 gold, but there are 5 100,000 gold checks. And one 5,000 gold check, he notes, distinct from the others. Meanwhile, Dietrich asks the assembled branch manager what the 5,000 gold check is for. The manager explains that it is half of the money he has access to. The assembled branch manager states that he has a few questions. The manager offers another check if Dietrich answers them. 5,000 gold, Dietrich thinks, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and apprehension. He states that he won't answer any questions about his personal life. A figure lies prone, unmoving, as if in a deep slumber. One of the seated figures asks what the other wants to know, and the other responds, inquiring about the Penninel mercenary group. A question hangs in the air, stained with the color of spilled blood. Did you kill them all? The man with brown hair asks if he is being accused of murder. The man with brown hair wonders if someone else is trying to find out who is behind the death. The blond man wonders if someone else is behind their death, or if he killed them himself. A voice declares that they killed them, made sure that no one can ever find their corpses, and erased them from the world completely. The man with brown hair realizes that the master is the one who killed them, and wonders what this could be. A crown and sword rest side by side. The figure asks why the Tulkun Empire is being brought up. How could he possibly be related to them? He wondered. It was interesting, though. The Tulkun Empire? Huh? One man sits, cloaked in green, as another stands over him. He declares it's his turn to ask a question. A surge of power erupts around Jack Valantier, energy crackling in the air. The force sends him flying backwards, engulfed in a torrent of blue light. He raises a hand to shield his eyes, the blue energy intensifying around him. Annoyance colors his tone as he questions if someone is trying to get information from him, stating he's fine with that. Submerged in what appears to be water, a figure reaches out to another, who seems to be obeying an order to retrieve money. The blue energy swirls around a character's legs, the figure declaring they like all of it. He sits, the blue energy still swirling, as he thinks about the Tulkun Empire. Elsewhere, an envelope sits amidst stacks of currency, promising an additional bonus of 5,000 gold. The gathered money, though not a small amount, is likely all that could be gathered, having been rushed overnight. He sits on the ground, looking up at Jack Valantier, who stands over him. Jack mentions the Tulkun Empire. Jack's hand is outstretched, as if he's about to offer assistance, but his expression suggests otherwise. A close-up reveals the intensity in Jack's eyes, a hint of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. Jack smiles, his expression unsettling as he asks if Dietrich is looking for someone new to stand behind. With a sickening crunch, Jack's foot comes down hard, crushing a hand beneath his heel. Jack stands on the stairs, his foot planted firmly on Dietrich, who writhes in pain beneath him. He asks if this is what Dietrich was hoping for. Jack's expression is one of cruel amusement as he states that he knows Dietrich is familiar with how to survive in the world. The foot presses down harder, the unseen figure declaring that Dietrich is mistaken about something. Jack Valentier's foot grinds into Dietrich's face, making his intentions clear. No one is behind him. A child with green hair stares ahead, relaying a message. Someone told him that Dietrich would die soon. Dietrich lies on the ground, bloodied and broken, as a voice declares that someone will kill him. A hand rests on Dietrich's shoulder, the figure stating that they have no intention of doing so. The child cradles Dietrich in his arms, the boy's expression unreadable as he states that Dietrich did everything he asked. A man looks down, his brow furrowed with concern as he asks if the other person feels it too. Dietrich's eyes widen in alarm, his hand raised to his chest as he realizes he has found out something he was not supposed to. A dark figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, their intentions unknown. Another silhouette looms, its features obscured by shadow, but its gaze intense. A voice muses that it is still surprising that Dietrich found out about the Tulkun bastards, who were by no means sloppy. The man sits beside Dietrich, his expression unreadable as he clasps his hands together. The man smiles, telling Dietrich that he likes his skills. Dietrich, looking up, asks the man to pardon him, his expression confused. The man stands, bathed in a strange light, declaring that he will become that person Dietrich can stand behind. Vampire Jack Stewart's face is shown, his expression sinister as he says that if Dietrich asks him to help, he will do so, even if Dietrich dies. A shadowy figure looms over a body, offering to turn him into a death knight and give him the chance to seek revenge. He seems taken aback by the offer, but the dark-haired boy smiles, assuring him that he will explain the details later. Jack Stewart leans in, his finger gently touching Dietrich's face as he emphasizes the importance of Dietrich's usefulness. A voice echoes, recalling a time when a master declared that a normal life was not in the cards. Amidst a fiery landscape, a cloaked figure acknowledges this predetermined fate with grim acceptance. Charlotte stands over a fallen man, sword in hand, admitting she never intended a normal life anyway. The pieces are set, and Shell is among them. A voice declares an intention to shape them into important figures of the future. Avero looks up, a question hanging in the air. Could he also become one of those important pieces? Vampire Jack Stewart smiles, fangs bared, and asks a simple question. Me? Dietrich is embarrassed to admit it himself, urging Jack Stewart to see it for himself. Jack Stewart's eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over his face as he takes in the scene. The vampire grabs Dietrich's face, asking if he likes fishing, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Charlotte sits quietly, holding a doll with green hair, confirming that she likes fishing. The Alaves Guild stood beneath a bright sky, a place for true fishing that wasn't boring. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the interior of the guild. A blonde woman in a green uniform looked up, startled. An unknown voice noted her serious expression. The scarred man with white hair was informed that the branch manager sought him out and was told to go find him. His violet eyes widened slightly as he considered the news. The branch manager? Down a hallway lined with wanted posters, someone wondered what the manager wanted, hoping it wasn't too troublesome. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, a stark contrast to the smiling individual beside the title. The words legendary youngest son of the Marquis House are emblazoned across the page. Elsewhere, the Alaves Guild stands tall against the backdrop of a bright blue sky. Footsteps echo on the stone floor, the sound reverberating through the halls. A floating jewel glitters, accompanied by the assertion that the branch manager is definitely competent. Stacks of books sit on a table, a testament to someone who is exceptionally smart and has very good qualities. A man with white hair wonders aloud if something has happened, noting that someone is working overtime. A hand grips a door handle, the sound of knocking preceding the invitation to come in. One man sits pensively as another stands in the doorway, questioning what was just said about the Tulkun Empire. A woman with white hair clutches a doll, exclaiming in surprise at something she has witnessed. A close-up reveals a face with red eyes, the figure whispering, "What have I done?" He sits on the couch, eyes wide with fear, begging for forgiveness. His voice cracks as he pleads to be forgotten. The white-haired man stands tall, towering over the seated blonde man. He questions the nature of their current predicament, stating that they are not a normal adventurers guild. A close-up reveals hand holding something small and indistinct. The organization is backed by the Tulkun Empire, a powerful entity. A vase of purple flowers sits in a room. The dukes, members of the imperial family, are dismissed as meaningless. His face contorted in anguish, the man's breathing becomes ragged. He is clearly in distress, overwhelmed by the situation. The blonde man leans forward, pressing for information. He demands to know everything the other man knows, specifically asking who is behind him. A surreal image of purple flowers and crossed sword appears. Questions arise about the annihilation of the Pentinal Guild and the pursuit of forbidden drugs. Tears well in his eyes, the man's expression a mix of fear and resignation. He seems to have lost all hope. The kneeling man reveals that Duke Assemble and Duke Malone gave him the orders. He insists he was only doing as he was told. The blonde man, Dietrich Hermann, states a name, Taliso. The white-haired man confirms with a yes, sir, indicating a clear hierarchy. Dietrich Hermann slumps back, requesting a letter be sent to the higher-ups. The white-haired man agrees to carry out the order. The white-haired man, Taliso, expresses concern about the dukes. He believes they are up to something and wonders what is wrong with Dietrich Hermann. A hand clenches tightly, the question hanging in the air, how are the dukes involved? Frustration boils over, a fist slamming down with explosive force. You fool! The voice booms, laced with urgency. This is no time to be monitoring. The man with the white hair demands an explanation. his face etched with worry. Baldung, monitoring. A white bird flies, carrying the weight of a failed request to take in Dietrich. Dietrich Hermann's face is etched with concern, his brow furrowed as he asks, "Any idea at all?" The white-haired man stammers, feigning ignorance. The woman with green hair tells him to stop acting innocent. The higher-ups are involved, and the Tulkun Empire never intended to kill Dietrich, who was merely a puppet. A figure in a dark coat stands silhouetted, pondering why Dietrich was killed and how the Duke family got involved. The grim truth is revealed. As a result, Dietrich died, his hands stained with blood. In simple terms, the Duke family is preparing to go against the Tulkun Empire and maybe even the kingdom. A man is tied up. Right now, this situation is already taking place. The woman with green hair says, her face etched with worry. Hands clasped tightly, an apology hangs in the air. He expresses regret for the deception. Taliso declares that he received separate orders. He is tasked to eliminate anyone who betrays the Tulkun Empire. The white-haired man rests a hand on Dietrich Hermann's shoulder. He suggests that the young lord probably received the same orders. A chandelier hangs above, its many lights casting a dim glow. A thought lingers unfinished. The chandelier looms closer, as a chilling directive is revealed. Get rid of me if I get in the way of the Tulkun Empire. Taliso clutches his head, a visible struggle within. He questions why he's saying these things. A set of scales sits silently, a symbol of balance and judgment. The air is thick with unspoken tension. The branch manager's face contorts with inner turmoil. He hesitates, struggling to find the right words. A sinister smile spreads across Taliso's face. He reveals his true feelings, having expected this of the branch manager. Dietrich Hermann, bound and helpless, looks up at Taliso. He asks if he can leave now, his voice laced with fear. Footsteps approach, heavy and deliberate. The sound echoes in a tense atmosphere. A scream pierces the air as a boot stomps down. Violence erupts, shattering the fragile peace. A pained scream echoes, the unseen figure shouting in agony. A voice demands to know if they should be sold off as a slave. The vampire Jack Stewart, fangs bared, orders someone to shut their mouth and stay down, his expression menacing. Tears stream down a young man's face as he apologizes, his expression filled with remorse and regret. A small, stylized figure with green hair looks on with wide, concerned eyes, sweat droplets floating above its head. Jack Stewart holds a young man, who asks why he is being told this now and what the vampire wants from him. With his eyes closed, the young man states that the other person is just saying whatever they want now. Sitting on a couch, the young man questions who the other person is, noting that they were monitoring him but don't know who he is. A close-up reveals wide, shocked eyes, the character realizing that the other person is likely known as the secret corp of the Malone family. An exposition panel explains that mana users are categorized into swordsmen or mages, as a wizard and knight stand in the background. Another exposition panel describes people who specialize in assassinations, like Benamon of the Penal Guild, and to use something like a dagger. The world refers to such people as either assassins or cleaners, as a sword is displayed on a stand with candles. Noble families will have private soldiers like normal swordsmen or mages, as a group of figures stand in the background. Figures cloaked in shadow stand in silent anticipation, their purpose yet unknown. Elsewhere, the man with blonde hair sits, his expression thoughtful. He wonders if one of the perpetrators is Duke Malone. The man with long white hair speaks, stating he had his suspicions and was spot on. Taliso's expression is unreadable as he stares off to the right. The man with long white hair's eyes widen in surprise, his mouth agape. Hands are bound tightly with coarse rope, the captive's fate uncertain. The rough fibers of the rope twist and strain, a symbol of confinement and struggle. The man with brown hair stands, contemplating a career change. Perhaps acting is in his future. A young actor is mentioned, one whose specialty is to cry out real tears. The man with brown hair smiles, his expression suggesting something sinister is on his mind. Someone is referred to as a fucker from the Malone family. An hour prior, a figure stands before a grand, domed structure, contemplating their next move. The figure decides to think about the situation. The speaker plummets from above, noting that the Alaves Guild is not small. They wonder who would look after the largest branch after the guild's capital. Two figures sit on the stairs, one questioning if they will be assassinated by common bastards. The other figure dismisses the idea, stating, "I don't think so." The figure dismisses the previous statement, questioning the accuracy of the information about killing them. The figure tells the other to forget about that. One of the figures states that it's not information, but a gut feeling. The other figure is looking at him. The figure states that it's a gut feeling that's accurate more than 99% of the time. The figure is looking forward. A dark image appears with the words, "You will die," written on it. The figure sits on the ground, stating that no one told him, but he figured out that the guild was the Tulkun Empire's puppet. The figure is now looking for a new rope to hold on to. Even if he figured it out, it doesn't say anything. The figure asks if the other has seen the guild master before, and the other responds no. He explains that there was a reason why the guild master called himself a tool. Dietrich notes that he is a branch manager, but he has never seen the guild master before. The other person states that this is obvious, prompting Dietrich to ask what he means. The other person says that the guild acknowledges Dietrich's skill, but doesn't have any intention to show himself to him while using him. The other person asks if Dietrich is happy that his skills were acknowledged by the Tolkien Empire, but Dietrich wonders if he truly is. The other person asks why they didn't try to win Dietrich over, or at least tell him something, adding that this is what Dietrich was thinking. The other person asks what led to today's outcome, but Dietrich remains silent. The other person states that the guild doesn't trust Dietrich. The other person says that there's a high chance that the higher-ups are planning to fill the guild with their network, and they probably think of Dietrich as a substitute who's the branch manager. The other person says that Dietrich is currently making his own moves secretly, but there's someone within the guild who is observing him. The other person asks how they will fill the empty spot of branch manager if they kill Dietrich. Dietrich thinks that maybe the one who will take over that position is already. The other person says that they wouldn't just use any average guy. The words spoken suggest that someone is an underling, skilled and agile, hiding their intentions well. The chess pieces stand on the board, as the text implies that this person might even be someone close by. A crowd of people is shown, as the text suggests someone skilled and hard to read, someone affiliated with the Alaves Guild. He rests his finger on his chin, lost in thought, as he considers the possibilities before him. Dietrich's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "Ah, there is," he murmurs. The words spoken describe a man with silver hair and scars all over his body, who entered the guild several months ago. Dietrich stands with another man, listening intently to what is being said, his expression thoughtful. The words spoken are, "Come think of it, when I first met you." Meanwhile, Dietrich descends the stairs with a woman dark green hair, their footsteps echoing in the grand hall. A young man with brown hair declares, "I'll be passing through." His expression is determined. The young man stands beside a woman with white hair, who says, "I definitely got a strange feeling from him." His facial expressions were exaggerated, and his footsteps were quiet and quick. The white-haired woman's braid glows with power. And that guy, he's at least a seventh circle. Taliso stands near a window, listening to someone speaking off-panel. The speaker thinks he is a little suspicious. Dietrich's skill in gathering information is considered amazing by someone off-panel. Two men converse, one noting that Dietrich does stupid things sometimes and has a foolish expression, but seems somewhat awkward. Dietrich smirks, thinking that someone thought he was a spy planted by another guild or noble. Dietrich sits, a small sound effect indicating a sigh or a shift in position. Someone says, "Then let's go," adding that it will be quicker to hear it from him, as a building is shown in the background. A chandelier hangs in a room, as someone states, "So that's what happened." The white-haired woman is asked if something will be okay, and she responds that it's fine, so just don't. Someone states they were bored, so this is quite entertaining, as footsteps are heard. A close-up of a face reveals someone saying, "It was boring that you spilled right away, though." Dietrich smirks, saying that one of those people is Duke Malone, and that there's so many people he needs to slice up. Dietrich smiles, asking why, and if that pissed someone off. A fist clenches, knuckles white with rage, as a challenge is issued. Energy crackles around a figure, their eyes burning with power, fueled by the insult. Dietrich stands casually, one hand on his hip, as arcs of energy dance around him. A voice comments on the situation, dismissing the opponent as a funny guy and a seventh circle. The white-haired woman demands to know why they are standing around, her expression fierce. Dietrich smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes, as he asks if they want him to attack. The white-haired woman is struck, crying out in pain as she is sent flying backwards. Energy crackles from a hand, the source of the attack now clear. Dietrich holds a sword to someone's neck, his expression cold and calculating. A close-up reveals Dietrich's menacing smile, his eyes filled with dark intent. The sword swings down with deadly force, ready to strike. Dietrich stands over a fallen figure, the battle seemingly concluded. He stands over the white-haired woman, blade raised high, ready to strike. Taliso and the woman with dark green hair watch the scene unfold. Dietrich's face is illuminated by a sinister grin. He declares that he has been looking forward to this, since she is an assassin. The young lord's eyes narrow, his expression intense. He urges his opponent to put all of their effort into the fight. Energy crackles around Dietrich's hands as he prepares his next attack. He questions if she can even kill an ant at this rate. Dietrich, kneeling on the floor, looks up at the white-haired woman, who holds a red blade and demands to know who he is. The woman with white hair states that she is asking out of courtesy, her expression cold and unforgiving. Dietrich asks if she would believe him if he replied, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance. The woman with white hair is clearly not interested in conversation, declaring that he is saying bullshit in this situation. With a snarl, the woman lunges forward, the red blade aimed directly at Dietrich. The woman's hand clamps down on Dietrich's wrist, stopping his escape. The woman with white hair shouts, her face contorted with rage as she prepares to strike. The woman grabs Dietrich by the neck, her grip tightening. The woman with white hair taunts Dietrich, commenting on his nervous expression as she prepares to inflict further harm. Dietrich grits his teeth, the force of the blow still reverberating. She lands another punch, declaring him a bastard as the force of the blow sends him reeling. Dietrich, summoning his power, challenges her to do her best as a blue aura emanates from his hands. But before he can act, a powerful blow lands, sending him flying. Crashing to the ground, Dietrich looks up, stunned by the force of the attack. His feet slide uselessly against the floor as he tries to regain his footing. The white-haired girl, now draped in a green shawl, wonders how he managed to get there. Her eyes widen in alarm, realizing the situation is far more dangerous than she anticipated. She grits her teeth, knowing she needs to hurry and block the incoming attack. A blow connects, and she cries out as she is struck with immense force. Her hand, now stained with blood, clutches at the green shawl. A man with purple hair looks down, his expression unreadable as he touches his hand. Another man with brown hair smiles widely, his eyes closed in apparent delight. "Gosh," he says. A voice echoes from nearby foliage, declaring, "You're like a cockroach." The white-haired girl gently touches the face of the child with green hair, her expression soft. Dietrich Hermann looks up, a surprised expression on his face. He says. Dietrich points accusingly at the man with brown hair. "Wait about that. Why did you kill him?" he demands. Dietrich's eyes widen in shock. "Oh no," he whispers as a voice asks. "What about the information?" A voice emanates from a nearby plant, stating simply, "Avero." The white-haired girl sits, holding the child with green hair. Dietrich stands before them, asking, "Why yes?" He continues, "I'll tell you something." The child with green hair is being held. A voice says, "The person doesn't need to be alive in order for you to extract information." The man with brown hair speaks to the child with green hair. "Are you perhaps planning to create a Death Knight?" he asks. The child replies, "You saw through me right away." "That's right." A man lies on the ground, seemingly injured. A voice says, "Oh, well, then what you did is justified." A hand hovers, suffused with purple light, above the fallen figure. The white-haired figure lies prone, arcane energy crackling around them. Darkness shrouds the scene, obscuring details of the ritual. The figure's face is marred by blood and strange, glowing marks. The words echo, "Vindictive Night." The woman stands before a stained glass window, the text explaining that this is magic that revives the corpse, a trademark spell of dark magicians. A small, witch-like figure is surrounded by magical symbols, the text stating that this is the first spell one learns when introduced to dark magic. The diagram details the requirements. To revive a 7-circle mana user as a Death Knight, the caster must also be at least a 7-circle. The white-haired woman embraces another, declaring that the rules don't apply to her, as she controls high-ranking souls instead of mana. Someone expresses their disgust, finding the situation, gross. The group wonders if they have any neck braces. Meanwhile, another person rummages through a drawer, suggesting they should have some bandages. In this world, Death Knights escape death, becoming corpses that live forever. But since they're corpses, they decompose as time passes, so you need to reap what you can before it rots. Dietrich speaks first, urging the white-haired girl to tell him everything she knows. The white-haired girl reveals that the Malone Duchy has been in alliance with the guild for a long time. A magical circle glows around her hand as she is compelled to keep talking. The white-haired girl continues, stating that she found out while guarding Duke Malone. She explains that Duke Malone is one of the members of the committee and his current rank is estimated to be 4th. The white-haired girl states that no one besides Duke Malone knows about that. Dietrich believes that someone should know about this, but he didn't ask her to tell him unnecessary things. Dietrich thinks that with how certain she is, it seems like Duke Malone really is 4th, and it's not easy to talk while trying to restrict yourself. The white-haired girl says no, and that she thinks the white-haired girl thinks that Duke Malone promised her the position of the. She listens as someone declares himself the vice commander of the Dark Knights and the branch manager of the assembled branch. Someone has accepted the Duke's offer, kneeling before him in what appears to be a formal agreement. A young man, surrounded by arcane symbols, grins knowingly. He asks what order he was given. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone reflects on what they needed to do, their thoughts lingering on what comes first. A child, eyes wide with excitement, triumphantly declares that they have found it, snapping a picture with their phone. Dietrich Hermann stands before Taliso, a glowing orb of energy forming in his outstretched hand, the air crackling with power as he declares this is what he needed to do. The plan begins with the elimination of anyone who could potentially harm Tolkien or Duke Malone. The second step involves monitoring Avero, the current branch leader, to ensure their continued loyalty. The man considers the situation, knowing he is to assassinate Avero the moment he looks like he's having second thoughts. The third part of the plan involves fabricating and spreading information about the Tolkien Empire, while any information that's not fabricated will be sent to Duke Malone. Dietrich continues to channel his power, the air around him shimmering with magical energy. The magic coalesces around a heart, encasing it in a web of glowing energy. The text declares this is one dark cradle. A chibi figure announces that it is done. Taliso's eyes glow with an unnatural light, his face contorted in what appears to be pain. Dietrich Hermann smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he listens intently. He urges the speaker to continue, clearly enjoying the conversation. The young lord of the Malone family lives a frivolous life, enjoying the company of women. He fools around with a white-haired woman, who seems to be the object of his affection. The white-haired woman looks surprised, a small creature perched atop her head. It's fortunate someone was sent ahead, anticipating this very situation. The young patriarch has numerous lovers, and the other preference of the duke's wife could look strange, but it's actually normal. The original objective of black magic is usually to take control of the target's mind or soul. The white-haired woman is shown in distress. The figures are suspended in a strange space. The text says to destroy them or restrain them. The white-haired woman is held by a blonde-haired man. The current Taliso is shown from the back, his long, braided white hair cascading down his shoulders. He appears to be in distress. He is completely different from the one that tried to kill me 5 minutes ago. His soul has been restrained, according to the text. A hand holds a glowing blue orb, radiating power. The text states that he has acknowledged the holder as his master completely. Dietrich Hermann sits, a knowing smile on his face. The Adventurers Guild is being operated by the group known as the Committee. The Committee is being supported by the Tulkun Empire. The image shows a low angle of stone structures against a red sky. Nobody other than the members of the Committee knows each other. The image shows cloaked figures standing together. He contemplates the Tezlon Committee, musing that it's likely a branch of a larger organization with multiple committees across various countries. The information continues, revealing that Malone is ranked 4th within the organization, implying 3 individuals hold higher positions. Dietrich stands beside Taliso, remarking that the quality of the information isn't as good as he had expected, and asks for Taliso's agreement. Dietrich looks at Taliso, wondering why he isn't saying anything, his expression questioning and slightly concerned. Dietrich's eyes widen, his face etched with shock as he stares at something unseen. A close-up reveals the fine details of Dietrich's green cloak, the fabric smooth and well-maintained. Taliso sits, his expression intense, as he declares that he told Dietrich so, urging him to see for himself what kind of person he truly is before making a decision. Taliso continues, questioning if he should be considered reliable after all that Dietrich has seen, or if he is still weighing his options. A hand clenches tightly into a fist, knuckles white with strain. Dietrich looks down, his expression unreadable, but a sense of resignation hangs in the air. Dietrich kneels before Taliso, his head bowed in submission as he asks to be allowed to serve him. Taliso's face is partially visible, his expression cold and commanding as he hears Dietrich's plea. The young lord kneels before him, offering complete obedience. Dietrich states he will follow any order given. Elsewhere, the white-haired girl's eyes gleam with an unnatural, golden light. She sits perched on the edge of surface, her expression unreadable. A voice declares that he doesn't intend to recruit those who blindly follow orders. The statement hangs in the air, prompting confusion. Dietrich, hand to his chest, seems to be asking what was done. Taliso, looking away, admits he has begun to seek a new master, repeating a familiar pattern. He stands beside the white-haired girl, explaining that his plans for Dietrich are not so different from the Adventurers Guild. At a table, 2 figures dine. One is Dietrich, the other is unknown. The unknown figure states that Dietrich has always been. Taliso reflects on Dietrich's curiosity about his true nature, a curiosity he found annoying and avoided addressing. Dietrich, looking down, asks if he is wrong, his expression a mix of uncertainty and hope. A close-up reveals a mouth with sharp teeth, hinting at a predatory nature. The white-haired girl sits, as Dietrich kneels before her. She tells him that he is probably correct. The speaker claims to have experienced events in the future. The current Tulkun Empire is described as being ill, a crown resting below the text. It is said that someone will die in 4 years as their illness worsens. A building stands tall in the background, with a green potion floating above. The scene fades into a bright, indistinct background, hinting at a transition or a shift in perspective. The fight for the throne is about to get serious. A scepter adorned with roses stands prominently in the image. Shortly after, the hardliners will claim victory. The current crown prince will become the emperor, and the continent war will start, according to the text. The speaker admits they don't know the full details of what has happened. The background a swirling mix of purple and white. In Tezlon, so far, something is known, though the details remain unsaid. The background is a dark, velvety blue. The speaker reveals that their sister died a tragic death, and the kingdom fell. A hand rests limply against a backdrop of destruction. The speaker concludes, stating that's all they know, the background filled with fiery destruction. Truth be told, the speaker was just disinterested in it all, and that continues to remain the same. The scene set in a grand hall. A man kneels, his head bowed in what appears to be despair or exhaustion, his face obscured from view. In a chibi style, one character asks, "How old are you?" The other responds with a confused, "Pardon? I'm." He throws his head back in laughter, finding the other man's age amusing. He remarks that Dietrich still has a lot of time. Dietrich Hermann, seated and composed, is asked if he is a lover or married. He responds simply, stating that he is neither. The young lord is then asked about his long-term goals. With a slight downward glance, he states his desire is to live for a long time. The other man, sitting on a ledge, leans forward, his expression questioning. He asks, with a hint of disbelief, "Happily?" Jack Valantier, now seated, crosses his arms, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He wonders why he is being asked these questions, stating that this is his interview. A grandfather clock looms in the background as the conversation takes a turn. The question hangs in the air. Have you heard of regression? The disembodied voice speaks of knowledge passed down orally for generations, hinting at ancient and perhaps dangerous secrets. Two figures stand close, one in green and one in light blue. The figure in light blue responds that he has heard of it. A single tear traces a path down Dietrich's cheek, betraying a depth of emotion hidden beneath his composed exterior. A hand clenches, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes. The unseen speaker declares that this will make things quick. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration. I'm a regressor. Jack Valantier stares at Dietrich, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief at the sudden revelation. He pauses, as if considering his next words, prompting a questioning look from Jack. The young lord seems to be preparing to reveal something significant. A slight smile plays on his lips as Dietrich declares that the explanation is about to begin. The air thickens with anticipation. Against a backdrop of a bright sky, Dietrich promises to make an exception. He will reveal what the future holds, a tantalizing offer hanging in the air. A lone candle burns atop a table cluttered with books, illuminating the question, where should one begin? A single word hangs in the air, above a body lying in a pool of blood. The figure, with long flowing hair, declares that they killed everyone who used the name Tolkien. A monstrous dragon looms, as the unseen speaker claims to have killed all the dragons as well. One of the figures mentions that everything in the forest of monsters died, excluding the orcs and harpies, which got on their nerves. One of the figures states that they gave them their freedom by killing all the dragons. But those who became free, regardless of whether they were young or old, they joined hands with Tolkien and pointed their weapons at the speaker. A close-up of a face, filled with intensity and perhaps a hint of madness. Mud-caked legs stand firm, the journey far from over. The room is stained with dark splatters, a testament to violence. A voice echoes, claiming the killings were due to a ridiculous situation. A hulking figure stands amidst winged beings, their lives spared. The speaker admits to sparing the lives of the orcs and harpies. The reason for the sparing, the speaker continues, was because they provided help. The scene is dark, littered with bodies. A close-up reveals a delicate pink flower, a stark contrast to the previous carnage. The speaker's thoughts remain unspoken. The flower sits in a vase, a symbol of life amidst death. A voice declares that a lot will die in the future. A swirling pattern of red and white serves as a backdrop to the speaker's reflection. He recalls being given a lot of nicknames. Jack Valantier, cloaked in green, appears startled, his eyes wide with a hint of fear. He murmurs a soft, "So?" A close-up reveals a sinister smile playing on Jack's lips. He thinks to himself, just as I expected. Jack throws his head back, a manic laugh escaping his own mouth. His expression is one of unhinged glee. A text box reveals the speaker's claim that he reduced the population of the Western continent by more than half. He admits he doesn't know the exact numbers. Jack, his expression now somber, states he doesn't intend to tell him any more than he already has. He seems to be holding back. He looks towards someone out of frame, revealing a sliver of a white dress. Jack admits he doesn't want Master to hate him too. The green-haired child is told that this information is just for them to know. If they decide to leave for another place, they'll be allowed to do so. A man with silver hair kneels, a green shawl draped over his shoulders. His expression is unreadable as he looks down. One man, seated, declares he won't chase after the other or kill him. The standing man wonders aloud what would happen if he spread rumors about him. The blond man, looking upward, says all right. He thinks to himself that he's told him about his. The man with the blonde hair thinks this should be the first time he's faced such a situation. He keeps his secret. A man with dark hair smiles, asking what rumor. He claims he never did anything this time, his expression suggesting otherwise. The scene shifts to a nondescript wall, the silence heavy with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, blood splatters across a tiled floor, hinting at violence unseen. A disembodied voice declares that this man is different from everyone else they've ever met. A man with red hair and glowing eyes sits with his arms crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips. It is said that he's the type where common sense doesn't work on, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. The assassin group of Duke Malone is revealed, including the vice captain, described as a 7 circle, In other words, a strong person. The vampire, fangs bared, appears enraged by the prophecy, to be killed by a young boy with a small body. With ease, a pair of hands snaps a twig in two, as if it were nothing at all. The twig splinters, the clean break illustrating the ease with which the unseen figure accomplished the task. Bathed in ethereal light, Vampire Jack Stewart is revived, though the circumstances remain unclear. An ancient, chained book lies open, its pages filled with arcane script. The text speaks of events foretold in old documents. A woman in red stands before an hourglass, a symbol of regression and knowledge of the future, hinting at manipulation of time itself. The shattered remains of Tolkien are displayed, suggesting a devastating event has occurred, leaving only fragments behind. Despite the evidence, someone voices their unease, sensing deception beneath the surface of what they've been told. A blonde-haired man, sweat beading on his brow, declares that something is his instinct, perhaps a premonition or a gut feeling. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with tension, suggesting resolve or suppressed anger. Two figures are kneeling, one stating that this person will become a king, hinting at destiny and future power. Hands rest on the ground, perhaps in supplication or exhaustion, the posture suggesting vulnerability and surrender. He lies prone on the floor, the back of his head visible. A dark-haired man kneels, pressing his lips to the sole of Jack Valentier's foot. The man below offers himself in servitude, awaiting instruction. Please give me your orders. I'll serve you. Dietrich Hermann sits perched on a desk, one leg dangling free as he looks down at the man on the floor. Dietrich smirks, amused by the display. He thinks to himself that there's no need for Jack to act this way, and that it's getting embarrassing. With a wide grin, Dietrich Hermann playfully slaps Jack on the head, eliciting a pained ouch from the blonde man. Dietrich's smile widens as he agrees to the situation. All right. A hand reaches down, offering assistance. Get up. Let's go together. Dietrich helps Jack to his feet, and the blonde man asks how he should address him from now on. Jack is told to use whatever he's comfortable with. He bows his head slightly, stating that in that case, he will call him young master and my lord. Dietrich explains that he'll address Jack differently, depending on whether they're in a public or private setting. He thinks to himself that things will get complicated if people witness him calling Jack his lord. Dietrich decides to leave calling Jack your lord for the future, and tells him to just call him young master for now. He is supported by another, who instructs someone to help keep his head up. Dietrich looks pale and unwell, as someone wipes his face, remarking on how gross it is. A subordinate nervously agrees, indicating they should move on. The group decides to share their location first, then move on to other matters. Stacks of documents sit on a table, hinting at the vast amount of information being gathered. A hand holds a document labeled a veru, possibly a key piece of information. The narrative shifts to the sharing of information, focusing on the goal of the forbidden drug business. The focus shifts to monster subjugation, with images of potion bottles glowing with magical energy. A monstrous, spider-like creature is shown, its purpose being the same as hunting dragons. The money earned from the forbidden drug business is estimated to be several millions of gold. The gold Dietrich used to pay for the assassination was obtained for his role as acting as the puppet boss. Someone reads a document, understanding how things were, piecing together the puzzle. A sigh escapes, followed by a harsh assessment. He's utterly worthless. Episode 93 unfolds, revealing a chained dragon. Rumors from 2 years prior spoke of the Thulkin Empire experimenting with dragons. A chibi figure happily declares that he wiped them all out, addressing someone as my lord. Another character smiles, readily agreeing to answer a question. One man asks if the future is changeable. The other listens intently, holding a document. The scene shifts to a close-up of feet and a bottle on a table. A voice wonders if fate is already sealed, knowing what's going to happen in the future. Someone who went back in time reflects on staying in the cave with their master for 10 years. Bare feet step forward. The narration speaks of coming outside. A figure stands before a ruined pyramid, the wind swirling around them. The Thulkin Empire had already united the continent, according to the text. Bones litter the ground. A woman with short brown hair says she looked into it, meaning something specific. Dietrich Hermann states that he only knows the details of what happened after the kingdom declined. The barred window offered a glimpse of the world outside. He mused that he must first grasp the situation. A hand extended, presenting a document for review. Another hand reached out to take it. Dietrich Hermann, seated, looked up, inquiring what it was. He would explain what he had deduced. A finger pointed to a specific area on a map. It was a domestic distribution channel that had been made recently, but this part... Dietrich Hermann listened intently, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He agreed with the assessment. A hand indicated another location on the map, drawing attention to a specific point. The map displayed several highlighted regions. The question arose, who do these regions belong to? A close-up view focused on a cluster of houses and trees within one of the highlighted regions. 3 robed figures discussed the matter. House de Ritt, House Hermann, and House Marlin were certainly involved in this. Dietrich Hermann stood, being asked why he came to that conclusion. There was a sudden surge in potion sales. Two armored figures stood guard. It wasn't like there was a fight over land between nobles, yet there was an increase in potion sales. It was obvious. Dietrich holds up a document, stating that this is proof that a banned drug is being distributed. Someone agrees with Dietrich, their feet planted firmly on the ground. Two types of drugs are currently being distributed, cannabis and another substance. The other substance is called manhwa, a purple liquid contained in a glass vessel. Cannabis is a type of tobacco that was banned because it causes hallucinations, but it has low toxicity and isn't very addictive. Laborers in the country smoked cannabis, finding solace in its hallucinogenic properties. But the real problem was manhwa, a more potent and dangerous substance. Manhwa is simple and easy to make, and it brings intense pleasure to those who consume it. Manhwa makes your skin melt, but potions can cure this side effect. The higher quality the potion, the more effective it is in treating the side effects of manhwa. They make money selling manhwa, hoard all of the potions, then make more money from selling those potions. Jack smiles, seemingly pleased with the information he has gathered. He listens as Dietrich explains that even the lowest estimates of the operation size are in the millions. The map illustrates how the drug network expanded from 3 initial points to encompass other domains. Dietrich Hermann inquires about the timeline, prompting the other man to estimate the scheme began roughly 2 years prior. He finds the information interesting. The pair discuss how banned drugs were distributed to commoners, exploiting their curiosity and silencing them. The commoners, afraid of punishment, scrape together their money to buy potions to alleviate the drug side effects. A sinister smirk spreads across a man's face as he reflects on the wickedness of the scheme. 2 years ago, premium potions in this city cost about 20 gold, but now they cost nearly 40 gold, part of the scheme. A hand places a document, indicating that the distribution of drugs probably began at the royal palace. A man nods, thinking that even if concocting the drugs is easy, it would have been impossible unless the royal palace turned a blind eye. The text reveals that those involved must have already made a ton of money, especially if they've been caught on as well. A woman with a blank expression is shown, with a text indicating that even if the kingdom turned a blind eye, the business is difficult to sustain. The potion bottle is surrounded by eyes, and the text states that nobles who didn't side with the Falcon Empire aren't stupid. He flinches slightly as Dietrich asks if he looked into the mercenary that was used in subjugating monsters in the Forest of Monsters. Though it's true that they're fools, he hasn't yet. The conversation turns to mercenaries and orders that were used in the business. There's a strong suspicion that there's nothing to look into anyway. The mercenaries were probably mobilized to subjugate the monsters, and most of them probably came back dead, leaving little trace. As long as this is related to the Falcon Empire, the implications are far-reaching and dangerous. The symbol looms large, representing the hardline party's funds for civil war, a grim reminder of the stakes involved. Dietrich considers the information, hand to his chin. He thinks Jack is right about the situation, whatever it may be. Even that idiot kept the money that he received, and there's no trace of such a large sum of money moving from Thessalon to Falcon yet. Are they saying that the profit they made with the business may still be in Thessalon? The implications of this question hang heavy in the air. That's right, Jack says, flattered by Dietrich's compliment. He likes Dietrich because he's so smart, a sentiment that brings a smile to his face. The money? The question hangs in the air as they consider the implications of the treasure chest and its potential contents. The most likely location is the royal palace, because the king is involved in this, a revelation that casts a dark shadow over everything. This is where the whole thing gets beyond his area of expertise, but Jack does have a theory, a glimmer of hope in the deepening mystery. The line of succession is being considered, with Duke Marlin noted as fourth in line. But much remains unknown. He is urged to cut to the chase and reveal his theory. Dietrich hesitates, gathering his thoughts before speaking. The second most likely location, according to the theory, is the Marlin Duchy, a town with tall buildings. The speaker expresses uncertainty about this particular aspect of the theory, looking up at the sky. A small, brown dog walks, its tail swishing back and forth. A hand gently pets the dog, which pants softly. To be continued, an older man with a long white beard mentions the academy. Jack Valentier's eyes widen, a silent escaping his lips as he processes some unseen information. Dietrich Hermann points towards the academy in the distance, confirming it as a potential location. He confirms that it is there. The most likely spots, it is said, are the storage room in the royal palace and the Marlin Duchy. Jack considers the academy, admitting to himself that he never would have imagined it as a possibility. Visitors aren't allowed to enter the campus during the semester, so it's clearly a great place to hide something, and better than the other two spots. Dietrich nods, signaling for Jack to continue with his explanation, confirming that it is all right. The assembled duchy bustles with activity, its streets filled with people going about their daily lives. Apart from the king, there are only two people who are of a. They are Duke Assemble and Headmaster Amel. Jack seems to have an epiphany, as Dietrich looks on with his arms crossed. The royal family. The crests of House Marlin and House Assemble are displayed. Two hands reach out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. The disembodied hands reach for a glowing gem, as a voice declares that all the pillars of the kingdom have sided with Thulkin's hardline party. Two figures sit on the ground, one slumped over in despair. It's the only explanation, one says, for why the Thessalon kingdom has become so ruined. A rat stands on its hind legs, as a voice says that someone has joined forces with Thulkin. Meanwhile, from above, the young Lord Dietrich stands with another man, their conversation unheard. Dietrich asks if the other man thinks Headmaster Amel is the one responsible. The other man nods in response to Dietrich's question. Dietrich laughs, stating that he heard the other man was quite close with Headmaster Amel. The other man stammers, saying they merely help each other. Dietrich presses him, asking and a hand places a bottle on a table with a clack, as a voice says, "Let's hear why you think it's Ramel." Two girls sit together, one patting the other on the head. She asks, "Is that so?" A hand pours a dark liquid from a bottle into a wooden barrel. Dietrich Hermann listens intently, his gaze lowered as he considers the implications of what he's hearing. It's already been 7 years since he retired and passed on the title of Duke to his son. Jack Valantier smiles, revealing a hint of fangs. He admits he wasn't very interested in the affairs of the kingdom, so all of this is news to him. Two green bottles stand on a surface. The speaker wonders what would happen if Duke Assemble absorbed all of the headmaster's influence, suggesting Ramel would merely be a symbolic figure. Jack holds up a bottle, questioning why they're drinking such cheap swill. He believes that's the problem. A man with long blonde hair is shown in profile. He is Duke Frederick Assemble, who runs the Assemble Duchy right now, and he isn't incompetent. A figure in red stands before a shadowy figure. Even someone like Duke Assemble couldn't escape Romel's shadow, which is how influential he is. Dietrich shakes a bottle vigorously, his expression suggesting he's about to reveal something important. On top of that, Dietrich's eyes widen in a chibi-style close-up. He reveals that the head of the Magician's Tower has locked himself up to go into training recently. Dietrich holds a bottle and a glass, explaining that the head of the Magician's Tower is the kind of person who would do that. Jack recalls how hilarious he thought it was when the older man told him he wanted to make him his student, adding that he hasn't seen him around these days. Someone heard that he may end up becoming a 10 fourth circle master, as a magic circle glows. If the Thessalon Kingdom's third master also heads the Magician's Tower, he'll become unbelievably powerful. The headmaster's second son is the captain of the Royal Guard, and a 10 fourth circle master as well. A knight stands tall, clad in dark armor, his sword held firmly in his gauntlet. One man hands another a mug, agreeing that they must keep a closer eye on him. A hand pets a small dog with a white collar, noting that it doesn't know about the affairs of the kingdom. The old man holds the dog, noting that he's not doing anything and looks like he escaped the professor's quarters again. The man's expression is thoughtful, wondering what something must mean. The man's eyes are closed as he's probably scheming up something else. A hand adorned with rings is shown, with the text stating that the first possibility is revolt. The young lord looks down at his drink, thinking that sounds a lot different from the future that he knows. The head of the Magician's Tower followed the headmaster for 30 years, according to the text in the panel. Even if they're politically at odds with each other, the current Duke Assemble and the captain of the Royal Guards. The emblem of House Assemble glows with power, a reminder of their influence within the kingdom. Dietrich finds the situation fascinating, considering the possibility of a double agent. He asks what the second possibility could be. The unseen observer confirms that a double agent is a valid possibility, as is the other option. A memory surfaces. Headmaster Ramel, in the future that Jack knows, passed away defending the kingdom against the Thulkin Empire. But Jack admits he doesn't know what happened before that fateful event, the swirling chaos a mystery to him. The possibilities are laid bare. Either he schemed up a rebellion, or he tried to protect the kingdom. Dietrich, unseen by the others, thinks this is going to be fun to watch as he takes a drink. He pauses, a drop of the red liquid clinging to his lip as he lets out a soft "huh." Inside the container, the red liquid swirls, its contents unknown. Maybe, Dietrich muses, he thought of this too lightly, standing before the light. But it would be too embarrassing to admit he was wrong, his expression unreadable. Jack watches him, noting that Dietrich has decided to step away now, saying the name of Bairu. He stands near the table, a mug in hand, as Jack Valantier gestures emphatically. A woman with white hair sits at a nearby table, observing the exchange. A hand pats a shoulder clad in green fabric. The unseen speaker wonders aloud if the other knows the game called whack-a-mole. The speaker's words hang in the air, a promise of action to come. Let's. Two figures are shown, one with sharp fangs and crimson eyes. They speak of those who joined forces with Thulkin. A hand forms a circle, a silent signal. The unseen speaker declares their intention. For ourselves. The story is to be continued. Morning breaks over the assembled duchy, painting the rooftops in the soft glow of dawn. Dietrich Hermann rises with the sun, stretching languidly as he greets the new day. He heads out into the city, the buildings towering over him as he makes his way through the streets. The weather is fantastic, and Dietrich can't help but skip along, a perfect day to go to work. Dietrich pauses, overhearing whispers and rumors carried on the breeze, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. A small crowd gossips, their words painting a scandalous picture of Duchess Marlin and Marquis de Ritt as lovers. A woman shares the juicy tidbit, adding that Duchess Marlin isn't attracted to Duke Marlin at all. The women snicker and giggle, whispering that the Duke leaves the Duchess less than satisfied. What could they mean? Dietrich gasps, the scandalous implications hitting him like a physical blow as he hears the Duke being called a jackrabbit, who only lasts for 40 seconds. Dietrich is aghast, wondering what if there's a war over this. How could they talk about noble houses like that? Elsewhere, Dietrich dashes away, wondering just what in the world is happening to this city. House Marlin is one of the two pillars of the Thessalon kingdom, and it's spread so fast as well. The pillar crumbles. A display of fruit sits in a market stall, glistening under the sun. This rumor is all people are talking about today, Dietrich overhears. Ah, they're members of House Marlin, and they must have come here to investigate the rumor. Look, those must be members of House Marlin, the man says with a chuckle. The Duchess Marlin made love with Marquis de Ritt on March 19th, when he was visiting as an honored guest, right under the Duke sleeping, snoring. I heard that de Ritt described the Duke as short and thin, one whispers. And apparently her Grace laughed and nodded after hearing that. Good heavens, Dietrich thinks, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, a few hours later, at about 4 p.m., at the assembled duchy. Yes. Hello, ma'am. Did you hear the rumor as well? The entire city is talking about it. Yes, it seems so, huh? Someone presents the newspaper, urging another to take a look at the headline. Dietrich rustles the pages, his brow furrowed as he scans the newsprint. The Thessalon Times, the kingdom's most trusted newspaper, lays open, its articles promising truth. The rumor spreading through the assembled duchy is laid bare, though the truth remains elusive. The source of the scandalous rumors is quickly revealed, though House Assemble is not to blame. Dietrich mumbles to himself, realizing the rumors originated from the Adventurers Guild. The young lord is shocked to read that the Alabs Guild is fighting against House Marlin, not House Assemble. Elsewhere, a voice cries out, wondering what in the world is going on in the city. Meanwhile, at the Marlin Manor, the opulent interior reflects the turmoil brewing within its walls. A hand crumples the newspaper, the sound echoing the frustration and anger. With a slam, the newspaper is thrown to the ground, a voice demanding to know who is responsible. The masked man stands over the discarded news, his laughter laced with a sinister edge. The information names Bastian Marlin and indicates he was clearly something. The report continues, noting that Bastian Marlin was surprisingly buff, especially considering his age. But the report also indicates that Bastian Marlin had a weakness, something that could be exploited. That weakness, it turns out, was his low stamina, a critical flaw for a man in his position. Bastian Marlin scoffs at the notion that he can only last 40 seconds, insisting he can endure for at least a full minute. The revelation clearly infuriates him, and he curses under his breath at the implications. The information is suspiciously detailed and specific, noting the date of March 19th, 5 months prior. Bastian Marlin realizes his wife clearly had an affair with Marquis de Ritt on that very day, a betrayal that cuts deep. He recalls locking her up in the manor as soon as he discovered the affair, his anger still palpable. Bastian Marlin realizes that Taliso was the one who reported this information to him, setting off this chain of events. Meanwhile, Taliso kneels, seemingly at that time, perhaps when he delivered the fateful news. Bastian Marlin paces, consumed by panic. He reasons that de Ritt would never reveal the affair, so it must have been Taliso, that punk. He grits his teeth, knuckles white as he clenches his fist. Bastian Marlin is furious. The masked man descends the stairs, responding to his summons. He wonders how anyone dares to bite the hand that feeds them. Before a gathering of hooded figures, the order is given. They are to assemble immediately and bring Taliso to him. The masked man looms over his subordinates, his tone menacing. He instructs them to slice off an arm or two, as long as they can get Taliso to talk. The masked man's eyes gleam with a sinister light. He demands action, and he demands it now. With a burst of speed, the masked man dashes down the hallway, his purple cape billowing behind him. An unseen figure responds to the masked man's command with fervent obedience. The masked man stands in a study, surrounded by books and ornate furniture. He curses under his breath. A woman with fiery red hair and piercing yellow eyes is filled with rage. She is the target of someone's ire. A blonde-haired man is surrounded by flowers and butterflies. He is also the target of someone's anger. Meanwhile, half of the Shushir Order, an elite group to which Shushir Marlin belongs, is on a monster subjugation mission in the forest. A woman with red hair is remembered as an adopted son, one who came from a fallen house. Bastian Marlin stands with his back to the viewer, scars crisscrossing his skin. He is one of the two masters in the kingdom, and the supreme commander of the monster. A man with dark hair and piercing green eyes frowns, thinking about the subjugation troop. He realizes he is missing one of his useful cards, and its void is painfully vast. Apart from that, a creaking sound fills the air as Dietrich Hermann sits in a green chair, draped in a purple cape with a golden chain. Meanwhile, the rumor began at an adventurer's guild. From within the guild, someone wonders if Falcon is trying to take them down. The masked man sits in a chair, a library visible behind him. He chuckles, deciding he must capture Taliso first and hear the full story. Huh! The sound echoes from a fireplace, the flames dancing within the hearth. Things aren't going as planned. The man thinks, his expression troubled. As he thought, the man adjusts his cape, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, under the cloak of night, the town of Assemble slumbers, unaware of the machinations brewing in its shadows. The clock strikes 9, marking the hour for secrets to unfold. Dietrich Hermann stands in a room, his back to a mirror, as vampire Jack Stewart adjusts the green shawl draped over his shoulders. Jack remarks that he looked like he'd been taken hostage, but it was just to fool Taliso. Dietrich, pleased with the arrangement, calls Jack smart, who responds that he is glad Dietrich likes it. The two exchange taps on the arm, a silent agreement passing between them. A chibi figure sits, engrossed in a book, muttering that things soon spun out of control. The figure seems resigned, adding, of course. A close-up reveals vampire Jack Stewart's face, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that this was his plan all along. Dietrich tells Jack that he hasn't received confirmation yet, but guesses that an assassin from House Marlin is on their way. Jack listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Vampire Jack Stewart asks if that's right, and Dietrich responds that he hopes so, smirking. He believes they're competent enough to capture him. A close-up focuses on the top of Dietrich's head, his silver hair neatly styled. He thinks to himself that he must find the money first if he wants to have it. Dietrich's face is shown in a close-up, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. He thinks that there's no need for them to go looking for it. A hand, presumably Dietrich's, points directly forward. He thinks that it'll be easier for it to come to them. A figure with long white hair stands in the shadows, thinking that those who come here to capture him will be turned into death knights and made to search everywhere for them. The plan is set, Dietrich Hermann confirms, standing in a dimly lit room with vampire Jack Stewart. The young lord seems confident in their scheme. Jack admits he didn't realize the Thessalon Times would be involved. Bars cover the window, hinting at the constraints of their current situation. Thessalon Times articles are spread out, proclaiming itself as the most trusted newspaper in the kingdom. The headlines hint at political intrigue. The newspaper supports the king. A hand presents a crown, symbolizing the power and influence the newspaper wields. The king is merely the hardline party's dog. A dog with a crown on its head stands in the spotlight, representing the king's subservient role. Dietrich questions why the hardline party wants to get involved in this war. Something feels off to the young lord, and he makes a face. The party's activities seem too hasty, Jack Stewart thinks. Duke Marlin is affiliated with the committee, so why is a newspaper that supports the king involved? Jack smiles, acknowledging someone's intelligence. He decides he's going to make him his advisor, seeing the potential for manipulation. Dietrich looks surprised, realizing he probably knows why the hardline party is in such a rush. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Of course he does, a voice says. Master, and I made them that way, the text box says with a moon in the background. A figure looks at a burning building, perhaps reflecting on the consequences of their actions. The flames rise high, consuming everything in their path. Dietrich looks confused, asking why they're called the hardline party. He seems genuinely puzzled by the question. A sword is held aloft, its blade reflecting the surrounding flames. Chains encircle it, as the hardline party seeks to unite the continent. On the other hand, the moderate party espouses a different philosophy. They seek to avoid wars that could fracture the continent. If Thessalon wishes to endure, it would be more advantageous to join forces with the moderate party. Alliances shift as the political landscape evolves. Then do you know why House Marlin and the king are cooperating with the hardline party? One man sits, while the other stands, awaiting an answer. The Thulkan Empire experimented with dragons, seeking to fuse species. Two figures in robes pore over ancient texts, searching for forbidden knowledge. They were trying to achieve something extraordinary. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds a crimson dragon, hinting at the power they sought. Wait, is he saying that the committee was created to achieve immortality? The silver-haired man holds a green cloth, his expression thoughtful. Bingo, the man says, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His golden eyes gleam with dark intent. The king and Duke Marlin have everything they could ask for in life. Crowns, jewels, and gold coins glitter, symbols of their immense wealth and power. But the fact that they're cooperating with the hardline party, which wants to unite the empire, must mean that they were promised something bigger than what they have. And dragon experiments. A close-up of wide eyes shows a sudden realization, a flinch of understanding dawning in their depths. I thought something was strange. I couldn't find any documents on her or discover where she was from. A group sits at a table, discussing a mysterious figure. She sits, looking forlorn, as the green-haired girl embraces her. No one in the city had even noticed her presence. The blonde-haired girl offers a cat to the white-haired girl, trying to cheer her up. She mentions Cell, the little girl who always seems to be around. Vampire Jack Stewart, with a knowing smile, asks if she might be a dragon. He confirms his own suspicion with a cheerful, correct. The blonde-haired man is surprised, asking if he brought her from Falcon. Jack Stewart responds with an enthusiastic, yes. It was late, and Jack Stewart explains that he dropped the white-haired girl off at the villa. The villa looms large behind them. The young man's expression turns serious. He doubts he brought her for no reason, wondering what the real purpose might be. The vampire's eyes narrow as he wonders aloud if Jack Stewart destroyed the entire laboratory. A smirk plays on Jack Stewart's lips as he matter-of-factly states that he burned it to the ground. Jack Stewart, lying on what appears to be a wooden rack, happily proclaims that he turned the whole place to ashes. Meanwhile, two cloaked figures stand in a stone chamber, chains hanging ominously around them. A woman stands before a map, explaining that there are people cooperating with the hardline party in a neighboring Ismail kingdom, as well as the country next to it. The speaker continues, adding that the country next to that one is also involved. The goal is for all neighboring countries to support the moderate party. The scales of justice hang in the balance, illuminated by an ethereal glow. Immortality is the singular force bolstering the hardline party's unwavering support. A blond man gazes upward, a pig looming behind him as he declares that people are greedy for eternal life. The result of the experiment is a half-monster, one that won't be able to last long. The man in the suit wonders what information he should leak to those who cooperated with them. Even if the experiment was a failure, it was valuable to those who wanted power. Munching on a cookie, the man thinks to himself that they are idiots. The reason this was possible, it was because the crown prince, who was the head of the hardline party, was a genius. That punk split up 5 countries other than Thulkin with a single dragon. 2 children in pajamas sit on a bed, wondering if that dragon is in Thulkin right now. The children embrace, realizing that dragon is playing in their house right now. A figure in a white cloak peers into the depths, his expression a mask of shock. One man kneels, begging forgiveness. He is told to truthfully tell the committee that they lost the dragon, as this place has been burned down entirely. A sinister smile spreads across a face, as the words, "there's no way," appear above. The word slice fills the air as a character recoils, bloodied, a pink energy emanating from sword. A heavy thud echoes as one figure clutches another. The crown prince, it is said, is a shrewd punk. People would call him a monster, it is said. The cloaked figure stands, blood staining his white garments, a sword clutched in hand. They didn't exist. To be continued. Beneath a sky streaked with starlight, the castle stood in silent anticipation. A rustling sound echoed through the leaves, disturbing the stillness of the night. A gloved hand signaled, the command clear, halt, and wait for further instructions. Perched atop a rocky outcrop, the masked man surveyed the scene, his mission weighing heavily. The masked man's orders were clear: capture Taliso alive, for he was a traitor. Glowing eyes watched from the undergrowth. The order was given: interassemble now. Silhouettes leaped into the darkness, trusting their skills. They fell through the night sky, trusting their descent would lead them to their target. Meanwhile, a figure stood in a doorway, lantern light casting long shadows as they prepared to see what lay ahead. The hardline party had lost their dragon, leaving them with 2 options, each path diverging into the unknown. They could find a new dragon, a symbol of power and strength to replace what was lost. Or they could take advantage of the committee, severing ties and consolidating their own influence. And the crown prince, poised to make a decision that will alter everything. His choice, about to be announced through the Thessalon Times, hangs heavy in the air. He's going to announce that he's cutting ties with the Committee of Thessalon, and other kingdoms as well, a decision that will ripple far beyond these walls. That would be war on an unprecedented scale, a conflict unlike any seen before. Abiru is assuming, perhaps naively, that he can control the coming storm, that there will be a chain reaction, a civil war in the Thessalon kingdom, which will cause another war, and then another, each conflict feeding the next. On and on, the cycle of violence continues, seemingly without end, until the entire continent is in a state of total war, consumed by flames. Of course, the gossipers have no idea that their whispers and giggles will lead to total war. And then another, but I know the truth of what is to come. This is a battle of wits, a silent war waged between the crown prince and another. The crown prince made the first move, and then Dietrich Hermann began to make his. The important thing is that he knows the crown prince, but the crown prince doesn't know him. The blonde-haired man wonders who would win, and Dietrich Hermann is asked what he plans on doing. The blonde-haired man is told that there is no doubt in his mind that he is right, my lord. Dietrich Hermann flicks his hair out of his face and says, anyway. Meanwhile, a white-haired man stands with blood on his chest, looking weary. Dietrich Hermann hears that death knights have a limit as well, and flinches. Dietrich Hermann asks where he heard that, and the blonde-haired man says he likes reading books. A cartoon raccoon sits with a book. According to Death Knight, a novel by an author known as Raccoon, an experienced dark magician can travel with a level 5 Death Knight. The novel continues, stating that a true dark magician who reached 10th Circle is a necromancer. The scene shifts to a memory, where a figure commands skeletons and a Death Knight, boasting of their power. A young man's eye twitches as he contemplates something, a slight smile playing on his lips. A figure with green hair reads intently, then flinches, remembering the author's name as Raccoon. The figure looks up, questioning as someone approaches from behind, their coat swishing. The approaching figure grins, amused, asking why he wasn't told something important. A groan escapes the green-haired figure as he claims to clearly remember something. The scene shifts to a desk with books, a chest, and a framed picture, accompanied by the words, "In my past life." The view expands to a cavernous space, the words echoing, leaving something behind in writing isn't so bad. Elsewhere, a figure, bound by chains, is questioned about what they're saying in the middle of training. The chained figure reflects, believing they would be able to live forever through their writings. The figure recalls using Raccoon as their pen name, remembering their past through writing. The scene returns to the cavern, where someone is told to stop doing push-ups as it's enough. He listened as the other child finished reading a passage, one that seemed to amuse him greatly. Dietrich sat on the couch, listening to the man before him. The young lord wondered if he had made some sort of mistake. Dietrich smiled, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. He considered himself an exception to many rules. The man asked if he still had that novel. Dietrich confirmed that he did, though it wasn't in very good condition, even under a preservation spell. Dietrich smiled, listening to the child. He asked that the book be sent to his villa, a request delivered with a hint of impatience. A knock echoed through the halls. A voice called out, announcing the arrival of a Bairu. The man listened intently, his expression serious. He received a report that 11 unidentified men had passed through the south gate of the assembled castle. The man smiled, nodding in agreement. He affirmed that it was time to get to work, his tone suggesting a mix of anticipation and resolve. Elsewhere, the city stood bathed in the ethereal glow of the night sky, stars twinkling above its ancient walls. A door burst open with violent force, splintering the wood and sending debris flying. The heavy door creaked open, revealing 3 cloaked figures stepping into the dimly lit space. A figure fell, a flash of light illuminating their descent. A gasp escaped their lips as they cried out, questioning where they were going. Dietrich Hermann, lantern in hand, explains that he came to greet someone, not wanting to bother them by making them come upstairs. The young lord stands, his vest and jacket neatly pressed, his black shorts ending just above his knees. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures huddle in the darkness, their faces obscured. One of them holds a glowing orb, illuminating the scene. A man smirks, thinking that House Marlin's troops would be useful as well. Elsewhere, a hand snaps its fingers, the sound echoing. A shadowy figure stands in the background, awaiting instructions. Now, Taliso, Christopher Schuburn, the head of the Assassin's Guild, stands with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. A murmur reveals that he's from the Ismail kingdom. Taliso's face twitches, his expression a mix of fear and anger. An unseen speaker accuses someone of betrayal, their voice filled with rage. "You really betrayed us." Meanwhile, the city sleeps under a blanket of stars, unaware of the secrets hidden within its walls. Taliso stands with his arms crossed as Dietrich, holding a lantern, asks what's going on. A wanted poster hangs on the wall, featuring a familiar face, Jack Valantier. The poster of Jack Valantier is plastered on the wall. Taliso tells him to finish explaining. The narration reveals that for generations, House Marlin's Assassin's Guild has been made up of orphans. The flashback shows that they are recruited from the fringes of society. The flashback continues, revealing that the orphans were recruited from various kingdoms and raised by Duke Marlin himself. A hand reaches out and grabs another's wrist, a silent exchange of power and control. Taliso stands beside Christopher Schuburn, who explains that the 11 assassins in front of him were orphans. A masked man is shown, and the narration reveals that he guarded Lord Nathan Marlin, Duke Marlin's eldest son, and cleaned up after Lord Nathan's illegal activities. The most recent example of the Marlin family's influence is revealed. Long ago, Lord Nathan stayed in the duchy during his break. He kidnapped 5 civilians and a baron's daughter, hunting them instead of deer. The details of the hunt clearly disturbed Dietrich. He covered his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. How could he do such a thing, he wondered. Vampire Jack Stewart watched the memory play out. He commented on the success of Christopher's hunt, his expression unreadable. The flashback continued, showing the aftermath. Lord Nathan reached a settlement, as usual, with the baron whose daughter was the only survivor. Dietrich seemed to be processing the information. He nearly felt guilty, but something about the situation didn't sit right with him. Vampire Jack Stewart's expression shifted to a sinister grin. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air. A hand drew a sword with a shing. The speaker declared that killing them wouldn't matter after hearing what he had just heard. Taliso's face contorted in rage. He screamed at someone, calling them a punk. Taliso was under attack, lightning crackling around him. His attacker accused him of betraying their savior and siding with that brat. The attack intensified, the lightning energy surging around the attacker's hand. The scene exploded in a burst of energy, the sound echoing with a deafening boom. Smoke filled the air, obscuring the aftermath of the violent confrontation. The cloaked figure realizes his mission has gone awry, having accidentally killed his target. He expresses his shock at the unexpected turn of events. Christopher Schuburn holds Taliso, a blade glinting in his hand as Dietrich stands nearby. Christopher Schuburn's expression is one of curiosity as he wonders who he is facing. The cloaked figure stares in horror, realizing the danger he is in. Christopher Schuburn rushes forward, his blade aimed at the cloaked figure. A dark-haired young man asks if the cloaked figure knows that he sided with Falcon. A smirking figure declares himself to be the cloaked figure's enemy. The cloaked figure is grabbed, a voice warning him not to forget. The cloaked figure is sent flying. The blade strikes, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Christopher Schuburn promises to reduce him to dust. The cloaked figure is smashed, reduced to dust. The cloaked figure pauses, momentarily stunned by an unseen force. Jack Stewart's eyes glow with supernatural power, though he finds himself unable to move. The air around Jack shimmers, as if some otherworldly energy has taken hold. A blinding flash erupts, obscuring everything in a wash of pure light. Dietrich and Taliso are sent tumbling backwards, sliding roughly across the floor. The speaker notes that the attacker is a 9/4 circle assassin, and that having his neck snapped is frightening. From the shadows, figures emerge, enraged by the death of their leader. Two cloaked figures leap forward, launching a furious assault. Christopher Schuburn smirks, a glint of steel visible in his hand. With a whispered warning, Christopher prepares to dodge the incoming attack. He spins away from the cloaked assailant, narrowly avoiding the strike. The blade finds its mark, piercing flesh with brutal efficiency. The chandelier shatters, sending shards of glass raining down. A dark stain spreads across the floor, pooling like spilled ink. A faint groan echoes. The red-haired figure stands over the carnage, unimpressed. How boring, he remarks. The cloaked figure looms over the fallen, Dietrich among them. Who are you? He asks, his voice trembling. Dietrich walks past a wanted poster, unaware of the danger closing in. He rushes forward, a determined look on his face, but the cloaked figure is already in pursuit. The cloaked figure grabs Dietrich, a gleaming knife held to his throat. Hey, brat, not so fast. Make way. The cloaked figure's face is twisted in a cruel sneer. Or, I'm going to slash his throat. Elsewhere, Jack Stewart clutches his shoulder, a sharp pain coursing through him. His face contorted in agony, Jack Stewart grits his teeth. Why don't you just kill yourself? It's late, and you're exhausting me. The cloaked figure turns to Taliso, a sinister question hanging in the air. Don't you agree, Taliso? Papers are violently stabbed, blood splattering across the documents. Coins jingle as they are tossed from one hand to another, a small fortune changing hands for services rendered. The man in the vest laughs, agreeing that it is time to treat these punks, his companion nodding in agreement. The man in the vest smiles, looking down at the body on the table, as the man in the green shawl looks on. First, the man in the vest states they will fix his broken wrist as a hand begins to bandage the injured limb. Next, the man in the vest says they will stitch his cut together with mana as a hand glows with magical energy. The man in the vest will also make a dark halter as a purple aura surrounds him and two hooded figures. A flash of light erupts from a window, blinding and intense. Taliso states that he now has a total of 12 Death Knights, including himself, meaning this is the 12th generation. The man in the vest explains that the 9th Circle Death Knights were the 5th generation, and the 8th Circle Death Knights were the 7th generation. The man in the vest reveals that he didn't reveal this beforehand, but the body begins to be restored when the 10th circle is inscribed in one's heart. A figure in a red coat recalls testing something in his past life. The results were the same as when he created an inadequate master with the Dark Halter. Dietrich Hermann sits pensively, while a woman stands behind him. He wishes he could make them stronger, but something holds him back as he ponders the situation. A disembodied hand points down, commanding stab yourself. Below, a chibi figure stabs himself, while another hooded figure watches with impassive eyes. The white-haired man in the green shawl stands amidst a group of hooded figures. He states that the choice is obvious, referring to an obedient 9th Circle hunting dog. A close-up reveals a man with amber eyes, his expression thoughtful as he gazes into the distance, contemplating the events unfolding around him. The man's expression shifts to a smirk. He muses that there won't be any masters among the Death Knights he'll make in the future, implying a sinister plan. A pair of hands clap, drawing attention. The sound echoes, signaling a shift in focus or a significant announcement about to be made. Christopher Shuburn addresses the hooded figures, stating their mission is simple. They must search and find something, whatever he tells them to do. The man from before is seen again, his expression now one of satisfaction. He observes that someone has become a completely loyal servant. The man's hand is shown as he states, "Let's see." Below, a view of two brooms leaning against a wall is shown, with the text, "You must search two places." A crest is displayed, bearing the words, "The Royal Palace," and Marlin Duchy, hinting at the locations of interest or the factions involved in the unfolding events. Christopher Shuburn asks who among the hooded figures is good at finding secret spaces, raising his hand as he awaits their response. He is aware that Taliso must have many talents, judging from how the other punks are pointing at him. Christopher Shuburn offers a scroll, stating, "Take this," before tossing it to Dietrich. Dietrich Hermann, seated and tapping his finger, is told that this is the essence of his mission. Christopher holds another scroll, instructing Dietrich to find a place where millions of gold would be stored. The white-haired man continues, saying that the rest of them must create a distraction and help Taliso so that he will be able to gather. Christopher Shuburn emphasizes the need to focus on the mission and on Taliso. Dietrich confirms that he will send a sign to the rest of these punks if he finds that place and checks the item for himself. Christopher Shuburn instructs Dietrich to rip the piece of paper he gave him at the middle of the storage room of the royal palace. The magic scroll is the paper that Christopher handed over to Taliso. The spell written on the scroll is called teleport. Dietrich is told that Christopher put a limit on it, so only things can be teleported, and that includes corpses if he doesn't think he'll be able to find it. Dietrich agrees. Elsewhere, two cloaked figures beckon, one saying, "Come here," and the other adding, "And ninth circle in you." A hushed whisper fills the air, secrets exchanged in the shadows. He receives confirmation from the assembled figures, their faces obscured by dark cloaks. Dietrich Hermann stands before a blank wanted poster, his expression unreadable. The young lord's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the name aloud, Abiru. Christopher Shuburn presents the young lord with a scroll, addressing him formally. Two scrolls are displayed, each marked with a different colored string, indicating their destinations, the Marlin Duchy and the royal palace. A man with dark hair smirks, confident that the cloaked figure understands his intentions. A pair of hands clap together, the sound echoing in the silence. Christopher Shuburn clasps his hands together, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he contemplates corpses. A voice echoes over a townscape, affirming loyalty to their liege. Meanwhile, a few hours later, the scene shifts to Marlin Duchy under the cover of night. A lone figure sits on the floor of a dimly lit room, the sound of footsteps approaching. The guard, armed with a trident, appears to be dozing off. Behind him, a shadowy figure lurks. On a rooftop, a figure surveys the scene. "It's not here either," they mutter, their search proving fruitless. A new directive is issued. "Let's go to the Marlin Manor." Meanwhile, a knight in shining armor stands perfectly still, a silent sentinel. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area. "It's an enemy attack," someone shouts, caught off guard. A blade flashes, accompanied by a guttural cry. "Guard!" The attack is swift and brutal. Chaos erupts at Duke Marlin's castle. The order rings out, "Protect Duke Marlin." The rest of the troops go to the castle gate. Elsewhere, someone lies prone on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Another figure rummages through a nearby chest, desperate in their search. The figure in the green cloak stands amidst scattered belongings. "It's not here," he thinks, his search continuing. Then, a chest, intricately decorated, sits atop a table. Steps lead up to it, suggesting importance. A hand, scarred and weathered, flicks a switch. A series of clicks echoes in the silence. The muscular figure, draped in a green cloak, stands ready. His expression is unreadable. A red diamond, the rarest jewel in the entire world, sits against a backdrop of fiery light. A red diamond of this size is worth at least 4 million gold, a king's ransom for a single stone. Christopher Shuburn holds the red diamond, his scarred face illuminated by its crimson glow. He smiles, whispering that he has found it. The story will be continued. A hand, wreathed in shadow, clutches a crimson jewel, its facets catching the light. The gem pulses with an inner fire, a silent declaration. "I've found the jewel." Explosions rock a distant building, plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. A desperate call rings out. Call for more reinforcements. They're in the storage room as well. The fun for the Civil War isn't here. The clash of steel echoes as a figure, cloaked and masked, unleashes a flurry of slashes. A guttural cry of "Karg" is followed by a pained ack as the blade finds its mark. Christopher's name hangs in the air, a whispered summons amidst the chaos. A figure in dark robes moves with unnatural speed, a swish marking their passage. A figure with flowing white hair trembles, a visible shake rippling through their form. Their eyes are downcast, lost in thought or struggling against an unseen force. With gloved hands, something is torn asunder, the sound of RIP echoing in the silence. The action is swift, decisive, and leaves behind only fragments. A new directive is given, a clear and concise order. Let's move to our next destination. The speaker remains unseen, their purpose unknown. Meanwhile, a blinding light erupts, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. The source is unseen, its power undeniable, promising either salvation or destruction. The aftermath of battle. Armored figures lie scattered, defeated. A whoosh of displaced air marks the passage of a powerful force, leaving emptiness in its wake. Armored figures stand guard, their helmets obscuring their faces. One wonders aloud, what in the world, as they survey the scene before them. A distant city shimmers under a starlit sky, its towers reaching towards the heavens. A single word hangs in the air, say. The two men discuss the amount of mana already expended. They must travel from a Marlin Manor and the domain in search of the item. One of them wonders if they will be all right. The other assures him that they will be fine, though his expression is unreadable. The man focuses intently, muttering about a mana integration magic circle as he prepares for the next step. One of the chibi figures explains that mana was inscribed along with the Dark Altar. The other responds with a simple aha. One man states that it will shorten the Death Knight's lifespan a bit. The other simply replies, well, a swirling liquid fills a container. A voice declares that they don't care about the consequences of their actions. Elsewhere, the Thessalon Royal Palace stands illuminated against the night sky. Suddenly, an alarm is raised. It's an intruder. Guards in white uniforms stand alert. They realize the intruders use teleportation magic to bypass the defenses. An order is given to surround the royal palace and find the intruders. The guards prepare to mobilize. A figure in a dark cloak jumps down from above, poised to strike. The command is given for half of the forces to stay behind. A sword slices through the air, accompanied by cries of "Ack" and "Card." The sword connects with its target, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the palace. The palace is disturbed by a sudden, wet impact above. A door is forced shut, the heavy barrier echoing through the halls. A knight stands ready, his blade radiating a fierce, golden light. With a battle cry, the knight charges into the fray. Douglas Assemble, captain of the Royal Guard, acknowledges the chaos around him. The cloaked figure, eyes burning bright, sees no advantage in a drawn-out fight. Meanwhile, Christopher Shuburn urges Taliso to send the signal, his back turned to the unfolding battle. The white-haired man denies the request, his search continuing. The magic book, though valuable, is not what he seeks. He drops to his knees, crawling along the floor, desperate in his search. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as he focuses his senses. A subtle difference in the floor catches his attention. A draft betrays a hidden passage. Someone thinks they found what they were looking for. A finger presses a button. Rumbling echoes through the room as the floor shifts. A figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the sudden change. A doorway is revealed. A voice thinks, I knew there was a secret passageway. Step by step, the figure descends a winding staircase, the air growing cooler with each footfall. A long hallway stretches ahead, the sound of a door creaking open echoing through the stone passage. Eyes widen, staring intently at something just out of view. I'm sure this is real. One is probably worth 1,000 gold. The figure stands atop a mountain of gold bars. And this seems to be about 1 million gold. Jackpot! A hand reaches out to grab a chest. The sound of wood creaking fills the air as the lid is lifted. A close-up reveals a face, illuminated by a red glow, a sinister smile spreading across their lips. A loud boom echoes as the figure stands amidst the treasure, their presence radiating power. A warrior clashes with an armored opponent, the sound of metal on metal echoing with each flinch-inducing blow. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures gathers, murmuring about a sign. Taliso sent a signal. The knight prepares to descend, issuing commands to withdraw and move out. A blinding light erupts as the armored figure makes his move. With a resounding shing, the knight unleashes a devastating sword attack. The knight lands with a pop and a whoosh, completing his descent. The knight's blade flashes, delivering a precise and deadly slice. The knight's eyes widen behind his helmet, a visible shock registering on his face. A body falls heavily to the ground with a sickening thud. Christopher silently reflects on the knight's actions, realizing he served his purpose by jumping in the way. Christopher lies prone, the word Christopher echoing in his mind as darkness begins to loom. Two cloaked figures stand over Christopher, their faces obscured, as one utters a soft. A knight's armored leg steps forward, the heavy footfalls punctuating the threat. He won't ask again. The knight demands to know who they are and what their motive is. A man in a suit clasps his hands together, his expression unreadable. Then, a hand extends, as if to activate something unseen. A cloaked figure, crowned and holding a staff, stands on a balcony. A man bows deeply before him, acknowledging the figure as royalty. Statues of armored knights stand guard, their faces obscured by their helmets. They hold spears, their shields emblazoned with a crest. From above, the sheer number of armored figures becomes clear. They stand in perfect formation, an army awaiting orders. 3 figures huddle on the ground, cloaked and masked. One thinks, I'm trapped. There's nowhere for me to flee, A knight in shining armor stands above them, his sword glowing with an ethereal light. He prepares to strike. The masked figure's eyes widen, his expression blank, but a thought escapes. But a voice echoes from above, commanding someone to listen closely. The source remains unseen. Dietrich Hermann addresses cloaked figures, stating that 3 of them aren't going anywhere. He adds that they should wait for Taliso to give the sign. The knight brings his glowing sword down upon the huddled figures, the impact echoing through the hall. The knight in armor stands resolute, his sword gleaming under the castle lights. He declares that the royal castle has already been surrounded. The knight demands to know who is behind the attack, promising a peaceful death for cooperation. Below, the cloaked figure is told to reveal who is behind this if he wants to die a peaceful death. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice declares that someone is going to die after the mission is complete. Jack Stewart smiles, his finger raised to his lips. He thinks that dying not as a corpse, but a complete death would be a blessing for you. His yellow eyes gleam with an unsettling light as Jack Stewart tells someone to remember this. Elsewhere, a grand castle looms against the night sky, its many towers reaching towards the stars. The word long hangs in the air. Armored figures shout their allegiance, their voices echoing in the night. They proclaim, "Long live the Vulcan Empire." The scene blurs with motion as the armored figures continue to yell their support for the Vulcan Empire. 2 more armored figures stand guard, their spears held high. One asks, with a clamor, "Vulcan?" Elsewhere, a man in a suit looks on in disbelief, his eyes wide. He wonders, wait, what in the world is he? The knight's face is illuminated by a blinding light, his expression one of shock and pain. A glowing orb pulsates with energy, its symbols swirling in a chaotic dance. The blinding light intensifies, the air itself beginning to vibrate. With a cataclysmic burst, the knight is thrown back by the explosion. Meanwhile, under the cover of a dark, star-filled sky, plans are being made. The camera pans to a large, ornate building, its purpose yet unknown. Inside, Dietrich Hermann stands amidst a staggering hoard of gold, chests overflowing with riches. He admits to himself that it is more than he thought. Dietrich confirms that it seems the king was preparing for civil war. The other man smiles, agreeing that it seems so. The scene shifts to a garden of roses. It is approximately 6 a.m., and things have become settled within about 16 hours. Dietrich estimates the gold to be about 20 million, and confirms that the chests are full of potions. The camera focuses on the potions, revealing 500 rare, top-tier potions and at least 2,000 high-quality potions. The speaker notes that the king's private funds are probably mixed in with the gold and potions. A chibi-style figure declares that this is the first time he's grateful for the king of Thessaly's idiocy. The speaker reflects on becoming one of the richest people in the continent overnight. He sits atop his newfound wealth, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Those fools who underestimated him must be incredibly anxious right now, he thinks, unable to suppress a chuckle. Examining the documents and the chest of red potions, Dietrich confirms his suspicions. Yes, it seems like there won't be a civil war either, he muses, considering the implications of his actions. Long live the Vulcan Empire. Even if the king probably thinks of Thessalon as a puppet for the hardline party, he probably now feels like he's been abandoned. The king sacrificed his people and soldiers to appease Vulcan, Dietrich reflects, knowing the gravity of the situation and the consequences of the king's choices. But Vulcan suddenly sent an assassin to kill him, and he was robbed of his civil war funds. The scene unfolds before Dietrich's eyes, a testament to his machinations. He probably thinks that Vulcan must consider him a pushover. Then it's probably not very likely that the king will continue to work with the hardline party anymore. A deal is struck, a pact made. The hands clasp together, sealing the fate of many with a single gesture, a silent agreement. And news of this incident will probably spread to other kingdoms as well. Dietrich stands, listening intently, absorbing every detail of the unfolding events. All of the nobles that are part of the committee and nobles of other kingdoms will become suspicious, and eventually, the consequences of his actions ripple outwards. A gasp escapes Dietrich's lips. Could it be? The realization dawns on him, a mixture of shock and anticipation etched across his face. Did you expect all of this? Dietrich asks, a hint of amusement in his voice. Well, kind of comes the reply, as the two shrug, acknowledging the impressive nature of their scheme. Now all he has to do is sit and wait. Dietrich, in chibi form, clutches a gold bar, his eyes gleaming with avarice and anticipation for what's to come. Originally, the hardline party would have ignited a civil war within the Thessalon kingdom. But now, the means to wage war have vanished. The kingdom's coffers are empty, and the trust between factions has crumbled. Two possible futures emerge, scenarios born from a sudden shift in power and resources. They may either unite, forging a new path together, or descend into infighting, tearing themselves apart once more. A decision must be made, a leap of faith taken, though the outcome remains uncertain. Vampire Jack Stewart smiles, his expression hinting at a plan now set in motion. His suspicions begin to solidify, transforming into a tangible reality. One man pledges his unwavering loyalty, ready to follow any command given. The green-haired figure urges him to spend lavishly, now that he has the means to do so. To be continued. Birds chirp outside the ornate window, their songs echoing through the silent halls. Deep in slumber, a figure rests beneath the silken sheets of a grand four-poster bed. Eyes flutter open, adjusting to the soft light filtering through the curtains. Another figure stirs, their brow furrowed in the throes of a dream. Dietrich Hermann, nestled in the bed, asks if the other felt it too, noting that they are a dragon and a vampire. So they were able to feel a big shift in Manhwa from the basement. Dietrich yawns, wondering if it must be the boss, and then mentions that he seemed busy yesterday, wondering if they should bring it up. The other person agrees, rubbing their eyes and suggesting that they should go. Dietrich stands in front of a wardrobe, wondering which outfit he should wear. A voice echoes, stating that he is quite impressive. Outside, a figure wonders who is speaking to him, not believing that he moved the entire continent with merely a few spells and a simple plan, and that it was such a surprise to him. He felt a flush creep up his neck, acutely aware of his own awkwardness. The young lord boasts about being created by Raccoon, declaring himself extraordinary. Dietrich's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he stares intently ahead. Three girls walk along the path, one carrying a glass. One of them comments that the others should still be in bed. Another offers the drink to Dietrich. A pair of hands presents a glass filled with a vibrant orange liquid. Dietrich smiles, accepting the drink. One of the girls stands close, beaming at him. He takes a long gulp from the glass, a musical note floating in the air. The young lord's face is smeared with the orange liquid, but he declares that it tastes good. One of the girls points out that he got it all over his mouth. One of the girls insists that they normally get up at this time. Another, looking sleepy, is told to wake up. The group of people walks away down the path, bathed in sunlight. Elsewhere, a blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly speed. Dietrich watches as a knight in armor swings a sword with practiced ease. The knight in armor, sword in hand, pauses, glancing back over his shoulder. He calls out, seeking his liege. A hand clamps down, seizing the knight's wrist in a sudden, forceful grip. The knight is dragged away by the man in the suit, who casually suggests they go eat. The knight, still looking back, repeats his question, confused. Dietrich, looking down with a conflicted expression, reminds himself that he must complete his daily training. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man smiles, a musical note floating above his head, suggesting a cheerful tune. But nearby, another man is crying, a visible groan escaping his lips as distress overwhelms him. Against a backdrop of blue sky and lush greenery, a voice declares, "All right." Meanwhile, in the Thessalon royal palace, the seat of power looms, a symbol of authority and tradition. Within the palace, someone wonders aloud what is going on, their attention drawn to a nearby crown. Down a long hall, lined with pillars and lit by chandeliers, a lone figure questions, "Why me?" The figure reflects on a potential assassination attempt and the phrase, "Long live the Thulman Empire," realizing the gravity of the situation. Frustration boils over, culminating in a fist slamming against a hard surface with a resounding crash. The red-faced man's eyes bulge as he shouts, his voice cracking with a mixture of rage and desperation. He demands to know why his efforts have failed. The masked figure raises their arms in disbelief, the weight of their ruined plan crashing down on them. All their careful machinations have come to naught. Grit teeth and a clenched fist betray the simmering anger. He had been planning, carefully laying the groundwork for his ambitions, only to have it all crumble. Silhouetted figures stand in a dimly lit room, discussing the use of forces to eliminate threats and fund the civil war. Their words hint at a grand, dangerous scheme. The text reveals the man's motivation, to be recognized for his contributions and receive the potion of eternal life from Vulcan. His plan, in his eyes, was perfect. Seated at his desk, the man slams his fist, realizing they never intended to give him the potion. His face contorts with rage as he vows retribution. Driven by fury, the man's hand lunges forward, seizing an ornate hourglass from the desk. His knuckles whiten as he grips it tightly. With a furious swing, the man hurls the hourglass across the room, his face a mask of outrage. He demands to know how they dare betray him. The hourglass shatters against the floor, glass and sand exploding outwards in a violent display of the man's uncontrolled anger. Meanwhile, a woman stands in a grand doorway, her expression unreadable as she observes the scene before her. The architecture speaks of wealth and power. The man with long blonde hair is revealed to be the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom. His expression is serious, contemplative. He is asked if he's all right, but the crown prince curtly replies that he is absolutely not. His regal bearing is unyielding, even in the face of adversity. He stands with his back turned, a golden rose emblazoned on his shoulder. The crown prince of Thessalon kingdom muses on immortality. The crown prince's expression hardens, his teeth bared. He spits out an insult, calling someone a greedy and petty old man. The crown prince of Thessalon kingdom stands before a knight in full armor. He orders the knight to send a message. The knight in armor inclines his head, acknowledging the crown prince's command. He confirms that the message will be delivered to Duke Assemble. The crown prince of Thessalon kingdom reveals his ambition. He declares it's time to overthrow the old man and take control of the kingdom himself. The crown prince strides away, his cape billowing behind him. He heads toward the massive, ornate door. Behind his visor, the knight's lips curl into a sinister smirk. He seems pleased with the crown prince's declaration. The knight stands in the grand hall, looking up at the crown prince. He believes House Assemble will become the right-hand man of a kingdom. Mistletoe was once a luxurious restaurant in Assemble. The chef honed his craft by traveling the Thulkan Empire for decades. He traveled far and wide to learn all the local cuisines. It's one of the best restaurants in Assemble, but they're the only ones here right now. That's because the young lord rented the whole place out for 2 hours. He's making so much gold now that he could afford to do this every day for every meal. Dietrich Hermann laughs, wondering if this is what it feels like to be part of the nouveau riche. One of the women asks what's so funny. Dietrich explains that a bag of money just came rolling in, prompting congratulations from the others. The young woman smiles, saying there's no need to tell her the details, as the food tastes amazing. Meanwhile, the speaker says there's no need to tell the kids about the brutal process. One of the students says that she was so busy yesterday that she couldn't talk to him. The other asks how the academy was, and she replies that it was fun. The student explains that they sparred yesterday, and she beat 5 people. The other student replies that he sees. The professor of swordsmanship surprised the students by calling Dietrich Hermann a genius, insisting he learned swordsmanship. Another student congratulates him on the praise. The young lord smiles, listening to the story. It sounds like they had so much fun, he remarks, his expression genuine. The student chuckles, agreeing with Dietrich. But she pauses, a hint of something else in her tone. The young lord tilts his head, a question forming on his lips. Parachute, he asks, curious about the term. The student recounts how her mana training professor called her a parachute. She asked him what a parachute was, her expression a mix of confusion and frustration. The student continues, explaining that this happened after class. All the professor did was get mad at her. She says, her tone exasperated. The scene shifts to an explanation of parachutes. There used to be a popular tactic in which soldiers were levitated into the air and invaded enemy territory from above. 3 puddings sit on plates, each topped with a cherry. The narrator explains that this is when parachutes were created. The text explains that the tactic proved ineffective and useless, leading to the term's negative connotation. The student explains that after that, it became a derogatory term. It refers to someone useless who suddenly dropped in somewhere. She asks if she is saying that. The young lord smiles, thinking that some lunatic dared to insult her, and that this lunatic was a teacher. He muses. Another student asks what his name is. The first student stammers, trying to recall. She thinks he introduced himself. He clenched his fist, the question hanging in the air. Was there something else bothering him? He would remember the name Leon Hart. Dietrich Hermann smiled, declaring he had made friends as well. However, he had also heard a strange rumor circulating. The rumor was about him, Dietrich Hermann. He prompted the speaker to continue, his expression unreadable. The speaker revealed that Dietrich Hermann had been called an idiot and incompetent. Someone at the table spat out their drink in shock. The room fell silent, punctuated only by the sound of coughing. The tension was palpable as the insult hung in the air. A sinister laugh echoed, a disturbing counterpoint to the previous silence. Someone found the insult amusing. Another voice, high-pitched and upset, declared their distress to their master. A whistle cut through the air, followed by a sharp whip. The man holding the doll looked down, a complicated expression on his face. He could hear someone laughing back there. A groan escaped someone's lips, a clear sign of distress. The situation was clearly escalating. The laughter continued, the speaker admitting that someone had indeed called him that before. He seemed almost amused by the revelation. 2 figures shook their heads vehemently, denying the accusation. Charlotte, it seemed, was right about something. The conversation concluded with the statement that someone was an idiot if they were an idiot. The tension remained thick in the air. He is held by the hands, the blonde-haired man expressing his growing affection for him. The young lord appears flustered by the open display. The meal nears its end, and the blonde-haired man suggests they introduce themselves to each other. The others clap in agreement. Abiru, the branch manager of the Alabs Guild, is introduced. A voice warmly welcomes her to the gathering. Through a window, the interior of a building can be seen, hinting at the location of the Alabs Guild. A bowl of soup sits on the table, a testament to the meal that is coming to a close. The blonde woman announces that they sell really good fruit juice nearby, suggesting they should go. She gestures for the others to follow. The muscular man tells someone to stay behind, his tone firm and commanding. Dietrich Hermann asks the blonde-haired man if he has a special assignment for him, his expression hopeful. The blonde-haired man confirms that he does, but couldn't tell him in front of the kids. He assures the young lord that there's a job that's perfect for him. The blonde-haired man's face is shown in close-up, sweat beading on his brow as he considers the task ahead. Meanwhile, Abiru is instructed to go to the Volunteer Marquee, the imposing building looming in the background. Dietrich Hermann, overhearing the instruction, is taken aback, questioning what he just heard. He holds a bouquet of flowers, listening intently to the woman before him. Dietrich wonders if he wants a title. Abiru raises a finger, about to make a point. She begins to list the reasons why Dietrich is a good fit. In a memory, figures discuss investigating rumors about Duke Marlin. They also mention finding rumors about Taliso. The figures in the memory continue their conversation. They suppose they have an idea of the structure of the superiors. Dietrich thinks to himself that he won't have time to do anything in a symbol. He'll have to put it off. Abiru continues to list Dietrich's qualities. She notes that he is smart, quick to adapt, and good at coming up with speculations. Abiru, holding a small plush, tells Dietrich to find Ron first. She whispers that their novel is actually terrible. Dietrich clears his throat, looking slightly uncomfortable. He says, anyway. A figure with long white hair is shown. He is an attendant right now, but he's a ninth circle magician and family. Abiru tells Dietrich that there is something he must tell Ron. She places a hand on his arm. Elsewhere, Valentier Manor is shown. Someone sneezes, indicating they may have a cold. A person sniffs, wondering if they caught a cold. They are holding a cane with a green gem. He pauses from his cleaning, gazing upward with a worried expression. Dietrich wonders aloud if Lord Jack is doing well. Dietrich Hermann, eyes downcast, considers the task ahead, knowing that even a simple outline will guide the recipient to Valentier Manor. The young lord instructs an attendant to find Ron and relay a message, but the attendant hesitates, wondering what exactly he should say. Armored figures ride on horseback, their destination unknown, but their purpose seems clear. The Ironblood Order has departed for the Forest of Monsters, leaving those remaining to discuss their next move. The captain of the Ironblood Order must be eliminated, their mission a bloody path through a surreal landscape. Dietrich Hermann poses the question, should they kill the captain? Ron affirms the necessity of the act. Dietrich Hermann, lounging on a couch, explains that the target is the punk who will chop off the head of Ron's future daughter, so he must be killed now. A foot comes down with a thud, emphasizing the importance of the moment and the gravity of the decision. Dietrich Hermann sits with hands clasped, stating that the captain must be used to unite all of the organizations within the Marquee. Ron questions the idea of uniting, seeking clarification on the complex strategy being laid out before him by Dietrich Hermann. Bandits and thugs with connections to the manor are being discussed. The plan involves those within House Valentier. A figure with sharp fangs orders, with a sinister smile, kill them all. A glowing orb floats above outstretched hands. The task at hand, for months to kill them all and take over the Marquee. One man acknowledges that 4 months wouldn't be enough time for most people, but the other is not most people, which is taken as a compliment. The man with the dark hair states he will take it over within 4 months, his expression grim. The dark-haired man continues, saying he'll let them take all of the Death Knights except for 2, to use as they like. The young lord tells someone to stand, granting them 8 hours to get ready and take those. Footsteps echo as the young lord walks away, leaving the other person behind. The person left behind reacts with a simple, The young lord pauses, thinking aloud about spreading one more rumor before he goes, questioning if it should be a rumor. Meanwhile, traces of an enormous battle were discovered at a historic site that used to be the capital of the Gunnar Empire. Hundreds of corpses litter the landscape. The crown prince of Thessaland fainted upon hearing the news, and all of the nobles of Thulkin were greatly shocked. Some predict a couple of them to be purgone. Dietrich Hermann considers the implications of his actions, thinking to himself that he needs to add more meat to this story and spread it all over the continent. He wonders if he is trying to divide the committee and the hardline party, his expression thoughtful as he contemplates the potential outcomes of his machinations. The fractured image reflects the state of the committee, as some have doubts about both the moderate party and the hardline party, creating a schism. Meanwhile, 2 figures stand against a bright sky, one telling the other to come to the villa when they are ready, indicating a plan is in motion. The villa looms large, its architecture suggesting wealth and power, a silent witness to the schemes being hatched within its walls. 2 girls, their eyes wide with surprise and affection, each hold a round object, their expressions hinting at a shared secret or a budding friendship. A tall man with white hair looks down at the girls, his expression unreadable, as if observing a scene from a play, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of mystery. Elsewhere, a man walks with a staff, each step deliberate and measured, the sound echoing in the quiet space, hinting at a journey or a purpose. A building is bathed in a sudden flash, suggesting a moment of revelation, a turning point, or perhaps a sudden burst of energy. Two figures stand in a blue space, their forms indistinct, suggesting a dreamlike state or transition between worlds, their purpose unclear. A sword swishes through the air, the motion suggesting speed and power, a prelude to a battle or a demonstration of skill. A figure swings a weapon, their body contorted in motion, suggesting a fierce attack or a desperate defense, their intent unknown. He grips the sword tightly, the blade humming as he prepares to strike. His eyes narrow with intense focus, the glowing blade reflecting in his determined gaze. A figure is caught within a swirling blue circle as the blade comes down with a slash. The man falls to the ground with a thud, gasping for air as he struggles to sit up. His silver hair is splayed out on the cobblestones, his expression a mix of pain and disbelief. Above him, the sky is a brilliant blue, a stark contrast to his current predicament. He clutches at his throat, remembering the countless times he's been defeated. I can't remember how many times I've had my head sliced off. His thoughts drift back to the battles he's fought. I fought the Jack in the Magic Circle hundreds of times. A hand reaches out towards a sword, a symbol of his repeated failures. To block his sword, not even once. Meanwhile, the shirtless man reflects on the illusion he witnessed. Was that illusion really a first circle? He has no reason to lie, and I do believe him. The figure is slashed again, the futility of his efforts weighing heavily on him. But I am unable to block his blows, even if I use all of my mana as a second circle. He sits on a stone ledge, defeated and resigned to his fate, and I keep getting my head sliced off. He grips the wooden sword tightly, determined to keep trying despite his repeated failures. Staggering back, Christopher Shuburn wonders if he can find a weakness after hundreds of attempts. He reflects on the cycle of fighting and dying, the endless repetition weighing on him. The white-haired man flinches, the effort of his training taking its toll. Dietrich smiles, recognizing Christopher Shuburn. He stands tall, holding the wooden sword. Jack realizes something, his expression thoughtful as he considers his next move. Christopher Shuburn thinks that Thanos is ordinary compared to Cell, who's a dragon, and Charlotte, who's a vampire. Christopher Shuburn is sure he'll see the fruit of his efforts one day, even if it takes a long time. The problem is that Thanos is more frail than he thought, causing Christopher Shuburn to panic. Jack wonders what he should do with someone, a sinister edge to his contemplation. A laugh escapes Jack's lips, a hint of cruelty in his amusement. Dietrich confirms that Christopher Shuburn is 17 years old and will become an adult in a couple of months. He seems troubled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he mutters, "Great," under his breath, a question mark hovering nearby. Meanwhile, Vampire Jack Stewart grins, his eyes gleaming with malice as he extends a hand, demanding, "If you have a bag you're not using, give it to me." A pair of hands reach out, a voice offering, "I'll help you out just this once." A blue cloth is offered, the hands clasped together in silent understanding. Dietrich Hermann clutches the cloth, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He hopes this will be all right. Dietrich hands the cloth to Christopher Shuburn, who stares at it with a questioning gaze. Christopher stands before a vast, blank canvas. He thinks to himself that Thanos is like a blank sheet of paper, that you can write anything on, and on a corner, the word effort is written in small lettering. Christopher grips the hilt of his sword. Dietrich, nearby, thinks that is not enough. He swirls the contents of a bucket. A close-up reveals the bucket is filled with a viscous, red liquid. Christopher is going to write one more word on there. A splash of red liquid explodes across the canvas. Dietrich calls out to Christopher to follow him. Christopher agrees, and they run together. Dietrich stands over a small, green-clad figure on the floor. The figure asks what he is doing here and asks to be lifted up. The imposing structure stood tall, its many windows reflecting the pale light. The door creaked open, revealing Dietrich and Christopher standing in the doorway. Christopher and Dietrich stare ahead, their faces etched with surprise and confusion. The five musketeers are bound and subdued, their expressions a mix of shock and resignation. While you were away, a voice echoes, revealing the scene of multiple men tied together on the floor. One of the captured men recalls how one of them came into the basement. A sharp AGH pierces the air as one of the men is yanked by a rope. The narration continues, explaining that they all showed up in 5-minute intervals. The captive explains that one of them didn't return from the basement, and another went to get him but got tied up as well. Christopher explains that he merely captured them and was waiting for them, admitting he didn't expect this to happen. Christopher looks at the tied-up men, asking what they have been doing. One of the tied-up men is asked to explain how he managed to get such a large sum of money in one day, given that the place was empty yesterday. Christopher Shuburn, a sinister smile playing on his lips, mentions the 5 musketeers. A man in a suit appears upset, confessing he had no intention of becoming close with them. He doesn't even know their names. Christopher's expression hardens, his smile now laced with arrogance, as he declares, "How arrogant of you." Looking down at someone, Christopher asks if he is mistaken or if he was just ordered around. Christopher, his hand now firmly around a man's neck, reminds him that this is his Grace's villa, and he is merely a guest. Christopher's grip tightens, the sound of a strangled cough escaping the man's throat as he is reminded of his status as a guest. Christopher, looking down at the man he is choking, asks him what he means. The man struggles to speak, managing to choke out that this is Christopher's house, revealing he received it after killing a spy from the Falcon Empire. Christopher, squeezing the man, asks if he thought they would just let him borrow it, calling it a shame. Christopher's smirk widens, a predatory glint in his eyes, as he continues to torment his captive. Christopher releases the man's neck, the word release emblazoned across the panel as the captive gasps for air. Christopher scoffs, wondering what punks at the bottom rung would know about anything as the man and others cough on the ground. He seems pleased by the news, even as the other man flinches. Thanos' declaration is met with a satisfied, yes. The dark-haired man's face is cast in shadow as he asks a pointed question. He needs to know if he can trust the blonde man. The blonde man, eyes narrowed, assures his companion of his loyalty. He serve his liege without question, he says. The red-haired man, sweating, asks what should be done about them. He seems nervous and eager to please. The speaker questions the sheer volume of wealth hidden in the basement. Stacks of gold bars and chests fill the room. The gray-haired woman wonders who these people are. Two hooded figures stand silently behind her, cloaked in shadow. The blonde man lies prone, a sword clutched in his hand. He is either unconscious or dead. The gray-haired woman tells the hooded figure to listen closely. She claims to have attacked the kingdom with Duke Marlin. The hands carefully manipulate the gold bars. They cause an explosion and swept all the funds. It is made clear that the king of Thessalon and Duke Marlin are informants for the Falcon Empire. They were planning to use a civil war. Duke Assemble, Headmaster Ramel, or both have something to do with Falcon. The stylized image suggests a grand conspiracy. The money and goods that were robbed last night are here. The chest overflows with gold bars. The man in the suit wonders what would happen if the 5 musketeers reported this to Headmaster Ramel. The conversation continues, considering what would happen if this information were leaked to Duke Assemble or if Ramel worked for Falcon. The unseen speaker suggests that the person orchestrating these events would be accused if such information came to light. The man with short brown hair agrees, stating that the plan has already been ruined. Headmaster Ramel is shown in a mirror, seemingly aware of the conversation taking place. The images shown suggest a series of events, including someone denying their relationship, and the stupid king sending troops, and Falcon trying to kill someone. The unseen speaker states that they ruined their plan. The speaker asks if the other remembers how Cell used a shake when she was a dragon, suggesting trauma from Falcon's experiments. The man with the blindfold states that if they discover Cell, they'll probably try to take her back again. The blonde-haired man looks nauseous, suggesting that they'll start experimenting on her again. Taligio is mentioned, and the man with short brown hair asks yes. The sword is shown because of the 5 musketeers. The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he shouts, demanding to know what he is facing. A hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a sword, sweat beading on the skin as immense pressure is applied. Dietrich stands beside Christopher, who listens intently as a man with white hair declares he has explained enough and will now give an order. A close-up reveals Dietrich's face, a sly smile playing on his lips as he anticipates the command. A hand pushes a sword forward, the blade directed towards a figure with green hair, the action emphasized by the word push. Against a blood-red backdrop, a chilling order echoes, kill all 5 of them. A blade presses against Christopher Shuburn's throat, and he can only gasp at the sudden threat. The man with dark hair gapes, realizing that the 5 musketeers are now useless to him. The man with white hair stands beside the man with dark hair, who declares that they lack grit and effort compared to Thanos, and aren't as quick or shrewd as Abiru. The man with dark hair is clearly not in a place to be ordered around, especially after being so coercive and demanding an explanation. The man with blonde hair kneels before the man with dark hair, who states that Abiru is worth more than thousands of them, and that he worked for him now. The man with dark hair leans in, asking what the other is waiting for, his expression intense. The man with dark hair smirks, wondering if he must kill them, and then asks why he would let them live. A chest overflows with stacks of gold bars, a silent testament to the stakes at play. The group laughs, telling someone to forget everything they saw and heard, and to be careful from now on, asking if that is what they want him to tell them. The man with white hair is told to think hard about it, and he simply replies, yes. A somber gathering of figures in dark suits bow their heads in unison. The grand building stands tall against a backdrop of blue skies and fluffy clouds. Dietrich stands in a hallway, listening intently. He is told that someone seems like they're going to keep Thanos by their side until the end. He simply replies, yes. A figure lies on their back, arms outstretched. They think highly of someone's effort and talent, and that they can't leave him like that. He stands with his back to the viewer, a somber mood emanating from him. He thinks that at this rate, it's all he wants. A close-up reveals a person's face, shadowed and obscured. It's clear that Thanos wants to murder someone. Bloody hands reach out, the scene reflected in shattered glass. Though he never asked him who it is, and he didn't tell him either. A figure stands amidst flames, a determined look on their face. What comes after? He becomes the strongest swordsman and succeeds in getting his revenge. A tombstone stands in the rain, a symbol of loss and grief. He'll eventually feel unbelievably empty. A person with green hair sits in a chair, a thoughtful expression on their face. Just like I did. I didn't want Thanos to end up like me. A person with brown hair looks off into the distance, a slight smile on their face. He wants to give him a future and seems to be planning on giving him a sense of responsibility. Butler Ron stands with his arms crossed, a knowing look on his face. A Baru, master, and people who are smart can read my mind by simply talking to me for a bit. Yes, that's correct. The crowd presses close, but Dietrich Hermann hears the warning. If Thanos doesn't eliminate the 5, those nearby will be in danger. Elsewhere, a figure stands by a window, considering how this massacre will be especially memorable for Thanos, who isn't used to murdering people yet. Christopher Shuburn is told that he will solve Thanos' problem and prepare for the future at the same time. He confirms that this is correct. A figure sits on the ground amidst shattered tiles, remembering when he first took Thanos in. He was certain he'd simply use him and throw him out. But the more time he spent with Thanos, the more he seriously thought about training him, a change of heart he hadn't anticipated. He eventually took Thanos in just like he did with Cell and Charlotte. But what does Thanos think of all this of being taken in? Does Thanos think of them as his family as well? The answer, conveyed on a field of red, is probably not. That punk is afraid of being a part group. The speaker's face is obscured, but the sentiment is clear. He's afraid to open up his heart to them. The two girls smile, unaware of the internal conflict plaguing Thanos. But what does Thanos think? He flinches, pushing away the thought, the pressure, the expectation of connection. A character with long white hair smiles, holding a red apple. The expression is one of manic glee, a stark contrast to Thanos' internal turmoil. And he even thinks that he's useless. The words hang heavy, a damning self-assessment from the young man. He stood behind the window, contemplating the harsh realities of his actions. It may be brutal, but he must give him a sense of belonging. The young lord knew he must help him grow, especially if his growth had been stunted. He felt a responsibility to guide him. A hand gently cradled a small figure, a silent promise of protection and guidance. It was all part of his role. Dietrich Hermann gently patted the small figure on the head. He couldn't believe someone like him was his student, but he was too much for him. The young lord smiled warmly at the small figure, a genuine expression of affection and encouragement. He was happy to see him smile. He couldn't believe the great writer, Raccoon, was giving him such a compliment. Dietrich was absolutely flattered as a student. Elsewhere, a voice called out to Thanos, reminding him that he was in year 4 at the academy. The speaker's face is obscured. Christopher Shuburn stood tall, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling figures before him. He knew them very well, it seemed. A disembodied voice echoed, revealing that Headmaster Amel was helping someone out. The person's feet are visible. A figure looked up, their expression a mix of defiance and desperation. He asked if they were going to betray him, proposing a deal. The masked man spoke, his words carrying the weight of responsibility. The future of the country lies in your hands, he said. Christopher Shuburn offered a proposition. If this is settled well, then I'll give you a good position, he promised, holding a knife. The dark-haired man's smile widens, revealing sharp teeth as he proposes an alliance. He glances back, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he questions the order. Kill them? A montage of memories flashes. He has killed living things before, animals, and even monsters with other hunters. Yet, the thought lingers. He has never murdered a human. The weight of that distinction settles heavily. But there's a completely different reason. The hand clenches, a silent struggle against the command. He hesitates, the blade wavering in his grasp. Another memory surfaces. Someone gave him a chance. On top of that, he helped him to become stronger. And he took him in as his family, a debt he can't repay with blood. But did he really think of Jack and the 2 kids as his family? The question echoes in his mind. Elsewhere, a muscular man with white hair stands with his back to the viewer, the air around him charged with energy. 2 young girls, one with blonde hair and the other with white, are shown in a contrasting panel, their expressions unreadable. A young man smiles, holding a knife. His eyes gleam with an unsettling mix of innocence and malice. The sound of metal against stone echoes as a sword falls to the ground, its purpose now abandoned. He stands, a blade held ready in his hand, a purple aura emanating from his body. The man runs forward, knife extended, as a voice cries out, offering money. Christopher Shuburn's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed, his purpose unwavering. A voice declares that there are enemies, and promises to investigate them, no matter what. Christopher Shuburn looms, his face impassive as a desperate plea echoes in the air. A voice cries out, begging him to reconsider, to not go through with his actions. A sly smile plays across the young man's face as he prepares to focus all of his energy. The shirtless man stands ready, his sword glinting in the dim light as he prepares to strike. All of his mana flows out of his 3 circles, focusing only on his eyes, enhancing his vision. With a burst of speed, he dashes forward, his sword cutting through the air with a swish. The swords swing and clash, a desperate dodge barely avoiding a fatal blow. He can now see his opponent's movements, which were previously imperceptible. Realizing this must be the effect of his mana. He takes a step forward, recognizing that this isn't the strength of a first circle user. He understands why, focusing all of his mana on his arm, the sword glowing intensely. He moves all of his mana to his right foot, channeling the energy. He is shocked by this sudden shift of mana, gasping as he realizes what's happening. He is in awe, admitting he had no idea that this was even possible. Mana users typically distribute their energy evenly throughout their bodies. The reason for this widespread distribution is simple: efficiency in combat. Thanos, however, believed that focusing mana was also efficient, and had been using his mana that way. But the illusion in front of him was different, a concentrated burst of power. With a shout, the white-haired man leaps into the air, sword raised high. The swords clash with a resounding clang as the vampire focuses all his mana. He focuses his mana on the parts of his body that he uses. With a swish, the white-haired man dodges the attack when it attacks or dodges. Thanos couldn't believe his eyes, but perhaps this was the difference between different ranking mana circle users. The illusion in front of him was incomplete. Both warriors leap into the fray, blades poised to strike. He swings his blade, the air itself seeming to tear with the force. The strike lands with brutal finality. Vampire Jack Stewart grits his teeth, the impact echoing in the confined space. Dietrich Hermann coughs, blood now staining his lips and chest. He gasps, a triumphant declaration escaping his lips. I won. But then, a chilling realization dawns on Vampire Jack Stewart. No, wait. Dietrich Hermann stumbles, the world tilting around him as he wonders, who did he stab? The truth crashes down on Vampire Jack Stewart with the force of a physical blow. Dietrich Hermann's eyes widen in disbelief, the horror of his actions becoming clear. He had attacked back. Dietrich realizes, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Impossible, he thinks, as if his eyes have finally been opened to a hidden truth. Standing over his fallen opponent, Dietrich Hermann admits he really didn't know him at all. He stood over the fallen vampire, thoughts swirling about the kind of person Jack was. How did he gain such strength? How did he become so powerful? And what was his childhood like? The young boy stood alone, seemingly lost in thought, as Dietrich realized he didn't know anything about Jack's past. With a surge of power, the young lord plunged the glowing blue weapon into Jack, the vampire flinching and twitching from the sudden attack. Jack's face contorted in pain, blood trickling from his mouth as he trembled from the force of the blow. He could only manage a choke. Dietrich's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. He saw how determined Jack was, and it fueled his own resolve. And he became certain just now that his eyes, Jack's eyes, always seemed to be intensely focused on something, a hidden goal perhaps. The vampire's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of shock crossing his face as he seemed to remember something from his past. Jack gritted his teeth, blood staining his lips. Was it madness? Persistence? No, he refused to yield, even in the face of such pain. Dietrich's fist clenched tighter around the weapon, the blue energy intensifying. This is willpower, he thought, the key to overcoming any obstacle. A special move, he thought, remembering a time when he was going to kill him no matter what. A flashback of Jack with his sword, ready to strike. I didn't have any emotions till now, Jack thought, remembering a time when he couldn't make any progress by merely repeating moves over and over again. With a thud, Jack fell backwards, a spurt of blood marking his descent. He was defeated, at least for now, but his past continued to haunt him. He stands over his fallen opponent, a triumphant declaration escaping his lips. I won. Dietrich laughs, a chilling sound that echoes in the aftermath of the battle. He dismisses his victory, stating that he merely removed his sparring partner's head. A figure stands, sword in hand, as cracks spiderweb across a pane of glass. He vows to grow even stronger, his determination palpable. The glass shatters, the sound a deafening roar that punctuates the figure's ambition. A voice echoes, declaring an intent to become more powerful, until every effort is imprinted in the speaker's heart. Elsewhere, a young boy with dark hair and a green-haired doll stands beside a kneeling man, the scene bathed in soft light. The boy, identified as Thanos, extends a hand, offering a pendant with a warm smile and a heartfelt welcome. A man with white hair, kneeling on the ground, looks up with a grin. He announces his return, addressing someone as my liege. A handshake seals a pact, the details of which remain unseen, but the gesture speaks of alliance and agreement. After that fight, Thanos became a fourth circle user, marking a significant milestone in his journey. It hasn't been very long since he made a circle, but he grew even more. A figure floats in the air, a blue glow emanating from beneath his feet. A fourth circle appears on his back, accompanied by a resounding boom. They say that changing yourself is the same as changing your future. The young man smiles, declaring that this punk has changed, his future now his own. The green-haired boy closes his eyes as a voice tells him he did it, and that he's a natural at teaching people. The man with brown hair embraces the green-haired boy, saying all he did was give him a little push, turning him from someone who only works hard to someone who works hard as well. The green-haired boy looks off into the distance, stating simply, "I see." The man with brown hair holds the green-haired boy, musing that he's starting to be curious about Tano's past, as the boy responds with a simple A figure stands in a pose, declaring that he can see the remains of the two circles that had been inscribed in Tano's heart. Judging from the shape of the remains, it happened about 5 years ago, when Tanos was about 12 years old. He lost his circles because of some incident. 2 circles by the time he was 12 suggests a privileged upbringing. The dark-haired man wonders if he was a member of a royal family. One wonders if he is somewhere by any chance, but decides not to ask him now. The other person decides to wait until he tells them himself. The glowing man is more curious about his body than his past right now, but not in a weird way. The man in the red coat digresses, wondering how a mana user's limit is determined. He believes that man will be able to make 7 circles and end up as an 8th circle user, while 4 circles are probably her limit. The reason he can determine this is because a mana user's limit is decided depending on the number, length, and width of the blood vessels that the mana flows through. Tano's blood vessels are very narrow, the result of his body going through great shock. After his circles were broken in the past, his blood vessels can turn 4 circles. And yet, not only 4, but even 4. All of the blood vessels in his body became tangled, ripped, and blocked. But his blood vessels could still turn 4 circles nonetheless. Just how big were his blood vessels? Before his circles got broken, he had enough talent to have at least 9 circles. Look at the 5 musketeers who got destroyed earlier. They had their circles crushed like Thanos did. They couldn't enlarge their shrunken blood vessels, and they couldn't endure the pain that flooded their body every time they tried to circulate their mana. Thanos was different from those punks. He endured everything, and eventually he pulled it off. He achieved his goal. Meanwhile, a woman kneels before someone, stating, "My liege." A smiling man with a small figure on his shoulder says, "Welcome, Thanos." He returns, kneeling before the smiling man, declaring his arrival. The man welcomes him, acknowledging Thanos as his liege. A firm handshake seals their reunion, a silent promise of renewed loyalty and shared purpose. The man's expression remains unreadable, a slight purse of his lips the only visible sign of his inner thoughts. Dietrich Hermann looks off into the distance, his expression a mix of confusion and uncertainty. Tears begin to well, tracing paths down his face, a visible manifestation of overwhelming emotion. The tears flow freely now, a torrent of relief and joy washing over Thanos as he openly weeps. Dietrich observes Thanos, remarking that he is still a child. Both of them sniffle, overcome with emotion. Dietrich, arms outstretched, feigns indifference, but Thanos is undeterred, offering a hug. The hug is intense. Dietrich cries out, overwhelmed by the force of Thanos' embrace. The force of the hug is like being tackled by a wild boar. Dietrich thinks, relieved he had the foresight to run away in advance. Despite the tears, a genuine smile graces Thanos' face, reflecting the depth of his affection. Thanos continues to hug Dietrich, gently patting him on the back, a gesture of comfort and reassurance. He had been relatively calm when he had become a 3rd circle just a moment ago. Dietrich looks down at Thanos, who stands behind him. Thanos wipes at Dietrich's face with a cloth, remarking on how ugly he looks. He notes that Dietrich clearly saw and felt something in the magic circle. Thanos asks if Dietrich remembers what he told him when he made the illusion magic sphere. He nods, listening intently to the words. Thanos asks if Dietrich still feels the same way, referencing the mindset of working so hard you feel like you're going to die. Dietrich nods in response. Dietrich stammers, hiccuping as he affirms that he does. Thanos towers over him, a hand raised to pat him on the back. A hand pats his shoulder, accompanied by the words, "Yes. Remember to work hard." Thanos looks touched, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he repeats, "My liege." A pink hue surrounds him. A building groans and cracks under some unseen pressure. A small figure exclaims, "My liege," as the structure begins to crumble. A close-up of white roses is shown, accompanied by the words, "I'm sorry, it's fine." Dietrich carries Thanos on his back. Thanos remarks that he used Soul Aura, which is why he has a terrible headache. Dietrich continues to carry Thanos, as 2 figures watch them from the side. One of the figures has a question mark above her head. A blonde woman gives a thumbs up, asking what the... Her expression is one of amusement and slight confusion. Dietrich's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he wonders why she looks so proud. He is reminded to focus on friendship. Elsewhere, 2 small figures stand before a grand building. One makes a noise of realization, while the other questions why they aren't all going to school. Dietrich Hermann holds hands with a man who says he was so happy that he nearly forgot something, but that he'll be back. The man shuffles his feet as Dietrich Hermann cries. Below them, another boy holds a bird as he stands next to a girl. Dietrich Hermann looks up, thinking, then Jack Stewart smiles widely, saying, "Let's go now as well." Meanwhile, a large building stands tall, surrounded by greenery. A door creaks open. Dietrich Hermann and another boy walk, the boy saying, "Boss, why are we going to the cellar?" Two silhouettes stand in a room. Someone lies on the ground, thinking, it looks like the Death Knights tossed the 5 musketeers in the corner over there. A man smiles, thinking, "I wish they would have cleaned up more neatly." Dietrich Hermann looks distressed. He lies still, seemingly asleep, as Jack leans in close, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A sinister smile spreads across Charlotte's face, her fangs bared, a glint of something wicked in her eyes. The man doubts what he is seeing, wondering if Charlotte just smiled. He couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. Her face seems to fade, as if she is disappearing. The woman looks down at a small figure, wondering who it is. She thinks to herself, "My liege." Someone asks if she is all right, as they stand in front of a pile of gold bars. The group seems concerned. A vision of Charlotte appears, her face contorted in shock. The text says if Charlotte was here. The vision screams, her hands flying to her face in horror. Wouldn't she have shrieked after seeing those corpses? Footsteps echo as Charlotte walks, but something is different about her now. But Cell was different. Eyes gleam in the darkness, staring intently at something unseen. A smile forms naturally on her face, as if she sees them as trash in an alley. Standing before the gold, one of them remarks that something doesn't seem normal, no matter how much they think about it. Charlotte's expression is unreadable as she stares off into the distance. Butler Ron shuffles closer, inquiring why she's standing there, simply staring into space. The young girl's face is a picture of confusion, a question mark floating above her head. Jack Stewart seems lost in thought, a small doll clutched in his hand as he mutters a quiet one. Beneath a bright sky, a decision is made. "It's nothing. Let's go over to the academy to see Charlotte," one voice declares, followed by an enthusiastic, "All right." The narrator reflects on a difficult decision. "I thought hard about it, but it wasn't easy to come to a conclusion." A flashback reveals a disturbing truth. Cell is different from other children. She was abandoned by her parents and went through human experiments ever since she was little. So it would be too greedy of me to expect. A memory surfaces, showing a muscular man standing between Charlotte and another young girl. As a voice declares, "Cell is Cell, Charlotte is Charlotte." Meanwhile, the imposing structure of the school that Charlotte attends comes into view, prompting the question, "Whoa, is this the school that Charlotte goes to?" Jack Stewart sips from a glass, his brow furrowed with concern as Charlotte looks on with a worried expression. "My headache won't go away," he admits. The young man's face is etched with exhaustion, but a hint of pride shines through as he hears, "Your hard work is finally seeing the light of day." Two figures discuss Charlotte's progress, one exclaiming, "A 4th circle? I can't believe you made 2 circles in one day. You're so amazing." Butler Ron places a hand on Jack Stewart's shoulder, the gesture one of familiarity and perhaps a touch of pride. The vampire smiles faintly, acknowledging the compliment. The man laughs heartily, attributing his success to the Thessian kingdom. He's now an 8th circle user, a fact that has others wondering about his identity. The crowd showers the man with congratulations, one voice rising above the others, claiming they knew he could achieve this due to his hard work. Dietrich Hermann observes the scene, noting that Tanos seems to be welcomed. He muses that this is how it should be, his expression thoughtful. The images contrast the man's rapid ascent. Only a 2nd circle user yesterday, he has become a 4th circle user overnight, a meteoric rise in power. The man's face is filled with emotion, a tear escaping his eye as he's described as a rising star with huge potential, a testament to his rapid growth. The silhouette of a figure stands against a dark background, the text indicating a jump from a 6th to an 8th circle in a single day. The scene unfolds, revealing that this was a famous story within the continent. The man is being treated as a genius, just like Tanos was. A group of people stand together, observing the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Dietrich Hermann smiles, his expression one of quiet satisfaction as he witnesses the man's success, a small creature perched on his shoulder. The man is lifted up by the crowd, a symbol of his newfound status and the admiration of those around him, a testament to his rapid rise. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, a hint of something darker beneath the surface of the celebration, a sense of anticipation and perhaps malice. He waves a hand dismissively, stating that it seems he won't have to worry about someone anymore. Behind him, other students mill about, seemingly unconcerned. Then, a thought occurs to him. Should he go check on Charlotte now? The academy looms in the distance, a grand structure against the sky. He recalls Charlotte saying she enjoyed going there, and he bets she's smiling wider than Tanos is. But he would find out later. A crumpled piece of paper sits on a table, its purpose now seemingly discarded. Charlotte, back turned, flinches violently, a sharp chuck sound punctuating the air. How foolishly optimistic she had been. Butler Ron stands with his arms crossed, a snicker escaping his lips as he looks down at a woman with purple hair. Why didn't she catch on until now? Charlotte stands in a room, the light casting long shadows around her. There was an unsettled problem, and now Charlotte screams, her face contorted in anguish. Her blonde hair is disheveled, her expression a mask of terror. That smile, to be continued. The door creaks open as Dietrich Hermann peeks inside, calling out to Cell to see if they are done taking a shower. A splash echoes as someone remarks that the boss is going to be late today, prompting a surprised response. Dietrich, now in a robe, stands amidst a field of blue flowers, noting that they must watch over the house today. Dietrich asks Tanos about a certain guy, and Tanos responds, seemingly in agreement with whatever Dietrich is implying. A building is shown at night, with a VWM sound effect, as someone thinks that he's still trying to make a magic sphere. Someone staggers, and Dietrich observes that he came back home late last night, looking half dead. Two figures agree that he always gives it his all, their expressions suggesting a mix of admiration and concern. Dietrich offers warm milk, scratching their head, as the other person responds with a simple sure. A moment later, a garden of roses is shown. Dietrich stomps their foot, declaring that the gift they bought is to celebrate Cell coming to their house. Dietrich explains to a woman with dark hair that he used all of his allowance to buy the floating necklace. He hopes Cell likes the gift, recalling that he left it in the kitchen before dinner. Dietrich reaches out to Nabi, the cat, who is now wearing the necklace as a collar. The necklace hangs prominently around Nabi's neck, the charms dangling. Dietrich is shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. He shouts in disbelief, wondering what is happening. Dietrich and Tanos demand that Nabi give the necklace back. Dietrich yells, but Nabi dashes away, the sound of its paws echoing. Dietrich is confused, wondering what the commotion is. He questions why Nabi is stealing the necklace. Dietrich trips over something, losing his balance. He tumbles forward as Nabi darts away with the necklace. He tumbles through the air, gritting his teeth against the impact. Righting himself, Dietrich asks Tanos if he is all right and if he saw a cat running away. Tanos replies that there has been a cat causing trouble lately, and he did see a cat run down that hallway. He sprints to catch the feline. Dietrich falls again, thanking someone as he plummets. Dietrich, now on his feet, scans the area, wondering where the cat went. He spots the cat disappearing into the attendance area. Dietrich shouts that he has found the cat. He kicks down the door, splintering the wood. Inside the kitchen, a chef apologizes as Nabi, wearing the necklace, stands before him. The chef curses as the cat escapes again, leaping out the window. Dietrich shouts for the cat to stop as he jumps after it. Nabi lands on the pavement, the necklace still around its neck. She plummets through the air, a stream of white energy trailing behind. Below, the blue cat leaps from the window, twisting in midair. Landing on the ground, Dietrich grits her teeth in frustration. Falling faster, she wonders if she is just being toyed with. She shouts at the cat, demanding the necklace be returned. The blue cat snatches the necklace in its paw. Dietrich manages to grab the necklace from the cat. The necklace snaps, the beads scattering in the air. Dietrich slips, losing her grip on the remaining beads. A heavy thud echoes as she hits the ground. Lying on the ground, Dietrich wonders why nothing is going her way. A figure looms over her, calling out her name. Charlotte? He lies on the ground, disoriented, as Tanos rushes over, having heard noise. The supporting character wonders what in the world is going on. The grand building looms against the night sky, its many windows dark. The fountain below stands silent, its water still. Inside, a room is dimly lit. A small table sits against the wall, adorned with a vase and other trinkets. I see, floats in a speech bubble. A chibi Dietrich holds up 2 necklaces, beaming. Now there are 2 necklaces, he exclaims, adding that it's not that fancy. The chibi version of a young lord grumbles that the one he was originally going to give was prettier and fancier. Tanos assures him not to worry, saying that cat is very mischievous. Dietrich looks up, his expression serious. He says that he is so happy. 3 small sound effects float in the air. The young lord smiles softly, saying he feels like he finally has a real family. His eyes are bright with emotion. The chibi versions of Dietrich and Tanos hug. Dietrich exclaims that he's going to keep this friendship necklace forever, while Tanos tells him there's no need to go overboard. Meanwhile, the night sky stretches above, a gradient of deep blues and purples dotted with distant stars. A door creaks open, the sound echoing in the silent hallway. The light from within spills out onto the floor. Jack stands in the doorway, looking into the room. He thinks it looks like he came back too late, wondering if everyone is asleep. The vampire Jack Stewart smiles knowingly, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. He seems to have something in mind. He holds her close, but Dietrich sobs, her face buried against his chest. Tears stream down her face as she clutches at his shirt. Jack's hand tightens on her arm, his grip firm, almost painful. The sound of fabric slipping fills the air. Elsewhere, Thanos gently pats the blanket over the sleeping forms. Sweet dreams, he whispers, his expression soft. You too. On a nearby table, two necklaces rest side by side. One gleams with a ruby red stone, the other with a sapphire blue. Dietrich Herman walks with a young boy, a memory surfacing as he recalls when he first met Jack Stewart. The dark-haired boy's expression is melancholic as he reflects on the void left by his mother's disappearance. The boy's face is now filled with Jack Stewart's overwhelming presence, and Valentine, the one he calls his master. At first, the academy was a nice place, or so it seemed to the two women standing outside. Although she had to lie about being 14 years old instead of 11, her experience selling stuff at the market made it easy for her to get along with everyone. Social studies, economics, politics, social etiquette fill the pages of the books. The mindset of a mana user and the principles of mana are taught in the classroom. The classes were all difficult classes, but they were definitely manageable at least. She's getting special treatment. What a curiosity, the disembodied voices whisper. What kind of kid gets special admission in the second semester? Is she supposed to be some kind of genius? With a whoosh, the blonde girl strikes the red-haired man, the sound of the smack echoing as he cries out. She is surrounded, kneeling on the floor as others stand over her. The room is decorated with a complex design etched into the floor. The blonde woman's breath comes in ragged gasps. She recalls taking down 8 opponents during her very first sparring session. Smiling brightly, Charlotte remembers when even the assistant instructors called her a prodigy. Other students stand behind her. The memory shifts, and Charlotte stands with a group of other students. They all have their arms crossed, looking displeased. The supervising instructor, Leon Hart, is the one who poured fuel onto the fire. He stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. He had said she was coasting through life thanks to her connections. A boot is seen stepping on a glass of water. Charlotte was made to do things like wipe up dirty water off the floor. Everything changed once Leon Hart started. She felt she was being treated unfairly. Charlotte and another person are seen with sinister smiles. Everyone eventually stopped being nice to her. The memory is fragmented, showing only her hair. Charlotte looks out the window, a somber expression on her face. Another person is seen standing outside. A bead of sweat rolls down someone's face. They seem to be in distress, questioning something. Someone grinds their teeth, a sign of intense anger or frustration. The image is close up and intense. She's consumed by rage, the very air around Charlotte crackling with ominous energy. The weight of impending doom hangs heavy. Butler Ron attempts to soothe her, gently patting her head. He tries to calm her down, but her fury is palpable as he wonders if he should just stand by. A blond man watches with a smirk, content to observe the unfolding drama. Charlotte, however, is confused by his reaction and pouts. The young girl clenches her fist, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within. She feels anger, but also a deep sense of confusion. The bond between them is strong, forged in shared experiences and mutual reliance. They are close, intimate even. Charlotte is embraced by a woman with long blonde hair, finding solace in their connection. More than just friends, they are family. A small, green-haired child sits dazed, perhaps not fully understanding the complexities of the situation. They might act differently from the other kids. Ron continues to pat Charlotte's head, a gesture of affection that elicits a mild complaint. But they genuinely care about the ones they call family. The woman with long blonde hair slumps over a table, weighed down by worry. Charlotte hasn't even told them what's happening yet. Butler Ron speaks to Charlotte, who listens intently, nodding in understanding. She seems to be accepting what he is saying. Elsewhere, a distant view reveals a castle, its spires reaching towards the sky. It is a place of history and secrets. A closer view shows a grand building with an ornate gate, hinting at the opulence and power within. The building is large and imposing. She pouts, muttering to herself as Charlotte and Dietrich walk along the path. Philip arrives, and a young man seems surprised to be here. Leon Hart remarks that Philip is early, but he replies that there wasn't much to sort out. Philip bows, introducing himself to Leon Hart, who notes that he hasn't seen him before. Leon Hart suggests they walk as they talk, and the pair begin to move. Dietrich asks Sabiru if he knows Leon Hart from the academy. Leon Hart and Philip ascend the stairs, and Leon Hart confirms that he does know of the academy. A door creaks open, the sound echoing in the hallway. Dietrich presses Sabiru, wanting to know exactly what he knows about Leon Hart. Leon Hart asks Sabiru to give Philip what he has prepared, and Abiru agrees. A scroll is offered, and Philip wonders what it is. Philip is described as specializing in gathering intel. He is flushed, thinking about how the person in question is the best at organizing and compiling information. Leon Hart Rudiger hands over a document to someone, the details of which are yet to be seen. The document details that he is 178 centimeters tall, 74 kilograms, a six-circle swordsman, and an honorary baron. The document continues, stating that he is the head assistant instructor of the Academy's swordsmanship department. The documents contain details of all the instructors at the Academy, including their portraits and written information. A close-up of Leon Hart's face reveals a slight smirk as he anticipates the reaction to the information. Abiru is impressed, while Dietrich glances at the document with a blank expression as Leon Hart smiles. Leon Hart knew that Charlotte, Tanos, and Philip would be attending the Academy and prepared all of this in advance, now handing it over. The document reveals that Leon Hart was born a commoner but received recognition for his efforts and served as a royal guard for 15 years. Philip is appalled and disgusted, wondering if Leon Hart is even human after reading the document. Additionally, the document states that Leon Hart is one of the kingdom's official scouts, and, despite having a wife and child, he has forced 8 students into having a relationship with him after being appointed as an instructor 4 years ago, coercing most of them with promises of knighthood positions, and has falsified scholarship records and grades. He learns that Leon Hart's targets were typically students of lower status who had exceptional looks. But Philip realizes that Leon Hart is just the tip of the iceberg. Among the head, senior, regular, and assistant instructors, it was difficult to find someone with a clean record. Leon Hart asks if wearing a badge and preying on students is considered commendable these days, stating that everyone is corrupt now. Instructors backed by noble families are fiercely competing to attract students. These so-called extra benefits they receive are part of their recruitment process, but this is just a theory. It is believed that Leon Hart thinks Charlotte is aligned with the headmaster. Someone suggests that Charlotte could push House Assemble's reputation above the royal families, so Leon Hart is keeping her in check, asking for agreement. But that's just the superficial reason, as a hand crumples a piece of paper. Leon Hart is asked about these extra benefits that were mentioned, and the butler asks if he's saying that Charlotte is that bastard's next target. Philip, eyes glowing, is enraged by what he has learned, thinking that Leon Hart is a filthy scumbag. Bathed in soft light and surrounded by flowers, Charlotte is described as very adorable. A man observes Charlotte, musing that if she continues to grow this way, she's bound to become a beauty capable of moving the world, and that he won't be able to leave her alone. A pair of hands rolls up a scroll, the sound of the snap echoing as the person holding it thinks, "What a mess." The man with amber eyes notes that Charlotte is having trouble adapting to school, and he was planning to step in only if she asked. The group gathers, the speaker stating that the situation is now different, and they may need to dispose of some bodies. A young man with a small, green creature perched on his shoulder is told to calm down. The young man's expression is unreadable, his amber eyes reflecting the light as the small creature beside him stares wide-eyed. The floor sparkles, indicating that the bodies have been cleaned up as ordered. A demi-plane pouch is tossed into the air, containing about 18 or 19 million coins, for them to use as they need. The man with blonde hair states that he has seen a demi-plane pouch before, but this one looks a bit different. An unseen voice confirms the demi-plane pouch works as intended. Dietrich looks at the pouch, astonished by the amount of money inside. The young lord explains that he made the demi-plane pouch himself, a statement that seems to startle Leon Hart. Leon Hart is visibly shocked by Dietrich's claim. Dietrich smiles, noting that not just anyone can make a high-quality demi-plane pouch. The young lord's smile widens as he considers something. Ron laughs, remarking that it seems very possible for Dietrich to have made himself. Leon Hart sweats, while Dietrich continues to smile. Leon Hart looks at Dietrich, a question forming in his mind. Dietrich points to a chest, stating that he didn't include any potions and that they should get them themselves if they need them. Leon Hart asks if there's more. Dietrich asks about the rumor he asked Leon Hart to spread last time. A major battle was uncovered in the ruins of what was once the capital of the Gunnar Empire. Hundreds of remains were found, some believed to belong to a dragon. Upon hearing the news, the crown prince fainted on the spot. All the nobles of Thulkin were left in shock by the sudden turn of events. The arrangements are already complete. The gears of a plan set in motion, with many players unknowingly fulfilling their roles. Within 5 days, the citizens of this country will have heard the story. It will reach the ears of every noble across the 5 kingdoms outside of Thulkin. They're also planning to take a few of the people spreading the rumors to the Marquis. The man with brown hair asks how many there are. The order is given. Make sure to pay them handsomely. A hand reaches out to grab a bag, presumably filled with coin. The man with blonde hair states that he will assign the 7th Death Knight to him. While he's in House Valinir's domain, there are 2 people he must protect at all costs. A woman with long, dark hair is seen in profile, her expression unreadable against a backdrop of swirling colors. The man with white hair speaks of Elizabeth Valantier, his sister, and Ron. He stands with his back to the viewer, looking out at a swirling landscape. A close-up reveals a man with intense, glowing yellow eyes. His expression is fierce, his gaze unwavering. He declares that he doesn't care whether they kill or spare anyone else, but they must protect those 2, even if it means sacrificing everyone else. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate building under a bright sky. The The Valentier estate, perhaps, where these events will unfold. It occurred to Dietrich that he had asked Charlotte and Tanos to do something. He had told them to come to the villa for lunch whenever possible, instead of eating at the academy. To the chef's credit, the food at the academy was awful, and his past life memories were resurfacing. Dietrich sits at a table outside the villa as Philip calls out to him, announcing their arrival. Philip exclaims how great it is to be here, while Leonhardt notices a ledger on the table. He understands. Dietrich holds a scroll in his hands, looking at it with a slight smile as Leonhardt stands behind him. Leonhardt hesitates. Judging by Tanos' expression, it looks like he found out about something. Leonhardt asks Dietrich what is going on with Charlotte, his expression concerned. Leonhardt asks what Dietrich is doing, and Dietrich responds that they should start eating. The sun shines brightly through the trees, creating a peaceful scene. A close-up of the food on the table, including dumplings and other dishes. Leonhardt suggests they should head back now if they don't want to be late, and Philip agrees, ready to go. She's asked to remain behind for a moment, the request hanging in the air. From a distance, Charlotte fidgets, her unease palpable as she and Dietrich stand together. Charlotte's habit of concealing her struggles is evident in her downcast gaze and clasped hands. A framed image depicts a younger Charlotte amidst a crowd, a subtle hint at her past and the means of survival. Dietrich speaks, but Charlotte seems to have tuned him out, her expression a mix of distress and resignation. Charlotte is stunned by Dietrich's words, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. A close-up reveals Charlotte's deteriorating condition, her skin dry, her complexion dull, a stark contrast to her usual vibrancy. The framed image shows Dietrich observing Charlotte, a silent testament to his concern and watchful eye. Elsewhere, someone makes sure to leave fresh blood, a desperate act of sacrifice for an unknown recipient. In the kitchen, a mug of blood sits untouched, a silent rejection of the offered sustenance. Charlotte offers an apology, but Dietrich reassures her, the tension between them thick with unspoken concerns. A sudden realization jolts Charlotte, her eyes widening in disbelief as a shocking truth dawns on her. Tanos seems to be doing fine, even making a few friends. Leonhardt has his arm around him, both smiling as another man stands nearby. She stands alone, a single tear threatening to fall. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the scene of camaraderie elsewhere, unlike you. Her hands, clasped tightly together, betray her inner turmoil as she struggles to contain her emotions. Dietrich's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and sadness, reflect the weight of her unspoken worries. Her expression hardens, her jaw clenching as she fights back tears, a silent battle raging within. Dietrich stands, her back to Leonhardt, who sits calmly, listening intently to whatever she has to say. Leonhardt's words, though unheard, seem to startle Dietrich, who turns to face him with a look of surprise. Leonhardt's expression is thoughtful, his golden eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the situation at hand. A flashback shows people walking away as Dietrich is on the ground, a memory filled with unreasonable prejudices. A crown rests atop a pile of skeletons, a symbol of power built on a foundation that defies logic. Dietrich's eyes widen, reflecting the harsh realities of being a vampire, a constant battle against prejudice. A steaming cup of tea awaits, a small comfort in the face of the challenges that lie ahead. He stands, listening to the words spoken, a decision laid out before him. A cup of crimson liquid is offered, but the gesture comes with a caveat. The offer hangs in the air, a tempting solution presented with a stark reminder of personal autonomy. Dietrich is touched by the sentiment, tears welling in his eyes as he considers the weight of the words. Someone, unseen, offers a piece of advice, a reminder of a crucial element to remember. The unseen figure emphasizes the point, adding a warning about those who might seek to cause harm. A dark-haired man watches from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he observes others plotting. A plate of small, round treats sits nearby, untouched amidst the unfolding drama. Feet fidget nervously, a silent question hanging in the air. What would you do if you were me? Dietrich states the obvious, while another, holding a cup, stares intently, perhaps contemplating a dark path. In a simplified depiction, someone exclaims that Dietrich's words sound just like him, a sentiment of admiration. A pool shimmers, reflecting the unspoken reason for a recent abstinence, a silent agreement acknowledged with a simple rite. He speaks, but his words are cut off mid-sentence, leaving the thought unfinished. Dietrich continues, admitting that he feels different every time he drinks something. Leonhardt looks down at Dietrich, a confused expression on his face as he wonders what's going on. A cup sits on a table, and Leonhardt wonders if the drink is the cause of Dietrich's strange behavior. Dietrich stumbles, tossing his jacket aside as he struggles to maintain his balance. Leonhardt smiles, pulling his shirt open with a flourish, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. With a sudden, forceful motion, Leonhardt's hand grabs Dietrich's blonde hair. He pulls the young lord close, his expression predatory as he bares his teeth. Dietrich's face is visible, liquid dripping from his mouth as he hears Leonhardt's words. Leonhardt embraces Dietrich, who seems taller than before, as he continues to drink. Leonhardt assures Dietrich that he's right beside him, implying that the young lord must have been really hungry. Leonhardt's expression is intense as he holds Dietrich close, his eyes wide with a strange hunger. Dietrich, rendered in a stylized, diminutive form, sits perched, her gaze fixed and unwavering. Elsewhere, a man wonders why she keeps staring at him, while Dietrich stands with another person, prompting the question of what's wrong with her. A hand begins to rise, the intention behind the gesture yet unknown. The hand points accusingly at Dietrich, the gesture filled with unspoken tension. A simple, questioning hangs in the air, a moment of confusion. Dietrich's eyes blaze crimson, and she is shown drinking blood, a disturbing transformation taking place. The words, "they're beautiful," but linger as Dietrich flinches, recoiling from an unseen force. A character with white hair observes, recognizing the unsettling aura of bloodlust emanating from Dietrich. Leonhardt, his expression grim, restrains Dietrich, telling her that it is enough. A hand forcefully grabs, the action suggesting a desperate attempt to control a situation. A guttural grr escapes as Dietrich faces someone, her eyes still glowing red, a sign of her inner turmoil. The question arises, is she that hungry? A chibi-style Dietrich is shown again, perhaps a reflection on her state. The sounds of a scuffle echo through the room, the figures blurred in motion. A figure collapses to the floor with a heavy thud, groaning in pain. The man winces, blood trickling from a wound on his shoulder. A hazy red light fills the air, obscuring the scene. The injured man lies prone, calling out to Charlotte in desperation. Dietrich's face contorts in a feral snarl, her eyes glowing crimson as she growls. Her mouth opens wide, revealing sharp fangs as she prepares to bite. The injured man's expression is a mix of pain and horror. The sound of a bite echoes through the air. Blood splatters on the floor, a grim testament to the violence unfolding. Charlotte lies prone, and Jack Stewart bites down hard on her shoulder. He seems to be breaking her skin. The gnawing continues, a brutal assault on the young lord's body. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes glow with a crimson light as he continues his assault. He ignores Charlotte's pleas to stop. Charlotte trembles, her hand grasping at Jack's coat in a desperate attempt to break free. Leonhardt intervenes, flinging Jack away from the distressed blonde girl with a shout. The vampire flies through the air, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Leonhardt scolds the young man, telling him that his joke has gone too far. But something is wrong with Charlotte. Her eyes glow red, and a dark power seems to be taking hold. Jack looks on in horror, realizing that the demon tainted in darkness will change the earth and sky. He recalls a prophecy, one promising destruction, as his eyes glow. Jack cradles Dietrich, warning that he shouldn't have given her any blood. Leonhardt rushes toward them, intent on stopping whatever is happening. With a snap, Dietrich bites Leonhardt, drawing blood as the instructor expresses shock. Someone observes the scene, noting that it's an ancient phenomenon. Candles burn around a display of flowers, one's named after a real flower. A hand clenches slowly, as if fighting against an unseen force. It's getting harder to restrain her, as she's almost as strong as a third or fourth circle mana user. Is she really experiencing the blood flowering? That only happens when a vampire king offers his blood to his heir. In other words, it occurs when a vampire ascends to the throne, the green-haired man explains. Vampires absorb the powers of the people they feed from. It's not a healing process, it's an act of absorption. Someone asks if it's absorption as Dietrich bites Leonhardt, snarling. He flinches, recoiling from the sudden, sharp pain in his neck. The king of the vampires uses his soul aura to pass on his knowledge to his next heir. Leonhardt continues feeding him his blood, intending to help him understand its power. As they drink more of the soul aura-infused blood, they eventually lose control and go on a rampage. Leonhardt embraces Dietrich, who recognizes his blood. The thump of a heartbeat echoes as Leonhardt embraces him, as that of a king who wields soul aura. Every time Charlotte drinks Leonhardt's blood, she will experience this blood-flowering phenomenon. Someone nearby clicks their tongue, remarking on another's impatience and asking if this is a good thing or not. Another person speaks, saying that in terms of her own growth, it's not necessarily bad, but other than you. No one will be able to stop her once she enters this state. So what if she undergoes the blood flowering, while in a crowd of people, and you're not around? A vampire who has awakened their thirst for blood is consumed by impulses, driven solely by the need to drink more, and they go into killing frenzies. Dietrich snaps, his eyes widening with a newfound intensity as he shouts, questioning what he is supposed to do and declaring he can't just leave her like this. The woman's eyes glow with a menacing red, her expression twisted into a snarl as she presents a dire choice. The unseen speaker demands someone be held off until the blood flowering ends, a condition that seems to weigh heavily on the situation. With a shout of "Start!" a figure plummets downwards, the scene awash in a crimson hue. Meanwhile, the small figure with green hair hovers in the air, seemingly issuing a challenge to the figure below, whom she refers to as my disciple. The green-haired figure demands to be shown how one takes responsibility, her expression unreadable. The figure is surrounded by chains, the text indicating that the logical choice is to abandon Charlotte, but the master was also abandoned in the past. The green-haired figure floats in a reddish space, declaring that she is not like others. Elsewhere, the man, bloodied on his shoulder, vows that he will never abandon his people, his expression resolute. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day, the text indicating a question about what someone does at the academy and a promise to always keep the promises made. The muscular man states he wanted to go back with Charlotte, his expression thoughtful as he speaks to the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl is asked what she thinks the green-haired figure is talking about, the background blurred with motion. A figure plummets downwards, the impact creating a crash as they fall. The young lord's eyes widen in disbelief as lightning crackles around him. Footsteps approach, a voice commanding them to get back. The scene shifts to a chaotic fall, the blonde woman plummeting downwards. A splatter of blood stains the air, a grim testament to the fall. The blonde woman lies prone, white streaks emanating from her body. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure observes the scene, relishing the sight of the instructor and others in distress. A woman cries out, questioning what has happened to her liege, as the demon is tainted in darkness. A hand glows with a soft light, a promise of healing in the air. A man casts a fifth circle healing spell, his chest radiating with power. Another man stands silhouetted against a sky of swirling colors, a growl escaping his lips. His eyes now glow with an eerie light, his fingers cracking as he clenches his hands. Dietrich Hermann stands ready, facing an unseen opponent, while a small, chibi-like figure floats above and behind him, observing the scene. With a whoosh, Dietrich launches a powerful kick, his body a blur of motion as he strikes out. The fwish of air precedes the thwack as Dietrich's fist connects, the impact surprising even him. A voice echoes, thinking of Charlotte's heart, now containing two circles, as glowing red eyes stare intensely. With a whoosh and a whip, Dietrich is sent sprawling, the speed of the attack leaving him disoriented. A grin spreads across a face as the speaker muses that the people at the academy would lose their minds if they saw this. As the speaker said, the blood flowering only occurs during the coronation rituals of vampire kings. More precisely, transcendents who use soul aura instead of mana pass down their blood. The blood is fed over and over again to their air, dripping from the corner of their mouth. After drinking the blood infused with their predecessor's soul aura, the air's capacity to absorb power expands as they lie surrounded by roses. That is blood flowering, the powers surging and taking root. The speaker declares they are not even a vampire king, but have somehow ended up performing the ritual with Charlotte as they take a step. He watches as Dietrich falls from above, her descent seemingly controlled. A flash of light erupts around Dietrich as she begins the soul aura incantation. Dark energy crackles around her hand as she calls upon the darkness. Jack flinches, recognizing the power Dietrich is attempting to wield. This is definitely, he mutters. A vision of a dark figure engulfed in flames appears, a memory of what Master used to do to Dietrich and the Penal Guild. The soul aura incantation takes form, manifesting as a spectral grim reaper looming behind Dietrich. Standing before a grand gate, Dietrich commands the darkness to respond to her will and reach the world. An observer notes that just because she recites the words doesn't mean she can actually invoke it, adding that she's not even doing it properly. The Grim Reaper's skull-like face glances ominously. Dietrich swings, the force of her attack creating a powerful swoosh. The attack clashes against Jack's defense, the sound echoing as he thinks that deflecting second circle mana is a piece of cake. He notes that she's clearly trying to imitate what she's seen before, but it's way off. Dietrich's eyes glow red as she wonders if she can even attempt to pull it off, realizing it's not working like when Master did it. The vampire Jack Stewart watches, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He muses on how far their little one has come. Elsewhere, Dietrich sways, gathering himself for the coming attack. He prepares to strike. With a burst of speed, the young lord lunges forward, his foot aimed at his target. Dietrich launches a kick, his movements eerily familiar. Jack Valentier recognizes the style. The force of the blow echoes with a resounding slam. It is indeed Master's technique, honed and refined. The kick hurtles towards Jack Valentier, the speed and precision of the attack hinting at a deeper meaning. The vampire's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. Dietrich, or Charlotte, is instinctively emulating what he has seen. Jack Valentier's hand begins to glow with a faint blue light, energy coalescing around his palm. With a grunt, he catches a wooden stick, ready to defend himself from the onslaught. Dietrich continues his assault, darting forward with incredible speed, intent on overwhelming his opponent. The young lord's red eyes gleam with determination as he focuses on his target, ready to strike again. The fight intensifies as Dietrich throws a punch, the clash of their skills echoing through the air. His hand tightens, knuckles white as he prepares to strike. Dietrich strikes, a sharp chop aimed at Jack Valentier's neck. The force of the blow sends Jack Valentier tumbling backwards, a pained expression on his face. Dietrich leaps forward, intent on pressing his advantage as Jack Valentier struggles to regain his footing. With a shout, Dietrich slashes downwards with a wooden stick, aiming to disarm or disable his opponent. The clash of wood on flesh echoes, a resounding boom that reverberates through the surroundings. Dietrich stands over the fallen Jack Valentier, the wooden stick held loosely in his hand, a question in his eyes. Meanwhile, the surface of the water is still, reflecting the world above with an almost perfect clarity. A muscular man stands beside the pool, his expression a mixture of apprehension and concern as he watches something out of view. Everyone, whether at the bottom or the top of society, cares about how others see them. That's just human nature. Thanos was no different, born a commoner without a noble house to back him. He sought acknowledgement. There were scouts who sought out talented individuals for noble families, but none of them would even give Thanos the time of day. Even though he received his second circle in just a year, Thanos completely shattered his mana circle in the past. Then he became a third year, but he was still just a second circle, struggling to advance. His fourth year was the same, a constant grind with little to show for it, and no one to acknowledge his efforts. The scouts naturally lost all interest in Thanos, turning their attention to more promising prospects. Things have changed, however. After meeting Jack, Thanos gained 2 whole circles in a short time span. And in just a single day, Thanos became famous for suddenly becoming a 4th circle, drawing attention from all corners. Everyone suddenly wanted a piece of him, including the assistant instructors, supervising instructors, and even the head instructor. He's been promised knight positions, and offers came flooding in from all directions, a complete reversal of fortune. Guaranteeing he could be a knight commander once he reached 7th or 8th circle. For a brief moment, he was so elated. Just maybe he was actually talented, a thought that he entertained, if only for a moment. But then, does this even make any sense? The sudden shift in attention and opportunity felt surreal, almost too good to be true. The thought of continued success was shattered after only a few hours. Raw power crackles around Charlotte, the air itself seeming to vibrate with the force of her energy. Words like loom and doom hang in the air. The energy condenses, forming a swirling vortex of blue and purple. A voice declares that this is still an amateur trick. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face as he wonders what will happen when Charlotte finally learns how to wield Soul Aura. A ghostly figure glows with ethereal light, a silent promise that only the master can stop the monster about to be born. Charlotte is surrounded by swirling energy, the words be torn 2 pieces echoing the destructive potential she now commands. The word slash is emblazoned across the image. Meanwhile, a man walks forward, a swoosh sound effect accompanying his movement, as if he is cutting through the very air itself. The sound quish emphasizes the power. A blinding flash erupts, obscuring the scene, hinting at a sudden burst of speed or power. The world seems to warp around the figure. Charlotte's eyes glow with power as she stands within a complex magical circle. Someone notes that she is truly a genius. In the past, a shirtless man, bound by chains, reflects on his master's thoughts during his training. He now understands. A man groans, his face contorted in pain or exertion, his hands gripping his head. The scene is rendered in stark monochrome. The sounds of a brutal fight echo. Whack, wham, bam. The memory is how it felt. Vampire Jack Stewart throws his head back, a booming laugh escaping his lips. But the laughter is strained, forced. He struggles to contain it, commanding himself to stop. Elsewhere, the instructor stands tall, his gaze fixed on some distant point. A smaller figure stands behind him. A memory flashes. Charlotte, clad in red, delivers a swift punch to his sparring partner. The instructor's expression is unreadable as he thinks to himself that he still has a long way to go. The sky stretches out, vast and blue. Charlotte pants, her chest heaving as she catches her breath after the intense training. Her eyes glow with a fierce, unnatural light, a jolt of power coursing through her. Back in the present, Vampire Jack Stewart's laughter subsides, replaced by a pained grimace. He acknowledges that it was quite difficult, and that she even bit the shoulder of the boss who's been helping her. Charlotte flinches. Charlotte's expression is a mix of pain and determination, her eyes shadowed with a hint of fear. Bare feet stand on stone, water droplets falling, a testament to the intensity of the training. Above the grand estate, a miniature Jack Stewart floats, concerned about someone's tears. A monstrous visage, eyes glowing red, recalls a loss of self, a hunger for blood. He stands with a bloodied shirt, as Charlotte seems to recall the events that transpired. A memory surfaces, a battlefield littered with fallen soldiers, a past experience echoing in the present. The carnage continues in her mind, the memory of killing everyone in front of her resurfacing. The scene blurs, a chaotic backdrop to the resurfacing trauma. A comforting hand pats Charlotte's head, a gesture of reassurance amidst the turmoil. Vampire Jack Stewart smiles, stating that even a blow from her wouldn't upset him. A chibi Jack Stewart insists he's fine, despite Charlotte's gnawing on his shoulder. Charlotte cries, Dietrich Herman praising her fighting skills and joking about her growing a horn. He cups her face, reminding her that she is one of his people, a sentiment he wants her to remember. He urges her not to hide away, but to be more confident in herself. Dietrich watches as Charlotte is suddenly embraced by Jack Stewart, the force of the hug nearly knocking her off her feet. Charlotte, tears streaming down her face, clings to Jack. She sobs, relieved that he has returned to normal. A disembodied voice echoes, revealing that someone knew Charlotte was a vampire all along. Dietrich reflects on Charlotte's nature, wondering why she has to be a demon tainted with darkness. A voice declares that the boss said it was all a lie. Charlotte, still in Jack's embrace, looks up with a questioning expression, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Charlotte embraces Jack tightly, thinking that she wants to become stronger too. Hands clenched tightly, a silent declaration of a desire for power. Charlotte smiles, thinking that she wants the kind of power no one can ignore, the kind that can protect anyone. Charlotte is embraced by a chibi character. Elsewhere, the night sky is filled with stars. The sky is filled with clouds. The sound of a slap echoes as William Bilbao, second son of Marquis Bilbao, is struck. The pink-haired boy stands over him, a smirk playing on his lips. Laughter erupts as the pink-haired boy and the green-haired boy mock William's misfortune. Their taunts fill the air, adding insult to injury. A voice rings out, cutting through the jeers. The boys look up, startled by the interruption. Peasant girl, are you here to get beat up too? The pink-haired boy sneers, looking up at Charlotte. He assumes she's just another easy target. Charlotte's response is unexpected. She draws a sword, the steel glinting in the light. Let's have a sparring match. She proposes, her tone challenging. Her eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. Unless you're scared. Charlotte taunts, her voice dripping with confidence. The pink-haired boy stares, momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated such a bold challenge from the blonde girl. Meanwhile, an unseen observer wonders aloud, questioning Charlotte's declaration. What is this common wench saying? William Bilbao, the second son of Marquis Bilbao, looks off to the side with a slight frown. The blonde woman scoffs, calling someone a stuck-up little commoner. After getting lucky and winning a couple of matches, William Bilbao suddenly thinks she's hot stuff. William Bilbao stands with 3 other boys, one of whom comments that she is much smaller than everyone else, wondering if she is lying about her age. Those others probably just let their guard down and got hit a few times by mistake as the blonde woman fights. The blonde woman holds a wooden sword, thinking there's no way she'll lose to a commoner like her. William Bilbao thinks she is kind of cute, and maybe he'll train her a bit and make her his girlfriend. William Bilbao grabs the blonde woman's arm, saying it looks like it's her lucky day, and tells her to scram. Someone thinks they'd be happy to teach a commoner her place. A smack rings out. A sudden, unseen force slams into Velactus Machiavelli with brutal force. The pink-haired man collapses to the ground, defeated. One of the onlookers comments on the swiftness of the assault. Velactus Machiavelli lies prone, his body trembling in the aftermath of the blow. Dietrich Herman stands between the downed bully and his shocked companions, a glare emanating from her. Her eyes burn with an intense light as Dietrich Herman demands they make it quick. Meanwhile, 2 figures observe the scene from a high balcony, their expressions unreadable from this distance. 2 more figures watch from a lower vantage point, one remarking on how quickly the young learn. Elsewhere, a young girl practices with a sword, her movements precise and powerful. A dark-haired boy carries a green-haired boy on his back, thinking about rulers who are self-righteous and those who are too selfless. The dark-haired boy hopes she falls somewhere in the middle, not wanting her to become a psychopath like him. Another figure stands on a balcony, observing the scene with a tisk sound, pondering something. It's Leon Hart, standing on a balcony, watching the events unfold below. He stands with arms crossed, an assistant instructor in the swordsmanship department. He is also Charlotte's homeroom teacher. He considers the reason why she's being bullied so much. Now that Charlotte has taken care of her business, what will happen? It's time for the adults to take care of their own. The gears of some unseen machine begin to turn. The academy looms, a bastion of tradition. But within its walls, a growing irritation festers. Charlotte stands over her defeated opponent. He thinks to himself, I can't stand Charlotte, that little brat. Charlotte walks away, seemingly unconcerned. He couldn't care less that she's a commoner. The academy has plenty of them. What bothers him is that Headmaster Rommel granted her special admission. The assistant instructor nibbles at his finger, thinking that someone should be staying quiet after retiring. He chews on his finger, considering the implications. If the Thessalon royal family controls the kingdom, then the faculty should be able to control the students from commoner backgrounds. The lesser nobles won't have a reason to bribe faculty members anymore. It's only a matter of time before a girl with that kind of talent wins over the other students. And once that happens, they'll end up becoming knights or magicians for House Assemble, which means fewer recruits for him. He bites his finger, a snap echoing in the air. Damn it, he thinks, frustrated by the situation. No other headmaster has ever brought in a new student mid-semester without first consulting with the faculty. The traditions are being broken. He stands on the balcony, looking out over the academy grounds. He has totally ignored us, the assistant instructor realizes. He considers the headmaster's actions, noting there's no guarantee this favoritism won't happen again. The assistant instructor reflects on the headmaster's neutrality, questioning why he's suddenly getting involved and weakening the faculty's authority. Leon Hart stands on a balcony, wondering if the headmaster has lost his mind with this decision. Charlotte sits alone at a desk, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil her presence has caused. The assistant instructor smiles, seeing an opportunity. Now that things have escalated, he can push for Charlotte's expulsion. Elsewhere, two figures lie prone on the floor, blood pooling around them, suggesting a brutal attack. A voice muses that this is just politics, and even if House Assemble is loyal to the crown, it is still necessary to make it clear who's really in charge here. The assistant instructor smirks, thinking that he has also sworn his allegiance to the crown, which means he holds a stake in the kingdom too. A voice declares that they are just doing what needs to be done. Someone exclaims, "Wow," as they observe that the victim must have knocked out over 20 teeth. A figure continues the assault, noting that this is the 9th one. Leon Hart, still on the balcony, observes that Class 4 has 32 students, and he'll step in once she takes down 15. The training grounds stand ready, though the assistant instructor's plans are already in motion. The assistant instructor looks down, muttering that he can't wait to see the headmaster's face, noting that something interesting is going on. Startled, the assistant instructor turns his head, a whip sound effect accompanying his sudden movement. Dietrich Hermann smiles, wondering who the person is, noting that he doesn't remember seeing this kid around the academy. The young lord stands with his hand in his pocket, thinking that he looks like a refined young boy, but something about him seems different from other kids his age. A close-up of the doll on Dietrich's shoulder reveals its strange appearance, as he thinks that he has some weird taste. The assistant instructor watches Charlotte, thinking that makes it 12 now, and that Charlotte is such a great fighter. A close-up of Dietrich's face shows him grinning, as he wonders who the person is. Dietrich smiles, thinking that it doesn't matter who he is when something interesting is happening right in front of him. The assistant instructor looks up, thinking of instructor Leon Hart. Scattered teeth and pools of blood stain the stone floor, a silent testament to a recent, brutal encounter. The imposing castle looms in the background as a voice questions the importance of identity when something interesting is happening right in front of instructor Leon Hart. Instructor Leon Hart stands with Dietrich, his expression unreadable as he is questioned about his sanity. A grin spreads across Leon Hart's face as he thinks about how dare a student talk to him like that. The instructor's hands are clasped in front of him, as he surmises that the student must have backing from a duke or a marquis. Elsewhere, a voice echoes across the tranquil waters, demanding to know a name. A single, mocking laugh pierces the darkness. A group of students surround a fallen figure, lamenting that this is supposed to be a place where students are nurtured and educated, but one of them was bullied. Dietrich questions if instructor Leon Hart is just going to stand back and watch, causing the instructor to falter. A single red rose stands amidst a field of white flowers, a reminder that a student who is granted special admission by the headmaster must clearly be gifted. Vampire Jack Stewart smiles, musing that she even received support from House Assemble, and wonders if that makes you jealous. He appears troubled, sweat beading on his brow as he's pressed. Is he worried about losing everything? Outside, Dietrich Hermann expresses his frustration with the situation. The young lord finds it so ridiculous that he can't help but sigh. An unseen hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with rage. This arrogant little brat is nothing but trouble. From the shadows, a voice declares they have many connections, which means they know exactly who is involved. The amber-eyed figure admits they don't know anything about this kid. That's why they asked who was backing him. Eyes narrowed, someone notes that he's acting way out of line. The unseen speaker demands the instructor listen. Leon Hart is confronted, sweat dripping as he's accused of failing his duty. "What did you just call me?" he asks, gasping. A hand seizes a face, cutting off speech. A muffled cry escapes as the pressure increases. Dietrich Hermann grabs Leon Hart, his expression a mix of anger and disgust. He demands to know if this is a gathering place for delinquents. The grip tightens, squeezing the face in a brutal display of force. The unseen captor demands to be told everything. Dietrich Hermann continues to hold Leon Hart, the sound of cracking bones filling the air. He asks what he is supposed to do with a piece of trash like him. Outside, Dietrich Hermann restrains Leon Hart, his grip unyielding. The instructor demands to be released. A smirk plays across the face of Vampire Jack Stewart, his yellow eyes gleaming. The blonde woman looks up, surprised. One of her companions wonders if it's another fight. A pair of boots stomp down on someone, who cries out for help, struggling against the pressure. The green-haired child watches with an inscrutable expression, arms crossed. The white-haired woman watches the scene unfold, a slight smile playing on her lips. A polished shoe steps down with deliberate force, the sound echoing in the air. Leon Hart is flung through the air, a blur of motion against the bright sky. The instructor plummets downwards, his green vest billowing around him. With a sickening slam, Leon Hart crashes into the ground, dust and debris exploding around him. The blonde woman and her companions gasp, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. Dazed, Leon Hart staggers to his feet, questioning who attacked him as the green-haired child lands gracefully nearby. The crowd murmurs, recognizing Jack Valentier as the one who was thrown into the arena. The sound of footsteps echoes through the training hall, one set belonging to the instructor, Leon Hart. Dietrich Hermann approaches, a playful glint in his eyes. He proposes a sparring match to Leon Hart. The assistant instructor confirms that they can use real swords. The sound of steel echoes as a blade is drawn. Leon Hart tosses a sword toward Dietrich, offering him the choice of weapons. He tells him to get ready, as they will begin in 5 seconds. Dietrich smiles, a confident expression on his face as he prepares to face the instructor. Leon Hart's face is set with determination, his eyes narrowed as he prepares for the sparring match. With a surge of power, Leon Hart raises his sword, ready to begin the match against the young lord. The sparring match begins, the numbers counting down as the two clash in a flurry of motion before a crowd of onlookers. Dietrich's confident smile fades, replaced by a look of concern as he faces Leon Hart's skill. The force of the blow sends Dietrich flying backwards, the sound of impact echoing through the arena. Blood splatters from Dietrich's mouth, a grim testament to the power of Leon Hart's strike. Leon Hart looks on with a concerned expression, wondering if he went too far with the sparring match. A heart, glowing with arcane power, beats with unnatural force. The magic is strong, a 6-circle spell. A sinister grin spreads across Valentier's face. He resolves to take action, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The air crackles with magical energy. A disembodied voice promises to tear someone apart. Elsewhere, a fire burns in a hearth, the wood popping and crackling. The scene is peaceful, unaware of the dark magic brewing. A gray cat sleeps soundly on its back, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. The headmaster sits at his desk, surrounded by books and papers. He is focused on his work, unaware of the impending danger. The quill clatters against the desk as the headmaster is startled. He demands that someone knock before entering his office. The headmaster turns to see instructor Leon Hart standing with his arms outstretched. He asks what has happened, concern etched on his face. A pair of feet twitch and flinch, a sign of intense pain or magical interference. Meanwhile, a sword lies abandoned on the ground. The names Valentier and instructor Leon Hart are whispered in the air. He lies on the ground, shaking and twitching uncontrollably. Valentier stands over him, the cause of his suffering. The story will be continued. Galactus Machiavelli stands over Dietrich Hermann, who is prone on the ground. The pink-haired man muses about the 6th circle, his hand glowing with a malevolent blue energy. Dietrich, pinned beneath the vampire, can only look up in dawning horror. He manages to choke out a single word, questioning the unfolding events. Galactus looks down at the young lord, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He wonders aloud what Dietrich is planning to do. Meanwhile, the pink-haired man's grin widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. He thinks to himself that he will rip it all. Blue energy crackles around Dietrich as Galactus continues his assault. The young lord flinches and squirms, his body convulsing under the onslaught. Deep within Dietrich, his heart glows with embedded green gems. A rhythmic thumping echoes as the organ pulses with light. The heart, once vibrant, begins to split, cracks spiderweb across its surface, the green gems dimming as its structure fails. With a final, agonizing scream, Dietrich's heart shatters. The green gems explode outward in a shower of light and energy. With a final gasp, Dietrich collapses. His body falls limp to the ground, the fight draining out of him in an instant. Elsewhere, Dietrich lies motionless, surrounded by concerned students. The scene is tense as they watch over the fallen young lord. Cell calls out to Charlotte, who responds with a respectful acknowledgement. Both girls appear to be in a state of alert. He considers their options, stroking his hair as he contemplates the correct response to someone overstepping their bounds. The white-haired girl declares they should kill those who oppose them, but the blonde-haired girl seems unsure of such a drastic measure. A smile creeps across his face as he seems to have made a decision. His hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. Footsteps echo as he approaches the fallen butler, Ron, who lies prone on the ground. With a swift motion, he raises the sword high above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. The blade plunges downward, piercing the butler's body with brutal force. He smirks, taking full responsibility for the choice he has made. Elsewhere, a view of the sky and trees is shown, with a message about learning from him, but not copying everything he does. The blonde woman's eyes are shown in close-up, as she is told to pay attention. The white-haired girl tells her to watch how she deals with other bastards like this one, confirming the kill. The scene shifts to a room with a window, the words as expected floating in the air. The headmaster sits in his chair, reading, while Jack Valentier relaxes on the couch. A thought bubble shows two chibi figures, one saying that the headmaster would like to see him. Jack thinks to himself that it is too soon. Jack lies on the couch, blowing on a monocle. He thinks that this place is starting to feel like home, and that maybe he should take it and move in. Holding the monocle, Jack Valentier stares at it intently, finding the situation unbelievable. A hand holds a newspaper clipping with the name Selena on it. The article mentions that she was one of their best students who graduated last year and immediately joined the Royal Guard. Two chibi figures are shown in a thought bubble. One mentions Malin and three others. The headmaster, with his long white beard, is asked if he is certain. Another man responds that he believes he can trust the information. Leon Hart stands with his arms crossed, and it is said that he really was a piece of work. Students are described as their instructor right before they graduated and promised a spot in the palace in exchange for their bodies. Jack Valentier sits on a couch, thinking that the filthy bastard was never fit to be an instructor. He wonders what others think. The headmaster stands in front of bookshelves, and it is suggested that there could be other culprits among the faculty. Jack Valentier is seen in a close-up, thinking to himself, of course. The headmaster sits, his long white beard flowing down his chest, lost in thought. The headmaster's words echo, stating he was originally going to punish him, but now owes him a reward instead. A cat stretches languidly, as the headmaster's voice demands all the information. The cat's paw descends, the headmaster's words promising to deal with every last person, personally. Jack's expression hardens, his fangs bared as he tells the headmaster to be honest. A hand hovers over a patterned surface, the question hanging in the air. Can you handle this? Jack asks, his expression earnest, if the headmaster is genuinely curious. The headmaster leans back, commenting that this system is quite interesting, but wonders if Jack has noticed anything. A cat's paw steps down, the words echoing that all kids eventually grow up. A flashback shows figures in conflict, the words suggesting that if their lives have been hard, making their lives easier would be sure to happen. A chessboard sits, the question posed whether the students here really have choices. Jack looks off to the side, stating that he wants to ask a different question. The headmaster asks if Jack knows the academy's original purpose when it was first founded. Vampire Jack smiles, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he considers the question. Elsewhere, a student reclines, pondering how one can expect the current faculty to shape the future. Another student, lounging with a cat, wonders about the special law that governs the academy. A student sprawls on a couch, musing on the appointment of politically neutral instructors. Two students discuss who was granted the authority to dismiss instructors at the academy. The academy special law, Article 1, Clause 1 is referenced. The core principle of the academy is equal education for all. In a world ruled by a class system, the academy is the only place that does not discriminate between the haves and have-nots. The kingdom embraces those with true talent. Such people build the future of the nation. Idealistic, but that's how it was supposed to be. The founder of the Thulkan Empire, which now rules half the continent, was a graduate of the Thessalon Academy, as were the founders of several other kingdoms. Ironically, all of these individuals who trained at the academy were born as commoners. To put it simply, the Thessalon kingdom failed to recognize and retain those with the talent to build nations. The speaker admits that he doesn't know the full story behind the Thulkan Empire's founder, but he can guess what happened. Down on and bullied because he was a commoner, he was envied, resented, and shunned because he was gifted. And in the name of their own self-interests, idiotic instructors clung to mediocrity. Because of that, the Thessalon Academy has been steadily declining for 400 years, a fact that the speaker understands. The headmaster before you, the one before that, and the ones before them were all fools who turned a blind eye and sat in that same chair for centuries. Most of them planted those loyal to their own noble houses into the faculty, and quietly built their family's power without anyone knowing. But did they just sit back? No. The speaker asks if that isn't right, awaiting a response. The young man reclines on the couch, casually discussing the law that demands political neutrality from instructors. The bookshelf looms, and the air crackles with unspoken tension as Jack Valentier suggests a review of the headmaster's record. The narrative shifts to a recollection of an undercover agent, known as Blue Tooth, who served as an assistant instructor in the swordsmanship department. The scene shifts again, this time to the magic department's faculty, all belonging to House Assemble. Back in the room, Jack Valentier proposes a course of action, a single, decisive move. The headmaster is visibly jolted, shocked that Jack Valentier knows about the secret magic core he's been creating and training. A subtle smile plays on Jack Valentier's lips, a hint of the power he holds. A vision of a grim future unfolds, a scene of carnage and death, yet he claims it's not hard to foresee. Jack Valentier dismisses the headmaster's goals, indifferent to coups or the Thulkan Empire. The problem, according to Jack Valentier, is that the headmaster has been focusing on everything else but his job. Tapping his finger to his head, Jack Valentier questions whether the headmaster truly believes he can fix everything. His eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity as Jack Valentier hints at what he will give the old man. He studies the young man before him, realizing that Jack sees him as an enemy. The headmaster leans back, listening as Jack Valentier makes his proposal with a soft plop. Jack smirks, finding it strange that the headmaster thinks he can fix all of this himself. The headmaster states that the overseer position is currently vacant, and Jack tells him to give it to him. The room falls silent as the headmaster considers Jack's offer, finding it hard to believe he is serious. Jack confirms that he is serious, stating that he has never cared about titles before. He continues, saying that the school is much too rotten and he'd like to give it a good cleaning. Elsewhere, a figure walks towards the academy, stating that everything is entirely through the master's vision. The academy's emblem is displayed prominently, with the words that even if the kingdom is destined to fall, the academy has to survive. Two girls stand outside the school, one carrying a green bag, noting that it's where her little ones are attending, so she has many reasons to clean it up. One of the girls notes that more than half the faculty are going to end up dead, as a body writhes on the ground. A foot steps on the body, stating that she'll leave the cleanup to the other girl, and to make sure to find some competent replacements. She stands over the body, her foot planted firmly on the fallen figure as a loud thump echoes. Meanwhile, inside a grand room, a chandelier hangs from the ceiling, its many lights illuminating the space. A group of cloaked figures stand in formation, their faces hidden beneath their hoods. The text says that only the old man's inner circle knows about the existence of the magic core. Jack hops up onto the table as the headmaster watches him. The headmaster thinks that each noble house had instructors assigned here, yet has stayed hidden for all this time. The headmaster asks if Jack wants a chance. The text says that being headmaster isn't just a ceremonial title. It means you're responsible for what happens here. Jack says that he's giving the headmaster a chance. The headmaster sits in his chair, his hands clasped together. He wonders who came before Jack. The headmaster thinks to himself that he isn't stupid. A desk sits in front of a bookshelf. The text says that Jack could be as capable as a Bairu, but their two key differences are the headmaster sits in his chair, thinking about experience and political power. He wants Jack to answer him honestly, and he doesn't want to hear any lies. Jack stands before the headmaster, who asks who Jack is and who he is affiliated with. Headmaster Ramel clearly knows what's going on across this continent as he takes a step. Whether he intends to protect the Thessian kingdom or sell it out remains to be seen. The headmaster sits in his chair, observing. Even if he ends up saving it, the headmaster has no way of knowing how he'll do it. Just seeing the outcome won't tell him the whole story. But it's none of his business either way. A grin spreads across the headmaster's face. The headmaster thinks to himself. The scene is viewed from a distance. The headmaster looks out the window, his expression unreadable. The light catches the gold trim of the window frame. Meanwhile, a view of the school is shown. The person thinks, good, we are neutral. You shall serve as overseer going forward from today, the text bubble reads. Jack Valentier stands in his new uniform, a look of determination on his face. The word dazzle is written in the background. I didn't know there was a uniform, one person says. The brooch is mine, though. You look great, boss. Another person exclaims. A hand grabs fabric, the word grab written in the background. Jack is embraced by a person with green hair. The person's face is buried in Jack's shoulder. Jack carries the green-haired person, who is holding flowers. He thinks, I'm sorry. He looks up, a question mark floating above his head. Jack Valentier seems to be in a state of confusion, his amber eyes wide with uncertainty. The Oversight Committee, established under the Academy's special statute, holds a position that is little more than a formality. It has the authority to investigate corrupt staff and reports directly to the headmaster, but some are never going to settle for such a limited position. The authority of the overseer has never actually been exercised, but the overseer does have one more authority. The oversight is meant to punish those they find guilty. That being said, some swordsmanship instructors are 8th circles. The department head is a 9th circle swordsman, and the dean of the magic department is the head of the magician's tower. A 9th circle magician could reach the 10th circle any day now, but how could a group of students ever discipline those kinds of people? The speaker doubts Master ever expected him to use that power, and this position is probably. The authority is meant to show that the overseer stands on equal ground as the instructors, but that authority may seem meaningless to others, though it means something to him. He is asked why he is apologizing, and he thinks that this isn't the kind of academy he wanted to build. He laments his failure to create a more reliable system. Too many students have been hurt because he wasn't decisive enough. Elsewhere, a blonde girl stands on a stone path. Below, Jack Stewart looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips. A sudden bump startles the green-haired character, his eyes widening in surprise. Jack Stewart holds a miniature, doll-like version of the green-haired character. He asks if he has him. A figure with long hair stands bare-chested, declaring himself the first and last disciple. Their bond has lasted 400 years. Jack Stewart stands before a grand building, his expression unreadable. A thought bubble suggests he wants the other person to stop worrying. The text explains that one of the two Death Knights was brought from a villa. The villa itself is a large, ornate building with a fountain in front. Meanwhile, the other Death Knight was left behind to guard the basement, standing silently in the shadows. The cloaked figure is identified as a Ninth Circle Knight, his face obscured by a mask. The text reveals that he used to be Seventh Circle, but was raised to the Ninth. A hand glows with blue energy. Flesh disintegrates into dust. Jack Stewart holds the doll-like figure, flanked by the cloaked figure and a white-haired girl. He'll probably last for another 8 months, give or take. If he starts channeling mana in combat, that time will decrease. A chibi Jack Stewart is told to hurry it up, and he responds with, "Yes, my liege." A red belt with a silver buckle gleams, the wearer labeled a rockhead. Footsteps echo down a hallway, the sound of someone approaching. A man's face contorts in a grimace, muttering a single word, "Way." He stands before a shabby door, cobwebs clinging to its frame, questioning if this is the Oversight Committee's office. The door creaks open, a rustling sound accompanying its movement. Coughing, Jack Stewart clutches a doll, wondering how the Academy's development budget has been spent. A hand reaches toward a shelf crammed with books, a voice questioning, "Who are you?" The scene shifts, showing a compilation of panels with characters in conversation, their words echoing in the air. Jack Stewart, a first year in a magic department, introduces himself, holding the doll. A student questions why a first year is present, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. Emilia, a fourth year, gasps, declaring that she is the new overseer. The scene shifts again, showing Emilia warning Jack not to make her repeat herself. Is there a jail cell here? Jack Stewart wonders, lying on the floor. Emilia stands over him, looking down. She asks if he is an instructor, her expression stern. The overseer states that there is one downstairs, instructing Jack and Leon Hart to follow her, calling Jack a rockhead. Jack, looking shocked, asks what is happening. Emilia raises her hand, telling him to wait a minute. Emilia, looking annoyed, asks Jack to explain what is going on. Jack's eyes glow yellow, his expression one of shock. The overseer explains that she is putting the hooded figure, who committed a crime, in a cell downstairs. Emilia tells Jack that it looks like he still doesn't get it, and that she doesn't have time to waste with him. Emilia pats Jack on the head, telling him not to get in her way again. Jack remains silent. Meanwhile, a long hallway stretches into the distance, leading to a bar jail cell. The heavy door creaks open, revealing the shadows of Emilia and Jack standing before it. A hand brushes against the rusted bars of the cell. It's a mess. The straw meant for prisoners to sleep on is covered in dust, and mice scurry about. With a sharp TSK, instructor Leon Hart snaps the neck of the assistant instructor. The assistant instructor falls to the ground with a heavy thud, his body limp. Leon Hart raises his hand, his expression cold and calculating as he surveys the scene. The assistant instructor's head snaps to the side as a sharp slap echoes through the room. Leon Hart stands over the fallen assistant instructor, who weakly asks what is going on. Two figures seize the assistant instructor, holding him down as he struggles against them. The assistant instructor's face is contorted in pain and confusion as he calls out names. Leon Hart kneels, looming over the assistant instructor, asking if those are names he knows. Selena, Malin, Ariane, and Ariel are being held by a man in a dark room. The man's face is contorted in fear as he is asked if he knows the names. Another man scans the captive, his expression unreadable as he wonders why. The man's face is partially visible, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A door slides open with a mechanical whir, revealing a dark interior. The man on the ground insists he doesn't know anything, while the other man stands over him. The man's expression is one of disbelief as he asks, "Really?" The man shouts that he really doesn't know, his face a mask of desperation. A smirk spreads across the man's face, his eyes glinting with amusement. The text boxes reveal that the faculty has serious problems and that their minds are completely rotten. A man sits in a chair, the scene implying that more than half of the professors have committed crimes, just like Leon Hart. And for the record, all of it is still going on. Bribes are just a start. They embezzle donations from noble families, threatening students into giving up their bodies. And the list goes on, while raking in a fortune. But what's truly disgusting, Rise, is that some of them have preyed on children. Raise. A foot comes down, ready to stomp on the young lord's face. He cries out in pain. Twist. The foot grinds into Dietrich's face, causing him to quiver and tremble. It must have been great. Velactus stands over Dietrich, his foot planted firmly on the young lord's chest. He asks if it feels right. Close up on Dietrich's face, tears streaming down his bloodied cheeks. He struggles to speak, his voice hoarse. Clutching a stuffed animal, Dietrich insists that he doesn't know anything, his eyes wide with fear. Velactus looms over the broken form of Dietrich, confirming that he is indeed a rockhead and addressing his master. A hand presents a vial of red liquid, a sinister promise hanging in the air. 10 minutes. The cloaked figure commands that every method of torture be used within the allotted time. He remains bound, helpless against the looming figures of Velactus and the cloaked master, who watches with silent anticipation. A girl with braided purple hair rushes forward, desperate to intervene. She cries out, demanding to know who they are and pleading with them to wait. Velactus, however, is unmoved by her pleas. He simply tells her not to bother him, as another figure attempts to restrain her. With a single, dismissive gesture, Velactus pokes the girl's forehead, a strange energy crackling around his fingertip. A surge of energy erupts around the girl, a visible wave of power washing over her as the command "sleep" echoes in the air. Her eyes flutter closed, the magical assault taking its toll as she begins to succumb to unconsciousness. Her body sways, her legs losing their strength as the spell takes full effect, threatening to send her crashing to the floor. Before she can fall, a girl with long white hair catches her, expressing annoyance at having to repeat herself. The girl with white hair stares intently, her large eyes reflecting a cold determination as she considers the situation. The girl with white hair supports the purple-haired overseer, who insists she is fine despite her obvious drowsiness. A hand wrapped in bandages grips the hilt of a sword, the blade sliding free with a sharp, metallic shing. Velactus, the cloaked figure, and a girl with green hair stand together, the girl with green hair stating that she is fine. A figure speaks, the words echoing in the dimly lit space. He cautions someone to speak up if they begin to feel ill. 10 minutes pass. A series of pained groans fill the air, hinting at the suffering that has transpired in the interim. Velactus Machiavelli looms over Dietrich Hermann, demanding that he confess to his crimes. Dietrich, writhing in pain, weakly admits his guilt. Dietrich, tears streaming down his face, desperately cries out that he wasn't alone. He implicates Instructor Briatina and Instructor Bellin. An unseen figure dismisses Dietrich's claims, stating that they already know about the others. They declare that they need not hear anything more from such a worthless source. A sinister smile spreads across a face, promising a swift end to the proceedings. All formalities will be skipped. Speaking as overseer, Emilia delivers a grim sentence. Emilia, perched above, pronounces the final judgment, death. Dietrich's eye reflects his terror, tears streaming as he utters a broken denial. His body trembles with fear. A desperate scream echoes through the halls. Meanwhile, the cathedral's grandeur stands in stark contrast to the horrors unfolding within its walls. Emilia blinks, addressing Velactus, who is startled awake by her words. She asks if he is awake now. He lies on the floor, seemingly injured, as Emilia kneels beside him. She wonders aloud where the instructor is. A hand emerges, pointing accusingly, as if to emphasize a serious accusation. The pair stand near a bag stained with blood. Emilia states that he is over there, presumably referring to the instructor. Emilia's face is contorted in disbelief. She reminds Dietrich that Leon Hart is a former royal guard, practically a noble with an honorary title. Her expression shifts to confusion as she questions Dietrich's point, demanding to know what he's getting at. Dietrich gently takes Emilia's hands, his expression serious as he begins to explain his reasoning. A flashback shows a courtroom scene. The text reveals that Leon Hart put his dirty hands on the students, and that filing a case would drag the victims in for questioning. Tears well in Emilia's eyes as she asks if that is what Dietrich wanted, her voice trembling with emotion. Emilia explains that rumors would spread if word got out, and wonders what would happen to the victims. The flashback shows a girl surrounded by mouths, with text indicating that such rumors could destroy a victim's dignity and life. Emilia, standing near a desk, declares that unless Dietrich can take full responsibility and deal with the fallout, he should stay out of her way. She warns him not to tell people what happened today. The flashback shows a blood-soaked scene, with a threat that if Emilia ever hears that Dietrich said anything, he will die too. She expresses her disapproval, questioning why someone is even on the oversight committee. Unless they volunteered, Emilia suggests they return to being a regular student, her tone laced with thinly veiled contempt. Meanwhile, a bag lies on the floor, a dark substance oozing from within, squirming and wiggling as it spreads across the surface. A disembodied voice wonders what should be done about it, another retorting that trash belongs in the dumpster. The camera pans out, revealing a distant view of the academy, its imposing structure a silent witness to the events unfolding within. The story is to be continued. The scene is set within the faculty office building, specifically on the second floor, in the swordsmanship department. A hushed whisper carries through the halls, the name Leon Hart barely audible as someone wonders if he is where he should be. Suddenly, a door bursts open with explosive force, the sound echoing through the building. Velactus Machiavelli stands with two students, a small, bejeweled bird perched atop his head as he praises their hard work. A palpable chill fills the air as the students huddle together, their faces etched with unease and apprehension. The students turn their attention towards Jack Valentier, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern as they call out his name. A heavy thud resonates as a bag splattered with blood lands on the floor, the ominous sound cutting through the tension. Meanwhile, the students gather around the bloodied bag, one of them expressing unfamiliarity with the academy grounds and requesting to see what's inside. A figure tumbles violently, accompanied by a scream, suggesting a sudden and brutal fall. With a sickening flop, Leon Hart lies motionless on the ground, a student questioning if he is dead. He lies still, a dark pool spreading beneath him as Velactus stands over the body of Leon Hart, flanked by Dietrich and a cloaked figure. The pink-haired man remarks that the instructor is garbage. Beaming, Velactus declares that he came to the nearest trash can instead. A blonde girl lies sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Velactus muses whether it would be faster to count the ones who've sinned or the ones who haven't. Looking down, Velactus states that trash should know how to clean up other trash, adding, "So until next time." A voice booms out calling Velactus a bastard. The shout echoes with fury. A gray-haired man, brandishing a sword, demands to know who Velactus thinks he is to act so arrogant. Velactus retorts that he doesn't want to hear the man's bullcrap, asking who he is. The sword is drawn with a shing sound. The gray-haired man thinks that the youngest son of House Valentier thinks he can threaten an instructor. Velactus smiles, saying that the gray-haired man has really let the headmaster's favor go to his head. The gray-haired man asks if Velactus means he defends criminals, adding that every now and then he sees people like him. The gray-haired man scoffs, remarking that Velactus can't even tell a sword from staff, and chuckles. Dietrich stands silently as Velactus looms behind him, a sinister aura radiating from the pink-haired man. Velactus, a strange creature perched atop his head, questions if the gray-haired man was one of Leon Hart's accomplices. A cruel smile plays on Velactus's lips as he warns the instructor to mind his own business, lest he suffer the same fate as Leon Hart. He swiftly draws his sword, the sound of steel echoing in the air as he curses Velactus. The gray-haired man advances, demanding to know how Velactus dares speak to him in such a manner. Velactus, with the small creature still on his head, is shielded by a cloaked figure who orders the instructor to back off, addressing Velactus as "my liege." Ignoring the cloaked figure, the instructor swings his sword in a wide arc, the blade whistling through the air. The gray-haired man continues his assault, the sword a blur as he presses his attack. The sword connects with a resounding impact, and Velactus cries out in pain. Staggering backward, Velactus, face contorted in rage, calls the gray-haired man an insolent brat. The force of the blow sends Velactus flying through the air, the cloaked figure unable to intervene. Velactus crashes heavily into the ground, the impact echoing through the training grounds. The gray-haired man's blow sends Velactus reeling, his feet skidding against the floor. Velactus struggles to regain his balance, his face contorted in a grimace as he senses the movement around him. Dietrich moves with blinding speed, his fist connecting with Velactus's face. The young lord's attack continues, his foot slamming down on Velactus's face with brutal force. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the room as Dietrich continues his relentless assault. The force of the strike sends shockwaves through the air, a deafening slam resonating. Velactus plummets downward, blood spraying as he falls, defeated. Teeth scatter across the floor, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. Meanwhile, Dietrich stands over the fallen Velactus, his body twitching as the onlookers watch in stunned silence. The young lord surveys the scene, the other students and instructors bearing witness to his victory. Dietrich's expression hardens as he declares that swinging a sword at the overseer of the oversight committee makes one an accomplice. A polished shoe presses down, the speaker noting that he ran into the right person, the one taking bribes. Velactus, standing before a cloaked figure with a small, stuffed animal on their head, is called a rockhead by the figure. He responds, affirming his liege. A hand offers a dagger, the voice saying that they have been thinking lately, and the dagger is passed to Velactus. Velactus holds the dagger, remarking that a person shouldn't live after committing a grave sin, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Two students tremble, one asking what Velactus is going to do. He states that they should all try to live like good people. The dagger is flipped in the air, ready to be caught, the motion a blur of deadly intent. The dagger is held, the voice instructing someone to watch closely as the demonstration is about to begin. Velactus stands over a body, declaring that this is what happens to people who gravely sin, his expression cold and remorseless. The body lies on the ground, blood pooling around it, as Velactus states that he will give them all a live demonstration. What came next was hell, as the scene shifts to a room with a chandelier. Jack Valentier, in a burst of speed, severs all of Jardel's limbs with a swift attack. The attack lands, blood splattering as the blade finds its mark. A figure stands poised, a dagger glinting in their hand, ready to strike. The blade finds its mark, and the victim cries out in pain as they are stabbed. Another figure is assaulted with crackling energy, screaming as the magic courses through them. He destroyed all of Jardel's circles, leaving the blonde woman to quiver in fear. Now then, the cloaked figure prepares to toss the dagger, their intentions unknown. The pink-haired man muses that some are probably wondering why this is happening. The young man with glowing eyes smirks, suggesting this might be a bit much for just accepting bribes, or perhaps they wonder why things are changing so suddenly. The young man's glowing eyes narrow, questioning why they think that way. Everything that has been done so far, and what is being done now, hangs heavy in the air as the woman bites her nails. From above, the scene unfolds. The strong have trampled the weak, but how is this any different from what came before? Nothing has changed. The roles have simply been reversed. The woman flinches as a man steps forward. For those who hope that one of the noble houses will step in and take revenge, they will be sorely disappointed. It's better not to waste your breath, the red-haired man thinks, as red energy crackles around his hand. It's something only orcs wield, a battle aura. Two hulking figures clash amidst the fiery glow. Consider this both your warning and your sentence, whether you've pledged loyalty to the king or are the headmaster's most devoted follower. None of that matters to him, and it never will, the red-haired man says to the woman, his expression cold. How many people in this room are actually completely innocent? The question hangs in the air above the assembled group. If he kills all of them, there'd be no one left to teach the students. He'll have to handle each of them case by case. Those who've committed serious crimes will have to die, and those who stood by and did nothing will be dealt with later or fired. So, open your ears and engrave these words into your bones, the glowing, I seems to say. A table sits cluttered with documents and arcane objects, a silent stage set for a coming lesson. Within the halls, hushed murmurs betray the tension as the figures discuss lining their pockets. A disembodied voice declares that anyone defending such behavior will die. The unseen speaker continues, promising death to anyone who tries to retaliate. A gleaming sword hangs suspended, a symbol of the speaker's willingness to kill even the king. A brown shoe stomps down with brutal force, crushing a face beneath its heel. The speaker stands over the fallen, daring anyone to try and stop him. Galactus Machiavelli, seemingly caught off guard, voices his confusion. Elsewhere, a chibi Dietrich Hermann stamps his foot, questioning why his efforts are failing. The young lord stands tall, energy crackling around his foot as he prepares another strike. His eyes glowing with power, Galactus Machiavelli declares his opponent a stubborn one. Another person flinches, the sound of crushing bone echoing in the air. Galactus wipes the blood from his mouth with a cloth, a grimace twisting his features. So that's where we're at now. He tosses the bloodied cloth away, his gaze hardening. Galactus thinks, I might be lenient if you turn yourself in, so come see me in my office. And for those of you thinking of getting revenge, Dietrich walks down a dimly lit hallway, his expression serious. He is told, do me a favor, and hurry it up. Dietrich's face breaks into a wide, unsettling smile. He says, take care then, and clean up your trash. The academy looms large, its many windows reflecting the sky. A voice narrates, as far as I know, there are 95 professors at this academy. A pile of apples sits in shadow, some of them bruised and rotten. The voice continues, around 30 of them haven't done anything wrong, which means over 60 of them are rotten. A single plum sits beside 2 halved apples, their white flesh exposed. The voice concludes, and I've only gotten rid of 2 of them. A text box appears, stating, now it's time to deal with number 3. Jack sits in a large chair, reading a document. He thinks, I'd already decided the order in which I'd take them down before I started. A dark silhouette shows a body lying on the ground. The voice narrates, we're just small fry who are in the way. Dietrich stands outside the academy with a cloaked figure. He thinks, I decided to start with the simple ones. Did Cell go off looking for Charlotte again? A swordsmanship training area is shown, complete with dummies. A voice narrates, first, I want to clean up the swordsmanship department. The reason for his actions, he believes, is simple. Magicians, Galactus thinks, can only use magic. Therefore, he could take down even a master magician easily. He can break their spell, Galactus believes, finding an opening, and then killing them the moment they start casting. There's a reason. He muses, they used to call him a magician's worst nightmare. The bodies of his victims lay piled high. Galactus has never really had a weakness, but a bunch of close-range fighters might pose a challenge. They charged at him all at once with the intent to kill him. That might be the only thing that even comes close to his weakness. Meanwhile, starting with the swordsmanship department, a door creaks open, revealing the cloaked figure. So his next target is his stand-in, a senior instructor who's an 8th Circle swordsman. The honorary count, Tessithor Jamil, back when he was deputy commander of the Royal Palace Guards, was discharged. For fooling around with the eldest daughter of a count, she assaulted a total of 25 maids. The body lies still, surrounded by a pool of vibrant pink. If the families he silenced to bury his secrets are included, the tally reaches a grim milestone. The unseen speaker continues, the number echoing in Velactus's mind. At least 150 victims. He turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Velactus glances to his side, Dietrich perched nearby. The young lord addresses him, his tone questioning, as he refers to Velactus as my liege. Before the day was over, 5 supervising instructors and 9 assistant instructors had been killed. Every last one of their circles was destroyed in ways more brutal than anyone could imagine. And then, the carcasses were dumped in the faculty office, a grim testament to the violence. With every wave of pain, they would confess to more and more crimes. The more Dietrich Hermann heard, the more ridiculous it all seemed. It was like they were a criminal syndicate. Even Dietrich Hermann could barely believe what he heard, his expression a mixture of disbelief and disgust. The young lord stood beside the girl, stepping on body, his face unreadable. So what was it like for Cell to go through everything? In any case, the cloaked figure instructed Dietrich Hermann to compile their confessions into a written report. The cloaked figure ordered him to submit it to Headmaster Amel, bowing slightly as he spoke. After that, the city continued its existence, unaware of the darkness lurking beneath. Now that he thinks about it, Dietrich doesn't know what he should do. Einhard Assemble is clearly more focused on something other than the academy, a dereliction of duty. The speaker doesn't know what he's up to, but the important thing is that he's not getting in the way, and, if anything, he's trying to help. Enough, Dietrich thinks, holding a small, green-haired child in his arms. Dietrich needs to keep the old man alive a bit longer, as there's still something he needs him to do. A man doesn't think the walk home has ever felt this refreshing, and he's got a feeling that tomato juice is really going to hit the spot today. The academy was in chaos. An exceptionally talented individual had appeared, wielding a golden sword. But he was ruthless and completely without mercy. His actions were almost demonic. Jack's name spread throughout the entire kingdom in less than a day. All the major powers took notice, as well as the king, of course. The scales of justice seemed to waver, the academy split. Half believed Jack should be left alone, while the other half demanded punishment. However, despite the clamor for retribution, there was no legitimate foundation upon which to punish him. The question lingered. How would they proceed, and on what charges could they possibly justify their actions? The investigation deepened, revealing a disturbing truth. 14 faculty members, including Leon Hart, had confessed to their crimes. The rot ran deep. Some instructors had even resorted to using the newest illegal drugs, further corrupting the academy's foundations. Whispers spread among the shadows. Why would they bother with the commoners? Getting close to nobles opens the path to success, doesn't it? The response was immediate and sharp. You don't think. The man in uniform revealed a darker scheme. House Valandier was attempting to recruit all of the students. Some tried to put pressure on House Valandier, while others wrote directly to the headmaster, seeking intervention. Meanwhile, the headmaster's office became a focal point as the weight of the unfolding crisis settled upon those within. But all of that was happening behind the scenes, away from the eyes of the student body. And meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, a desperate plea echoed. That kid has lost his mind, headmaster. The headmaster listens as one of the instructors states the truth of the matter. The other instructor questions how the headmaster could make him the overseer. The instructor with glasses exclaims that there has been a massacre on academy grounds, and it was carried out by a young boy. The headmaster sighs, the weight of the news settling upon him as he considers the implications. Nearby, 2 students murmur amongst themselves, the gravity of the situation beginning to spread through the academy. One instructor questions how someone that age could possibly oversee a 7th circle instructor, and what about the man in black next to him? The instructors discuss how they could let a man like that enter the academy in the middle of the semester. The headmaster, visibly shaken, declares that they need to investigate them immediately, his hands trembling slightly. The instructor with glasses points out that the overseer is a 5th circle user, which is exactly why this doesn't make sense. The instructors and students stand around the headmaster's desk, the tension palpable as they try to understand the situation. It's noted that plenty of people have seen him fight, and he's clearly a 5th circle mage, his power radiating outwards. A figure falls through the air, surrounded by a burst of energy, the force of impact blurring the scene. The headmaster wonders if any of his actions require an investigation, his expression a mix of concern and contemplation. The gray-haired instructor pauses, considering his words carefully before speaking. The headmaster sits at his ornate desk, his expression unreadable as he listens to the instructors. He notes that Jack is unbelievably strong for his age, strong enough to be called the prodigy of the century. The headmaster's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowing as he states that, naturally, Jack will be punished if he commits a crime. The gray-haired instructor gulps, acknowledging that there is nothing more to say on the matter. The headmaster clasps his hands together, a thoughtful expression on his face. He admits that the situation is strange. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands amidst swirling red energy, a knife held in their hand. They muse that the man in black could be a clue to whatever Jack is hiding. The gray-haired instructor sighs, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him as he stands with another instructor before the headmaster. Elsewhere, a young man walks alongside a young girl in a white dress, both seemingly unaware of the events unfolding at the academy. Things at the academy feel completely off, one of the men at the table observes, and another agrees, stating that he imagines so. Protagonist Jack Valentier eats a piece of food off of a fork, stating that he expected as much from the academy. The text states that the overseer is only 14 years old, as a young man with green hair is shown. However, one of the men at the table states that protagonist Jack Valentier doesn't actually need to take classes. Jack guesses not. The man asks if what Jack's swordsmanship instructor teaches even holds a candle to what he teaches him. Meanwhile, the man at the table states that it's not like Jack is aiming for a degree in administrative studies, and he's only covering the basics in military studies, right? Jack guesses so. The man pouts, wondering if that is all Jack has to say, and asks what his plans are after he graduates next year. Jack smiles, stating that he is not sure, and asks if he can't just keep training here. The man states that there are a lot of open assistant instructor positions at the academy, and there will be even more soon, asking what Jack thinks of that. He listens intently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Dietrich suggests that Jack become an assistant instructor. She seems to think it's the obvious choice. Jack considers the proposition, wondering if such a thing is even possible. It was so obvious that Dietrich hadn't felt the need to bring it up, but there's a standard practice when it comes to appointing faculty. For the swordsmanship and magic departments, you need to be at least a sixth circle user, but the administrative and military studies departments are the exception. They don't have a set circle requirement, but you do need a solid track record. As for Thanos, he's not exactly cut out for administration, and his grades in military studies aren't great because all he does is swing his sword. That leaves only one option. Meanwhile, Dietrich suggests that they get Jack up to sixth circle before the year's over. Jack smiles, stating that he'll do his best. Now that that's out of the way, Jack and Dietrich continue their meal. Dietrich stares intently. He looks pale and unwell, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The young lord appears nauseous, his eyes unfocused. Dietrich reclines in bed, a gentle hand offering sustenance. He takes a sip, a soft escaping his lips as he drinks. Jack asks what is wrong, and Dietrich wonders aloud about joining the oversight committee. He leans in close, a hopeful expression on his face. A sudden bump interrupts their conversation. Dietrich's head collides gently with Jack's shoulder. Dietrich looks down, his arms crossed. He tells Jack to go play with the other kids, a hint of sadness in his voice. A close-up reveals Dietrich's fangs, a subtle reminder of his true nature. But then, the moment passes. Jack asks what if someone says bad things about him. Dietrich responds that there are a lot of people bad-mouthing him right now. Dietrich's eyes glisten with unshed tears, his expression a mixture of sadness and resignation. He looks teary. Jack tells him to let it go, but if it bothers him that much, to go ahead and join them. Dietrich asks if that means Jack will, shrugging. A plate of food sits on the table, untouched. Dietrich says, anyway. The scene shifts to a table laden with food where several figures are gathered. Someone wonders why Cell looks so down. A lone girl walks through a field, surrounded by strange, glowing eyes. She kind of looks like Charlotte before she went through her blood flowering. He sits at the table, a plate of food before him, though untouched. Jack stands nearby, a concerned expression on his face. Jack wonders how he is supposed to comfort Dietrich. The young lord seems lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. Meanwhile, under a starlit sky, unseen forces begin to stir, hinting at changes yet to come. A magical circle hums with power, its intricate design glowing with an otherworldly light. Finally, something is about to happen. A figure stands within the circle as energy crackles around them, the air thick with anticipation. A transformation begins. With a surge of power, the figure is engulfed in light, their form shifting and changing. A triumphant cry echoes through the air. The figure walks forward, each step radiating with renewed energy. They thought they were doomed, but remnants of the circle remain. Elsewhere, a stone wall looms, etched with ancient symbols. A mirror reflects an unknown space, and a question hangs in the air. How many days has it been? A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the surface of the mirror. Something feels odd, full of energy as if... The person gazes into the mirror, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A transformation has taken place, restoring their youth. They realize their youth has been restored. Isn't this what they used to look like when they were younger? The transformed figure stands alongside Headmaster Ramel, now ready to serve once more. A new chapter begins. He had finally reached the level of master, but Headmaster Ramel wasn't the first person to come to his mind. The transformed figure's thoughts are interrupted as Jack Valentier's name is called out, a jolt of recognition flashing across his face. Elsewhere, Professor Randall, now in a youthful body, muses over the possibility of becoming someone's master. Meanwhile, A door bursts open with tremendous force, the sound echoing through the halls. Professor Randall kneels, asking if it is Master Bellamy, while the long-haired man questions what brings him here on such a joyful day. A woman with purple hair, gasping for breath, declares that she must get to the academy right now. Jack's name is uttered in disbelief, the story to be continued. A hand clenches tightly onto white fabric, knuckles straining, as a voice demands to know where he is. Two figures stand in a courtyard. One calls out Jack's name, while the other responds with a confused, questioning huh. Distress etched on his face, the white-haired man clutches at his chest, desperate to know where Jack is at this moment. The man in the green vest urges the white-haired man forward, stating that they must go, as there is no time to lose. The man in the green vest speaks to the white-haired man, his expression serious as they discuss their next move. A sinister grin spreads across a face, the speaker resolving to take matters into his own hands. Looking up, the white-haired man realizes that someone has already tried to take Jack Valentier as their disciple. The man in the green vest and the white-haired man rush through a doorway, hoping things will go as planned. The location shifts to an exterior shot of a building, with mentions of Professor Leon and Instructor Randall. A cloaked figure stands before a group, inquiring which of them is Instructor Randall, his intentions unknown. One man informs another that someone should be in the faculty office. A pair of glowing yellow eyes intensely stare. Leon Hart visibly gulps, his expression betraying his unease. Sweat beads on Leon Hart's brow as he thinks that he is one of the few at the academy who hasn't committed any crimes. The cloaked figure stands among others, one calling another a rockhead and agreeing to a request. Leon Hart's expression is one of worry, his hands clasped tightly together as a strange energy emanates from him. A close-up reveals a face screaming, wondering what someone thinks they are doing, and that Leon Hart isn't going to come quietly. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure stands with others, a shadow looming over them. A glowing figure stands, described as not just some washed-up advanced circle user. The text wonders if the energy is that of a master. A close-up of a face reveals that it looks kind of thin. A close-up of an eye reveals a scar. In the courtyard, the cloaked figure is confronted by Dietrich Hermann and Leon Hart. Dietrich questions if he is the head of the Magician's Tower, noting he looks different. Leon Hart asks what he is doing there. The cloaked figure, face contorted in rage, almost didn't recognize them. He demands to know what they want. Another man taps the cloaked figure under the chin. He asks what they think he is doing, stating he is apprehending a criminal. He adds that the cloaked figure has been helping himself to all sorts of things. The cloaked figure asks if the man has lost his mind, demanding to know what evidence he has. The man smiles, stating he doesn't have evidence, only charges. From a distance, the group is seen in the courtyard. Special rules and charges alone are enough to launch an investigation. The man tells them to stop this. The cloaked figure says, well, he states he doesn't think he heard the man right, asking him to come again. The man grits his teeth, wondering what the hell the cloaked figure is saying. The man yells that the cloaked figure is breaking academy rules. He identifies him as Bellamy Craig. Bellamy Craig is surrounded by cloaked figures. It is said that he helped that old man defend the kingdom. It is said that he is a hero who's hidden in the shadows. The one breaking academy rules is Bellamy Craig, not the man speaking. The man states he is apprehending a criminal, and Bellamy Craig is interfering without a valid reason. The ornate staircase loomed, the silence broken only by a sigh. A voice questioned the concept of gratitude, reminding someone of the path to mastery. The green-haired figure admitted that someone was constantly on their mind. A question hung in the air. Why were they being treated like enemies? With a reluctant fine, a hand reached out, seizing another in a firm grab. The accusations mounted: harassment of attractive students, corruption, and misconduct. The pressure increased, a visible squeeze. More was left unsaid, as a hand began to slip from another's grasp. One figure declared they would conduct any investigation, while another coughed, implying protection of their own. Against a backdrop of blue sky, a simple no echoed. A face declared that whether it be torture or punishment, they would be the one to deliver it. The white-haired figure, eyes wide, simply uttered so. The young lord seemed genuinely worried, prompting the question, why the concern? He smiles, addressing Bellamy Craig. Dietrich Hermann claims that the situation is his business, despite the dangers. The young lord's eyes gleam with determination as he asserts his resolve to handle the situation himself. The cloaked figure calls Leon Hart a rockhead, ordering him to be restrained. The instructor is addressed as a bastard. The cloaked figure's command is immediately followed as Leon Hart is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. The cloaked figure's arm moves with incredible speed, the force of the motion creating a powerful gust of wind. Leon Hart winces, shielding his face from the unseen attack as the air rushes past him with tremendous force. A burst of energy slams into Leon Hart, sending him hurtling through the air with a resounding impact. With a deafening slam, Leon Hart crashes into a wall, the force of the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. Dietrich stands amidst the chaos, a chill running down his spine as he witnesses the brutal assault on Leonhardt. A voice echoes, questioning if they were not told, as chains of dark energy manifest, crackling with ominous power. The figure commands them to stop this, their hands outstretched, manipulating the chains of dark energy with fierce intensity. Dietrich sprints forward, dodging the chains of dark energy that lash out around him with deadly precision. He is ensnared, suspended in midair by glowing purple chains. A smaller figure is caught above him. Still bound, Dietrich struggles against the magical restraints. The green-haired figure above him urges their captor to release them. A voice echoes, warning against further resistance. The speaker cautions against escalating the situation. Dietrich, straining against the chains, declares that he now understands the nature of his captor. He demands to be released. Bellamy Craig's wild hair shakes as he focuses his power. The chains binding Dietrich pulse with magical energy. The green-haired figure sighs, admitting that Bellamy is more frustrating than malicious. They seem resigned to the situation. Dietrich's eyes glow with defiance. He announces that his patience has reached its limit. The foot of Bellamy presses down, increasing the pressure. He demands that his captive release his mana. Dietrich stands above Bellamy Craig, who is restrained by glowing purple chains. The young lord's expression is stern as he surveys his captive. The chains bind Bellamy Craig's limbs to the ground as Dietrich stands over him. The young lord commands him to stay still. Jack observes the scene, his eyes glowing with an inner light. He realizes that Dietrich's mana is real. The mana surrounding Dietrich's hands is dense and powerful. It is also resilient. Dietrich's hand clenches, the chains around Bellamy Craig tightening. However, something is about to change. With a snap, Dietrich shatters the chains binding Bellamy Craig. He has broken the restraints. Bellamy Craig remains on the ground, the broken chains still glowing around him. He is now free. Bellamy Craig looks up, seemingly confused by the turn of events. He wonders what is happening. Dietrich stands over Bellamy Craig, thinking that he is the one breaking Academy rules. He wonders if Bellamy Craig broke the restraints of the head of the Magician's Tower. Bellamy Craig looks up, seemingly surprised. He utters an "oh" as he realizes the situation. Jack clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. He is ready to act. He rides, a surge of blue energy erupting around him. The force of it seems to cause him visible pain. Bellamy Craig's hand extends, a crimson aura gathering around his fingers. He speaks, his voice laced with a challenge. The scene shifts to a memory. A younger Bellamy Craig stands before another figure, discussing the Academy's origins. The other figure asks if the Academy's founder would have tolerated such behavior. Bellamy Craig's brow furrows, confusion etched on his face. He seems taken aback by the mention of the Academy's true founder. Jack Stewart's expression darkens, his eyes narrowing. He dares Bellamy Craig to mention Julius in front of him, his voice a low growl. The flashback continues, revealing a chibi-style depiction of Valentine Milrose. The text identifies her as the real founder of the Academy. The memory expands, showcasing the Academy's design and location. The narration emphasizes that she made the rules and chose the location. The flashback focuses on Valentine Milrose's eyes, glowing with power. The narration states that she did everything else. Bellamy Craig stands his ground, questioning if Jack Stewart even knew about Valentine Milrose. He accuses him of lecturing about the Academy's rules. Bellamy Craig's face contorts in anger, his eyes blazing with power. He commands his opponent to stay where he is. A massive fireball materializes, crackling with intense heat. The air shimmers around the sphere of destruction. With a swift motion, Jack Stewart deflects the fireball. A golden arc of energy trails from his hand as he redirects the attack. With a resounding rumble, Bellamy Craig slams his hands against the ground, conjuring a formidable stone wall. The stone wall erupts from the ground, but Dietrich Hermann swiftly evades the attack with a burst of speed. The stone wall crumbles, leaving Bellamy standing amidst the debris, his expression unreadable. Bellamy, channeling snow and wind, prepares to unleash a blizzard, intending to freeze everything in its path. Dietrich raises his hand, a surge of energy emanating from him as he attempts to block the oncoming blizzard. Dietrich's fist glows with power, a visible sign of the magical energy he is channeling to defend himself. Bellamy's own power crackles around him as he prepares to cast another spell, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Dietrich looks nauseous, realizing that he was able to break a spell of the master of the Magician's Tower. Jack steps forward, confronting Bellamy face to face, his expression a mask of barely controlled fury. Bellamy's eyes glow with an eerie light as he accuses someone of forgetting everything the founder created and filling their bellies by making their own rules. Jack's eyes burn with intensity as he retorts, questioning if they now want to erase history too. Bellamy's face contorts in pain as he struggles against an unseen force, his grip tightening. He hangs suspended, his hair nearly touching the ground as Jack Stewart holds him upside down. The vampire's grip is firm, his expression unreadable as he listens to Bellamy speak. The sky is visible, the clouds drifting lazily as a voice declares that they can take credit for whatever they want. The words hang in the air, unanswered, as the scene fades. A grand castle looms, its spires reaching towards the heavens. A voice wonders if this is the world they could build after erasing history, the question unanswered in the silent image. A tiger stands poised, its muscles tense as a voice speaks of instructors clinging to authority, threatening and humiliating students. The words paint a picture of power and control. A deer hangs limp, a white cap below. A voice speaks of treating those meant to be protected as tools, even killing them, just because of a little power. Jack Stewart stands over another person, a voice accusing vermin like them of creating this kind of future, and yet having the nerve to lecture about rules. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. A hand taps a shoulder, the figure turning to face the unseen presence. The gesture is light, but the tension is palpable as the past continues to unfold. A chibi figure is held tightly, its expression unreadable as it is lifted into the air. The small form seems vulnerable, caught in the grip of an unseen force. The chibi figure is shaken violently, its eyes squeezed shut as it is clutched tightly. The motion is frantic, the small form tossed back and forth. A man's face is shadowed, his expression grim as he exhales. The moment is heavy with unspoken words, the weight of the past pressing down on him. Thinking back, a voice recalls that the head of the magician's tower has kept his hands clean, so he's different, only caring about magic and teaching. A man with white hair clutches his head, his expression pained as he whispers to let go. The struggle is evident, the past refusing to release its hold. A hand, slick with moisture, loses its grip on long hair. He collapses to the ground as Velactus Machiavelli stands over him, sneering. The pink-haired man tells Bellamy Craig not to bother pretending he cares. Velactus's eyes glow with menacing intent. He warns someone to never disrespect him again. A figure falters, waving their hands in distress. Another person lies prone on the ground, uttering a small cry. Someone rushes forward, a look of panic etched on their face, as if answering a silent alarm. A small figure, described as a rockhead, is held by another. The small figure affirms, calling the other liege. The figure with the small figure raises a finger, giving instructions. He orders someone's arms and legs broken, then to drag them back by the hair. Bellamy Craig lies on the ground, watching as two figures approach. One of them quivers, seemingly preparing to run. A cloaked figure grabs a man with pink hair around the neck, a sickening crack echoing in the air. The man cries out as he is attacked. Someone off-panel praises the work being done. Elsewhere, a grand building stands tall, bathed in sunlight. Three figures stand in a tiled room. One whispers to look over there, mumbling that it was Professor Leon this time. Students milled about the hallway, their hushed voices echoing off the tiled floor. A sense of unease permeated the air as whispers and mutters filled the space. Velactus is embraced from behind by Bellamy Craig. The pink-haired man smirks, noting that no one is approaching him. He supposes things will stay this way. A gentle tap resonates as a hand touches a cheek. The person's golden eyes are wide, and they think they will stay this way until the end of the semester. Bellamy Craig continues to embrace Velactus, who smiles. He asks who cares, right? Bellamy Craig walks away, thinking that all he needs is his master. The speaker reflects on the state of affairs, realizing the rot extends far beyond a simple surface issue. The whole place is rotten to the core. A man with green hair and a fur-lined collar stands with his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. Another man, with brown hair, holds a smaller, green-haired figure, confessing his shame as their master. Elsewhere, the brown-haired man carries the green-haired child, chuckling as he doubts there will be any more instructors committing crimes. Given how things turned out, they'll make sure to run proper background checks before appointing anyone new, a voice narrates. A pair of glowing yellow eyes pierce the darkness, a voice declaring that at least they're still the overseer. The speaker posted the instructors' crimes on the bulletin board and destroyed whatever reputation was left of those they had killed. The speaker admits they might have exaggerated a bit, or quite a lot, concluding it was an outrageous amount. If they had taken 10 gold coins, the speaker wrote that they had taken anywhere from 100 to 1,000. Murmurs spread among the students, one asking about their graduation project, while the speaker wrote that they killed somewhere between 2 to 100 farmers. However, the speaker made sure to downplay what they had done to the students as a group walks up the stairs. Bringing up past events now would only end up hurting the victims. Most of them have already found jobs as apprentice knights or magic researchers. Revealing their names would be cruel. The students stand together, a somber mood hanging in the air. They know who they are. It feels like it was just yesterday. But what is all this? Their letters, sealed with crimson wax. The young lord waves his hand, a strange energy swirling around the letter, whether laced with poison. He calls out, beckoning someone closer. A small, cloaked figure licks the letter with exaggerated relish. Dietrich Hermann holds a letter, the paper rustling as he reads its contents. The letter reads, "Thank you so much. Dietrich's eyes widen as he reads the letter, a silent realization dawning. He continues to stare at the letter, lost in thought. Dietrich sits amidst flames, the letter now ablaze. He stares off, amber eyes reflecting a deep-seated conviction. These children, he muses, shouldn't have anything to do with him. Just like this, the book is engulfed in flames. He believes he shouldn't have anything to do with them. The fire crackles, snaps, and flares, consuming the pages. For Dietrich, this is enough. In the end, no matter how painful the past was for someone, it shouldn't hold them back. The room is dark, save for the light of the flames. Two children stand before a figure seated on a stool, his back turned. The scene is bathed in a dim, ethereal light. That is what's important. The sentiment hangs in the air, heavy and resolute. Now, only half his work remains. Two books sit on the table, untouched by the flames. He hasn't even touched the administrative or military studies departments yet. The desk awaits, pristine and untouched. But why is it so quiet? Dietrich Hermann admits he was kind of looking forward to the... Dietrich had wondered if the individuals backing the people he took out would just watch and do nothing. He figured there was no way. Yet bodies litter the ground, defeated as others stand over them. And yet they are. How dull, Dietrich thinks, his expression a mix of disappointment and disdain. He stares down at the food, a look of utter disgust twisting his features. No one had even tried to poison his food, and yet he finds it disgusting. He supposes their dear nobles must be worried about public opinion. They're sacrificing a small part to save their own lives, it seems. Dietrich wonders if the instructors are not one of their own. He wonders if they would stay quiet even if one of their bloodline got killed. The young lord stares intently at the smaller figure in his arms. He asks why they're looking at him like that. The smaller Dietrich Hermann stares back, seemingly unable to respond to the question. Dietrich tells the smaller version of himself that he doesn't need to worry. The smaller Dietrich Hermann wonders why. A voice wonders if he isn't concerned and that he might wipe out. The young lord holds the smaller Dietrich Hermann close, his expression unreadable. Dietrich stands over a fallen figure. A voice declares that if you kill one person, you're just a murderer. A statue of justice is shown. A voice declares that if you kill thousands. A voice declares that you become a hero. A voice declares that if you kill even more than that. A question hangs in the air, echoing in the darkness. Can one still be a hero? Some, it is said, become wildly bloodthirsty, their thirst growing with each life extinguished. And once they lose themselves, they are lost forever, consumed by the darkness. Just like himself in the past, a figure lies prone, consumed by swirling energies. The brown-haired man, holding the green-haired figure, is told not to let him weigh on his mind. He is told it's okay to destroy what he's built and start over, to walk his own path. He wonders if tearing it all down and building something new would be better. Amidst the loaves of bread, a silent command echoes, build something new. The figure on the throne is asked if he is thinking of founding a nation. The green-haired figure is told that he might be capable of something like that. The white-haired figure is reminded that they said a war was coming, and they don't seem too interested in stopping it. The sinister figure is asked if he is thinking of taking the devastated lands. He is addressed as master. The black-haired figure is told that he is getting ahead of himself, admitting he got a bit carried away. Then, a demand echoes, just answer me this. He walks alongside Bellamy Craig, the older man questioning if there is even a hint of wanting to establish a new nation inside him. The response comes from an unknown location, echoing across the stone walls of the academy. Not really. The cloaked figure stands atop a stone structure, arms crossed, stating that there isn't, at least not yet. The unseen speaker clarifies that it's not the right time, as the story is to be continued. A man in a green cloak stands before several cloaked figures, declaring he sent a Bairu to the Marquise. He explains it was to turn it into both a base and his stronghold. Before a grand castle, the pink-haired man muses that the Marquise will be his first. He acknowledges the current Marquis is a mess, but he is not really interested right now. The Valentier Marquis is still one of the most prominent across the entire continent. It is the 5th largest territory in the kingdom. Inside a lavish room, several people sit and stand. A narration box states that there's still plenty of uncultivated land there, too. A hand reaches to grab a piece of food. The inner monologue considers declaring independence from the Thessian kingdom. The pink-haired man eats, stating he's not really interested right now, as there's still work to be done in the Marquis. He asks if the other man truly means that. The green-haired chibi character flushes, while the pink-haired man smirks, a sinister aura emanating from him. The chibi character is flicked on the forehead. The pink-haired man states that he is just too good at lying. The chibi character sits at a table with a white-haired woman, stating that he is hurt. He asks when he has ever done such a thing. The chibi character's face is shown in extreme close-up, with an angry expression. He claims he's never told a lie in his life. The white-haired woman sits on a couch, stating that he was great at lying about the dark demon, but now he's acting innocent. She says that was then. She sits across from Dietrich at the table, the silence hanging heavy between them as they both seem lost in thought. The young lord breaks the silence with a soft, almost hesitant, "Oh," his expression unreadable as he looks at the woman across from him. Dietrich's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he whispers, "It." His gaze drops, a shadow of understanding and perhaps regret darkening his features. "I knew it," he murmurs, the words barely audible. A vision flashes in his mind, a demonic figure wreathed in flames, a prophecy foretelling the arrival of a dark demon. The prophecy claimed this demon would bring about the end of the world, but Dietrich remembers being told that no such thing existed, that it was all a made-up story. He recalls how he lied to Cell, and that at the time, she was still mentally unstable from the experiment. The memory shifts to a chained, dragon-like creature, the woman with purple hair, standing nearby. "You could call it a well-intentioned lie," she had said. Another image surfaces. Two young girls, one blonde and one with white hair. "This little dragon is just like Charlotte." A voice echoes in his mind. The voice continues, noting that she keeps it all in and never says a word when something's wrong. It looks like she already picked up on it a while ago, and they're so close that they've even started to act alike. A hand gently strokes Dietrich's head, and it seems like he was getting restless. Dietrich looks up at the woman with purple hair, who asks what he is doing. He replies that it was nothing. He just felt a little bad. Bottles line the shelves of the academy, each one a silent testament. Instructors who had not committed crimes and were genuinely devoted to teaching began to step up. The first thing they did was eliminate discrimination in education. In the past, the instructors wouldn't even acknowledge a commoner who had no connections. They had to read the room and learn by watching over others' shoulders. Be it swordsmanship, magic, administrative studies, or military studies, that discrimination is completely gone as of yesterday. Nobles and commoners now receive the same education. And the real instructors have started looking after the commoners more by asking them if they want to know anything else. The doors burst open. A woman with red hair flinches, startled by the sudden arrival. "Welcome, huh? It should only take me 3 days." A figure in a black uniform and blue sash arrives, greeted by the students. "Greetings, Overseer." A student sits on a couch, observing the scene. This guy, he is Gray Sheeran, the head of the Military Studies Department. Gray Sheeran once held the position of Supreme Commander of the Thessalon Kingdom. Among the instructors at the academy, he is the only one who holds a true noble title, not one that was given to him. Someone kneels. Velactus Machiavelli sits with Dietrich Hermann, who says to forgive the impropriety, but he has a request, Overseer. Velactus Machiavelli tells Dietrich Hermann that there is no need for all the polite speech, as they are not at the academy, after all. House Sheeran is quite well known, while most nobles are fixated on lining their own pockets. Marquis Sheeran is known as the very symbol of humility. His domain's citizens praise him more than the king himself. And the reason? It's simple. He really is the kind of man who would give everything for this country. Gray Sheeran kneels. Typically, managing the Sheeran Marquisate begins after retirement, and it's handled by the father of the eldest son, or even the grandfather. The man in the gold-trimmed uniform explains what members of House Sheeran do before retiring. It's a tradition upheld by all members of House Sheeran, as the man in the dark uniform strides forward. Gray Sheeran is considered, at least within the academy, to be as flawless as the head of the Magician's Tower. Even outside the academy, the overseer's position is formally equal to that of a department head. Meanwhile, someone wonders why he is being so serious, while another person thinks the situation is awkward. A tray with macarons and a tea set sits on a table, as someone thinks, "I can't believe." Elsewhere, rain falls heavily, obscuring the landscape in a torrential downpour. Two wolves sniff the air, their senses alert in the stormy weather. Lying in the rain, someone thinks they are getting a request from someone who was supposed to be dumped in the hills next year. The scene fades as the words "to be continued" appear. The memory is hazy, a recollection of events not clearly remembered. It was during his time at the academy, a period of learning and growth. Something occurred within the military studies and administrative studies departments. It was when he was 15 years old, placing the events sometime around early next year. The Thessalon Kingdom was thrown into utter chaos due to the Civil War, and both departments went on strike. Someone got murdered, and even within the swordsmanship and military studies departments, tensions rose. As a result, factions formed and fought each other, creating further division and conflict. More than 30 instructors ended up dying, a grim toll on the academy's staff. Gray, the head of the military studies department, was named the instigator behind the incident. After he was removed from his position, a general from the Thessalon Kingdom's 2nd Legion was appointed as the new department head. After all that, the rain falls, washing away the blood and tears of the past. It wasn't long before Gray Sheeran was found dead in the hills. Well, a hand begins to rise. A student bows deeply before another, who holds a stuffed animal. He asks what the other wants of him. The man in the military uniform expresses his wish to help root out the corruption within the academy. The student looks intently at someone, asking if they want to help him. A table displays a red orb, and the student wonders if he's being bribed. He states he is planning to deal with them. The student with the stuffed animal is surrounded by kneeling figures. He states that they've been making their own preparations. A pile of gold coins is shown, representing evidence and witnesses secured against instructors who show favoritism and take bribes. The man in the military uniform speaks of using the table to their position and using intimidation to lay a hand on the students. The student with the stuffed animal addresses the man in the military uniform, calling him overseer. A student thinks that everyone here was either trash or a coward. The student with the stuffed animal's eyes glow as he thinks that where there's darkness, there's also. He reflects on the mystery surrounding Gray's actions at the academy. Seeing something has given him a new understanding. The room is decorated with paintings, but someone feels the need for change. They believe he wanted to transform this decaying place. A sinister grin spreads across a man's face. He believes the others lack any real power. The woman with short hair glances nervously. She murmurs that there are too many eyes watching them. Someone suggests moving to a more private location. The grand building looms in the background. Meanwhile, the kitchen stands ready with its array of pots, pans, and cooking implements, awaiting the preparation of a meal. The chef is shocked by something he has just heard. His eyes widen in disbelief. The chef questions the need for meals for 18 guests. Another man smiles, confirming the order. Sweat drips from the chef's brow as he mentions Daniel's group, the quintet, haven't been showing up for work lately. He thinks meals for 18 people are a bit much. The man in the military uniform reflects on his past. He recalls cooking during his time in the military. The man in the red-trimmed outfit finds the situation weird. He notes that his guests are the ones offering to make the meal in his own house. The chef is overwhelmed, but the man in the military uniform insists. He raises his hand, determined to take charge of the cooking. He remarks that something is strange, his expression unreadable as he stands close to Jack. Elsewhere, the kitchen bustles with activity, cooks preparing food with practiced efficiency. One wonders what their deal is. A man in a military uniform, Gray Sheeran, approaches, carrying a basket. He asks if he could talk for a moment. Meanwhile, the sun shines on an outdoor garden structure, its wooden frame casting shadows on the lush greenery below. Dietrich clarifies that he wasn't referring to helping in the kitchen, but he'll help with that too. He stands with Jack on a stone path. Gray Sheeran states that he'll be honest, his expression serious as he looks directly ahead. Gray Sheeran reveals he is suspicious of every instructor in that dining hall, including Department Head Gray. The other person finds that reasonable. A woman looks on, her expression thoughtful as she listens to Gray Sheeran speak. A flashback begins, the sky a vibrant blue above a lush green landscape. Someone wonders why they are being looked at like that. The text reveals that a soldier was beaten up by the second son of Count, who had been appointed as an officer. The soldier lies on the ground, bloodied and broken, the text stating it was just because he was a commoner. The text explains that the commoner soldier had his limbs broken and died on the spot. At the time, Gray Sheeran was the supreme commander. He stands, a cross hanging from his neck, his gaze intense. A swift kick connects with brutal force, sending the victim reeling. The blade finds its mark, a crimson spray erupting as the man cries out in agony. The man in the blue coat surveys the scene, standing over the body of his victim. That is, the tip of the sword drips with fresh blood, a silent testament to the violence. The narration reflects on the kind of man Gray Sheeran is, and the mystery surrounding his resignation as supreme commander. A gathering of nobles, their expressions unreadable, hints at a possible clash that led to Gray Sheeran's downfall. The scene replays, the narrator musing that Gray Sheeran's stepping down must have been the result of a complete defeat in a political power struggle. Meanwhile, Dietrich Hermann, standing in the fog, voices his certainty about Gray Sheeran. A close-up on Gray Sheeran's eyes reveals their clarity, unlike the instructors he claims to have killed. Even in his 40s, the scars on his back tell a story of a warrior's physique hidden beneath his clothes. Gray Sheeran pats Dietrich on the head, who dismisses the gesture, saying, "It's nothing." He stands outside, the sunlight glinting off his sunglasses. Gray Sheeran's expression is unreadable as he looks off to the side. A hand reaches out, a finger gently touching Dietrich Hermann's shoulder. The young lord is unaware of the approaching touch. A lavish table setting awaits, complete with ornate silverware, towering candles, and vibrant bouquets of roses and anemones. A young man in a red and black uniform grimaces, fork in hand, lamenting that such a day has come. The dining hall is packed with instructors, a rare sight, even though the room was prepared for such occasions. A stack of files sits ready, containing the backgrounds of everyone present, provided by a Bairu. Gray Sheeran, former Supreme Commander and current head of the Military Studies Department, sits at the table. Mikhail Katru, former commander of the 517 4th Special Forces Battalion, is also present. Shinua Bedoy, former leader of the 3rd Platoon, 517 4th Special Forces Battalion, 3rd Legion, observes the scene. Galadiner Lafayette, former commander of the 22nd Reconnaissance Battalion, 3rd Legion, sits with a fork in hand. A strategist who worked under Gray is also in attendance. Special Forces battalions typically recruit commoners. But when it comes to combat ability, they're on a whole other level from regular soldiers. In particular, the 517 4 Special Forces and 22 2nd Reconnaissance Battalion are considered true elites, even by other nations. A fork pierces a sausage on a plate, the word poke, emblazoned across the dish. Valactus Machiavelli wonders how he keeps encountering so many talented individuals. He muses that he might end up founding his own country. A server in a blue hat stands behind a long table laden with food and floral arrangements, inquiring if the food is to the guest's liking. Gray Sheeran, the supporting character with the eye patch, gives a subtle nod of acknowledgement. A man's face is partially obscured, his expression unreadable. Dietrich Hermann, seated and holding a small doll, is asked to proceed. He claims to have a condition called acquired decorum deficiency. Gray Sheeran, looking perplexed, asks to be excused, his brow furrowed in confusion. A cabinet filled with delicate teacups stands nearby as a voice declares that it's not real, that it was all made up. Valactus Machiavelli, bathed in a pink glow, asserts that everyone has brains and must realize he's hiding something. A group of figures stand in formal attire, their expressions obscured, hinting at a gathering of importance. Gray Sheeran is seated at the table, flanked by two figures, as a voice declares the intention to drop the formalities and to do as he wishes. A foot stomps down with force, the sound of wham echoing through the scene. Jack Valantier reclines, his expression unreadable as he declares it will be hard to trust any of them, no matter how he looks at it. At a formal table, one of the men gasps, the gravity of the situation settling upon him and the others present. Jack Valentier's eyes gleam with an unsettling light as he wonders if they came to him for a reason. Aside from Gray Sheeran and maybe three others, every instructor is accounted for, their presence a silent testament to the unfolding events. Gray Sheeran stands before shadowy figures, his stance suggesting a commoner's background, a stark contrast to the environment. Even those three are from vassal houses under House Sheeran, their allegiances and histories intertwined. Regardless of how much they want to reform and act on their principles, there is just too much in their way. And then, someone came along, shattering the established order with a single, decisive action. Gray Sheeran's plan is turned upside down, the consequences of the intrusion rippling through the ranks. Jack Valentier smiles, his expression a mixture of amusement and anticipation as events unfold according to his design. Gray Sheeran's thoughts betray his shock, wondering who this disgustingly handsome boy might be, and if he has the same ideas as they do. A fist clenches, a silent promise of action, and a symbol of the resolve that will shape the coming conflict. The unseen speaker declares that he doesn't care what the reasons are. Valactus Machiavelli's expression hardens as he asserts that there is one thing everyone should know. The pink-haired man's face contorts with hatred as he speaks of chills running down his spine. Valactus stands over Dietrich Hermann, declaring his hatred for anyone who stabs him in the back, stating that these are people. Gray Sheeran states that he handpicked the educators himself, valuing their integrity. Dietrich Hermann looks up, hearing that the selected few are the upright men and ideal educators. Valactus wonders aloud if Gray can truly be sure that not a single one of them is hiding something. Gray Sheeran flinches as Valactus accuses him of actually being a Ninth Circle user, implying he's hiding something already. The commander is questioned about being a Ninth Circle user, and he begins to respond, but is cut off. Gray Sheeran is told not to worry, as the speaker is generous enough to let that slide, assuming he had his reasons. Valactus states that he can be a shield, thinking of a shield. Valactus Machiavelli declares that he still has his doubts, and they'll need to earn his trust if they want to work together. The long table is set, the attendees seated, as a magical snap echoes. A veil of darkness descends, obscuring the scene in shadow. The room erupts in murmurs and clamor as a man with long white hair shouts in disbelief. The chef, wearing a tall white hat, looks around, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. One man accuses another of using demon's magic, a power thought to be extinct. Valactus pokes a small doll, stating that he doesn't really mind the chaos unfolding around him. One of the men at the table insists that they should leave, sensing the danger in the air. The man with the eye patch, Gray Sheeran, orders the man to sit down, his tone cold and commanding. Above, a chandelier hangs, as a voice declares that the hierarchy is now clear. The long table is shown again, as it's revealed that 10th Circle and 9th Circle magic are in play. The effect of the magic is simple. Those affected will answer any question asked of them. A voice warns that if anyone is not up for answering questions, they should raise their hand now. The strategist, Gray Sheeran, gives a subtle nod, his expression unreadable. Across the table, two men mirror his gesture, their agreement sealed in silence. The small child with green hair is told to wait, and he responds with a simple, sure. Gray Sheeran leads the child in the red uniform away from the table, their footsteps echoing softly. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched toward a surface glowing with an unnatural light. A blinding flash erupts around Gray Sheeran, the man behind him smirking as the strategist's face contorts. The world around Gray Sheeran blurs, a daze of field clouding his vision. His eye goes blank, the light fading as he loses control. Two figures stand bathed in purple energy, their heads drooping as the magic takes hold. Gray Sheeran's hat falls, a symbol of his authority now discarded. Upside down, the strategist speaks, a strange calm in his voice. Now, then, to be continued, the disembodied voice echoes, posing a chilling question. Shall we begin the interrogation?